Chapter 1. You don't deserve a divorce. I want to annul our marriage. Ning Que, are you really this calculative? It's just using your child's blood to save General Gu. I'm also the child's mother, so I naturally have the right to decide. General Gu comes from a military family and was poisoned by the Western Liang while fighting for the country. Don't forget, your father and brothers also died at the hands of the Western Liang bandits, and he is avenging you. Given the situation, can't you be a little magnanimous? Xianhong Medicine Hall. The ground was a mess. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Lin Xianhong lay on a soft couch made of golden silk, dressed in plain clothes. Her face was pale, devoid of any blood. However, she still exuded an air of arrogance. Looking at her dazed husband Ning Que, there was not the slightest hint of regret. It was as if she had merely done something trivial. Ning Que felt his hands and feet turn cold as he looked at everything before him. Rage burned fiercely in his mind. He trembled and took 2 steps forward. So you kill my child just to save another man? Gu Yuan is not just any man. He is a great hero. He is charming, humble, polite, and skilled in both literature and martial arts, brave and resourceful. Most importantly, he has excellent character, a paragon of gentlemanly virtue. He has guarded the western border for years and has fought in numerous battles. Recently, he dealt a heavy blow to the main force of the Western Liang and was conferred the title of first-class general by His Majesty, inheriting the title of Tiger Marquis. Mentioning Gu Yuan, Lin Xianhong seemed invigorated. Even after her recent miscarriage, she had to defend him. As she spoke, she looked at Ning Que with disdain. Although you're the son of the Ning King, you indulge in debauchery, spending your days in brothels. You don't care about restoring the royal house, but associate with craftsmen and farmers. You lack both literary and martial accomplishments, and using your unborn child to save General Gu is your honor. If you hadn't repeatedly disappointed me, would I have done this? As her words fell, the 2 female doctors spoke up first. Yes, why is the young master being so aggressive? The lady has lost her child and is also very heartbroken. It would be enough for the young master not to comfort her at this time. But why does he look like he's here to accuse her? General Gu has made outstanding contributions and is a pillar of the nation, with limitless prospects. Saving General Gu's life with this unborn child is a bargain no matter how you think about it. Moreover, the young master and the lady are still young as long as there are feelings. They can have more children later. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! Ning Que stood at the door, laughing out of anger. He finally understood what it meant that there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Looking at the unrepentant Lin Xianhong and the female doctors standing on their moral high ground, smiling mockingly at him. Now, there was nothing left to say. He slowly closed his eyes. Everything from the past came to mind. He was born in the Ning Wangfu, the youngest son of the Ning King, and the Ning King was the only prince of Dafeng. He held the regency, ranked as the Grand Preceptor. Controlling the military of the world, he was conferred the title of Tianchi General by the late Emperor 0.5 years ago. The Western Liang attacked the border with an army of 100,000 elite cavalry. The Ning King led his personal troops to the Western Liang. At first, they advanced rapidly, capturing 13 cities. But unexpectedly, their movements were leaked. The enemy used 30,000 elite troops as bait, luring the Ning King into the Hulagu. This battle was extremely brutal, with both sides exhausting their main forces. The Ning King's eldest son charged forward and died in battle from exhaustion. The second son led a surprise attack and was crushed by a boulder. The third son was shot in the eye by a cold arrow and was turned into minced meat. And the Ning King fought to the end, ultimately pierced by thousands of arrows. After this battle, the Ning Wangfu was left with only Ning Que as the sole heir. Upon hearing the news, Ning Que immediately wanted to seek revenge for his father and brothers. But his mother held him tightly. Tears mixed with blood flowed down endlessly. Her heart had shattered into pieces, fearing that Ning Que would also die on the battlefield. Thus, the Ning Wangfu would have no chance of rising again. In the end, Ning Que chose to obey his mother, marry, and have children to strengthen the Wangfu. Ning Que opened his eyes. He was a few steps away, staring at Lin Xianhong. At that time, he listened to his mother's dying wish and sought to marry Lin Xianhong. It was because she was the daughter of his mother's closest friend. At that time, the Lin family was suppressed by the Minister of Personnel, accused of communicating with external enemies and leaking the Ning King's military movements. In fact, there were many doubts about this case. Someone might have framed them, wanting to find a scapegoat. Lin Xianhong knelt before Ning Que, hoping he could save the Lin family. After Ning Que investigated and confirmed the truth, he took the death exemption token passed down through the generations of the Ning Wangfu to the palace to meet the emperor, guaranteeing the Lin family with the reputation of the Ning Wangfu. Although the emperor was furious, he still agreed to pardon the Lin family and granted him a marriage. Moreover, Lin Xianhong had been frail since childhood and found it difficult to conceive. Ning Que did not take a concubine and sought the best divine doctor, Changbai. The doctor diagnosed her and prescribed numerous medicines to nourish her health. Every day, the medicine alone cost 30 taels of silver. Ning Que had no complaints and did not say a word of discontent. During her recovery, Lin Xianhong frequently came into contact with medicine and thus developed the desire to apprentice under Changbai. However, Changbai had previously been betrayed by a disciple and no longer accepted apprentices. Upon learning this, Ning Que ran to plead for her. Changbai had once been saved by the Ning King, and since he had no offspring, he treated Ning Que like a son. Considering Lin Xianhong was Ning Ke's wife, he finally accepted her as a disciple. She already had a foundation, and Changbai imparted everything he knew to her. Half a year ago, she even entered the palace to save the Empress Dowager. Since then, she had become a famous female divine doctor in Chang'an. It was also on that day that she discovered she was pregnant. According to Changbai, she was even carrying twins. But Lin Xianhong, living in luxury, did not appreciate her fortune. Gu Yuan achieved a great victory against the Western Liang and returned triumphantly to the capital. But on the way, he was ambushed by the Western Liang and was poisoned. Changbai personally examined him and declared there was no cure. However, Lin Xianhong, disregarding her pregnancy, searched day and night for medical texts and ultimately discovered that using royal blood as a medicinal guide could cure him. But royal blood is not something to be taken lightly. How could it be casually used as a medicinal guide? Yet her greatest love was Gu Yuan. Marrying Ning Que was merely out of necessity. Upon hearing of Gu Yuan's triumph, she began to plot to rekindle their romance. As a third-grade female doctor and a favored person by the Empress Dowager, she was completely worthy. Thus, the child in her womb became an obstacle. Now, using the excuse of saving Gu Yuan to get rid of the child would actually facilitate her good fortune with Gu Yuan. Ning Que Lin Xianhong forced herself to sit up and said softly, "I know this has hurt you, but I will not regret it. If you truly want to pursue this, then we can annul our marriage." Huh? Annul our marriage? What? Ning Que turned away. He didn't even want to look at her again. Do you remember what happened to the Lin family 5 years ago? And what did your childhood sweetheart, Gu Yuan, do? He distanced himself and pretended to go home to pay respects to his ancestors. Were you acknowledged when you knelt at the Gu residence? Ning Que spoke calmly, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. You personally killed your own flesh and blood, just because you wanted to save your beloved man. From today on, I will divorce you, you shameless woman. Ning Que said no more and prepared to turn and leave. Wait, what? You think it's that easy to divorce me? Lin Xianhong forced herself to stand, sneering, I saved the Empress Dowager before, and she supports my saving General Gu. If you want to use this as an excuse to divorce me, the Empress Dowager won't agree. Moreover, do you really think you have the right to divorce me, a third-grade medical officer? The status of a medical officer was indeed not high, but she had the Empress Dowager backing her. Lin Xianhong did not back down and continued to press on. Also, don't forget that we were wed by His Majesty's decree. If you want to annul the marriage, I will try to cooperate. But if you want to divorce me, it will be the Ning Wangfu that loses face. Ning Que, don't let a moment of anger make you overlook my good intentions. I promise you, I will definitely bear children for you in the future, so don't throw a tantrum again. You don't deserve it. Belated affection is worth less than grass. Ning Que turned coldly and strode away. He could indulge Lin Xianhong, but he could not allow her to be presumptuous. This matter has touched the bottom line, leaving no room for negotiation. 5 years of infatuation, just to be fed to the dogs. From now on, they will sever all ties. If you've eaten my food, spit it out. If you've used my things, return them to me. He will make Lin Xianhong pay the price. Chapter 2. He is just a petty person taking advantage of others. Ning Que has left. Lin Xianhong didn't spare him a glance. He is too much. Refusing to divorce, yet wanting to abandon his wife? Does he even consider his own character? Is he worthy? I think he is just coveting the lady's dowry. The strict moral code of Defeng states that if a woman is divorced, she has committed one of the 7 crimes. Such discarded wives have no human rights. They cannot take their dowries from their husband's family, which is equivalent to leaving empty-handed. He only cares about these things. Lin Xianhong coughed lightly. She didn't even want to mention Ning Ke's name, but she forgot that her dowry was provided by the Ning Wang Fu. Ning Que just wanted to reclaim what belonged to him. The lady need not worry. Ning Que cares most about the lady. He often loses his temper, but then turns around to please her. This time, he is just doing it on purpose, merely because he is petty and wants to attract the lady's attention. That's right. Ning Que loves to linger in brothels and is best at feigning indifference. Saying he wants a divorce is just a trick to attract the lady. I never cared for him. Lin Xianhong turned coldly. Since Ning Que drugged her and forcefully took possession of her, her goodwill towards him had completely vanished. In her eyes, Ning Que was nothing but a despicable man who was greedy for wealth and lustful. It was bad enough to drug her, he even dared to deny it and let the household manager take the blame. Whenever she thought back on it, she only felt disgusted. Xianhong, father? Lin Xianhong, dressed in a red official robe, hurriedly entered. He was Lin Xianhong's father, serving as the head of the Ministry of Personnel, a 6th-rank official. He was cunning and slick, a veteran in the officialdom. How are you doing now? Okay. Did that guy come just now? Yes. Ning Que is still shouting about wanting a divorce. A divorce? Lin Xianhong laughed out loud, disdainfully saying, he likes you very much, he's just jealous. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to divorce you. Yes. Only. What? Lin Xianhong thought for a moment and said softly, only, you are carrying royal blood. Even with the Empress Dowager backing you, Ning Que can still act under the banner of the Ning Wang. If this escalates, it will still be you who suffers. No need to be afraid. Lin Xianhong was unconcerned. She achieved her current status entirely through her own efforts. She was a renowned female divine doctor in Chang'an, holding the 3rd rank, a favored person in front of the Empress Dowager. What did that Gu family boy say? General Gu. Lin Xianhong's face flushed. I have known General Gu since childhood. We have always been innocent. He used the Ning Wang case to suppress my Lin family, then looked down from above to bestow favors upon us. All this is just to force me to marry him. General Gu has promised that as long as I separate from Ning Que, he will come to marry me with a grand procession. By then, I will be the mistress of the Gu family, managing the household. Really? Haha, very good. Lin Xianhong nodded with a big laugh. The Gu family is currently in a strong position. Gu Yuan is young, yet already a 1st-rank general. After another 3 to 5 years of honing, he will surely be ranked as a duke. Given time, being conferred as a king of a different surname will not be a problem. The Ning Wang Fu has already fallen. Now, it is merely holding on. In fact, they privately discussed that the Ning Wang's demise was likely ordered by the emperor. The Ning Wang was the regent, wielding immense power and controlling the military. The Ning Wang was an obstacle to the emperor's consolidation of power and had to be eliminated. So, what kind of storm could Ning Que stir up? Whether he can hold on to Ning Wang Fu is questionable. Meanwhile, the Gu family is at the height of their power, a rising military star. Gu Yuan is both literate and martial. He is bound to achieve great things. Only, what? Lin Xianhong showed a difficult expression and said softly, your sister's marriage is approaching, and the Zhang family has finally agreed, but they are asking for a large dowry. This matter was originally handled by Ning Que, and now, no need to ask him. Lin Xianhong didn't take it to heart at all. Proudly, she turned to look outside the door. I saved General Gu, and the Gu family will help. Moreover, I am still a 3rd-rank female medical officer. Not long ago, the Empress Dowager even bestowed me some rewards. Father, trust me, without him, I will only live better. Don't think you can use such tactics to threaten me again. At night, the emperor rubbed his eyes in pain. The Ministry of War had just sent in a memorial to celebrate Gu Yuan's achievements and request rewards. The Ministry of Rights was preparing for discussions with Shiliang. The Ministry of Revenue needed to organize the finances for the year. Various trivial matters weighed heavily on his shoulders. Your Majesty, drink some calming tea. Chief Steward who stepped forward, presenting calming tea. He had followed the emperor since childhood and served him. Now over 50, he was skilled in martial arts. In the past, to protect the emperor, he even lost an arm. The emperor took a sip, letting out a long sigh. The calming tea for my royal brother is quite effective. Indeed, summon him into the palace tomorrow. The emperor perked up, saying lightly, he has reached adulthood and should inherit the title early to share the burden of the country. Yet he spends all day hovering around a woman, not afraid of the world's ridicule. Since Lin Xianhong is already pregnant, it can be considered fulfilling the late Ning Wangfei's wish. Sigh. Chief steward who sighed softly. What the emperor was concerned about was the Ning Wang's heir. Soon, he changed the subject. He is quite stubborn, wanting to strengthen the Ning Wang Fu. I have no objections and even support it. But if he doesn't touch that woman, how can he expand his family? In the end, I still have to help him a bit, secretly drugging them. After all, he is the heir, yet he refuses to take concubines or marry others, only sticking to a Lin family girl. The emperor felt a surge of hatred thinking about this. He had known Ning Que since childhood. He was not originally the crown prince, but the son of a favored concubine. He was fond of military strategies and discussion from a young age, following the Ning Wang closely as a prince and having a good relationship with Ning Que. They studied together, got into trouble together, and were punished together in the end. Once, when they went out of the camp to play, they were ambushed. Ning Que, disregarding his own safety, killed 8 highly skilled villains, while he himself only suffered a sword wound. Who would have thought that Ning Que had such abilities? The heir is indeed extraordinary. Chief Steward, who did not comment much. He knew that Ning Que was actually quite outstanding. For instance, in this recent victory over Shiliang, Ning Que played an indispensable role. The stirrups and saddles he provided changed the course of the battle. They greatly increased the combat effectiveness of the Dafeng cavalry, completely reversing the situation and severely wounding Shiliang's main force. And the 2 deputy generals leading the cavalry actually came from the Ning Wang's old troops. Your Majesty, Ning Wang's heir requests an audience with your Majesty. The emperor frowned and then smiled. I hadn't even looked for him. He has come. Let him in. Only. What is it? Let him in. Seeing him hesitating, the emperor didn't ask further. What else could there be? It was probably just that he wanted some rare medicine from the palace to help Lin Xianhong with her pregnancy. Moments later, the door to the study opened. Ning Que entered in mourning attire, holding the spirit tablet of Ning Wang. He was neither servile nor overbearing, each step heavy. You, bold, young master, what do you want to do? Stop. The emperor had a cold expression, stopping Chief Steward whose reprimand. Ning Que, what do you want? I humbly request your Majesty to bestow upon me Ning Hong. You, what did you say? The emperor even doubted whether he had heard incorrectly. Usually, Ning Que was not serious and loved to cause trouble. He stood up and looked down at Ning Quebec, but his gaze was unexpectedly firm. I request your Majesty to bestow upon me Ning Hong. You, are you crazy? Chapter 3. I have waited for you for 5 years. The emperor pressed his hand against his chest and sat down, his expression cold. Chief Steward, who quickly spoke up to advise, Your Highness, the affairs of state have been busy these days, and His Majesty has become ill from overwork. If you have something to say, please say it properly, and do not burden His Majesty with worries. Why suddenly demand death? Ning Que slowly raised his head. My child is gone. Gone is gone. It is the Empress Dowager's intention. What did you say? The emperor's expression changed, showing signs of shock. This is impossible. Lin Xianhong harmed Gu Yuan to save him, using my unborn child as a drug. I asked her, and she said that everything she did was with the Empress Dowager's consent. As the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. If the Empress Dowager finds my Ning Wang Fu an eyesore, she could have poisoned me long ago. Ning Que remained calm and assertive, because he intended to make this matter public. What did you say? Just then, an angry shout came from outside the door. A noblewoman wearing a golden hairpin and a red luxurious robe walked in slowly. Her face was lined with wrinkles, but one could see that she had a good foundation, and she must have been a great beauty in her youth. She was the emperor's birth mother, the current Empress Dowager. I have seen the Empress Dowager. No need. The Empress Dowager looked at the spirit tablet of the Ning Wang and then at Ning Quebec. Over the years, she had managed the harem diligently, adhering to the ancestral teachings without interfering in politics. This time, she came to the imperial study to see the emperor, having heard from a maid that he was dealing with state affairs late into the night. thinking to remind him of the importance of his health. Unexpectedly, before she even entered, she heard Ning Ke's accusation. Are you saying that Lin Xianhong privately harmed the child and used it as a drug to save Gu Yuan? Yes. Nonsense. Cough, cough, cough. Mother. The Empress Dowager sat back down, took a sip of hot tea, and seeing Ning Ke like this, her expression finally softened a bit as she said slowly, I have never forgotten the contributions of Uncle Ningguang. It was his full support that allowed us, mother and son, to be where we are today. 5 years ago, during the Great War, the blood of the Ningguang Fu was almost shed entirely. Every time I think of it, I cannot sleep at night. Now, how could I harm you? Well, Lin Xianhong indeed came to see me. The Empress Dowager showed a look of helplessness and sighed lightly. She asked me if there was a way to save Gu Yuan, whether I would want to save him. Gu Yuan had just achieved military merit and was a rising star, of course. I wanted to save him. I did not expect that she would dare to trick me. As the crown prince's wife, she actually dared to privately harm the royal bloodline. For these past 2 years, taking care of Lin Xianhong was not only because she had saved her, but also because she was the crown prince's wife. The Empress Dowager always felt indebted to the Ningguang Fu. The Ningguang lineage fought and died for the country, their blood staining the battlefield. The Wang Fu had withered and declined, never to return to its former glory. She truly did not want to see Lin Xianhong being bullied, so she tried to protect her in every way. Occasionally, she would send her some rewards to make her life a little better. Unexpectedly, this led her to become arrogant. This time, she had gone too far, harming the bloodline of the Ningguang. The Empress Dowager let out a long sigh. Enough, young mama. Old servant is here. Notify the Ministry of Rights to revoke the rewards given to Lin Xianhong. Yes, the Empress Dowager turned her head. She originally intended to grant Lin Xianhong additional titles. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. I am old. The rest will be handled by you all. Whatever you do, I will support. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ning Que raised his hand in a deep bow. A determined look flashed in his eyes. Lin Xianhong prided herself on having the Empress Dowager as her backing. But now, he wanted Lin Xianhong to understand that everything she had was given by him. He could take it back at any time. Now, are you satisfied? The Emperor looked at Ning Ke's reddened eyes. I once said that Lin Xianhong is not worth it. Now that you know the whole story, what do you want to do? I only have one request. Speak. I ask Your Majesty to allow me to divorce my wife. All right, I grant it. Also, Ning Que raised his head and said firmly, when I sought to marry Lin Xianhong, it was open and above board, in front of all the noble families of Chang'an. So today, when I divorce, I must also do it properly. Haha, I understand. The Emperor showed a faint smile. He naturally knew Ning Ke's thoughts. This was to humiliate Lin Xianhong and the Gu family. However, this was all her own doing. Ning Que had sacrificed too much for her, but she was blind to it. The Emperor had reminded her more than once to keep her place. But this time she had truly gone too far, heartlessly harming the royal flesh and blood to save her lover. What was Gu Yuan worth? Even if he inherited the title of Tiger Marquis and ranked first, he was still not half as good as Ning Que. What you say, I can agree to. The Emperor looked at Ning Que and said sternly, over the years, I have always let you inherit the royal title and serve the country. But you have repeatedly refused, always saying you wanted to wait until you had offspring. Now, are you going to make me wait another 3 years? I am willing to inherit the royal title and serve the country. Ha, good. The Emperor laughed heartily. With internal and external troubles, he needed help. In the court, the 4 foreign kings were pressing hard. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries all had their own agendas, outwardly compliant, but secretly defying. If Ning Que inherited the royal title, it would be easier to discuss. The 2 brothers joining forces would surely achieve great things. Ning Que demandang fast. He had originally wanted to fulfill his mother's last wish, but in the end, he still broke his promise. In fact, he had been rebellious since childhood. Whatever his father asked him to do, he was always reluctant. Every time he was punished, it was his mother who held him and pleaded for him. In the Battle of Shiliang, the blood of the Ningguang Fu was shed. His mother's heart was also completely broken. After his marriage, his mother fell into a deep melancholy and passed away. However, Lin Xianhong was not a suitable match. Moreover, I am currently facing a difficult situation. Please, your majesty, enlighten me. Ha, now you are polite. The emperor looked at Ning Que teasingly and said lightly, what? After inheriting the royal title, you are so distant from me? Your highness is joking. Ha ha ha. Seeing Ning Ke's awkwardness, the emperor couldn't help but smile. Ning Que had never liked rules and was naturally carefree. But none of that mattered, as long as he had talent. If you want to inherit the royal title, you will encounter troubles. Over these years, you have been revolving around Lin Xianhong, and you have not made any significant contributions. Although you have done some things in secret, they are unaware. Just the day before yesterday, Jingyang suffered a locust disaster, and wherever it passed, nothing grew. Now the price of rice has soared, and tens of thousands of disaster victims urgently need resettlement. Do you have a solution for this matter? I can resolve it in 7 days. Ning Que stood up confidently. He had heard about this matter as well. Jingyang is not far from Chang'an. At that time, he could still see the dark swarm of locusts. Even if the emperor did not mention it, he would step forward to resolve it. All right, then 7 days. Jingyang was originally the fief of Uncle Wang. The emperor looked at Ning Que and said, since Uncle Wang's death, it has been temporarily managed by King Qi. Since you are inheriting the royal title, Jingyang will naturally be your fief. You must govern it well and not disgrace the name of the Ning Wang. Thank you, your highness. Ning Que walked out of the imperial study calmly. A gentle breeze blew, and the leaves fluttered down. Now, the wind has risen. Chapter 4. The Great Fang Shadow Guard cut down this peach tree. In the imperial study, the lights gradually dimmed. Chief Steward who took it upon himself to add oil to the lamp. Cough, cough, cough. Your Majesty, it is already the hour of the rat. The Feng Emperor coughed twice and piled up the approved memorials. Chief Steward who looked at the Feng Emperor with a heart full of sorrow. The Feng Emperor was not the rightful heir. The former crown prince had made a grave mistake and was demoted to a commoner. The late emperor actually had another candidate in mind. It was only because Prince Ning guaranteed with his life that the Feng Emperor was able to ascend the throne. Since taking the throne, the Feng Emperor had worked tirelessly, seemingly wanting to accomplish great things to prove himself. Every day, he immersed himself in writing in the imperial study, refusing to rest until he finished reviewing the memorials. Your Majesty, your health is of utmost importance. It's an old ailment. The Feng Emperor's expression was indifferent. He had suffered from a lung disease since childhood, yet he had never coughed in front of the late emperor. After ascending the throne, the palace physicians adjusted his diet every day. Unfortunately, it was a case of overwork leading to illness, making it difficult to cure completely. Sigh. Chief Steward who sighed beside him. The Feng Emperor was extremely stubborn. Who could persuade him except for Ning Que? Things will be easier from now on. The Feng Emperor raised a warm smile and said softly, my royal brother has inherited the title of king and will become my support in the future. In these 2 years, Prince Qi has become quite prosperous. He holds the 3 counties of Linzi, Jiaodong, and Langya, and with the profits from sea salt, his wealth is in the millions. A few years ago, he even took over the fief of Jingyang and has been placing his spies everywhere. Chief Steward who, have the shadow guards keep an eye on Prince Qi. He won't easily give up this fertile land of Jingyang. Yes, the shadow guards, the most mysterious organization of the Great Feng, established and nurtured by the Feng Emperor himself, consisting of the orphaned children of soldiers who died in battle. They were raised under the Emperor's guidance from a young age. Hence, they only obey orders from the Feng Emperor. Many had never even heard of them. However, most of the shadow guards were placed in various locations. They were the Feng Emperor's eyes and ears. Regardless of what happens, the Feng Emperor would know. Your Majesty, shall we turn the card? No need. The Feng Emperor waved his hand coldly. Although there were many beauties in the harem, he rarely stayed overnight. All his thoughts were on state affairs. Chief Steward who followed behind, sighing inwardly. The Feng Emperor had been in power for many years, but he had few offspring. The Empress Dowager would surely be anxious if she knew. At the Ning Wang's residence, the heavy vermilion door slowly opened. The maidservants stood respectfully on either side. Waiting, we have seen the prince. No need for courtesy. Ning Que held the spirit tablet, his expression cold. The plump steward stepped forward and raised his hand, saying, Your Highness, the lady is still in the apothecary today and has not yet returned. I sent someone to summon her, but it requires the young master to carry her back in a grand sedan chair. Umph. Ning Que snorted heavily. The maidservants on both sides were startled. They knew the young master was about to get angry and would probably blame them for their inefficiency. Please follow the prince's orders. For now on, there is no need to summon her again. Ning Que turned around and said coldly, by the way, pack up all her things and throw them out. The Ning Wang's residence no longer has Lin Xianhong as a lady. Uncle Fu was stunned. He looked at Ning Que in astonishment, feeling that he seemed so unfamiliar. Was this still the young master he knew? It should be noted that Ning Que had always pampered Lin Xianhong. No matter what Lin Xianhong asked for, Ning Que would comply. If she threw a tantrum, Ning Que would also appease her. Your Highness, are you going to divorce the lady? Divorce? She is even worthy? I want to divorce my wife. Ning Que coldly waved his sleeve. He now felt nothing but disgust for Lin Xianhong. He needed to take everything back and crush Lin Xianhong's pride underfoot. Divorce. The maidservants all looked shocked. What on earth was happening? I understand now. Uncle Fu let out a long breath. Looking at the resolute Ning Que, his eyes turned red. He had never thought highly of Lin Xianhong, but this was a marriage arranged by the princess. He watched as Ning Que tried to please Lin Xianhong and knew how much he had endured over the years. To consider her feelings, he had hidden many things. Later, even the Feng Emperor could not stand it and specifically gave him forbidden medicine from the palace. That night, Ning Que was actually drugged as well, without his knowledge. However, Lin Xianhong thought Ning Que was shameless, secretly instructing servants to drug her, and then claimed he had taken advantage of her. Ning Que was worried that this matter would escalate and anger the Feng Emperor, so to protect Lin Xianhong, he could only take the blame himself. Ning Que walked into the courtyard. The peach tree swayed in the wind. This tree was planted by him with his own hands, just because Lin Xianhong liked peach blossoms. She said that when she saw peach blossoms, she thought of being at home. But Ning Que later learned that there were no peach blossoms in the Lin residence. Lin Xianhong liked peach blossoms purely because of her encounter with Gu Yuan under the peach tree. Do you have any instructions? Cut down this peach tree. Yes. Nodded in agreement. Looking at Ning Que's determined demeanor, he was extremely excited. The once spirited young master had returned. You should have done this long ago. She is not worthy of you at all. Qing Feng, with red eyes, bit her lip and said, if it weren't for the prince, the Lin family would have long been gone. It was she who knelt in front of the Wang residence. If it weren't for the princess's instructions, who would care about her? In these past 2 years, the prince has helped the Lin family countless times, but she... No need to say more. Just consider my sincerity over the past few years as fed to the dogs. Yes. The maidservant Mingyue exchanged glances with Qing Feng. She and Qing Feng were twin sisters. Both were sold into a brothel as courtesans. Ning Que saw their plight and redeemed them, bringing them back to the Wang residence. Although they were still slaves, it was better than being in a brothel. Ning Que treated them very well, ensuring they had 3 meals a day. They were only grateful to Ning Que and knew how good he was. Oncle Fu, prepare a liste. Write down the betrothal gifts and dowry from before, and then send it to the Lin residence. Ning Que was sitting in the study, instructing Isnt Lin Xianhong, always proud and looks down on money. Now, I will let her know what it means to be unable to move a step without money. All her pride is built upon wealth. Yes. Uncle Fu raised his hand in agreement. In order to marry Lin Xianhong, the Ning Wang residents had spent a lot. This marriage was also to bring good fortune and fulfill the princess's wishes. Therefore, the 3 letters and 6 rituals were not few, and they were all given generously. But at that time, the Lin family had encountered trouble and had no money to prepare the dowry. Ning Que did not make things difficult for them, but instead prepared a dowry for them. On the wedding day, there was a grand wedding procession of red decorations. Who knows how many people added to the dowry out of respect for the Ning Wang residents. Now that Ning Que had decided to divorce, everything naturally had to be taken back. I have already reported my wishes to His Majesty. Soon, I will inherit the title of king. Your Highness, are you serious? Ning Que nodded slightly, but to inherit the title of king, he still needed to achieve some political results. Recently, Jingyang suffered from a locust plague, affecting over 10,000 victims. If he wanted to reclaim the fief, he had to resolve this locust disaster. Huh? Uncle Fu couldn't help but be stunned. This locust disaster was no simple matter. Wasn't the Feng Emperor deliberately making things difficult? Chapter 5. The Overlord Spear, a family not worthy of the stage. The next day, early morning. Bad us about it. This matter must not be spread outside. Uncle Fu looked at the serious Ning Que, feeling deeply emotional. If the old prince knew, he would also smile in the afterlife. Your Highness, what is wrong? Does the Emperor know about these things you are doing? It doesn't matter. Ning Que calmly waved his hand. The Emperor is someone who values results. As for the process, he never cares. As long as things are done well, everything is negotiable. Moreover, the Emperor has given a death order. The locust disaster in Jingyang must be resolved within 10 days. Go and get busy. Yes. Ning Que proceeded to the ancestral hall, as usual. Rows of spirit tablets stood in the hall. The position of the late Prince Ning, whose name was Lang. The position of the late Princess Ning, Ning Feng. The position of the loyal and martial general. The position of the cavalry general. The position of the wave-subduing general. A family of loyalty and bravery. They almost bled out. Ning Que sincerely offered incense and worshipped one by one. Walking to the center, he took down the bright silver spear with red tassels. This was the Overlord Spear, passed down through generations in the Ning family. It weighed a full 120 pounds. Ning Que gently stroked the patterns on the spear, looking at the spirit tablets on the altar, whispering, "Mother, your child is still unfilial. But please rest assured, your child will not disgrace the name of the Ning family. If there is an opportunity, I will also branch out." After speaking, Ning Que bowed deeply again. He held the Overlord Spear with one hand and came to the courtyard. He danced with the spear, thrusting it forward casually. The wooden rake was immediately split in two. His posture was straight, and his steps were steady. Each swing was powerful and heavy. The spear rotated like a silver dragon tumbling. Leaves fell gracefully from the trees on both sides. At this moment, it was a stunning picture. More and more servants stood in the distance. Seeing the scene, they were all extremely excited. How many years has it been? Your Highness has finally raised the Overlord Spear again. The Ning family is also a family of generals. Moreover, is the first noble family of martial merit in Feng. Ning Que has practiced martial arts since childhood and is well versed in military strategy. Although he was mischievous, his talent was also the best. The Ning prince was both angry and helpless towards him. At the age of 7, he could already wield the Overlord Spear. At 9, he defeated his elder brother. At 10, he went to Mount Zhongnan to join the Divine Machine Pavilion. In the battle against Shiliang, the blood of the Ning family was shed. Ning Que carried the Overlord Spear down the mountain. He wanted revenge. He wanted to slaughter all the Shiliang people. But his mother could no longer bear the pain of losing her son. Ning Que could only endure the grief and listen to his mother's arrangements. Now, he could finally be himself again. Gradually, Ning Que's movements became faster and faster. He kept thrusting forward as if a storm was raging. Finally, his expression suddenly became resolute. He jumped into the air, and the spear slipped from his hand. Bang! The bright silver Overlord Spear stabbed straight into the ginkgo tree. It penetrated 3 inches deep. Gasps of surprise arose. Some family soldiers wanted to step forward to retrieve the Overlord Spear. As a result, after pulling for a long time, it didn't budge an inch. Ning Que stepped forward and casually took it out, tossing it to the family soldier. The latter held it with both hands. Almost kneeling down, Ning Que took a towel and wiped the sweat off his face. Your Highness, Dr. Chang has arrived. Let him come directly to the study. Yes. Ning Que tossed the towel to Qing Feng. He knew that Chang Baichao would definitely come. This old man was quite stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, even 8 oxen couldn't pull him back. His medical skills were extraordinary, able to bring the dead back to life. In his youth, he traveled everywhere to treat people. He once declined the Emperor's warm invitation. Chang Baichao disliked the pomp of high officials and preferred to carry a bamboo basket into the mountains to gather herbs or go to the countryside to treat the poor for free. Therefore, Chang Baichao was quite well known. Ning Que was flipping through the account books when a sudden knock on the door sounded. The old man carrying a medicine box walked in slowly. With white hair and a youthful face, He sported a goatee and wore a look of shame on his face. Without thinking, he knelt down in front of Ning Que, Uncle Chong. "What are you doing? Please get up quickly. Your Highness, this old man has wronged you." Chong Baichao knelt, feeling ashamed. He raised his head, his eyes brimming with tears. His life was saved by the late Prince Ning. He had vowed to repay the kindness then. In the Battle of Yumen Pass, he was in the camp. Unfortunately, he couldn't save the late Prince Ning. Over the years, he has always felt guilty. Therefore, he has always been willing to help Ning Que with any request. Even if it meant accepting Lin Xianhong as a disciple, he agreed. "What are you talking about, Uncle Chong?" Chong Baichao stubbornly remained on the ground. His face full of shame, he said angrily, "I never expected that ungrateful disciple would dare to have an abortion without permission. That's her business and has nothing to do with you, Uncle Chong." Ning Que could only help him up with effort, wearing a relaxed smile on his face. "I have decided to divorce her. Uncle Chong should be happy for me. After all, I am finally free. From now on, her matters have nothing to do with me. It should be like this." Chong Baichao nodded in approval. In fact, he had wanted to say this for a long time. "It's good that your Highness can think this way. The Lin family is indeed a group of people not worthy of the stage. Ungrateful and ignorant. Clearly, they have benefited from the Ning family's glory, yet they still look down on the heir everywhere. To cling to power, they spare no effort, including the head of the Lin family. He is not a decent person either. If it weren't for the heir, no matter how much money they spent, they wouldn't have treated him." Speaking of this matter, Chong Baichao was filled with anger. The head of the Lin family is Lin Xianhong's grandfather. However, he is quite lecherous. The maidservants in his house have all suffered his ill intentions. When he needed treatment, he even wanted to use the maidservants to serve him. Naturally, he firmly rejected this. Chong Baichao raised his hand in salute. "In that case, I will no longer go to the Lin family in the future. The head of the Lin family's illness has nothing to do with me anymore." He initially came to see the doctor out of respect for Ning Que. The head of the Lin family was supposed to die, yet he was saved by him. He had to take a protective pill every day, worth 30 taels of silver each, all paid for by Ning Que. But this whole family? They eat Ning Kes, use Ning Kes, yet they look down on Ning Que everywhere. Instead, they always think that Gu Yuan is better. Uncle Chong has reminded me. Ning Que slightly. He placed the account book on the table. "Lin Xianhong always says I indulge in the pleasures of the brothels, saying I am reckless and damaging the reputation of the royal family. But she doesn't know that her father is a frequent visitor, enjoying food and drink at Tianshang Renjian. All these years have been charged to my account. Adding it all up, it amounts to 50,000 taels of silver. I want to know what they will use to repay me." Chong Baichao also smiled beside him. Tianshang Renjian was originally a government-run brothel, but was later taken over by Ning Que. He made sweeping reforms, such that the courtesans now sell their skills, not their bodies. Every day, customers come in droves. The main offerings are foot baths and massages, along with singing and dancing performances. "As long as your Highness can think clearly, I will be at ease." Chong Baichao sighed in relief and said softly, "By the way, your Highness, do you know about the locust disaster in Jingyang these days? I heard there is also an epidemic in the area, so I am preparing to take a look. Then it all depends on Uncle Chong." Ning Que stood up. With Chong Baichao around, there is nothing to fear about any illness. Right now, what Jingyang needs most is food, and the local food is almost monopolized by wealthy merchants. One of these wealthy merchants has the Gu family backing them. Just right. This can also be an opportunity to make them bleed a little. Chapter 6. Second sister, please don't forgive him. Lin Mansion. This place is located on the outskirts of Chang'an. The mansion faces south and is grand in scale. With the Lin family's income, it is simply not enough. All of this is supported by Ning Que. A chestnut-colored carriage slowly stopped in front of the door. With the help of a maid, Lin Xianhong got off the carriage. Second sister, a girl dressed in a peach-colored skirt, came out. She bore some resemblance to Lin Xianhong. She is the third miss of the Lin family, named Lin Xianhong. She is quite favored in the Lin family. She entered the 6 Arts Academy as a daughter, which is the highest institution in Dafeng. 8 chancellors walked out from inside. There are dozens of first-rank officials. To enroll, one must pass numerous assessments. Either one must have extraordinary talent or have a powerful backing. Lin Xianhong obviously had neither. Her admission to the Six Arts Academy was entirely thanks to Ning Ke's assistance. Last year, she successfully arranged a marriage with the Jiang family. The Jiang family is also a military family in Dafeng. The head of the family is the Minister of War, holding a first-rank position. He was originally a general under the old Ning Wang, but did not participate in the battle at Yumen Pass. His eldest son serves as the county magistrate of Nanjun, while his second son, Jiang Xin, is studying at the Six Arts Academy. Lin Xianhong is to marry Jiang Xin. This marriage is actually quite mismatched. The Lin family is just a small family. Lin Jiang is merely a sixth-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel. How could they match the Jiang family? The Jiang family is entirely considering Ning Ke's face. Moreover, Jiang Xin is only his second son, with no hope of inheriting to the Jiang family. Marrying a girl from the Lin family is not a big deal. However, the dowry cannot be lacking. After all, the Jiang family is also a prominent family in Chang'an. If they were to marry a girl from the Lin family without any benefits, how could they agree? This is already giving Ning Que face. Otherwise, no amount of dowry would be accepted. Qingwan, look at you, acting so recklessly. Now Xianhong is a third-rank female physician. She has just saved the life of General Gu Yuan. You are about to get married. How can you be like this? Second sister, look, father is scolding me again. Lin Xinhuan pulled Lin Xianhong and acted coyly. Let go of me. Your sister is still not well. I forgot. Lin Xinhuan then realized. Looking at Lin Xianhong's weak appearance, she quickly said, Second sister, are you feeling better now? Where's that guy? He didn't come to see you off today. Is he still a man? Don't mention him. Lin Xianhong weakly waved her hand. She had just recovered a bit. Upon returning to the Lin mansion, she would continue to rest in bed. Madame Lin sat in front of the bed, wiping her tears. You silly girl, why are you like this? Where is Ning Que? Why didn't he come to see you off? He is such a scoundrel. Knowing the truth, Lin Xinhuan chimed in, for such a trivial matter. He wants to divorce second sister. Doesn't he think about why second sister did this? If he truly cared for second sister, could second sister have lost a child? General Gu has made great contributions, so what if he saved him? If he can save General Gu, he should be secretly happy. Yet he wants to divorce you? Madame Lin raised her eyebrows in surprise. She was a concubine who had risen to power and was known as a shrew in Chang'an. She had once driven the main wife to death with anger. Is he crazy? You lost the child, and he still wants to divorce you? Lin Jiang paced back and forth, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Every time he tried to open his mouth, he was interrupted by Madame Lin. He was notoriously henpecked and was the laughingstock of Chang'an. What did father want to say? Over the years, your grandfather has been unwell, and it has always been Dr. Chong taking care of him. Just now, father sent someone to invite Dr. Chong, but unexpectedly, we didn't even see his face. The apprentice at the door bluntly said that Dr. Chong would no longer treat our Lin family. He said we Lin family are just a group of unimportant people, and treating your grandfather would shorten his life. What? Lin Xianhong was stunned. Don't look at her as the goddess physician of Chang'an now. In front of Chang Bai Chao, she is nothing. Many prescriptions he has never mentioned, such as the life-saving Baosheng pills. There is only one of this in all of Dafeng, and there are no branches. If it comes to medical skills, no one can compare. For example, your grandfather's old ailment is actually just age catching up. Lin Xianhong is helpless anyway. For the past 2 years, she has relied on Baosheng pills to prolong his life. Now that the medicine is cut off, he might not live for 2 more years. Dr. Chong? I understand now, it must be that scoundrel. This person is too shameless. Using the same trick again, Lin Xinhuan gritted her teeth in anger. Analyzing smartly from the side, she said, It must be Ning Que talking bad about second sister to Dr. Chong. He is using grandfather's illness to find fault and forcing second sister to beg him for forgiveness. This is simply despicable. Lin Xianhong frowned, her face flushed with anger. She knew the relationship between Chang Baichao and Ning Quebec. Now it seems this is the only possibility. Ning Que is indeed a shameless scoundrel. To get her, what wouldn't he do? In the Battle of Yumen Pass, Ning Wang died. It was discovered that the military news was leaked and the Lin family was unjustly implicated. Last time, Gu Yuan had told her. In fact, this matter was orchestrated by Ning Que himself. It was Ning Que who wrongfully implicated the Lin family. Using the death reprieve medal to seek a way out was also his doing. The real purpose was to get Lin Xianhong. This situation is too familiar. Shameless. I will go find him now. Lin Xianhong, not caring about anything else, was full of anger. She couldn't stand Ning Ke's actions, thinking he was just a playboy living off his father and brothers. Now he even threatens them with grandfather's life. Is this something a person can do? Is this really love? It's clearly perverse. Ugh, so disgusting. Don't be anxious. Dr. Chong is after all my master. I am his only direct disciple. Lin Xianhong waved her sleeve and said calmly, as long as I go to find him and explain clearly, I believe my master will change his mind. Yes, that's right. Lin Xianhong nodded repeatedly, praising Xianhong is a big favorite beside the Empress Dowager, often receiving rewards. Xianhong, your sister's marriage with the Jiang family is just around the corner. Last night, the head of the Jiang family asked me again. Wanted to know how the dowry preparations are going. Look, isn't my dowry being handled by that guy? No need to ask him. I want to ask him. Lin Xianhong pouted and said softly, I see he also wants to use this to threaten us. Now that I have second sister, I don't even want to see him. Besides, second sister saved General Gu, so I believe the Gu family will definitely help. When Gu Yuan was mentioned, Lin Xianhong felt a bit shy. Housekeeper, what is going on? The steward from a Ningguang mansion arrived. Oh, Lin Xianhong immediately laughed. I knew that Ning Que wouldn't be willing to part with Xianhong. Look, he sent the steward to apologize. If they don't prepare the dowry properly, Xianhong, you don't have to go back. I know. Lin Xianhong nodded in agreement. She looked towards the door and found it amusing. She had Ning Que firmly in her grasp. Just yesterday, he was talking about divorce. And today, he came to apologize? Chapter 7. It's time to clarify the relationship. Uncle Fu stood in front of the Lin residence. Heavy boxes thudded to the ground. These were all personal belongings of Lin Xianhong. Ning Que had decided to divorce, so it was necessary to make things clear. If it belonged to her, Ning Que wouldn't take a single item. And as for things belonging to the Ning Wangfu, don't even think about keeping them. At this moment, there were some passers-by in front of the Lin residence. Upon seeing Uncle Fu, they all wore expressions of watching a spectacle. Who in Chang'an City didn't know about this affair of the Ning Wangfu? The dignified heir of the Ning Wang was just a lovesick fool. What a pity. The one you love often hurts you the most. Lin Xianhong had an abortion in secret to save Gu Yuan, completely disregarding the dignity of the bloodline of the Ning Wangfu. I dare bet this is just a plea for mercy. Need I say more? Just think about how many times this has happened over the years. Has she changed? It's just changing the soup, but not the medicine. That's right. Don't even mention the passers-by. Even the servants of the Lin family were full of mockery. They were a typical example of a dog relying on its master. Lin Xianhong marrying Ning Que was indeed a climb up the social ladder. But unfortunately, Ning Que was a sentimental type. He was also quite courteous to these servants. Yet, they were just shameless. Being treated well by him only made them more arrogant, completely forgetting their status. Mere servants dared to act wildly towards the heir. Uncle Fu coldly scanned them one by one, taking note of all. Finally, the door of the Lin residence opened. Lin Xianhong stepped out slowly, looking down at Uncle Fu and the others. What are you doing here now? Didn't the heir already decide to divorce? My Lin family can't afford to associate with your Wangfu. Take your things back. We can't accept them. Unless someone says we, the Lin family, are taking advantage of the Wangfu. Lin Xianhong's official position was indeed low, but having been in the officialdom for many years, he was also quite the seasoned player. This was typical of someone wanting to have their cake and eat it too. He wanted to earn money while standing tall. This wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. He had come this far thanks to his first wife's power, but he clandestinely took a concubine and caused the death of his first wife. Primarily, he was experienced. Lin Xianhong was not new to returning to her family. Previously, she had been drugged and spent a night with Ning Quebec. When she woke up, she took a carriage back. At first, Ning Que was unwilling to back down. Not even 3 days later, he came to apologize obediently, bringing many valuable gifts. Look, here they come again. However, this time, they had to be firmly dealt with. Otherwise, how would they control Ning Que in the future? As the saying goes, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Ning Que was still the heir of the Ning Wang. Moreover, he had some means of making money. The place heavenly people was quite good. This time, Ning Que dared to shout for a divorce. If he didn't get a lesson, he might rebel. The head of the Lin family misunderstood. These are all the belongings of the second young lady of the Lin family. Uncle Fu remained expressionless. However, he had not yet torn the face. No matter how desolate the Ning Wangfu was, it was still a royal family. There was no need to tear at the streets with a small family like the Lin family. The Lin family had long been shameless. They had no good reputation in Chang'an City. The Ning Wangfu could not afford that. Moreover, Ning Que had said it himself. When he married, he invited the noble families of Chang'an to a grand banquet with hundreds of tables. Therefore, if he divorced, it had to be done openly. He wanted to tell everyone in Chang'an City. He and Lin Xianhong had no relationship anymore. Lin Xianhong did not catch the meaning in these words. Still confidently waving his sleeves, he said, "You don't have to linger at the door. We dare not accept the heir's temper. It's just a small matter. How can one casually shout for a divorce? Now you come to send gifts. What does this mean? If the heir wants to retract his command, then please have him come personally to clarify things, lest others say our Lin family is entangled and taking advantage of the Wangfu." Lin Zhong's attitude seemed resolute. In reality, he was speaking in reverse. A typical case of want to have it both ways. Haha, this time there would be a show to watch. Do you think the heir of the Ning Wang will come? Of course he will. Last time he bought all the peach blossoms in the city. Do you know last year? He bought several shops. TSK, TSK, TSK. The heir is really a sentimental type. Watching people enjoy the spectacle is always a delight. Most of them were just ordinary people. And Ning Que was a high-ranking royal heir. Arranging such matters could satisfy their psychology. Uncle Fu frowned, genuinely amused by the anger. Did they really think the heir could endure everything? Everyone has their own bottom line. Ning Que indulged Lin Xianhong because she was his wife. Moreover, considering that Lin Xianhong fulfilled the late princess's last wish. After all the difficulty of conceiving, she had an abortion in secret just to save the one she couldn't forget. Gu Yuan, no man could endure such a blow. The head of the Lin family misunderstood. These are all the second young lady's personal belongings. Since the heir has decided to divorce, he will not change his mind. Today is to settle the accounts. The second young lady's things are all here. Please have the head of the Lin family check if anything is missing. Lin Zhong's smile gradually faded, replaced by shock. What did you say? Uncle Fu was too lazy to pay him any mind. He simply clapped his hands. The servants immediately opened the wooden boxes. These were all Lin Xianhong's personal items. Things like rouge, powder, clothing, and even a copper mirror for grooming were included. What? Is the heir serious this time? Goodness, is he really trying to completely sever ties? This is expelling the young lady of the Lin family from her home. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is getting interesting. What did you say? At this moment, Lin Xinhuan rushed out. With a sword at her waist and a face full of anger, she shouted, "What do you mean by this? It's better to clarify things." Uncle Fu remained unperturbed. He looked at Lin Xinhuan without any ripples. This was just an ungrateful wolf. Ning Que had worried so much for her. He had gone to great lengths to send her to the Six Arts Academy. Yet, she didn't take Ning Que seriously at all. After years of marriage, she had never called him brother-in-law even once. In that case, I will take my leave first. If there are any issues, you can come to the Wangfu to clarify them. Uncle Fu raised his hand to bow. He no longer paid attention to Lin Xinhuan's entanglement. He got into the carriage and left with his men. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and leave. Lin Xinhuan's face turned red as she threw a tantrum. The passers-by all knew her character. They did not engage with her and retreated. This. Lin Zhong's face suddenly showed worry as he hurriedly said, "He can't really want a divorce, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Lin Xinhuan, however, was unyielding. Then, as if she thought of something, she exclaimed, "I know. I didn't expect Ning Que to be so sinister this time. He is deliberately trying to scare us. He just wants us to admit our mistakes voluntarily." Lin Xinhuan looked at the carriage leaving in the distance. A man of stature, yet so calculating. "Father, look at these things." He is nitpicking without any grace. He can't compare to General Gu at all. Lin Xinhuan angrily waved her sleeves and gritted her teeth, saying, "Father, you don't need to care. He thinks sending a steward to act is enough to make us admit our mistakes. I just don't understand what he is so concerned about." My second sister is still bedridden, yet he shows no concern. This matter cannot just end like this. I will find him now and must scold him awake. Chapter 8. Reducing the feudal lords. Are you really so calculative? Ning Que. Study. If one wishes to strengthen the nation, one must replace division with unity and decentralization with centralization. Affairs are in the four corners, but must be centralized. The sage governs so that the four corners come to emulate him. As the saying goes, there is no single way to govern a world, and there are no ancient laws to follow in statecraft. Master you, have you ever heard of carving a boat to seek a sword? I would like to hear the details. The white-haired elder wearing a Confucian cap sat opposite Ning Que, dressed in a blue Confucian robe with a belt around his waist. His every movement was imbued with a scholarly demeanor and grace. If it were 30 years ago, he would undoubtedly have been a handsome man. He is Yu, the president of the Six Arts Academy. Serving as the grand tutor to the Crown Prince of Dafeng, he enjoys the treatment of a first-rank official. He is learned and talented, proficient in the six arts. With a wealth of knowledge and extraordinary talent, the current Prime Minister of Dafeng is his disciple. During the previous emperor's reign, he served as the grand tutor, and even after the new emperor ascended, he still held the position. In addition, as the president of the Six Arts Academy, his status is quite high. Even when meeting the emperor, he does not need to kneel in reverence. Wherever he goes, he can be considered an honored guest. But now, Yu is rather humble. It seems he is the disciple, and Ning Que is the master. It's simply a reversal of roles. Qingfeng stepped forward and poured a cup of hot tea. Master, please enjoy the tea. Good. Yu picked up the exquisite teacup and took a sip. This is Ning Ke's latest concoction. After drinking it, he instantly felt refreshed. There was a man from Chu in ancient times who wore a sword and took a boat. When he reached the middle of the river, his precious sword fell into the water. The passengers all expressed their regret and wanted him to dive into the river to retrieve the sword. But the man from Chu was confident. He carved a mark on the side of the boat with a dagger. After reaching the shore, he went into the water to search for the sword, but he could never find it. Mingwei couldn't help but laugh. This person is really foolish. Mingwei, why do you say he is foolish? As the boat traveled in the river, the sword had sunk to the riverbed and would not move with the boat. Even if there was a mark, it did not indicate where the sword had fallen. Yes, Ning Que took over the conversation, looking at Yu and said, "The principle of carving a boat to seek a sword is something even my servants know. But why is it that when it comes to statecraft, there are always those who ignore the development of the times and only think of emulating the governance of the former kings?" This, Yu was suddenly at a loss for words. Even he, who was eloquent, found it hard to refute. He had come to the Wangfu today to mention that the emperor wanted to reform the system. He believed that the power of the feudal lords of different surnames was too great, essentially forming a nation within a nation. The locals only knew the great king, but did not recognize the emperor. Therefore, the emperor wanted to reduce the power of the feudal lords. The lords of different surnames could retain their titles and enjoy their fiefs, but they could no longer have military power. This was the emperor's bottom line. This idea was met with opposition from Yu and other ministers. The four great feudal lords of Dafeng all had illustrious ancestors with great military achievements, having contributed to the founding of the nation. Their ancestors had even sworn an oath of allegiance, allowing them to inherit their titles without fail. Furthermore, the feudal lords had significant roles. They guarded the four directions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, protecting the royal court of Chang'an. If they had no military power, how could they defend the borders? The four lords guarded the borders, and the Ning Wang guarded the capital. This was a rule established since the time of their ancestors. The laws of the ancestors cannot be changed. It is easy to give away power, but difficult to reclaim it. This is the foundation of Dafeng's nation, which has lasted for hundreds of years. Now the emperor wants to reduce the feudal lord's power. Will the lords of different surnames agree? Don't forget, they hold military power. Together, they have at least 300,000 elite troops. At that time, it would certainly lead to chaos in the world, and in the end, it would be the common people who suffer. But after hearing Ning Ke's words today, I finally understand. The current emperor has already grown wings. He is ambitious and has the aspirations of a Kunpeng. Therefore, The lords of different surnames will become obstacles. Reducing the feudal lord's power is only a matter of time. But there is no need to rush. It cannot be resolved in 3 to 5 years. I have been taught. Yu clasped his hands and raised them. He had never submitted to anyone in his life. When it comes to statecraft, he also had considerable insights. But now, the times have changed. His thinking has fallen behind. That old man will take his leave now. I will see you off, master. Ning Que stood up. Although Yu was somewhat stubborn, he likely had some power. The key is still in the connections. As the president of the 6 Arts Academy, he has students all over the world. Among the officials in the court, 30% come from the 6 Arts. With his help in the future, things will be much smoother. Ning Que also has some rapport with him. When he has free time, Yu would often visit, discussing state affairs while playing chess, or playing the zither and studying literature and art. The two slowly walked to the front courtyard. Suddenly, loud shouting was heard from outside. Ning Que, open the door for me. Don't hide inside without saying a word. I know you're home. You have the guts to divorce your wife, but not to open the door? Open the door. Huh. Yu furrowed his brow. This voice sounds very familiar. Who dares to be so impudent in front of the royal palace? It should be Lin Xianhong. What does she mean by this? Yu frowned tightly. Hearing her voice made him furious. In the past, it was the heir who entrusted her to him, so he made an exception to admit her to the 6 Arts. But now, she disrespects her elders and only knows how to flirt in the courtyard, which is simply a disgrace to the scholarly tradition and tarnishes the reputation of the 6 Arts. In the future, it will not be tolerated. Huh? Ning Que smiled slightly. Master, the 6 Arts have their own rules. In the future, there's no need to show favoritism because of my face. Deal with it as it should be. Good. Ning Que stepped forward. Fu Bo, open the door. Yes. Since she has delivered herself to the door, it's just right to collect some interest. Let's start with Lin Xianhong. To prevent them from coming to cause trouble for no reason, thinking that the Ning Wangfu is easy to bully. Creak, creak. The wooden door opened. Fu Bo and the family guards blocked the entrance. Lin Xianhong, lacking any semblance of a lady, rushed forward and shouted angrily. Ning Que, you are truly a petty person. I just want to ask you, how is it related to you that my sister aborted to save General Gu? A manly man, are you really so calculative? In just these few days, look at how many troubles you have caused. You even intentionally sought out Dr. Chong, making him not treat my grandfather's illness. You're truly disgusting. Impertinent. Before Ning Que could speak, Yu could not hold back any longer. He quickly stepped forward, his eyes filled with anger. As a disciple of the 6 Arts, who taught you to be so disrespectful? As a woman, you dare to cause a scene in front of the royal palace, and even show disrespect to the heir. Lin Xianhong immediately wilted. She was most afraid of Yu. She had received a lot of punishment in the academy. This is simply outrageous. Master, there's no need to bother with such a person. Ning Que slowly stepped forward, looking at Lin Xianhong with a smile that wasn't quite a smile just now. What did you call me? Ning Cici. I tell you, outside you can call me Ning Shitsi, and I won't hold it against you. But now that you are in Ning Wangfu, what do you say you should call me? Lin Xianhong bit her lip, her eyes darting quickly. In the end, she squeezed out 2 words between her teeth. Sister, brother-in-law, slap. A crisp and loud slap echoed. Lin Xianhong covered her face, her expression dazed. Her eyes were filled with confusion and grievance. Ning Que looked at her coldly and mocked. With you, you dare to cling to royal power? Fubo, take her to the Jingzhaoyin. Report her matters truthfully, and let the Jingzhaoyin punish her according to the law. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Ning Que waved his hand, too lazy to look again. This person is simply cheap. Earlier, she called him by his name without hesitation. Now that she has caused trouble, she starts calling him brother-in-law. It's a pity it's too late. Chapter 9. The Gu family of Jingzhou Prefecture. All his tricks. In front of the Gu residence, carts laden with heavy grain passed by, adorned with royal flags and escorted by armed soldiers. These soldiers were fully equipped, wearing bronze helmets and dark armor, with quivers at their waists and bows on their backs. Such a commotion naturally drew onlookers to stop and watch. What is happening? Why are there so many grain carts? Haven't you heard? Please enlighten us, old sir. The elder stroked his beard and whispered, "A few days ago, Jingyang experienced a locust plague. The locusts darkened the sky, destroying crops and trees. The disaster victims are now resorting to eating grass and wood, while rice is priced at 500 coins per stone. The emperor has issued an edict to provide aid to the disaster victims at all costs, with Prince Ning's heir in full charge. Look, they've already opened the granaries to help the people." "Prince Ning's heir? Why him? Shouldn't it be Prince Qi?" The elder glanced at them and explained, "Jingyang is originally the fief of Prince Ning, and it is currently only under the temporary management of Prince Qi, while taxes and rents all go to the Gu family." Hiss! They exchanged glances, astonished. On the surface, this is just disaster relief. But upon closer thought, it seems extraordinary. Perhaps Ning Que is about to inherit the royal title? The elder secretly smiled and quietly disappeared into the crowd. Soon, he reappeared elsewhere, continuing to stir up the atmosphere. Naturally, this news also reached the Gu residence. Gu Mingji, the magistrate of Jingzhou Prefecture, returned to the Gu residence, looking exhausted and changed into his regular clothes. "Son, I see you are up," he said. Gu Mingji frowned. "Yuan, why are you up? You just recovered from a serious illness and need a rest." The young man smiled. He was Gu Yuan, the commander of Human Pass. He had dealt a heavy blow to the main forces of Shiliang and was granted the title of first-class general by the court, also inheriting his grandfather's title of Tiger Marquis without following the usual procedures. It was all thanks to Xianhong's rescue. "Don't mention that foolish woman." Gu Mingji waved his hand in disgust, sizing up his eldest son. "You're not telling me you really like her, are you?" "How could I?" Gu Yuan said, filled with disdain. His handsome features concealed a sinister aura. "She's just a used item. Why would I like her? If it weren't for some value in her, I wouldn't even bother with her. Just a few flattering words, and she's lovesick. Such a woman should not be wasted." "Ha ha ha, well said." Gu Mingji nodded in satisfaction. "Now that is my good son. The Lin family is just a small household. How could they have a right to enter our Gu family's door? A foolish woman like Lin Xianhong is only liked by Ning Que." Gu Yuan changed the subject. "What troubles you today, father?" "Lin Xianhong is foolish, but her sister is even more foolish. How dare she run to the Prince Ning's residence to cause a scene? So, I gave her 30 lashes. Gu Mingji squinted, saying softly, "I've heard that Ning Que was enraged over Lin Xianhong's abortion incident and even threatened to divorce her. Is he really going to punish Lin Qinghuan this time? Impossible." "Oh." Gu Yuan sneered, dismissively saying, "Ning Que is a useless man who spends all day chasing after women. His punishment of Lin Qinghuan is just a ploy to lure her back. Such tricks are simply laughable." "Hey, that's true." Gu Mingji couldn't help but smile. "What you said is not wrong. Who doesn't know what Ning Que has been up to all these years?" Gu Mingji's smile faded as he sighed. "There's another matter. The locust plague in Jingyang has erupted, and the emperor has already issued an edict. Ning Que is to provide aid to the disaster victims at all costs, mobilizing the granaries of Chang'an to send supplies to Jingyang continuously." "He in charge?" "Yes." Gu Mingji squinted and analyzed. "There are rumors among the people that this is intentionally to support Ning Ke's rise to power, weakening Prince Qi's influence. After all, the 4 princes guard the borders while Prince Ning guards the capital. Jingyang is originally Prince Ning's fief. Let us set that aside for now. But we have a problem with the grain in our hands. The Gu family has grain merchants in a branch, hoarding tens of thousands of stones of grain in Jingyang. They are taking advantage of the locust disaster to make a fortune from the national crisis, raising the price of grain to 500 coins per stone, a 10-fold increase. As for the lives of the common people, what does that have to do with them? The common people belong to the great foam, but the money is theirs. Then we can only lower the price." Gu Yuan frowned in thought. He expected the emperor to be so decisive, even mobilizing the granaries of Chang'an at all costs. It seems he really wants to create momentum for Ning Que. But so what? Ning Que is ultimately a useless man. The higher he stands, the harder he will fall. Lin residence. Woo woo woo. Second sister, you can't forgive him this time. That scoundrel Ning Que really sent me to the government office, causing me to receive 30 lashes. Lin Qinghuan lay on the soft couch, crying and snotting. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. He even specially called for Master Yu deliberately scheming to frame her and embarrass her. Getting Master Yu to remove her name. Lin Xianhong applied medicine to her, her face extremely grim. Their mother, on the side, was sobbing uncontrollably, wiping her tears. How could that beast Ning Que be so cruel to Qinghuan? Isn't it just asking him for an explanation? Insidious and shameless. Mother, don't worry. Qinghuan is fine. This is all your fault. Lin's mother said tearfully, angrily. Look at what kind of man you married. Your sister has been harmed like this. Lin Xianhong was at a loss for words, feeling a myriad of grievances in her heart. She had never been favored by her mother since childhood, always having to yield to Lin Qinghuan. It seemed the only one who treated her well was Ning Que. Sister, don't say that. This is all Ning Ke's fault. It has nothing to do with second sister. In my opinion, he is just deliberately sowing discord between us. That way, second sister will think he's better. Is that so? Lin Xianhong was momentarily stunned. In that instant, she indeed had that thought. Ning Que is still as insidious as ever. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He even wants to sow discord in their family relationship, hoping that she would change her mind in this way. If Lin Qinghuan hadn't reminded her, she would have really fallen for it. Lin's mother didn't care about any of that, only angrily saying, Now I ask you, what do you plan to do? Your sister has been beaten and is even removed from the 6 arts. If this gets out, her marriage will be affected. And what about the dowry? As her sister, you can't ignore this. I know. Lin Xianhong stood up, softly saying, Over the years, the Empress Dowager has also granted me many rewards. A few days ago, I saved General Gu, and they took care of the Lin family, providing us with a good business. Good business? With a locust plague in Jingyang. The grain price has skyrocketed. They sold us 100,000 stones of grain at a low price, and once transported to Jingyang, we can earn 200 coins per stone. The Gu family is indeed good. Lin's mother immediately breathed a sigh of relief. 1,000 coins equals 1 tael of silver. That means we can earn 20,000 taels of silver. That's enough for Lin Qinghuan's dowry. It's over. All over. Lin Jiang barged in, looking flustered, stumbling, and even knocking over the water cup on the table. What happened? Chapter 10, it's over. The Lin family is going bankrupt. Dad, what happened? Why are you in such a panic? Lin Jiang slumped down weakly. It's over. We are all done for. The Lin family is going bankrupt. All our savings will be lost. What? Lin's mother was instantly shocked. She stood up in disbelief, gripping Lin Jiang's collar tightly. What on earth is going on? You need to explain yourself. Lin Jiang finally came to his senses and stammered. The locust disaster in Jingyang has alarmed the court, and His Majesty has ordered Ning Que to be responsible for disaster relief. At any cost, he is to aid the victims. Ning Que has chosen to open the granaries to relieve the people and stabilize prices, already allocating over 100,000 stones of grain, which will be escorted by the 3 guards of the capital. The price of grain in Jingyang has plummeted, and grain merchants are starting to sell off their stocks. Now it's only 100 coins per stone of rice, and it will drop further when the grain arrives. How is that possible? People outside the city all know. There are carts full of grain. Chang'an has several granaries, storing massive amounts of grain, but they have rarely been used in recent years. After all, the border is unstable, and it's hard to guarantee there won't be war. If the Great Phone wants to send troops, they must collect grain. Lin Xianhong felt dizzy. The Gu family sold them rice at 300 coins per stone. As long as it reaches Jingyang, they could earn at least 200 coins. Now, the price of grain in Jingyang has collapsed. Chang'an's prices are dropping too. If they sell now, they will incur losses. They will lose 200 coins per stone of rice. Their savings might be completely drained. You wretched woman, it's all your fault. Lin's mother was furious. She slapped Lin Xianhong hard across the face. Lin Xianhong staggered back, covering her face. What are you doing? All the savings we accumulated over the years are gone. Are we going to live on the northwest wind from now on? It's all this wretched woman's fault for listening to the Gu family. Lin's mother screamed hysterically. She was notoriously greedy, and even a small loss felt like a huge blow to her. Enough! Lin Jiang couldn't help but yell, grabbing Lin's mother tightly. This has nothing to do with the Gu family. It has nothing to do with Xianhong. Who knew His Majesty would take this so seriously? even going so far as to mobilize the granaries of Chang'an. Lin Xianhong felt helpless. Who would have expected this? In the past, when disasters occurred, grain was always transported from other places. That would take at least a few months. But now, they have directly opened the granaries of Chang'an. Lin Xianhong sighed deeply. Well, now we can only sell the grain as quickly as possible to recover some losses. The longer we wait to sell, the lower the price would drop. Dud, I'm sorry. Lin Xianhong gritted her teeth and lowered her head. In fact, she didn't want to agree from the beginning. After all, this was a way to profit from national disaster. But Lin Xianhong had readily agreed. After all, if they didn't profit, others would. This isn't your fault. Then let me ask you, what about Qinghuan's dowry? Don't worry. Lin Xianhong, however, didn't care, disdainfully said, Ning Que is just putting on a show. Try to force my second sister to go back and admit her mistakes. I dare say it won't be long before he runs out of tricks and will naturally come begging for mercy. It will be the same without him. Lin Xianhong remained adamant. She didn't want to owe Ning Que anything. Instead, she was thinking about getting a divorce from Ning Quebec. After all, Gu Yuan had already promised her. Once he fully recovers, he will marry her. As for divorce, does Ning Que have the qualification? The more Ning Que uses these tricks, the more she despises him. The Empress Dowager often bestows me with rewards, and the Gu family will help as well. Yes, Xianhong is right. Lin Xianhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. They indeed lost a lot of money this time. But it is what it is. There's no way around it. After all, it was the emperor himself who issued the edict. The blessings and punishments are all heavenly grace. Head of the family. People from Ning Wangfu are here again. Huh? Lin Xianhong was immediately taken aback. Why are they here again? Let us see. They must be here to apologize. It shouldn't be. Lin Xianhong was completely frightened and shook her head, saying, I suspect they are here on purpose to provoke us, wanting to use this to humiliate us and threaten my second sister. He was able to frame our Lin family back then, and he surely wants to continue to mess with us now. That can't be. Lin Xianhong frowned. If this continues, it would only humiliate the Ning Wangfu. It would be better to calmly and peacefully get a divorce. It would also be good to marry Lin Xianhong to Gu Yuan. The Gu family is currently at the peak of their power. Gu Mingji, the current head of the family, serving as the governor of Jingzhou, holding a first-class position. His eldest son, Gu Yuan, has just been appointed a first-class general. Moreover, they are on good terms with the Qi, and the western frontier is not peaceful. Shiliang is eager to make a move. Once Gu Yuan recovers, he will definitely have to go. After gaining some experience and military achievements, he could become a duke within 5 years. And what about Ning Que? He only knows some petty tricks. It would be difficult for him to inherit the title. After all, the emperor is obviously suppressing him. This news has also spread among the people. The old Ning Wang was incredibly powerful, with great merit that shocked the ruler. He holds military power and can even act as regent. Such a person must be removed. The gates of the Lin residence opened. Lin Xianhong and the others slowly walked out. The first thing that came into view was Fu Bo. Why are you here again? Under the orders of the crown prince, I came to deliver gifts to the Lin family. Gifts? Fu Bo smiled. He was glad that Ning Que was able to stop the losses in time. The Lin family has sucked the blood of the royal family for many years. Ning Que, considering Lin Xianhong, let it go. Now that he has divorced, he naturally has to collect both principal and interest. Fu Bo clapped his hands. The servants then brought out a ledger. Lin Xianhong frowned as she took it. What is this? The head of the Lin family is a frequent visitor to Tianshang Renjian, going several times a month, drinking and listening to music, even choosing courtesans to massage and wash his feet. These expenses are not small. The head of the Lin family has recorded every time on the crown prince's account, and now it's time to pay it back. What? Lin Xianhong was immediately shocked. She looked at Lin Xianhong in disbelief. Her father's imposing figure collapsed in an instant. Tianshang Renjian is actually a brothel. It was just renamed by Ning Quebec. He even made random changes inside. But she has never liked such places. She looks down on those who linger in the land of flowers and willows. On February 5th of the 3rd year of Yuan Chu, borrowed 120 taels. On February 8th of the 3rd year, borrowed 150 taels. A total debt of 50,000 taels of silver. Lin Xianhong gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Jiang. Dad, how on earth did you spend this? Don't you know what Tianshang Rinjian is? As a high-ranking official in the court, how can you indulge in such places? Ahem, this. Lin Jiang's face turned red with embarrassment. Before he could think of a good excuse, Lin's mother burst out. Good for you. I can't even afford to buy you some rouge, and now you've spent so much money at a brothel. You said you were busy with government affairs? Are you handling government matters at Tianshang Rinjian? Lin's mother was known as a fierce tiger mom. Her claws came down, directly scratching Lin Jiang's face. And this scene was naturally seen by passers-by. Fu Bo calmly watched this unfold. This was Ning Ke's goal, not only to get the money back, but also to make the Lin family restless. Chapter 11, A Daily Grand Gift. Mixing fish eyes and pearls stop. How can you be so rude in front of so many people? I'm just here for leisure. If you continue to make noise, I will divorce you. Lin Jiang covered his heavily made-up face. As soon as the words came out, he regretted them. This really couldn't he be blamed on him. The crowd was growing larger. Doesn't he care about his reputation? What? What did you say? You want to divorce me? You heartless man. Lin Mu was originally a concubine who had risen to prominence. She was notoriously fierce. She didn't understand the rules of a proper wife managing a household. As for etiquette, forget it. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Finally, she simply sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum and crying loudly. The onlookers watched this scene, secretly laughing. They were all there to watch the excitement and didn't mind the chaos. They wished for the Lin family to stir up trouble. Father, mother. Lin Xianhong didn't know how to persuade her at this moment. In the end, he could only vent his anger on Uncle Fu. Is this what Ning Que wants to see? What is he trying to do? Does he think that by doing this, I will think more highly of him? No. The more he does this, the more I dislike him. Uncle Fu calmly adjusted his collar. Miss Lin has misunderstood. Our young master just wants to clarify things. The account book has already been sent over. Please settle it as soon as possible. If this escalates, it will be the Lin family that is embarrassed. You, Lin Xianhong, tightly gripped the account book. This matter was indeed Lin Jiang's fault. The account book was quite clear. Every entry had Lin Jiang's signature and seal. But that was a full 50,000 taels of silver. Lin Jiang was only a minor official of the 6th rank. His annual salary was 100 taels of silver. He relied on side businesses to maintain a decent living. In the past, 50,000 taels of silver would have been fine. But the Lin family had suffered a significant loss due to hoarding grain. So, it's no wonder Lin Mu was so upset. Oncle Furizid, I'm moking his mind. Miss Lin, don't be too quick to get angry. There will be a grand gift sent every day from now on. You, Lin Xianhong, clutched his chest. Despicable. Shameless. And this is exactly Ning Ke's goal. When dealing with enemies, one must slowly torment them. Not only do you have to kill, but you must also break their spirit. Uncle Fu gracefully raised his hand. The account book has been delivered. I shall take my leave. Having said that, he waved his sleeve and left. Over the years, he had seen how detestable the Lin family was. The Lin family was just a small household. Ning Que was actually willing to take care of them. But they were just a group of people who couldn't hold their own. They didn't know how to be grateful. They only knew how to take and felt it was their right. Since they give no face, don't blame them. In the Imperial Study, Emperor Feng listened to the report from Chief Steward Hu. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I knew this kid has a lot of tricks. In just one day, he made the grain prices drop back down. The young master is indeed impressive. Chief Steward Hu chimed in. Ning Que established a military order within 7 days to quell the locust disaster in Jingyang. He first asked Emperor Feng to issue an edict to provide disaster relief at any cost. Of course, Emperor Feng did not agree, as the granaries in Chang'an had other important uses and were meant for reserve grain. Unless absolutely necessary, they could not be touched. Unexpectedly, this was Ning Ke's goal. The so-called opening the granaries to release grain was just a show. It was meant to be seen by the grain merchants. Those bags were not all grain. 99% were gravel. Watching the grain carts continuously being transported out, they believed it to be true. These grain merchants naturally acted at the first sign. For profit, they all lowered their prices. In just half a day, the grain prices had plummeted. But wasn't just Jingyang. Even places like Chang'an saw a drop. Within 3 days, it would stabilize. The key point is that the court also didn't take out grain. Such a method, how could it not make people applaud? Just having grain is not enough. How to settle the disaster victims is the key. His requests, I shall agree to all. But if it's not handled well, I want to spare him. Chief Steward, who smiled beside him, Your Majesty, would you really be willing? Ha ha. Emperor Feng laughed heartily. Ning Que has been rebellious since he was young. He always has many tricks up his sleeve. These past 2 years, he has helped him a lot behind the scenes. The young master has also tricked the Gu family and the Lin family. The two families colluded to raise grain prices. But now, with the sudden drop, they have suffered huge losses. They brought this upon themselves. Emperor Feng spoke coldly. These court officials are all hypocritical people. One by one, they talk about the people's livelihood and then close their mouths about the commoners. They study how to govern the country and bring peace. But what have they done? They impose various fees and exploit the commoners. They pride themselves on being noble and extol the virtues of farmers and merchants. They believe that merchants are lowly people. Yet they control many shops, each making a fortune. Emperor Feng can tolerate this, but they cannot overstep. The locust disaster in Xinjiang. They allowed the grain merchants to raise prices and profit from the national disaster, causing the common people to have to tighten their belts. Moreover, there were thousands of disaster victims, and this was still under the Emperor's rule. Emperor Feng's face turned cold as he raised his hand and said, Notify the UA. Keep a close watch on Prince Qi for me. He allows the locust disaster to spread. He must want to take advantage of the situation, unwilling to return Xinjiang, or perhaps to take another profit on the way out. Now that Ning Que is providing disaster relief, how could he be willing? Understood. Chief Steward, who raised his hand in response. He knew that Emperor Feng was finally taking action. Since Emperor Feng ascended to the throne, he has been hiding his light and gathering power step by step. At the same time, he has been watching the expansion of the prince from another family. Heaven wants to destroy him. It must first make him crazy. Now, Ning Ke's sword has been drawn. It represents the tolling of the death knell for the princes from other families. Jingjiang County, directly under the capital, located north of the Jing River. It is the heartland of the Qin Plain, with a strategic position of great importance. Jingjiang is a major county of the capital, with a population of over 60,000. Therefore, it will become the fief of the Ningguang. In effect, it protects the capital. No matter from which direction the enemy approaches, Ningguang can dispatch troops from Jingjiang. Many are household troops of the Ningguang's residents, and they all have military achievements. Ning Que rode a fine horse along the official road. Behind him followed many household troops, symbolizing the Ningguang's banners fluttering in the wind. Uncle Fu accompanied him, gazing ahead. It has been a long time since His Highness has come to Jingjiang. You wouldn't understand. Ning Que shook his head. Looking at the graves on both sides, he murmured softly, The dew on the garlic, how easy it is to dissipate. The dew will fall again tomorrow. When will the dead return? He was not indifferent to the lives of the people in Jingjiang. Privately, he had also helped many local poor households. The battle at Yumen Pass caused heavy casualties for the Great Feng. Almost all of Ningguang's personal guards perished. Many people from Jingjiang lost their lives. They were all good sons of the Great Feng, but in the end, they were buried in Longxi. All that was brought back were their clothes and caps. That day, Jingjiang was draped in white mourning. The people mourned, weeping blood. He then understood why Xiangyu refused to cross the river eastward, and why the celebrated general did not wish to return to Sichuan. Since that day, Ning Que had not returned to Jingjiang. He had no face to face the grieving elders and fellow villagers. Now, with Jingjiang suffering from a locust disaster, Ning Que could only choose to put the past behind him. These good sons have already suffered too much. They should be able to live a decent life. They should not be treated this way. Chapter 12. The Good Family of Jingjiang. Heroes Town in July. The heat waves rolled in. The farmland was scorched black, clearly the result of burning. In fact, the autumn harvest would come in a few days. However, facing the locust plague, King Qi ordered the fields to be burned to stop the spread of locusts. The willows on both sides were even worse, stripped bare, with not even a piece of bark left. On the ground, plump locusts could still be seen. Ning Que slowed down. Jingjiang was supposed to be a rich place. Yet now, it was a scene of devastation, everywhere bare and desolate. Even the grass on the ground had been completely eaten away. This locust plague was too terrifying. The county magistrate of Jingyang ignited the farmland, burning everything along with the locusts. With a strong wind, some people were burned to death. Uncle Fu followed behind, feeling immense heartache. He was originally from Jingyang and often came here to handle official matters. Jingyang was ultimately the fief of the Ning royal family, and King Qi was merely managing it on their behalf. The land rent and taxes had to go to the Ning royal family. This year was a total loss. The Ning royal family had to reduce taxes, or else the people of Jingyang would have no way to live. Your Highness, there are many people ahead. Let's go take a look. Ning Que. By the Jing River, many people had gathered, all looking gaunt and hungry. Yet, their faces were filled with devotion as they shouted slogans and bowed repeatedly. We plead for the mercy of the locust god. Our county is too small and too poor. We beseech the locust god to show mercy. When spring comes next year, we will surely offer sacrifices. The local officials, wearing ceremonial crowns, led the bows. On the altar, there were various offerings: cow heads, sheep heads, pig heads, fine salt, millet, and wild fruits. In the center stood a clay figurine half the height of a person, entirely greenish-gray, resembling a standing locust. Ning Que stepped forward and waved for the food to be moved down. Finally, he kicked the locust god's statue into the river. You are being outrageous. Have you lost your mind? This is His Highness the young master. Uncle Fu scolded angrily from the front. It was only then that they seemed to wake from a dream. Your Highness, young master, we pay our respects to the young master. There's no need. Ning Que waved his hand coldly and said indifferently, worshipping such a mud statue is useless, especially for such an evil god. The locusts are devouring our crops. What we need to do is protect our crops. Anyone who prevents us from farming, we will farm there. The local official gaped, unable to speak for a long time. This young Master Ning was indeed as rumored, disregarding propriety and going against the norms. Worshipping the locust god was an ancient custom. Whenever there was a locust plague, sacrifices of 3 animals were made. If the locust god showed mercy, the punishment would be lessened. Your Highness, you have finally come to Jingyang. An elderly man with dark skin knelt down and bowed, tears streaming down his face. Please rise quickly. I am late. Ning Que's voice also choked a little. Jingyang had always been the fief of the Ning royal family, and many of the people had once been personal guards of the Ning royal family. The old Ning king treated them like family. Every time he returned victorious, the old Ning king never smiled, often saying that the success of a general comes at the cost of countless lives, and then distributing the rewards given by the late emperor to comfort the families of the fallen soldiers. Young master, you have grown taller. If my youngest were still alive, he would be this tall too. I am sorry. Ning Que felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. The battle at the Human Pass was too brutal. Not only his Ning royal family, but all the personal guards who accompanied the army perished, with none surviving. How could he face these elders and fellow townsfolk? Your subordinate pays respects to the young master. No need. Ning Que coldly raised his hand, issuing a decree. Anyone in Jingyang who dares to worship the locust god shall be punished with 2 sets of armor. We will obey the order. The so-called punishment of 2 sets of armor meant a fine of 60 taels of silver. The local official trembled all over, feeling somewhat dazed. He had not seen Ning Que, but he had heard of him. It was said that Ning Que was an incompetent playboy who spent all his time in brothels, revolving around women. But now, his every gesture exuded an irresistible authority. Could it be that the previous rumors were all an act? Take me to the village to have a look. Yes, the local official walked ahead to lead the way. Ning Que chose to walk this time. Along the way, many locusts could still be seen, swarming densely. They had eaten everything. I remember, the previous divine doctor often told me that locusts can be used as medicine to treat night blindness and coughs. If used to feed ducks and pigs, they would grow faster and fatter. Chong Baichao was not in Jingshui Township. He had gone to another place. After all, the disaster situation in Jingshui Township was relatively manageable. The key was that no plague had appeared. Uncle Fu, pass the word down. Tell them that this young master will buy locusts at a high price, no matter if they are alive or dead. 1 pound of locusts can be exchanged for half a pound of millet. Whatever amount they have, this young master will buy. Is what the young master said true? A gentleman's word is hard to retract. Ning Que calmly waved his hand. Even when dried, he would still profit. Locust powder as a medicinal material is not cheap. Previously, Lin Xianhong wanted to open a medicine shop, but there were no locust powders in all of Chang'an. In the end, it was still Ning Que who sent someone to deliver them. Your Highness, we have troubled you again. Several old farmers turned red-eyed upon hearing the news. Kneeling down one by one, they knew this was Ning Que looking after them. Now, during the locust plague, locusts were everywhere. A single net could catch at least half a pound. What are you saying? Ning Que frowned and helped them up. You are all from Jingyang. Jingyang has always been the fief of my Ning royal family. When you encounter difficulties, the Lord should help. After all, you still pay land rent every year. But, no buts. Just do as I say. Ning Que spread his hands and said indifferently, I am also doing business. The more you catch, the more I earn. If you want me to earn more, then you need to catch more. Yes. They exchanged glances, all with tears in their eyes. With the young master here, we will all be saved. King Qi just watches as profiteers raise grain prices, only to see us die helplessly. They had not forgotten to scold King Qi either. At this moment, they had already reached the village entrance. On both sides were rammed earth-thatched houses, yet there was not a wisp of smoke rising. A child in short brown grass shoes squatted on the ground, holding a bran cake and eating it in small bites. Whose child is this? Quickly take him away. An old farmer immediately shouted. They all knew that Ning Que was kind-hearted and could not bear to see this. Mainly, it was because Ning Que had arrived in Jingyang suddenly. Otherwise, they could have hidden the child in advance. Everyone, step back. Ning Que squatted down, looking at the confused child. Little one, are you just eating this? We're your family members. My father is dead, and my mother is sick. Ning Que gently patted his shoulder. Can I have a taste of your bran cake? Milímetro. Ning Que tu que bichi. The texture was rough and hard. This stuff was actually meant to feed livestock, but now it had become life-saving food. Ning Que stood up. Your Highness, please don't be angry. Their family is poor. That's why it's like this. Actually, we live quite well. Saying this, he tightened his waistband. Ning Que looked at these people who pretended to be rich, but were not. Yet he could not bring himself to hate them. Jingshui Township was the hero's town of Jingyang. Every household had military achievements to their name. They would rather starve than accept relief grain. He will come today because he heard that they're distributing the relief grain to other villages. Uncle Fu, go prepare some hot porridge. Yes. Chapter 13. Labor Relief and Winter Wheat in Jingshui Township, the heir's decree. The locust plague ravages and destroys crops. Anyone in Jingyang who dares to worship the locust god will be punished with 2 taels of silver. Killing 1 pound of locusts can be exchanged for half a pound of grain. Additionally, strong individuals are recruited for labor, earning 10 coins a day. The heir's decree quickly spread throughout Jingyang. The old farmers held ceramic bowls, tears welling in their eyes. Inside were sticky hot porridge, vegetable leaves, pork, and pig offal. They sat on the ground, devouring the food hungrily. Ning Que sat quietly in front of the government gate, observing them. People in this era are quite stubborn. Many are suffering in silence to save face. Just like in Jingshui Township, a renowned heroic village, every household has lost soldiers. There are also many wounded veterans missing arms and legs. If given money directly, they would refuse, thinking it humiliating. Everyone is competing to see who is tougher. Life is tight, yet they must hold on. The most suitable solution for them is labor relief. Have you all eaten enough? Yes, we are full. Good. Then let me say a few words. Ning Que looked at them and said softly, Jingyang has suffered from a locust plague, and everyone is having a tough time. I have many jobs in Jingyang that need your help. 10 coins a day, which includes 1 meal. Those who have elderly women at home can also help in the kitchen. No wages will be given, just meals. Your Highness, you have already helped us a lot. We can't accept this wage. What's this? Do you look down on me? Ning Que pretended to be angry and raised an eyebrow, reproaching them. In art of foam, farmers working for the landlord are always paid. If you refuse to work, I will have to find someone else. Yes, we will work. Whatever your Highness says. We will do it. They all responded in agreement. The tough men with dry eyes were now red-eyed. Ning Que smiled and clapped his hands, standing up. The first task is to repair the ancestral home of the Ning Wang family. The ancestral home is located in Jingyang. However, in recent years, Ning Que has been in Chang'an. There are a few house servants guarding the ancestral home. His status and position are prominent, and he has properties in many places. Ning Que continued, several roads in Jingyang are in poor condition and need to be repaired. The Jingshui River has not been cleaned for years, causing blockages. We need to find people to dig the river channel and use the river mud for compost. As for the farmland, it has been burned and needs to be plowed. Huh, is this considered work? The crowd was bewildered. Labor relief is not a novel concept. Many places have used this method before. However, the type of work varies. Repairing houses is fairly common, but the others are different. Road and canal repairs are usually done by Corps labor. Even plowing farmland is included. Isn't this giving them money? Ning Que simply smiled and remained silent. Labor relief is very important. If used for palace repairs, it benefits no one, or rather, it is a form of exploitation. However, repairing roads and canals can benefit the common people. As for plowing farmland, who doesn't need a plow? Now, Ning Que is even providing them with money. I ask you, whose land are you farming? It belongs to the Ning Wang family. That's right. Ning Que. Since it is the Ning Wang family's land, you are working for the Ning Wang family, so it is only reasonable for me to pay you. But it is already autumn, and it is not time to plow. Wrong. Ning Que pointed to the distance. I heard from the officials of the Ministry of Works that it is now time to plant winter wheat. Winter wheat is planted in autumn and winter and matures the following year, hence the name. If you plow the land now and plant winter wheat, it will be ready by May next year. Then you can plant corn to make up for this year's harvest. We could survive the winter. The farmers were astonished, even doubting whether Ning Que was joking. After all, Ning Que was high above them and not a farmer. So it was normal not to understand agricultural matters. Do you not believe in His Highness? We believe, but then just do it. Fubokaimdin dare to doubt His Highness. After being slapped in the face by His Highness for years, can we still arrange for things in Jiaodong? If His Highness says it can be done, then it definitely can. If it can't be done, then look for the reason within yourselves. Someone will teach you about winter wheat. What you need to do now is for everyone to work. Strong men for labor, strong women to help in the kitchen. As for the children, they can help catch locusts. As long as you work diligently, you will surely get through it. Ning Que continued to make arrangements. Indafing, there is no such thing as winter wheat. The common people are all about spring plowing and autumn harvesting. In southern regions, they might plant rice twice a year. Historically, winter wheat began to be cultivated during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, recommended by Dong Zhongshu. Later, Emperor Wu adopted it and announced it to the world. When disaster struck, various prefectures could plant winter wheat to mitigate losses. This greatly enhanced the Han dynasty's disaster resilience. With the season being right, he thought of winter wheat. This is his disaster relief plan. The farmers are practical people. After drinking Ning Que's chicken soup, meat porridge, each of them was full of energy. Word spread quickly, and every household began to mobilize. They knew this was Ning Que's special consideration. Strong men carried hoes and rushed to the fields. They looked more like they were going to battle than to work. This was their first time planting winter wheat, and there would be dedicated people to teach them. What they needed to do now was to plow the land. The county magistrate of Jingyang also did something humane. He set fire to the farmland, which could also be considered a form of fertilization. If all goes well, the winter wheat would surely yield a good harvest next year. Working hard in the midday sun is truly tough. After working all morning, there is still an afternoon to go. For a better life, we must endure hardships. They shouted improvised rhymes, each swinging their arms to till the land. The fields crisscrossed with sweat. The children were not idle either. They used nets made of burlap to catch locusts. Once caught, they tossed them into bamboo baskets. The horse-drawn carriage slowly stopped beside the fields. With the help of a maid, Lin Xianhong got out of the carriage. Under the scorching sun, she felt somewhat unwell. Looking at the distant farmers, she sighed softly. These people are truly pitiful. Just after suffering a disaster, they have to endure Ning Que's exploitation. How could she not know what kind of person Ning Que is? He is just a beast who won't rise early without profit, deliberately setting a trap for her father, spending 50,000 taels of silver in heaven and earth. Now he comes with a ledger to collect debts. It's obvious he is taking advantage of the chaos. Watching her parents arguing and fighting, Lin Xianhong could only reluctantly take on this task, hoping to offset the debt with grain. This time, the price of grain plummeted, causing the Lin family to suffer heavy losses. All the savings of the Lin family over the years were gone, and all of this was because of Ning Que. It is obvious this is all his revenge. Let's go. Lin Xianhong's expression was cold. Ning Que did all this just to see her? Well, now she is here. Chapter 14, You are not qualified to talk terms with me. Lin Xianhong walked very slowly. As far as the eye could see, it was all barren land. The exposed yellow earth was left with only grass roots. The children were thin and haggard from hunger, yet they tightened their belts and waved their nets, desperately catching locusts. Some even strung the locusts together, roasting them simply before chewing on them. However, their eating was too horrifying, bursting with juice on the spot. Lin Xianhong almost vomited. Wasn't it said that the Crown Prince Ning was coming to provide disaster relief? Were the common people supposed to eat locusts? Ugh. The maid's stomach was also churning. Her small face turned pale, filled with disgust. Was this disaster relief? It was clearly harming people. Wasn't it said that food would be allocated? How come they were still eating these things? Could it be all were embezzled by Ning Que? Lin Xianhong appeared to accept this as a matter of course. Ning Que was indeed a wasteful playboy. His specialty was indulging in food, drink, and entertainment. She couldn't understand what the emperor was thinking entrusting such an important matter to him. If it had been General Gu, at least they wouldn't be reduced to eating locusts. Lin Xianhong felt desolate. She never expected Ning Que to be so shameless, even daring to embezzle disaster relief food. In reality, she hadn't seen anything at all. It was entirely her own assumptions based on appearances. But did it matter? People always believe what they want to believe. Lin Xianhong was convinced that Ning Que was a playboy, knowing nothing but indulging in food, drink, and entertainment. So whatever Ning Que did was wrong in her eyes. A familiar voice of cursing suddenly rang out from a distance. You bunch of idiots. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't crush these locusts. Look at this mess. How can I collect it? It was him. Lin Xianhong frowned and quickened her pace. She saw some farmers walking away with their heads down. The bamboo baskets still contained the stinking locusts, but they were clearly crushed. Lin Xianhong furrowed her brows and walked over. She saw Ning Que sitting at a stone table, acting arrogantly and chattering incessantly, showing no trace of noble demeanor. Instead, he looked like a petty merchant haggling over prices. Looking at Ning Que, Lin Xianhong felt nothing but disgust. Considering the Lin family situation, she gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Ning Quebec, where did that dog barking come from? Lin Xianhong raised an eyebrow. She suppressed the anger in her heart. I don't want to spar with you in words. You caused my parents to be at odds, and now you bring out the account from these years. Ning Que, you are truly insidious. From the very beginning, you have been plotting against me. I'm glad I didn't bear your child. Otherwise, I would be as insidious as you. Who is this filthy woman? Dare to directly call the crown prince by name? Bind her up and send her to the authorities. Ning Que raised his hand. Only then did they quiet down. He looked at Lin Xianhong, who was full of disdain. No pity. He still wanted to slowly torment Lin Xianhong. The good show was yet to come. Lin Xianhong, you really are a typical mediocre woman. Mediocre woman? Clearly so ordinary, yet so confident. Ning Que chuckled mockingly and said leisurely, Why do you think I do all this for you? What makes you think you're worthy? You. Lin Xianhong was instantly speechless, still forcing herself to suppress her anger, and said, You know in your heart how it is. Let me tell you, no matter how much you do, you will never be comparable to General Gu. If you lack this capability, don't take on the task. Look at how pitiful these disaster victims are. It would be better to let General Gu take charge. Ha ha! Ning Que immediately laughed, and the common people laughed along with him. Pitiful? They are living quite well now. Better than before the disaster. They had corn rice for dinner, plus 2 large pieces of fatty meat and vegetables. Just go ask around outside. Which county can everyone eat meat at night? Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Stop standing there talking nonsense. And that damn General Gu? The Gu family is a bunch of livestock. They clearly have food but refuse to sell, deliberately driving up prices. Is this disaster relief? They want us to die. It was the crown prince who saved our lives. They also guessed Lin Xianhong's identity. However, they had no goodwill towards her. How dare she whitewash the Gu family? The Gu family is a bunch of beasts. In just a few days, how many people have died? Do they have the qualifications to compare with the crown prince? Impudent. Lin Xianhong frowned and retorted angrily. If it weren't for General Gu's help, the grain prices in Jingyang would be even higher. Thanks to him, it has been maintained at 500 coins per stone of rice. You don't thank him, and you dare to insult him? Are we supposed to thank him? 500 coins per stone. Is that something a person can do? Look at the crown prince. It has now recovered to 50 coins. That is also the emperor's merit and has nothing to do with him. Lin Xianhong remained quite disdainful. Ning Que was too lazy to argue with her about this. She was just a typical person who wouldn't turn back until she hit the wall. Stop wasting words. What do you want to do? My father owes you 50,000 taels of silver. Lin Xianhong let out a long breath now. My Lin family can't come up with that much money. We'll use grain to pay off the debt, calculating at 100 coins per stone, giving you 100,000 stones of grain to offset 10,000 taels of silver. Huh, Ning Que, this guy is really a little fairy. How can you have a face to act so high and mighty? 100 coins per stone? Lin Xianhong, where do you get the face for that? Even if I sold you, would you be worth that much? You bastard. You are despicable. Ning Que's expression turned cold, and he said lightly, 50 coins per stone. Sell it or not, it's up to you. I'm not afraid to tell you that this time the emperor even mobilized the navy to transport grain, determined to stabilize grain prices. If you don't sell, there are plenty of people who will. Within 3 days, the grain price will drop. His words were half true and half false. It was indeed true that the navy was mobilized, but it would take at least 3 months for people to arrive. Don't you me. Ning Que smiled coldly and said mockingly, let me think of a way for you. If you really need money, why not ask Gu Yuan? Gu Yuan is now a first-rank general, and the Gu family is quite prosperous. Isn't he the one you've been thinking of? Faced with Ning Que's cold mockery, Lin Xianhong inexplicably trembled. She thought she had given Ning Que a way out, but unexpectedly, he was still making a scene. Now she felt strange. Previously, Ning Que would never act like this. No matter what she did, he would always try to please her. As for Gu Yuan, she really didn't want to ask Gu Yuan for help. She had already been married once. If she asked Gu Yuan for money now, how could she ever enter the Gu family again? Are you really so heartless? You have no right to criticize me here. Ning Que laughed inangir. Now, you're talking about feelings? Did you consider feelings when you aborted the child? To me now, you're just a stranger. Sell if you want. Roll if you don't. But I must remind you, if you sell tomorrow, it won't be this price anymore. I will sell a full 100,000 stones of grain. 1 stone can only be sold for 50 coins. Yet the Lin family as purchase price is 300 coins. 1 stone of rice means a loss of 250 coins. TSK. These numbers are quite fitting. Chapter 15. Don't worry, we still have the Empress Dowager. Nightfall. The Imperial Study. Emperor Feng listened to Chief Steward whose report, lifted his teacup, and smiled. This kid always knows how to come up with new tricks for me. Quickly stabilizing grain prices and calming public anger. Indeed, Chief Steward who nodded in agreement. Jingyang has already resumed production. Every household has work, and everyone has food to eat. The court has contributed nothing. Jingyang is the fief of Prince Ning, so it naturally falls under their responsibility. Ning Que has done quite well. Stabilizing grain prices. Using labor instead of relief. Dredging rivers, reclaiming fertile land. Repairing official roads, promoting winter wheat. All good deeds for the country and the people. Emperor Feng gazed into the distance, softly murmuring. This method of using labor instead of relief is not uncommon. Other places' officials have used it too. However, Ning Que is fundamentally different from them. Recruiting disaster victims for work, yet doing things that benefit the people. Dredging rivers, composting in fields. Paying farmers to turn the soil and plant winter wheat. It's not for personal gain, but for the public good. It does resemble Uncle Wang a bit. I rewarded him generously, yet he used it to support the families of fallen soldiers. What a pity. Emperor Feng sighed softly. If old Prince Ning were still alive, it would save some effort. Alas, Chief Steward who sighed as well. Emperor Feng often reminisced about old Prince Ning. To him, old Prince Ning was more like a father. He had gone to the military camp at a young age, and old Prince Ning always kept him by his side, carefully teaching him military strategy and statecraft. It was thanks to the support of Prince Ning that he could rise to power. This merit of being a dragon's son, Emperor Feng had never forgotten. The Empress Dowager hadn't forgotten either. She had set up a Buddhist hall in the palace, copying scriptures and chanting to bless the deceased. Your Majesty, there is one more thing. Shiliang has sent envoys. They will arrive into Feng soon to discuss a ceasefire. It should be handed over to the Ministry of Rights. Emperor Feng waved his sleeve dismissively. War is a continuation of politics. National strength and military preparedness are guarantees of diplomacy. The battle at Yumen Pass indeed caused heavy casualties for the Feng. The commander, Prince Ning, died in that battle. The Ning family army was nearly wiped out. However, the main forces of Shiliang were also exhausted. This battle was mutually destructive, and neither side gained any advantage. A few days ago, Gu Yuan took the initiative to strike and dealt another heavy blow to Shiliang, finally pushing Shiliang back to the negotiating table. If the two countries can sign a treaty, it would benefit both sides. Of course, a treaty is just a piece of paper. It is useful when it is a treaty and can be torn up when it is not. Shiliang has done this many times. This negotiation may just be a facade. Lin Xianhong endured her discomfort and returned to the Lin residence. After a night of rushing, she ultimately couldn't hold on any longer. Xianhong, what's wrong? Lin Jiang hurried over, with several new scars on his face. Lin Xianhong numbly shook her head, her eyes filled with disgust and indignation. She knew this was all Ning Ke's revenge. It was deliberately targeting the Lin family, making their household restless, forcing her to submit in this manner. However, Ning Que had already forgotten. She was no longer the incompetent Lin Xianhong. She was the third-class female physician personally appointed by the Empress Dowager, overseeing the medical affairs of the harem, renowned throughout the world. Thinking she could buy her off with money? Impossible. Does he really think everyone is as greedy as he is? Ning Que is just a petty and calculating man. He accepted the grain, but only agreed to pay 50 coins per stone. I had no choice but to agree. 50 coins. Lin Zhang's blood pressure immediately shot up. It's all over. He held his forehead, swaying unsteadily. Father, don't let your mother know about this for now. Lin Zhang's face showed bitterness. Otherwise, she would cause another ruckus. Alas, what should we do next? Is Ning Que really going to divorce? Just putting on a show. Lin Xianhong was very confident, softly saying, to force me to agree to the marriage, he deliberately framed the Lin family, then later brought out the exemption from death. Now he's just using my father's debts to force me to yield. That's true, but how should we deal with this debt? And there is also your sister's dowry. Lin Xianhong raised her head, an inexplicable pain in her heart. Although Ning Que was a petty man, he had done nothing wrong to her. He thought of her in everything. She knew all this naturally. Yet, she always had Gu Yuan in her heart. But what about returning to the Lin family? Her body hadn't even healed yet, and she had to run around for the Lin family, worrying about money. Lin Jiang made her do a lot of things. Yet he showed no concern for her. Father, I'll find a way. The Empress Dowager's rewards should be arriving soon. Lin Xianhong forced a smile. Her biggest support was the Empress Dowager, who took great care of her. Every time she entered the palace to treat the Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager would send many rewards. Just as she was about to go out, a carriage appeared in the distance. Looking over, it was the banner of the Ning Wangfu. Hey, they're coming again. Lin Zhang's face was filled with horror. He was truly scared now. Ning Que really sent people to the Lin family every day. Each time, they suffered heavy losses. I've met with the head of the Lin family. Second Miss Lin. Uncle Fu calmly got out of the carriage, with onlookers surrounding him on both sides. He is here. He came by carriage. The heir of Prince Ning is really ruthless. He said he would come every day, and he really does come every day. The Lin family has truly kicked a metal plate this time. Guess what gift he brought this time? Hearing the mocking laughter, Lin Xianhong was very angry. What do you want to do again? Naturally, I'm here to deliver gifts. You. Lin Jiang angrily stepped forward. Everyone, get out of the way. What are you looking at? Get lost. We, the Lin family, will not accept your gifts. That may not be for the head of the Lin family to decide. Ning Que smiled lightly. Just then, The sound of gongs rang out in the distance. Fully armed elite cavalry cleared the way. Is it the Empress Dowager's royal carriage? The Empress Dowager is coming. Goodness, is she here to support the Lin residents? It's possible, the onlookers exclaimed in surprise. The Empress Dowager's favoritism towards Lin Xianhong is well known. When Lin Xianhong wanted to open a pharmacy, the Empress Dowager was very supportive, personally inscribing characters and sending a plaque. She would often summon Lin Xianhong into the palace. Once, a noblewoman deliberately made things difficult for her, and the Empress Dowager personally intervened to protect her, severely reprimanding that noblewoman. Moreover, she often sent people to give her rewards. Lin Xianhong seemed to have grasped the lifeline. She looked at Uncle Fu, her gaze filled with provocation. Uncle Fu, did you see that? Even without your family's heir. So what? I can still establish myself with my own abilities. I advise you to go back first. If you anger the Empress Dowager, your family's heir will be punished too. Ha! Uncle Fu just smiled and said nothing. Who gave Lin Xianhong such confidence? Yao Mama. Lin Jiang approached her obsequiously, like a dog wagging its tail. Yao Mama merely shot him a cold glance. The guards on either side blocked him. This is just a pack of dogs. If it weren't for the heir, who would pay attention to the Lin family? Chapter 16. Lin Xianhong. Take care of yourself. Mama Yang raised the imperial edict high in her hand. Lin Xianhong, receive the edict. The subject receives the edict. Lin Xianhong immediately knelt down to accept the edict. The others also hurriedly bowed and waited. Mama Yang looked around, and her gaze fell on Fu Bo. One could only say that the Empress Dowager truly indulged Ning Que. This time, she was even willing to listen to Ning Ke's arrangements. It was not until today that she sent her to issue the edict. Mama Yang had entered the palace at a young age. She had been serving since the Empress Dowager was still a talent. People around her changed one after another, but Mama Yang had never lost favor. Because she was loyal enough. She only did her own duties. Whatever the Empress Dowager asked her to do, she did it, never questioning her master's decisions. Over the years, she had often been by the Empress Dowager's side. Even if she was just a servant, no one dared to offend her. Even high-ranking officials had to give her some face. By the will of heaven, the Empress Dowager's imperial edict, Ning Lin's family is indulged and reckless, harming the royal bloodline. From today on, all rewards received are to be revoked without error. Thus decreed, the subject receives the edict. Lin Xianhong trembled as she raised her hand. She did not expect that even the Empress Dowager would not support her this time. Moreover, she would order the retrieval of all rewards. Wasn't this pushing the Lin family to their death? Goodness, even the Empress Dowager has come? I understand now. This is the gift the heir sent. To think that even the Empress Dowager was willing to support the heir. Of course, the Empress Dowager felt the most guilty towards the Ning Wang. It was the Ning Wang who supported them, helping the widow and orphan stabilize the throne. As a result, when the Shiliang invaded the borders, the Ning Wang personally led the troops in a battle. In the Battle of Yumen Pass, the Ning Wang's mansion almost bled dry. Since then, the Empress Dowager set up a Buddhist hall in the harem, chanting scriptures day and night for blessings. And Lin Xianhong's private abortion was tantamount to pushing the Ning Wang's mansion to the brink. How could the Empress Dowager not be angry? Among the onlookers, there were also those who knew the inside story. In fact, most people were aware of these matters. The old Ning Wang had great military achievements and was highly regarded. He ultimately died in the Battle of Yumen Pass. There were rumors among the people that the old Ning Wang's achievements were too grand, threatening the emperor, and that he had military power and regency authority, which led to his secret removal by the emperor. This time, Lin Xianhong's abortion was equivalent to wanting to cut off the Ning Wang's mansion's bloodline. If the Empress Dowager did not show support, it would confirm this rumor. What would happen to the Great Feng then? Although the old Ning Wang was dead, his old subordinates were still around. There were still many guarding the borders. If they heard about this, they would probably rise up in arms. Mama Yang raised her hand. A maid stepped forward holding a wooden table. These are the list of rewards the Empress Dowager once gave you. Please prepare them, Madam Ning. Do not make it difficult for us. Mama Yang still addressed her as Madam Ning. After all, the decree for divorce had not yet been issued. Everything still had a chance. This was actually the Empress Dowager's intention. After all, Lin Xianhong had ultimately saved her. Moreover, it is better to destroy 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. If Lin Xianhong could wake up in time, perhaps there would still be a chance. Understood. Lin Xianhong forced a bitter smile. She could only brace herself to go back and prepare. Before entering the door, she specially turned back to look at Fu Bo, who was far away, calm and light. Is this also his intention? Miss Lin understands. That's good. Fu Bo Rizid Azmaid. Today's grand gift has already been delivered. The old man will take his leave now. Tomorrow, the old man will come again. Lin Jiang stumbled, almost tripping over the threshold. At this moment, his face was filled with fear. More? Is Ning Que trying to destroy the Lin family completely? They never expected this. Even the Empress Dowager was willing to help Ning Quebec. This time, all rewards would be retrieved. This was the first time since the establishment of the country. 2 jade cabbages, 2 pieces of gold-inlaid phoenix lacquerware, 3 pairs of Hahuan jade discs, 5 screens made of ivory and sandalwood. Mama Yang read out the list. The servants hurriedly began to move the items. At this time, Lin's mother walked out. She looked at Mama Yang with a face full of shock. What? What is going on? Mama Yang, weren't you here to give rewards? Wrong. The Empress Dowager is here to admonish Madame Ning. Mama Yang said no more. She had heard about Lin's mother's deeds. She was just a tiger mother who couldn't be shown in public. Initially just a concubine, she could only be a mistress. Yet she used despicable means to drive the legitimate wife to death. Such shameless people she looked down upon. Huh? I've been using this lacquerware for 2 years. Why does it have to be moved away? Is the Empress Dowager going to give us new ones? Lin Xianhong helplessly stepped forward to explain the situation. Lin's mother immediately turned red in the face and slapped her hard. You jinx. Look at you. You don't want to be the heir's wife. You must be entangled with that goof family. Now look, even the Empress Dowager has issued an edict to admonish you. I don't care. You must go find the heir to apologize now. Mother. Lin Xianhong covered her stinging face, but Lin's mother did not care. She directly lunged at the exquisite lacquerware. I don't care. This lacquerware cannot be taken away. I have prepared this as my dowry. If you take it away, what will happen to Qingwan's dowry? Nonsense. Are you going to defy the edict? Mother. Lin's mother slumped back down on the ground, starting to throw a tantrum. How's my life so bitter? My husband owes 50,000 taels of silver. My daughter won't listen. Now she's being bullied. Mama Yang would not indulge her. Coldly saying, Shrew, listen to me. This is the Empress Dowager's edict, not something you can throw a tantrum over. The Empress Dowager can give rewards to the Lin family, and she can naturally take them back. If you dare to throw another tantrum, I will have you detained and sent to the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice is the management agency of the harem. When concubines and maids make mistakes, they are sent to the Ministry of Justice. It is directly managed by the Empress Dowager. It is best at dealing with these shrews. Once inside, they will first be subjected to torture. The various torture instruments and punishments are even more terrifying than outside. Even Lin's mother did not dare to act out again. She could only watch as people moved things away. Lin Qinghuan, on the other hand, had tears in her eyes, wailing loudly. This time, her marriage was probably completely ruined. Many of these items were her dowry. The Lin family was ultimately just a small household. They agreed to the marriage out of consideration for the dowry. Now that everything had been taken back by the Empress Dowager, what was she to do? Reporting to Mama Yang, some had been pawned. Lin Xianhong spoke softly, her head lowered in shame, not daring to look directly. Heh! Mama Yang coldly glanced at her, mockingly saying, Madame Ning really has great courage. To dare to pawn the Empress Dowager's rewards? Forget it. I will report truthfully. Considering that you once saved the Empress Dowager, I will give you a piece of advice. Do not mistake jade for trash, nor treat fish eyes as pearls. Farewell. The Lin family members all bowed to see her off. Lin Xianhong looked at the empty house. Her eyes filled with desolation. What did Mama Yang's last words mean? Who is the fish eye, and who is the pearl? Could it be that Ning Que is the pearl? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 17. Lin Chao, the Thousand Household, using a knife to kill. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a copper lock banging on the door echoed. Lin Chao, donned in armor and wielding a sword, wore a grim expression. He was the eldest son of the Lin family and a subordinate general to Gu Yuan, leading 800 elite troops. He launched a surprise attack on the rear of the Shiliang forces, killing their commander, seizing their flag, and setting fire to their granaries. As a result, the main force of Xianhong suffered a rout and was forced to retreat. For his achievements in this battle, he was awarded the title of Thousand Household and enjoyed the treatment equivalent to a fifth-rank official in the military. However, at this moment, his face was filled with rage. After finishing his military duties today, he had just returned home, only to find his mother wailing uncontrollably. It was as if they had encountered bandits. Later, he learned what had happened. That good-for-nothing Ning Que was simply shameless. In order to win over Lin Xianhong, he would stop at nothing. This time, he even went to the palace to file a complaint, reportedly bringing along the spirit tablet of the late King Ning. Who didn't he know that the Empress Dowager felt guilty about the late King Ning? When Ning Que presented the spirit tablet to the Empress Dowager, what could she do? It was simply despicable and sinister, trading the glory of the previous generation for personal gain. Lin Xiao could not stand this at all. He was a military general who valued military achievements above all else. In his eyes, Gu Yuan was 100 times better than Ning Que, young and self-made. He had established his position in the military. After 3 years of guarding the border, he had made remarkable achievements, preventing the Xianhong forces from entering the pass even by an inch. Now he was capable of commanding large troop formations in battle. There was no one in the army who did not respect him. In contrast, what about Ning Que? He was petty and calculated over trivial matters, forming cliques and deliberately making things difficult for them. He had kept an exact account of expenses from years ago. His actions were anything but straightforward. After all, he was the son of the Prince Ning and came from a military family. Yet he was so sinister and shameless that people looked down on him. Thus, Lin Xiao came looking for Gu Yuan. Ning Que had bullied the Lin family to this extent. Could they not retaliate? If they did not let them have a good time, then no one would. Who are you? I am Lin Xiao, 1,000 household in the army. Oh, it's Lin 1,000 household. I want to see General Gu. Please. The steward did not relay the message. This was also something Gu Yuan had instructed. Lin Xiao still had some capabilities. If Gu Yuan wanted to establish a foothold in the military, he definitely had to win over these subordinate generals. Gu Yuan had already recovered and was preparing invitations in his study. The Gu family was also a prominent and influential family in Chang'an. This time, after he achieved great merit and inherited the title of Marquis of Tiger, he was also conferred the title of first-rank general by the emperor. Naturally, he had to follow the rules and host a banquet to entertain officials and friends from court. There were many intricacies involved in this. From sending out invitations, it was very important. If not done well, it could easily offend people and become a laughingstock in Chang'an. Young master, Lin 1,000 household requests an audience. Quick, please let him in. The subordinate pays respects to the general. Gu Yuan revealed a warm smile and personally went to greet him. Lin brother, you are too polite. This is not the military. Our relationship doesn't need to be so formal. Please take a seat. I will have someone prepare food and drinks. Since you are here, let us drink until we are drunk. Thank you, General. Lin Xiao looked at Gu Yuan with admiration in his heart. See, this is the demeanor of a refined nobleman. He is capable in civil affairs and can intimidate enemies in military matters. He is known for caring for his soldiers in the army, personally inquiring about their food and illnesses and sharing rations with them. The morale of all the troops is high, and none fear death. The sick wish to march, and the injured are willing to fight in the front lines. Compared to Gu Yuan, what is Ning Que? Just someone relying on a better berth. Why has Lin brother come to visit at night? Isn't it because of that Ning Que? Him? Gu Yuan set down the wine jug, revealing an elusive smile. He had been troubled about how to make things difficult for Ning Que, but unexpectedly, Lin Xiao came to him. Lin Xiao was impulsive by nature. He was unbeatable in battle, leading only 800 men, yet daring to charge hundreds of miles. He launched a surprise attack on the rear of Xianhong, capturing flags and slaying generals, burning their granaries to the ground, forcing the main forces of Xianhong to retreat 300 miles. However, he was too rash and hot-headed. He was just a reckless man. He had indeed achieved some merit, but he had also caused a lot of trouble. Therefore, over the years, he had only been 1,000 household. Such a person was easy to manipulate. With a few small tricks, he could make him grateful. Lin Xiao had no guile. After drinking a couple of cups, he didn't even know his own surname, chattering on about Gu Yuan. Were Lin brothers' thoughts. Money is a small matter, but I can't stand this humiliation. Lin Xiao lifted the wine jug and drank it all in one go. Why does Ning Que have the right? I've fought in hundreds of battles in Xiliang. How dare he ride on the head of our Lin family? He nitpicks over trivial matters. Not even a damn woman is as petty as him. I must find a way to vent this anger. Gu Yuan nodded knowingly and personally poured more wine for Lin Xiao. If you want to vent your anger, there are many ways. Right now, Ning Que is in Xinjiang helping the disaster victims and reportedly even set up a military order. This matter concerns whether he can inherit the title of king. If he fails to fulfill it as promised, what do you think will happen? Lin Xiao, also feeling the effects of the alcohol, flushed with excitement as he grasped the key point. Are you saying? Hey, I said nothing, Gu Yuan said with a smile, continuing to pour wine. Only thinking about how Lin Xiao had defeated the Xiliang dog thieves, set fire to their granaries, and forced their main forces to retreat. Lin Xiao was also taken aback. He was reckless, but he wasn't stupid. Setting fire to the granaries was a capital offense. Lin brother need not worry. He won't dare do anything to you. After all, you're the elder brother of Xianhong. Even if he captures you, what can he do? Lin Xiao frowned and pondered. You're right. Back then, he caused trouble in Chang'an. He got into a fight with someone in a brothel, beating them severely with 3 punches and 2 kicks. It was only because Ning Que spent money to smooth things over that he was released. Ning Que did all this just to please Lin Xianhong. I understand now. Gu Yuan smiled without speaking, casually saying, Lin brother, there are many methods. As long as we don't let Ning Que help with the disaster relief smoothly and give him a hard time. After all, Ning Que won't dare do anything to you. He can only swallow his anger. That makes sense. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Gu Yuan was right. Ning Que couldn't do anything to him. Now that Ning Que was being aggressive, he had no choice but to retaliate. I'm going to Xinjiang to prepare now. Lin brother, be careful in everything. Just watch. Lin Xiao, spurred by the alcohol, stood up, his eyes bloodshot. After sending him off, the steward returned. Young master, you really don't need to pay attention to such a person. The Lin family is just a group of people who can't hold up to scrutiny. You don't understand. Gu Yuan lifted the wine jug and took a small sip, saying lightly, such a fool will be grateful as long as you give him some benefits. Look, this time, to deal with Ning Que, we don't even need to lift a finger. Gu Yuan's expression turned cold, losing the gentlemanly demeanor from before, instead revealing madness and hatred. He caused my Gu family to lose tens of thousands of taels of silver. Moreover, Prince Qi cannot tolerate him either. A great phone without a prince is a good phone. Gu Yuan's expression was frosty. Power struggles were always like this. A prince with too much power overrides the kings of different surnames, second only to the emperor of the Great Phone. Now that they had finally managed to outlive the late King Ning, how could they easily allow Ning Que to inherit the title? Therefore, they must create chaos. Chapter 18. My brothers, understand that they're going to die. Ying Yang, Ning Vang Mansion. Uncle Fu slowly finished reporting the news. Finally, he sighed deeply and summarized. The Lin family is about to be finished. Ning Que put down the account book with a half smile. He was just taking back what belonged to him. The moment he decided to divorce, he had completely let go. The life and death of the Lin family had nothing to do with him anymore. Your Highness, the Gu family has sent an invitation. What day? It's set for 2 days later. 2 days later? Yes. Uncle Fu was extremely angry at this moment. Clenching his fists, he was grinding his teeth in hatred. The Gu family was clearly provoking him on purpose. 2 days later was the old Ning Wang's death anniversary, and also the anniversary of Ning Que's 3 brothers. The Gu family was deliberately choosing this day to host a banquet. Could this not be seen as deliberately stirring up trouble? Your Highness, should we refuse? No need. Ning Que remained calm. Since they invited me, I naturally have to go and show my support. But this gift must be carefully selected. Uncle Fu, go prepare a 3-foot-long sandalwood coffin. Send. A coffin? Good. Uncle Fu nodded repeatedly. This was the heir of the Ning Wang mansion. He could take it up and put it down. Revenge was a must. The old Ning Wang was able to secure his position as a prince not because of benevolence. He relied on an iron-fisted approach to eliminate many political enemies. The 4 great princes of different surnames were suppressed to the point that they could not hold their heads up and could only shrink in their own fiefs. Every year, They obediently offered tribute, never daring to delay. Just look at Ning Quebec. The future will only be better than what the Ning Wang has done. Even if it takes 3 years, he will still be the Ning Wang. There's one more thing. My brothers died in battle at Yumen Pass, and this matter cannot be left unresolved. Both my brothers were military generals, and dying on the battlefield is to be expected. But I want to know who colluded with the enemy and leaked the marching route. They cannot die without reason. Your Highness wants to? Deliver this letter to my senior sister for me. Yes. Uncle Fu immediately took the letter. Over the years, Ning Que had never forgotten the blood feud. The people of Xiliang are despicable, but the traitors are even more despicable. He had early on written to his sect, hoping that his senior brothers and sisters could help investigate. Unfortunately, this matter was completely sealed off. Dafeng and Xiliang both kept quiet about it. Some who knew the inside story were even silenced. Fortunately, his senior sister is the world's top spy. She is highly skilled and most adept at disguise. She had been corresponding with him for the past half-year, just as things were happening in Xiliang. She had been helping him investigate the situation all these years. Your Highness, is there anything I can do for you in Xinjiang? Not at the moment. Ning Que smiled, knowing that Uncle Fu had been running back and forth these days. Wasn't easy. Today, it was probably the Qi Wang sending people to stir up trouble deliberately. He didn't think about it. Xinjiang is famous for its martial virtue. I didn't even know about it, and those people were already beaten up, yet they were still shouting to report to the authorities. What a coincidence. I am the authority. Ha! Uncle Fu also chuckled. The Qi Wang is known to be a cunning old fox. He has been in the court for decades. When the old Ning Wang died in battle, the emperor entrusted Xinjiang to the Qi Wang for governance. However, the taxes and rents still belong to the Ning Wang mansion. But the interests of a single county are far more than these. Xinjiang is very close to Chang'an. It is known as a fertile land. The local area is rich. If some merchants are placed there, they can make a fortune. Collecting some bribes and appointing some officials can further expand their power. For example, the county magistrate of Xinjiang is a person of the Qi Wang. He knew that Ning Que was coming for disaster relief, but still wanted to cause trouble. Ning Que didn't waste words with him. He directly took out the emperor's edict. The county magistrate was so scared that he ran away in a panic. These kinds of small characters must adapt to the situation. He is a person of the Qi Wang, but he cannot afford to offend Ning Que. Ning Que specifically ordered people to strengthen the guards of the granaries. He really had to thank the Lin family for the 50,000 stones of millet they provided. The 4 major grain merchants in Xinjiang were so anxious that they were stomping their feet. Seeing the Gu family dumping their stocks, they followed suit. The price of grain in Xinjiang plummeted again. Meanwhile, Ning Que took the opportunity to hoard some. There would be plenty of uses for grain later on. The emperor said it was okay to issue an edict. There was no way to get grain. The granaries in Chang'an are military supplies. Even if people starve to death, they cannot be touched. Otherwise, if war breaks out at the border, what will the soldiers eat? Your Highness, we caught a wicked thief. This bastard actually wanted to set fire to the granaries. Oh, Tainyo barged in panting. He was a family soldier of the Ning Wang mansion. He was actually from Xiliang. Later, after being defeated and captured, he became a slave of the Wang mansion. At first, he resisted a lot. He even wanted to harm the old Ning Wang. But later he found that they treated him very well. He had meat to eat every day. So, he happily surrendered. As a person from Xiliang, he was naturally good at riding and shooting. He became a family soldier of the Ning Wang mansion. He even went with the Ning Wang to fight against Xiliang. He fought harder than the people from Dafeng, which made the Xiliang people very angry. They accused Tainyo of becoming the Ning Wang's dog, abandoning the glory of the Xiliang Tianlang. Unexpectedly, Tainyo was quite practical. What is wrong with being a dog for the Ning Wang? Being a wolf? Then you have to fill your stomach first. He was often hungry in Xiliang. If he could get a bone, that would be considered good. He lived quite freely in the Ning Wang mansion. He had meat to eat at every meal. What Xiliang Tianlang? Being a dog for Dafeng is the greatest honor. Because of this, Tainyo was on Xiliang's assassination list, and the bounty offered was higher than many vice generals. So during the Battle of Yumen Pass, he was left behind to assist, and he miraculously survived. Tainyo was furious. They were providing disaster relief, and someone dared to set fire. So they no longer cared about the disaster victims. Fortunately, Ning Que had kept his eyes open. He had notified them in advance to strengthen their defenses. Bring him up. Yes. A moment later, Tainyo brought the person up. When he raised his head, Ning Que smiled. It's you? Ning Que. Lin Xiao was clearly furious and said angrily, You want to go now? Let me tell you, don't be smug. If you dare to hurt me, Xianhong will never care about you for the rest of his life. It's a deal. Ning Que raised his foot and kicked Lin Xiao over. You probably didn't think of this. Honestly, tell me, who instructed you? No one instructed me. Lin Xiao was still quite tough. Ning Que was not in a hurry and said indifferently, Very good. You attempted to set fire to the granaries and obstruct my disaster relief. According to the law, this is a death penalty. Even if you have military achievements, you would still suffer a loss. What? What do you want to do? Dispose of you according to the law. Ning Que spread his hands. As the saying goes, confessing leads to leniency, while resisting leads to strictness. Since you're not willing to honestly confess, I can only send you to the Dali Temple. You are really stupid being sold and still paying the seller. You can't treat me like this. Ning Que, you must not regret it. Xianhong will never care about you again. Tainyo was not lenient with him. He directly slapped him across the face and then stuffed a smelly sock into his mouth. There was no need to waste words on such a person. After being sent in, he immediately became obedient. Ning Que looked at Uncle Fu beside him and raised a faint smile. It seems that tomorrow's gift can be upgraded. Chapter 19 now. Only the Gu family can help us. In front of the Lin residence, a gentle breeze blows. Uncle Fu arrives as promised. Lin Xianhong trembles all over, not even daring to look directly at Uncle Fu. For several consecutive days, Uncle Fu has arrived precisely on time. Each lavish gift has thrown the Lin family into chaos, and each day is worse than the last. The Lin family has become the laughingstock of Chang'an. Uncle Fu calmly raises his hand. Lin family head. What exactly do you want to do? I'm just delivering gifts to the Lin family. Uncle Fu claps his hands, and the maids bring forward a wooden table with a large red gift list on it. What? What is this? It's a gift list. What? Lin Xianhong trembles as he reaches for it. Upon seeing the words on it, he is stunned. The young master said, Some matters need to be clarified. In the past, the Lin family faced a huge change. There was no money for the dowry. The young master, pitying Miss Lin, provided the funds on her behalf. The 10-mile red dowry has many people adding to it. Miss Lin should prepare everything well. The young master will soon collect it all back. As Uncle Fu finishes speaking, the onlookers are in an uproar. What? The young master wants to take back the dowry? Yes. According to the law, the dowry belongs to the woman. Unless she commits one of the 7 faults and is divorced by her husband, then the bride price and dowry belong to the husband's family. Is the young master going to divorce her? Whether it's a divorce or separation, the dowry should belong to young Master Ning. Don't you think about it. Given the Lin family situation at that time, where would they get the money for the dowry? That was all provided by the royal family. That's right. At this moment, Lin's mother suddenly bursts out. Logically, she shouldn't have shown her face. But upon hearing this, she completely loses her composure. The Lin family is no longer what it used to be. Grandfather Lin needs medicine to prolong his life every day. They lost 25,000 taels of silver hoarding food. Lin Xianhong still owes 45,000 taels in heaven and earth. The Empress Dowager has taken back all the rewards from these years. They still have to prepare a dowry for Lin Xinhuan. They are now relying on Lin Xianhong's dowry to survive. Back then, the royal family gave the Lin family a lot of bride price and dowry. There are also many properties and shops. If they take it all back, the Lin family really cannot survive. Impossible. If you want a separation, we could discuss it. But divorce is absolutely out of the question. My Lin family will never agree. Lin's mother is quite resolute, coldly stating, These are all gifts willingly given by the young master, so they belong to my Lin family. Don't think about taking them back. Miss Lin thinks the same? Of course. Lin Xianhong nods in agreement from the side. She actually doesn't like these calculations. But she has no choice. If a woman gets divorced, everything is over. She will become the laughingstock of all of Chang'an. It doesn't matter. Uncle Fu's miles faintly. He already knew it would be like this. The Lin family is just a group of greedy leeches. They only know how to take, but do not know how to be grateful. They take the good done for them for granted. Lin Xianhong seems lofty, saying she doesn't like money. But how can what she does be separated from money? Bah, This gift list, Miss Lin should keep it for now. Also, there's another gift. Another? Hee hee. Uncle Fu raises his hand and smiles lightly, saying, in the past few days, the young master has been in Jingyang providing disaster relief. However, Lin Xiao, the eldest son of the Lin family, has been causing trouble and even attempted to set fire to the granary. He has now been sent to the Dali Temple. All right, I take my leave. Lin Zhang's expression changes drastically. At this moment, he feels as if struck by lightning. What? He was wondering why he hadn't seen Lin Xiao. So it turns out he went to Jingyang to cause trouble. That foolish pig. Lin Jiang feels dizzy, clutching his chest in pain. Lin Xiao is his eldest son, and also his only son. He is now 1,000 household commander in the army. With Gu Yuan following behind to earn some military merit, he would definitely be able to become a deputy general in the army. But this time, he actually did such a ridiculous thing. Isn't this clearly slapping the emperor's face? The emperor personally issued an edict for this disaster relief. No one is allowed to interfere or cause trouble. At all costs, they must provide relief to the disaster victims in Jingyang. And yet Lin Xiao went there to make trouble. He even wanted to set fire to the granary. It's over. All over. Father, quickly help me back. Lin Xianhong hurriedly supports Lin Jiang. Just as she was about to take his pulse, she was slapped hard. You jinx. Look at what you've done to your elder brother. If your elder brother is in trouble, we won't be able to survive. Mother. Lin Xianhong covers her burning right cheek. She has already lost count of how many slaps she has received. This is all your fault. Can't you sacrifice something for the Lin family? Go find young Master Ning and apologize. Get him to release him. Otherwise, don't say you're my daughter. Lin's mother has always been a very realistic person, considering her own wealth and glory at every turn. As for her children, they are merely tools for her to climb up. If they are beneficial to her, she will pamper and spoil them. If they lose their value, don't expect her to show a good face. This time, even Lin Jiang has softened. Xianhong, your father doesn't want to force you to do anything. But now, we really have no way out. Your elder brother has been locked up in the Dali Temple. He worked hard to get to where he is today. If anything happens to him, the Lin family will be finished. Xianhong, you should just go and soften up. Lin Xianhong clenches her fists tightly. So she should yield now? Father, mother, what are you afraid of? Why do we have to beg that useless Ning Que now? Lin Xianhong walks out, covering her backside, and angrily says, no matter how powerful Ning Que is, he only has the title of young master, with no real power. General Gu is a first-class general, and Gu's father is the governor of Jingzhou. My brother is still under General Gu's command. To rescue my brother, it's just a matter of a word, right? Lin Xianhong seems to have grasped the lifeline. She still has Gu Yuan. She still has the Gu family. She saved Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan also said that the greatest regret of his life is her. He has been thinking about her all these years while stationed at the border. When the Lin family had their incident, he was urgently transferred to the western border. If he had still been around, he would never have let her marry Ning Que. She actually didn't want to trouble Gu Yuan. She didn't want the Gu family to look down on her, thinking she was just trying to climb onto their family. But now, she has no other choice. Rather than beg Ning Que, she would rather find Gu Yuan. She doesn't want to have any further ties with Ning Que. She doesn't want to owe him anything. From the moment she aborted the child, she just wanted to be herself again. She can't let these obstacles hold her back anymore. Yes. And the Gu family. Lin Jiang nods repeatedly. Xianhong, you should go talk to the Gu family. Your brother can't have any accidents. He has made military achievements and has been promoted to 1,000 household commander. Didn't General Gu also say, in this great victory, your brother has made significant contributions and is regarded by General Gu as his right-hand man? I understand. Lin Xianhong gently nods and whispers, tomorrow happens to be the banquet set by the Gu family. I will speak to General Gu about this. That's good. Lin's mother finally shows a good face, patting Lin Xianhong on the shoulder and softly saying, Xianhong, your mother was just a bit anxious earlier. Tomorrow is the most glorious moment for the Gu family. Xianhong, you must seize this opportunity. If you can make something happen, then the Gu family will have no choice. Mother, what are you talking about? Lin Xianhong's face turns red. However, it subtly carries a hint of anticipation. Chapter 20. Gulang, will you help me? The sun was setting. The front of the Gu residence was bustling with traffic. Luxurious carriages were parked nearby, with dedicated drivers taking care of them. Gu Mingji, dressed in a crimson robe, personally came out to greet guests. Haha, congratulations, Lord Gu. It was Secretary Chow. Come, please come inside. Gu Mingji smiled, clasping his fists in greeting, and said, We won't return until we're drunk today. Let us drink a few more cups. Ha, good. Secretary Chow stepped forward and presented a pair of gold and jade gifts to the steward. The steward immediately took note and sang the formalities in a high-pitched voice. Minister of Rights Chow Du, congratulations on the pair of gold and jade. You're too polite, Secretary. It's only proper. This was the custom for banquets in the capital. Guests who came were all prominent figures, and they certainly wouldn't arrive empty-handed. The heavier the gifts, the better the relationships. Some gifts were given a curry favor, and they varied: gold, jade, emeralds, agates, horses, servants, beautiful concubines. These were quite common. One mustn't think that receiving a gift means it's theirs. Those who come later will all expect something in return. The residence was brightly lit and bustling with activity. The antique-style corridor was adorned with large red lanterns. The spacious courtyard was set with several 8 immortals tables. The water in the pond rippled endlessly. The lights flickered in the wind. Gu Yuan had specially changed into a vermilion robe, wearing a jiaochan crown and adorned with jade at his waist. He was handsome and charming. General Gu is truly young and promising. You're joking, my lord. Gu Yuan skillfully mingled, raising his wine cup with a smile, and said, I'm still young. I have much to learn from all of you, my lords. Today, my Gu family is hosting a banquet, so let us drink a few more cups and not leave until we're drunk. Ha, good. Secretary Chow. Gu Yuan approached again. Chow Du smiled and quietly said, although His Majesty did not attend the banquet personally this time, he prepared several edicts, clearly intending to grant substantial rewards. Thank you, Secretary. Gu Yuan understood the implication. The edicts weren't for him. Who else could they be for? General Gu. Xianhong, how have you been? Moonlight. Lin Xianhong had specially changed into a red palace dress, lightly applying makeup and painting her brows and lips. There was a hint of fatigue in her eyes. Gu Yuan looked her over, feeling stirred. He never wasted a grain of food. Good girls were not to be missed. Bad girls were not to be wasted. Even if Lin Xianhong was tea perfect, it didn't tea matter. After all, he wasn't tea picky, just for fun. But to marry her as the mistress of the Gu family? Did she deserve it? The Lin family was a small household and of no use. Only Ning Que, this infatuated type, would look down on them. General Gu, I have something to discuss with you. All right. Gu Yuan put down the glass and walked toward the backyard with her. Once they were alone, Gu Yuan tried to embrace Lin Xianhong. She instinctively pushed him away. Xianhong, you, Gu Lang. Lin Xianhong's face turned crimson, as if blood would drip out, and she said in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, It's not too late when we marry. You look so beautiful today. Gu Yuan stepped forward again, but Lin Xianhong stubbornly pushed him away. On the surface, Gu Yuan remained calm and seemingly carefree, but inside he was furious. You wretched girl, you've already been in someone else's bed, yet you still pretend to be pure in front of me? Gu Yuan suppressed his anger. Gu Lang, the Lin family has encountered some trouble. What trouble? My elder brother Lin Chao acted impulsively and caused a disturbance in Jingyang. As a result, he was captured by Ning Que and is to be sent to the Dali Temple for punishment. My brother has worked hard to reach this point, and now only the Gu family can help. All right, I will do my best. Gu Yuan readily agreed. Of course, he was just saying it. Unfortunately, Lin Chao's knife was not sharp enough. Too dull. The people he sent were all met with failure. He even wanted the officials to withhold grain and provoke the common people. Unexpectedly, Ning Que sent someone to investigate secretly and capture them on the spot, subsequently removing those officials. It was equivalent to eliminating a hidden danger. Unexpectedly, even Lin Chao failed. He only wanted to set fire to the granary. He couldn't even accomplish such a trivial matter. You're still the best, Gu Lang. Lin Xianhong's eyes turned red. The grievances she had endured during this time burst forth at once. Gu Yuan was just thinking about embracing her when he was again rejected. Lin Xianhong raised her head and said with a choked voice, Gu Lang, you must know about my family situation during this time. The Lin family is about to collapse. Gu Lang, could you first lend me 50,000 taels, as if it were a loan from me to you? 50. 50,000 taels? Gu Yuan was taken aback. After pacing back and forth a few times, he frowned and said, Xianhong, it's not that I don't want to give you, but my Gu family has lost a lot this time as well. Is that so? Lin Xianhong lowered her head in disappointment. Unconsciously, she thought of Ning Que. Ning Que had never rejected her requests. She remembered when she wanted to prepare medicine, but lacked an essential ingredient. Ning Que used his connections to find it for her, spending tens of thousands of taels in the process. That was how she managed to save the Empress Dowager and was awarded a third-grade title, making her famous in Chang'an. Gu Yuan also realized something and quickly spoke up. The people of Jingyang are suffering too much. I risked punishment for my father to sell the Gu family's grain at a low price just to aid the disaster victims, and I also gathered a lot of supplies. So, I'll sell the rewards His Majesty gave me. Perhaps I can gather 20 or 30,000 taels. Gulang, you are truly kind. Lin Xianhong's eyes turned red as she softly said, You are willing to suffer losses for the benefit of the people of Jingyang. It's a pity that Ning Que stole your credit. It's nothing. As long as the people are fine, that's what matters. I've never cared for such empty fame. Gu Yuan smiled casually. One could only say that Lin Xianhong was truly easy to deceive. If she didn't have some use, she would have been kicked out long ago. Lin Xianhong's medical skills aside, her master was the divine physician Changbai Chao. She also had Ning Que's favor. The Qi King had already said that this time the emperor ordered Ning Que to provide disaster relief, clearly intending for him to inherit the royal title. And this was obviously to diminish their power. The emperor was no simple character. Xianhong, please take your seat first. The Qi King will arrive shortly, and I still need to entertain the guests. All right, Lin Xianhong nodded. Gu Yuan was her white moonlight. They had grown up together, knowing each other since childhood. They had supported each other through thick and thin, and their feelings were deep. It was Ning Que who forcibly separated them using power. Now Gu Yuan was a first-rank general, and had even inherited the title of Tiger Marquis from his grandfather, which was an exception with the power of the Gu family. He no longer had to look at Ning Que's face, because Ning Wang was not irreplaceable. Gu Yuan was also capable of warfare, and he fought even better. Lin Xianhong sat at the guest table. The other three were the wives of officials. Their gazes toward her were filled with disdain. They were the first to know any news in Chang'an. During casual conversations, they had heard all about it. Back when the Empress Dowager protected Lin Xianhong, they really didn't dare to do anything. But now, the Empress Dowager had withdrawn all her rewards. What was there for Lin Xianhong to be proud of? Gu Yuan had no time to care about them. He still had to continue entertaining the honored guests. Ning He, Ning Que. Sending a 3-foot sandalwood coffin. The formalities rang out abruptly. Chapter 21. Ning Que, can't you be more magnanimous? A sandalwood coffin? Isn't this asking for trouble? On such a joyous day, how can this be? The crowd exchanged glances, some in shock, some confused, and many were just there to watch the fun. Lin Xianhong was equally astonished. She didn't expect Ning Que to show up as well. The noble women at the same table exchanged looks and then began to speak ill of her one after another. Oh, young Master Ning is here too? TSK. Bringing a coffin to a banquet. Who do you think this is for? A mad rage for a beauty, I suppose. A shameless woman like her. Is she even worthy of being a beauty? The noble woman adorned with a golden hairpin sneered disdainfully, saying without mercy, clearly married, yet flaunting herself outside and entangling with others. For an outside man, she cruelly aborted her child. Such a promiscuous woman deserves to be drowned in a pig cage. What did you say? Lin Xianhong's face turned red, but she couldn't argue back. Gu Yuan's face was equally grim at this moment. He had indeed invited Ning Que on purpose. He knew today was the anniversary of old King Ning's death, so he specifically chose to hold the banquet today. But he didn't expect Ning Que's retaliation to be so strong. He directly tore the face off and publicly humiliated the Gu family. They were all noble families, seeing each other often. Even if there was deep hatred, they had to maintain appearances. They needed to preserve the dignity of the noble families. They wouldn't make things too extreme. Who knows? They might need to ask for help in the future. The court isn't about fighting and killing. It's about relationships and human affairs. unless the power and status between the two are vastly different. Under the gaze of the guests, Ning Que, wearing a jade crown and dressed in white, strode in with an imposing aura. He quickly walked to the main seat and glanced at Lin Xianhong, who was dressed in bright red. No matter what, he hadn't officially divorced her. Lin Xianhong was still the young master's wife. But to attend the Gu family banquet in full attire on the anniversary of old King Ning's death, how sad and laughable. Well, after tonight, there would be no more ties. Ning Que coldly looked at Gu Yuan. He had not intended to attend the Gu family's banquet. Sending a congratulatory gift was enough. Influenced by old King Ning, he admired military generals. He had once dreamed of becoming a military general himself, galloping across the grasslands and drinking from vast seas. However, Gu Yuan dared to provoke him. He shouldn't have held a banquet today. The best way to respond to provocation is to retaliate harder. To stand firm in the cruel political arena, one must be ruthless. If not for the knife, one would be the fish on the table. In the power struggle, there is no room for compromise. From today on, he would restore the prestige of the royal mansion. We have seen His Highness. No need. Ning Que clapped his hands. Iron Bull stepped forward, and the copper bell he was holding crashed to the ground. Since the Gu family is hosting a banquet today, my Ning royal mansion cannot be rude. However, today is the anniversary of my father and brother, so I hastily prepared some congratulatory gifts. Merely sending a sandalwood coffin is not enough. This copper bell is also a gift for your Gu family. Gu Yuan's gaze turned cold. Is this a farewell gift for the Gu family? The guests were all enjoying the spectacle. The Gu family was a rising star in the new Great Foam, while the Ning royal mansion was an old established military family with a legacy of hundreds of years. The clash of the new and old was full of gunpowder. Gu Yuan glanced at Lin Xianhong beside him and then deliberately clutched his chest, coughing violently. Lin Xianhong hurriedly stepped forward. General Gu, are you all right? Ning Que, don't cause trouble at the Gu family. I know you hate me, but I am also for the sake of Great Foam. Lin Xianhong, like a mother hen, firmly shielded Gu Yuan behind her, angrily saying, General Gu has made remarkable military achievements and was poisoned by the Western Liang dogs. Out of necessity, I could only save him with my own blood. Your father and brother died at the hands of the Western Liang dogs. Can't you think of the bigger picture and understand him? He hasn't recovered yet, and you're here to cause trouble. This is between you and me. Don't involve innocent people. Gu Yuan stood behind her, wearing a meaningful smile, even with a hint of provocation. What if you were the young master of a Ning royal family? The woman you love the most is now on my side. Xianhong, it's fine. Gu Yuan then put on a righteous expression and raised his hand, saying, His Highness is angry with me, so it's understandable to deliberately cause trouble. As long as His Highness can calm down, I am willing to do anything. Then kneel down. Ning Que didn't even intend to pay attention to Lin Xianhong. This woman was really confident. His return to the Gu family was purely a response to provocation. At the same time, it was to completely sever ties. Are you crazy? Before Gu Yuan could express himself, Lin Xianhong couldn't hold back anymore. She looked at Ning Que with great disdain. General Gu is a first-rank general in the court. He is polite to you, and you are so aggressive? Ning Que, when will you grow up? Do you think that by doing this, I will pay attention to you? No, it will only make me hate you more. Are you sick? Ning Que frowned. Why is she like a sticky plaster? He didn't want to deal with Lin Xianhong. This foolish woman was getting more and more excited. Didn't General Gu himself say it? Willing to do anything. I won't make it hard for him. Kneeling will do. What's wrong? Is General Gu just saying it for show? I. Gu Yuan's face turned red, his fists clenched tightly. He was now in a difficult position. Kneeling was not an option, but not kneeling was also not an option. Meanwhile, Lin Xianhong felt quite good about herself, still believing that Ning Que was doing all this for her. Ning Que, can't you be more magnanimous? Advising someone to be magnanimous, you'll be struck by lightning. I don't want to engage in verbal sparring with you. Lin Xianhong continued to protect Gu Yuan, as if making some sort of resolution. Just consider my fault towards you. If you have any grievances, come at me. General Gu is innocent. This is really interesting. The dignified young master's wife is publicly protecting another man. Usually so aloof, it seems it's all just an act. I said it. She is just a promiscuous woman. TSK, what a good show. Listening to their cold mockery, Lin Xianhong's face looked quite ugly. But when she turned her head to look at Gu Yuan, her resolve strengthened. She hadn't done anything wrong. Since marrying Ning Que, she had never overstepped. She and Gu Yuan were now completely innocent. She just wanted a divorce. It was Ning Que who had been stopping her. It was all Ning Que's fault. Lin Xianhong took a deep breath. Ning Que, you should know that General Gu has been quite good to you. When you were in Jingyang for disaster relief, he had the Gu family voluntarily lower the grain prices just to help the disaster victims. You were able to carry out disaster relief so smoothly, thanks to General Gu's help. Rely on his help? Ning Que found it laughable. Then I want to ask you, who inflated the grain prices in Jingyang? Speaking of which, the Lin family's bankruptcy has your contribution as well. You were hoarding grain at that time, waiting for a price increase. The reason for lowering prices was simply because His Majesty opened the granaries. You were worried about the grain being stuck in your hands, so you chose to sell it at a low price. Ning Que turned to Lin Xianhong again. By the way, I almost forgot about you. Weren't you the one who hated business dealings the most? Didn't you say something about benefiting the people? Lin Xianhong, you are really hypocritical. I. Lin Xianhong was hit where it hurt and instantly turned red. Ha ha. The young master is so imposing. Chapter 22. Prince Qi Tianzhongshuan. This heir wants a divorce. A powerful voice echoed through the hall. The guests watching the performance were all taken aback. The singing of the ceremonial announcement followed closely. Prince Qi, gifting 2 prize horses from the western regions. The Prince Qi has arrived. The crowd was in an uproar. Prince Qi Tianzhongshuan. He holds the wealthiest 3 counties in the east. With the sea salt trade, the people live in prosperity. Thus, Prince Qi is renowned locally. Many only know Prince Qi, but not the Emperor Feng. Tianzhongshuan was once a formidable opponent of the Ning King, always overshadowed by him. There were rumors that he secretly leaked information to the Shiliang people, which led to the old Ning King's death at the Yumen Pass. However, these were merely speculations without substantial evidence. Just as some guessed, it was the doing of Emperor Feng. Tianzhongshuan was over 60 years old, with gray hair at his temples and wrinkles on his face like ravines. He was somewhat unattractive, but exuded an air of authority without anger. Dressed in a black Dragon King robe and wearing a jade crown, with a dark sash at his waist and a golden-laid jade seal hanging from it. Every gesture he made radiated nobility. His appearance immediately caused a stir. Over the years, Prince Qi had been hiding his light under a bushel, secretly expanding his power while never interfering in court politics. When summoned by court ministers, he always declined variously. This time, attending the Gu family's banquet was a significant show of respect and a veiled declaration of allegiance. The Gu family is under Prince Qi's wing. He no longer worries about Emperor Feng's suspicion. The Gu family has grown strong, with Gu Yuan achieving great military success and holding the title of a first-rank general. This time, he defeated the main force of Shiliang and made a significant contribution. Even if Emperor Feng is displeased, he must hold his nose and use him. We pay our respects to the prince. Haha, no need for such formalities. Tianzhongshuan laughed heartily and waved his hand. Glancing at Ning Que and teasingly said, "Today is a banquet set up by the Gu family, and I cannot overshadow my hosts." What do you say? It's just someone being persistent. Ning Que squinted his eyes, equally smiling but without warmth. This old fox, Prince Qi, is not easy to deal with. After years in the court, he is always cautious. His political acumen is profound, secretly recruiting troops and appearing to have the strength to contend with Defeng. Among the 4 great noble houses, he holds the most power. After the Ning King's death, he led 3,000 personal guards to pay respects, donning armor and swords. Fully armed, using the excuse that Ning Que had not yet come of age, he took over the Jingyang fief. This enraged Emperor Feng immensely. Jingyang is the heroic county of Defeng. It is also famously fertile land, historically the fief of the Ning Kings. What does Prince Qi mean by this? Is he trying to stage a coup? However, Emperor Feng had no choice but to suppress his anger and agree. What does the Gu family's banquet mean? With the heir sending these gifts? Celebrating the anniversary of his father and brother's death. What does the Gu family's banquet imply? Ning Que did not back down, countering sharply. The two were at loggerheads, the tension palpable. Gu Mingji hurried over, nodding and bowing toward Ning Que. This matter was an oversight on my part. I forgot today is the anniversary of the late Ning King's death. I hope the heir can forgive me. Ning Que merely looked at them. It was evident that this was a strategic retreat. If he pursued it further, it would instead reflect poorly on him. Then Lord Gu should be careful. If I overlook something in the future, please do not be angry. Gu Mingji frowned. Is this a declaration of war? However, they were not afraid of Ning Que now. Ning Que currently held no real power. They had Prince Qi as their backing. Why fear a mere nominal heir? The heir was not in Jingyang providing disaster relief, but had come to Chang'an for a banquet. Tian Zhongshuan revealed a cold smile and took the initiative to attack. If the heir cannot manage well, you can just say so. I wouldn't mind continuing to oversee Jingyang for you, ensuring the people do not suffer. The fewer things the prince does, the easier it will be for me. You are young, yet your tone is quite bold. You are quite old, yet you still don't wash up. Some guests could no longer hold back their laughter. After all, Prince Qi had never suffered losses in his life. Yet here, he was being humiliated by this junior. The key is that Prince Qi truly overestimated himself. Ning Que is famously eloquent and persuasive. The storytellers on the streets of Chang'an are all his apprentices. To bicker with him is to invite humiliation. You, please do not be angry, Your Highness. Ning Que smiled lightly, mockingly saying, after all, at your age, be careful not to die from overexertion. Otherwise, you'll blame me later. Tian Zhongshuan clutched his chest, his face turning ashen as he gasped for breath. He pointed at Ning Que, but could not utter a word. Is this not working for him? This is truly boring. He came here to stir trouble. The Gu family chose today for their banquet just to irritate him. If they cannot have a good time, then neither shall anyone else. How can you be so rude? Lin Xianhong bit her lip, saying, I know you have always been unable to forget me, even coming to the Gu family's banquet for me. About the child, I indeed owe you an apology. But why must you go so mad? Can't you consider my feelings? Oh, I almost forgot about you. Ning Que then looked at the other guests and said lightly, at first, I was blind and sought to marry the second miss of the Lin family. I am a person who believes in seeing things through to the end. I made a public proposal for marriage, so a divorce cannot be hidden away. A divorce? A divorce? Good heavens, is the heir serious? If he really divorces, Lin Xianhong will become a discarded woman. Isn't that quite good? The noblewoman smiled ambiguously, claiming to be proud, yet she was entangled with Gu Yuan every day. To save Gu Yuan, she even aborted her own child. No man could tolerate that. In the circle of elite women in Chang'an, Lin Xianhong was not well regarded. She claimed to be noble, often avoiding events, saying they only know how to dress up and please men, always thinking about household strife. Like a caged canary, she was unwilling to rely on any man. She wanted to do what she wanted. Even as a woman, she could achieve great things. If she truly had the ability, no one would doubt her. But she was just talking empty words. Without Ning Que's support, what was she worth? At this moment, Lin Xianhong was panicking. Looking at Ning Que, she suddenly felt very unfamiliar. It was clear that Ning Que was serious. You want a divorce? Don't forget, our marriage was conferred by His Majesty. If you want to part ways, I can agree to you. But if you want a divorce, does His Majesty know? Prince Qi sneered, saying with disdain, Nephew, this is your fault. Xianhong was the one chosen by the princess as a good match, conferred by His Majesty. These are just trivial matters. Why make such a fuss over a divorce? I'm not scolding you, but do not be so calculative. If it really doesn't work, let Xianhong bear you another child. Exactly, why be so calculative? Moreover, you say you want a divorce just like that? Gu Yuan also wore a playful smile. If Lin Xianhong were divorced, she would lose her value. At the very least, there would be no more thrill. After all, what is stolen is always more delicious. A decree has arrived. A sharp, high-pitched voice rang out. Gu Yuan immediately smiled. Indeed, just as Minister Chao of the Ministry of Rights said, Emperor Feng really came to reward him. Chapter 23 The Imperial Edict is for the Crown Prince. The day of national mourning, the Imperial Edict has arrived. Without thinking, it must be for General Gu. Isn't that obvious? General Gu has outstanding military achievements, having defeated the main forces of Shiliang. This time, he marched 800 miles west. forcing Xianhong to send envoys for peace talks, washing away the humiliation suffered by the Great Phone for many years. It is only natural to reward him during the banquet. Minister Chao stroked his beard and spoke confidently. As the Minister of Rights, he was responsible for these matters. Any insider information would be quickly known to him. His years of friendship with the Gu family were not in vain. From now on, the Gu family would be firmly established, becoming an indispensable military power in the Great Phone. Gu Yuan would also replace the old King Ning, forever guarding the western border. The 300,000 wolf troops in the northwest would all fall under Gu Yuan's command. It wouldn't be long before he would be granted the title of Duke. Gu Mingji was quick to call out, "Hurry, set up the incense altar to welcome the edict." Yes, the servants hurried to prepare. This was an unparalleled honor. Naturally, it had to be welcomed with the highest standards. Did you see that? Lin Xianhong looked at Ning Que with indifference and said, "I have admired the generals who served the country since childhood. You come from a Ning royal residence, and your father and brothers have all died in battle. But what have you done? In my eyes, you will never be able to compare to General Gu." People can really be angered to the point of laughter when they're speechless. How could Lin Xianhong be so confident? Hey, don't say that about the crown prince. Gu Yuan pretended to be carefree and said sarcastically, "The crown prince was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, relying on the military achievements of his father and brothers to live well. It is normal not to want to go to the battlefield. How can you say he is afraid of death? Still, General Gu understands the greater good." Lin Xianhong nodded in agreement. She looked down on Ning Que from the bottom of her heart. In her eyes, Ning Que was a petty person. No matter what he did, he could always find fault. This was because she had a preconceived notion. Tian Zhongshuan stroked his beard and laughed sinisterly. Ning Que was ultimately a powerless crown prince. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't stir up much trouble. Indeed, the emperor wanted to support Ning Quebec, but the premise was that Ning Que had true talent and learning. Otherwise, how could he win the people's support? The Prince of Qi then looked at Gu Mingji. Both of them smiled. The Gu family had not wasted his efforts. Supporting Gu Yuan to rise was a grand strategy. This would allow them to completely control the Northwest Wolf Army. Crown Prince Ning, do you see it now? It is useless to boast. In the Great Phone, what matters is still military merit. Tian Zhongshuan looked at Ning Que with pride and said lightly, "That's right. Today is indeed the anniversary of the old King Ning's death. But so what? A new emperor brings new ministers. The old King Ning has died at Yumen Pass. Now, it is Gu Yuan guarding the western border and commanding the wolf army. Today's banquet at the Gu family, with His Majesty sending the imperial edict as a reward, is the best proof. I wonder if you are related?" Ning Que only felt it was ridiculous. "On what basis do you think this edict is for Gu Yuan?" "Ha ha ha." Gu Mingji immediately burst out laughing so hard he bent over. "Crown Prince Ning, can you see clearly? This is my Gu residence, not the Ning royal residence. The imperial edict is sent to my Gu residence, and it is not for Yuan. Could it be for the crown prince?" "Ha ha ha." The Prince of Qi and others also laughed. Lin Xianhong frowned slightly and said softly, "Ning Que, stop causing trouble here. If you don't feel embarrassed, you should consider the reputation of the royal residence. I know everything you do is for me. Just take it as me letting you down, and you should go back first." "Were you?" Ning Que didn't want to waste words with them. They were just a bunch of overconfident fools. At that moment, Chief Steward who approached, followed by many eunuchs. Chief Steward who was a favored official by the emperor. He could often represent the emperor in public. Over the years, he had been loyal and had never made a mistake. His official position was not high, serving as the chief of the Internal Affairs Office, ranked third. However, even first-rank officials had to be polite when they saw him. Having met Chief Steward Hu, Gu Mingji cheerfully walked up and greeted him, saying, "Thank you, Chief Steward Hu, for making a special trip. You must stay to drink a few cups of wine later." "No need." Chief Steward Hu waved his hand indifferently. "Minister Gu, this imperial edict is not for your Gu family." "Huh? It's not for me?" Everyone was in an uproar. What is going on? Chief Steward Hu came to the Gu residence to issue an edict, and then said it was not for the Gu family? This operation had never happened before. Chief Steward Hu raised the imperial edict high. "Crown Prince Ning Que, listen to the edict." "I, Ning Que, accept the edict. Ning Que kamni per forum davao." At that moment, The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Is indeed for the crown prince? I understand now. It must be a reprimand for the crown prince. Yes, the Prince of Qi's eyes were filled with anger. The crown prince is responsible for disaster relief in Xinjiang, but he participated in the Gu family's banquet for personal reasons. So he must be punished. I heard the crown prince even raise the coffin to see the emperor. Perhaps this angered his majesty. The crown prince is still too young. They were not very optimistic. Since Ning Que married Lin Xianhong, the emperor often scolded him, hoping he could bear the heavy burden of the crown prince and support the entire Ning royal residence. But Ning Que repeatedly disappointed the emperor, and later the emperor became too lazy to say anything. This time, he was sent to provide disaster relief, and there was some hope. But what did Ning Que do? He had people send gifts to the Lin family every day. It was clear he was still pining for Lin Xianhong. Saying something about divorcing her was just a pretense. As the crown prince, he only cared about personal feelings. How could the emperor not be angry? Chief steward who looked at Ning Que and slowly opened the imperial edict. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. The Ning King has protected our great Feng for many years, achieving remarkable military merits. And recovering the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun is an unprecedented achievement. However, in the Battle of Yumen Pass, the Ning King and 3 young generals fought bravely to the death for the country. I have mourned deeply and thought it over. From today onwards, the anniversary of the Ning King's death shall be a national mourning day. From top to bottom, no banquets shall be held to celebrate. National Mourning Day. The entire venue was in an uproar. Since the establishment of the Great Feng, there had never been such a rule. It even exceeded the specifications for the emperor's death. It is said that after the emperor's death, all officials must keep vigil. The princes and the new emperor must observe mourning for 3 years. After 3 years, the music and dance can resume. But this time, to establish the Ning King's death anniversary as a national mourning day, no one in the nation is allowed to hold banquets to celebrate. Such an honor is simply unimaginable. Ning Ke's eyes turned red, and he raised his hand to bow deeply. I thank you for your grace, your majesty. The emperor knew what he cared about most. At the same time, he shattered all rumors. Crown Prince Ning Que, for a long time, has shown extraordinary talent, being born with divine power and deep wisdom. His achievements and strategy are unparalleled, and he has eliminated violence and evil without exception. In response to the drought and locusts in Xinjiang, the crown prince quickly quelled the disaster. Therefore, today, Ning Que will inherit the title of Ning King, and the official shall prepare the ceremony to bestow the title at the appropriate time. At this moment, the entire venue was in an uproar. The Prince of Qi stared wide-eyed. He suddenly crushed the glass wine cup in his hand. How is this possible? This means Ning Que will inherit the royal title? Lin Xianhong's expression was even more spectacular. Shocked, confused, and astonished. The emperor must have gone mad. Allowing Ning Que to inherit the royal title? This would only tarnish the reputation of the Ning royal residence. Chapter 24. Divorce. No more ties between us. Tian Zhongshuan's face was ashen. When Ning Que was dispatched for disaster relief, he had already guessed it. The emperor intended for Ning Que to inherit the royal title, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Times have changed. The emperor now held all the power. The military across the regions followed his orders. There were heavy troops stationed near their fief. If he continued to threaten, it would only backfire. The emperor was not as simple as he appeared, seemingly gentle, but in reality ruthless and decisive. He supported Ning Que for only one possible reason: to balance the 4 great noble families. Gu Yuan's expression was equally grim. He felt a sharp pain on his face. The emperor was backing Ning Que, or perhaps deliberately suppressing their Gu family. The emperor's mind was hard to fathom. Looking at Ning Que, Gu Yuan was filled with anger. He had endured hardships on the western border for several years, fighting fiercely against the Western Liang, and it was only through blood and toil that he achieved his current status. What had Ning Que done? He merely had a good birth. As for disaster relief, can that really count? The emperor personally issued the decree, sparing no expense to provide aid. He even broke the unprecedented rule to open the granary in Chang'an. What did this have to do with Ning Que? Even leading a pig to Xinjiang could solve it. Now, Ning Que had inherited the royal title. It should be known that there was only one prince in Dafeng. That was Prince Ning. Since the founding of the nation, it had been passed down from generation to generation. Each Prince Ning held immense power. Domestically, they assisted the monarch and governed the regions. Externally, they led troops in battle and expanded territories. The key was that Ning Que was likely to divide his military power. It should be noted that the western border had always been guarded by the Prince Ning. If Ning Que inherited the royal title, what problem would there be in guarding the western border? No way. Absolutely not. Gu Yuan looked at Tian Zhongshuan. The two exchanged silent nods. Although the imperial edict had been issued, the formal enfeoffment had not yet taken place. Tomorrow morning, they would join forces with other ministers to jointly impeach. Chief Steward, who raised a slight smile and instructed, His Majesty has specifically commanded that the prince must attend the court meeting tomorrow. The Ministry of Rights will be responsible for officially crowning him as Prince Ning and then announcing it to the world. This subject obeys the command. Ning Que raised his hand to accept the imperial edict. Was it over? Of course not. Chief Steward, who calmly took out a new imperial edict. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Xianhong. Lin Xianhong, heed the edict. This subject's daughter receives the edict. Lin Xianhong walked forward in shock. Why was there an edict for her? By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. The heir of Prince Ning, Lin Xianhong, privately aborted a pregnancy and harmed the royal bloodline. Considering she saved General Gu Yuan, her merits and faults are balanced and will not be investigated. The heir has submitted a petition for divorce due to the 7 transgressions. Lin Xianhong's private abortion raises suspicions of leaving no heirs and indulging in immoral conduct. After discussion with the religious officials, it is agreed that Ning Que shall divorce her. From this day forth, Lin Xianhong shall be stripped of her clan registration. From now on, she shall have no relations with the royal family, and her life and death shall be unrelated. Furthermore, the heir is granted permission to reclaim the betrothal gifts and dowry. Anyone who obstructs this shall be punished by law. Thus decreed, this subject's daughter, thanks your majesty. Lin Xianhong trembled as she raised her hand to receive the edict. At that moment, her face was pale, and her whole body shook. She looked at the calm and composed Ning Que had entered the palace earlier to divorce her. She had thought it was all Ning Que's scheme. He merely wanted to ask the Empress Dowager for help in interceding. No matter how strong he appeared, it was all intentional. Just as others said, it was all a ploy to catch her off guard. The purpose was to make her admit her mistakes obediently. Everything was to control her. In her view, Ning Que loved her very much. He was willing to do anything for her. Therefore, he could not live without her. Even if he spoke of divorce, it was just to scare her. After all, it had always been like this over the years. For this reason, she even thought of Ning Que as a petty person. To win her over, he did not hesitate to ask the Empress Dowager for help, using power to force her to admit her mistakes. It turned out she had overthought it. Ning Que really wanted to divorce her. Such decisiveness and determination. Lin Xianhong stared blankly at Ning Que. At this moment, he seemed so calm and unburdened. As if he had shed a heavy load, he was at ease. She could not help but recall that night. Her father was detained by the Ministry of Justice. Her mother and others were imprisoned in the residence. She crawled out through a dog hole, wanting to seek Gu Yuan's help. She knocked on the door for a long time. In the end, the steward told her that Gu Yuan had already left. That night, it rained heavily. She wandered the streets like a walking corpse. When she turned around, it was Ning Que holding an umbrella for her. Then, Ning Que handed her a marriage contract. Because this was the wish of the princess, she decisively agreed to the marriage for the sake of the Lin family. Ning Que entered the palace to meet the emperor with a golden medal for immunity. With the endorsement of the Prince Ning's residence, the Lin family was granted amnesty. Now it was all in the past. Logically, she should feel happy. After all, she had wanted to leave the royal residence for a long time. Although she was being divorced, she had achieved her goal. However, she could not feel happy. Looking at Ning Que, her face was filled with confusion. It was as if she had lost something important. It was really a divorce. She never expected that even the emperor approved it. By the way, wasn't the Empress Dowager the one who favored Lin Xianhong the most? The Empress Dowager loved her for the sake of the Lin family. Didn't she understand this? Yes. Everyone suddenly realized. Indeed, Lin Xianhong had saved the Empress Dowager's life. Moreover, her medical skills were indeed good. But did the palace lack physicians? At least, there was still divine Dr. Chong in Chang'an. What the Empress Dowager truly felt guilty about was the Prince Ning's residence. She had specially set up a Buddhist hall in the palace. Every day, she recited scriptures to pray for the peace of the Prince Ning. The entire hall fell into silence. Everyone quietly watched. In the end, it was still Chief Steward who stood up and bowed deeply. I pay my respects to Prince Ning. We pay our respects to Prince Ning. Everyone raised their hands and bowed deeply. Tian Zhongshuan and Gu Yuan, though unwilling, had to pay their respects. The emperor's decree had already been issued. Therefore, Ning Que was now Prince Ning. He was the only prince of Defeng, one person below, above 10,000. He towered over the four great noble families. Even if Tian Zhongshuan was the king of Qi, he was still a head shorter. Do not bow. Ning Que calmly waved his sleeve. This prince has inherited the royal title and, according to custom, should host a banquet to entertain the court officials. However, I have some private matters to attend to in the next few days. I will send invitations to your residences later. Haha, well said, well said. I've long heard that the chefs of the royal residence are superb. Yes, the previous wedding banquet allowed us to feast to our heart's content. They all approached without a care for Gu Yuan and the others' expressions. These people were seasoned veterans in the officialdom. Each one changed their face faster than flipping a book. They were now actively trying to curry favor, not because their relationships were good, but purely out of fear of Ning Ke's power. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling person. Leaving a good impression would be convenient for future help. Ning Que looked at Chief Steward Hu again. Chief Steward Hu, thank you for making this special trip today. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit the royal residence. This prince remembers that Chief Steward Hu enjoys strong liquor. Just so happens, there are a few jars of aged otter red in the residence. That sounds wonderful. Chief Steward Hu rarely smiled. However, this was just for show. His identity was very sensitive. Being too close to Ning Que would inevitably lead to repercussions. The emperor might not care, but he could not do such things. Accompanying the ruler is like accompanying a tiger, but he could often stay close to the emperor. How could one manage this without some emotional intelligence? Tanya, let's go. Inform the family soldiers to go to the Lin family and move things. What? Lin Xianhong's heart sank. Chapter 25. Can't you wait, even a moment? It is now the hour of the dog, and the sky has darkened. Even if one wants to recover their belongings, it can wait until tomorrow. Lin Xianhong only felt a heaviness in her chest. After hastily bidding farewell to Gu Yuan, she hurriedly left. The other guests, seeing this, also began to take their leave. Eating melons is human nature. The excitement of the Lin family cannot be missed. Lord Gu, I take my leave first. Hee. Lord Gu, will you come along? Let's go, let's not be late. General Gu is fortunate indeed. A noblewoman passing by Gu Yuan teased. Lin Xianhong has been divorced by the Wang family. She will soon become the talk of all Chang'an. This is all to save you. It just so happens that General Gu has yet to marry. Why not seek a marriage with the Lin family? Gu Yuan only smiled coldly. Is he lacking in brains? A woman like Lin Xianhong isn't even worthy of being a concubine. Now she has become a laughingstock in Chang'an. Such a discarded woman is only good for a bit of fun. A perfectly good banquet has been thoroughly spoiled. One by one, the guests were thinking about the drama. Gu Mingji slumped down on a wooden chair, his face ashen. Ning Que is clearly here to stir up trouble. Interesting. Tian Zhongshuan's eyes were cold as he let out a heavy snort. Since Prince Ning's death in battle, no one has dared to oppose him. Ning Que is young, but his temper is quite fierce. My lord, Gu Mingji stood up and bowed. Now that Ning Que has inherited the title, a grand coronation ceremony is to be held tomorrow. If he regains control of the wolf army, what will we do then? Norus. Tian Zhongshuan coldly waved his sleeve. They are all in the same boat. It is all about seizing military power and plotting grand affairs. Does the prince have a plan? Tian Zhongshuan remained calm and set down his wine cup. With this prince here, the sky won't fall. But his majesty has already issued an edict. What is there to fear? The sky won't fall. Tian Zhongshuan said confidently and nonchalantly. The imperial decree has been issued, and it cannot be retracted. But when the formal coronation will take place is not so simple. In the past, Emperor Wen decreed that the line of Prince Ning could not inherit the title without great merit. At the grand ceremony tomorrow, I will bring out the decree. How will His Majesty respond? The prince is wise. Gu Yuan suddenly realized. They almost forgot about this. Prince Ning is the only royal prince in the Great Feng. Since the establishment of the country, it has been passed down in a single line. To appease the masses, Emperor Wen specifically issued a decree. The line of Prince Ning wants to inherit the title. They must achieve great merit. Simply relying on the relief of Jingyang is far from enough. Therefore, Ning Que still cannot gain real power. At most, he will inherit the title first. Gu Yuan looked at the chaotic banquet. He would not lose to this waste of Ning Que. The carriage moved quickly. After a moment, they arrived in front of the Lin residence. Ning Que got out of the carriage, followed by more vehicles. They are the typical onlookers, eager for the spectacle. The Lin family has been quite arrogant these years, especially after Lin Xianhong was appointed as a third-rank female physician by the Empress. Relying on the Empress's favor, the Lin family members usually look down on others and love to show off. Ning Que, Lin Xianhong rushed over breathless. Don't worry, your things will all be given to you. It's already late. Can't we wait until tomorrow? Your Lin family is too unlucky. Ning Que coldly pushed her away. Lin Xianhong stumbled and fell to the ground. However, Ning Que showed no sign of pity. The list of gifts was sent to the residence yesterday. This prince does not wish to be entangled with the Lin family any longer. Do not delay any further. Exactly. Iron Bull's deep voice echoed as he stepped forward, agreeing. Our blades are already eager to go. Hurry up and open the door. We'll take the things and leave. What are they doing at this late hour? The doors of the Lin residence opened. Lin Xiang and others walked out. Seeing Lin Xianhong sitting on the ground, Lin Xinhuan hurriedly stepped forward to help her, simultaneously glaring angrily at Ning Que. How dare you push my sister? Are you still a man? Just for a trivial matter, you have to make such a scene? Xinhuan, don't say any more. Lin Xianhong bit her lip. She looked at Ning Que, who remained indifferent. Earlier, he used to care when she bumped into things. Now, that is all in the past. Sister, what are you afraid of? Bringing so many people at night. What do you want to do? Do you really think our Lin family is easy to bully? Lin's mother also had a grim expression, looking at Ning Que with a sarcastic tone. What is it? Does the son-in-law want to take our whole family to the Dali temple? Virtuous son-in-law, we could discuss things. Lin Jiang stepped forward to smooth things over, continuing to persuade. Don't worry, I will talk to Xianhong properly. Just release Chow'er. After all, he is your brother-in-law. We are ultimately family. Lin Jiang was merely using a temporary strategy, thinking of getting Lin Chao released first. However, Ning Que did not pay attention to him. He coldly looked at Lin Xianhong. Will you say it, or shall I? Do you really want to force me? Isn't this what you wanted? Ning Que nonchalantly. You always think I'm a petty person, entangled with you. Now that I have divorced you, we have nothing to do with each other from now on. Divorced? Divorced? Lin Jiang and the others were all stunned. Lin Xianhong could only nod with tears in her eyes, simultaneously handing over the imperial decree. At this moment, she felt extremely wronged. She did not think she had done anything wrong. Even now, she believed Ning Que was being petty. If he were broad-minded enough, would it have come to this? So what if he inherits the title? Without real power, it means nothing. After reading the imperial decree, Lin Zhang's expression suddenly changed. Head of the Lin family, do you see? His Majesty has permitted this prince to divorce. The list of gifts was sent yesterday. This prince now wants to take everything back. As Ning Que spoke, he clapped his hands. Fu Bo and Iron Bull stepped forward at the same time, followed by many servants. What? He has inherited the title? His Majesty agrees to the divorce and wants to take back all the betrothal gifts? Lin's mother nearly fainted. Looking at Ning Que, she regretted it deeply. She rushed forward, forcing a flattering smile. Good son-in-law, look at what this has turned into. We can discuss this. Don't act impulsively. As the saying goes, fighting at the head of the bed and making peace at the foot, this time, Xianhong indeed wronged you. How about this? Take her back and punish her however you like. I guarantee she will behave well in the future and will never dare to be unruly again. Ning Que suddenly waved his sleeve, shaking them off. Looking at this family, he only found it laughable. The Lin family is made up of people who are not worth a mention. Over the years, They have never given him a good face. They thought they had him in their grasp. Now that they know he has inherited the title and wants to take back the betrothal gifts, only now do they realize they should be afraid. But what does that mean? Late feelings are worth less than grass. Seeing that they were unwilling to hand over voluntarily, Ning Que immediately waved his hand. Iron Bull, do your thing. Take everything listed on the list. Don't forget about the shop deeds and the servants sent over at the beginning. Take them all back to the royal residence. Not even a single coin should be left for the Lin family. Understood. Brothers, follow me. Iron Bull grinned as he charged to the front. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. Lin Xianhong slumped helplessly on the ground. It's over, completely over. The Lin family is finished. Chapter 26, leaving Ning Que. I will only live better. Creak. The door opened. A gentle breeze and bright moon led people into the Lin family. According to the gift list, they began to move things. Ning Ke's identity was evident. When it comes to marriage, it naturally has to follow the highest etiquette. The betrothal gifts given to the Lin family were quite valuable. 10,000 taels of silver, 9 maidservants, 9 servants, 18 horses, 36 oxen, 6 carriages. Qing Feng arranged for people to move the items according to the gift list. At this moment, Lin Xianhong was already in tears. She stood in front of the Wang family guards, trying to stop them from taking the items away. Please leave me some. This carriage is my dowry. Lin Xianhong's face was filled with despair. These are all their family assets. They relied on these to maintain the Lin family's dignity. There are also several stores, which were all gifts from Ning Quebec. The stores didn't even need them to manage. It could be said that they made a fortune every day. The Lin family's daily expenses and social interactions relied entirely on these shops. The key point was that there were land deeds, a full 800 acres of fertile land. The Lin family couldn't even consume it all. They could sell a lot of rice every year. Don't block the way, step aside, Tainyo said coldly. He had no sympathy. In his eyes, the Lin family was nothing but a leech. They didn't expect any gratitude, but at least be polite. But what was the result? The Lin family members were all very arrogant. They looked down on the Wang family everywhere. They were indeed demanding food while standing. Lin's mother was completely broken. She was originally a shrew and simply collapsed on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Ning Que, you heartless one. You got tired of playing with my daughter, so you divorced her. She was pregnant with your child, and you treat her like this? Mother, stop saying that. Lin Xianhong's face turned red. Aren't there enough people watching the excitement? Don't stop me. Lin's mother was completely frightened. She looked at the servants who were moving things. Some of them had served her before. They worked quite efficiently. They were sensible and very courteous. There were also a few cooks. Their skills were simply unmatched. She had previously hosted some noble women, and they all envied her. They said these cooks came from the Wang family, and the dishes they made were quite delicious, even better than the imperial meals. They had actually long had enough of the Lin family. They were just serving out of respect for Ning Quebec. Now, Ning Que had come to take them home. Uncle Fu, holding the gift list, said coldly, "Don't worry about them, as long as it's from the Ning Wang mansion. Take everything away." Good. More and more treasures were being moved out. The onlookers were all applauding. They were not supporting Ning Quebec. They simply thought the Lin family had been unreasonable. Over the years, they had lived off others, relying on the support of the Wang family, calling themselves upper-class nobility in Chang'an. They looked down on this and that, and often commented on other people's affairs. Of course, there would be noble women who wouldn't tolerate them. They said the Lin family relied entirely on Ning Quebec. But what did they say? The Lin family did not climb high to the Wang family. It was the young master who sought to marry Lin Xianhong. If it weren't for his sincere intentions, they wouldn't have agreed. They didn't care about Ning Ke's power, just because he treated Lin Xianhong well enough. Look, now they're getting their comeuppance, right? Ning Que really divorced his wife. This was something the Lin family had never expected. Lin Xianhong was dumbfounded, his hands and feet cold. He could only watch the Wang family people move things. He never expected that Ning Que could inherit the royal title. Even more so, he never expected the emperor to agree to Ning Ke's divorce. Not even the Empress Dowager stopped it. Wasn't she the one who loved Lin Xianhong the most? Lin Xianhong had already prepared for the worst. It was just that Lin Xianhong would choose to divorce, even if they had to return the betrothal gifts. It didn't matter. At least they could keep the dowry. By then, She could remarry Gu Yuan. By climbing to the Gu family, the Lin family could go further. Now it's all over. Lin Xianhong was divorced and became a discarded wife. She became the laughingstock of all Chang'an. She could have become a princess. A princess is a first-class noble lady. Every year during the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, they would be invited. This was an unparalleled honor. Good son-in-law, good son-in-law. Don't be impulsive. Xianhong, what are you still dazed for? Hurry up and apologize to the prince. Lin Xianhong, with a flushed face, shouted angrily, I have long advised you to live well with the prince, but you didn't listen to me. Look at what happened. Hurry up and come to apologize to the prince. Lin Xianhong tightly gripped the hem of her clothes. With her head down, her eyes were filled with tears. Forget it. Ning Que couldn't be bothered to look again. I have divorced you, and we are no longer related. I'm too lazy to argue about right and wrong. Let us part ways, each living happily. We are strangers from now on, and may we never meet again. Lin Xianhong raised her head. She looked at Ning Que, who was resolute. She could no longer understand him. Ning Que had previously liked to cling to her. He had also indulged her. But this time, he was unprecedentedly resolute. Yes, Ning Que no longer clung to her. He took the initiative to propose a divorce, giving her freedom. But she couldn't feel happy. Ning Que, what do you call me? Wang, Vang Ye. Lin Xianhong bit her red lips and said softly, just consider it as me begging you, for the sake of these years of feelings. Leave some assets for the Lin family. Otherwise, the Lin family really won't survive. What does that have to do with me? Ning Que sneered, mocking. Aren't you, Lin Xianhong, self-proclaimed noble and disdainful of wealth? Lin Xianhong was instantly speechless. At that time, she indeed said similar things. Is everything ready? There are still some land deeds and shops that need to be handed over. Uncle Fu carefully checked the gift list. He would take all the things from the Wang family. Not even a grain of rice would be left for the Lin family. By the way, there's one more thing. Your Lin family still owes me 45,000 taels of silver. I will give you half a month to raise the money. Ning Que turned around. He didn't even want to look back. Lin's mother could no longer hold it together. She raised her hand and slapped Lin Xianhong hard, grabbing her hair like a shrew. You ungrateful girl. What outrageous things have you done? The Lin family is finished because of you. Your father owes tens of thousands. Your brother is imprisoned in the Dali Temple. And Qing Huan. Lin's mother was slapping and kicking, and in the end, she collapsed helplessly. All these were originally prepared as her dowry, but now they are all gone. Your sister has also been expelled from the Six Arts Academy, and you have been divorced and become a discarded wife. The Zhang family will definitely regret the marriage. Lin Xianhong endured it all. She actually felt very wronged. These things were originally brought to the Lin family by her. The Lin family was in trouble, relying on her sacrifice of her marriage. Why is everything blamed on her now? Did she do anything wrong? She just wanted to pursue her own happiness. The real wrongdoer is Ning Que. He relied on his power, cold-blooded and heartless. He disregarded all these years of feelings. He took back everything he had given. But so what? Did he think this would make her regret it? No, she wouldn't. Instead, it would only make her see Ning Que's true nature. He is just a petty, calculating person. Father, mother. I still have a Gu family. Gu Lang said he would gather 30,000 taels of silver. Moreover, he will find a way to persuade and strive to get my brother released. As for Ning Que, don't think that just because he has been crowned king, everything will go smoothly. Tomorrow's coronation ceremony won't be that easy. Lin Xianhong clenched her fists. Leaving Ning Que, she would only have a better life. Chapter 27, Should we ask Ning Que for leniency? Second sister is right. Lin Xinghuan stood up in agreement. We still have the Gu family. Look at how smug Ning Que is. He is not as magnanimous as General Gu. He is petty and calculates against us at every turn. He never thought that my sister had been with him for 3 years, and now he has taken everything away. He even called so many people here just to watch our family-esque joke. How can a man be so stingy? Why is my life so bitter? Lin's mother didn't care about any of this. She slumped on the ground, wailing in despair. She was inherently selfish. She didn't care how her children were doing. You ungrateful daughter, can't you just endure a little? Now, they've inherited the title. You could have been the princess. Tears streamed down Lin's mother-esque face. She was truly distressed. The The Lin family had lost everything. They would become a laughing stock in the future. Enough. Lin Xianhong could no longer hold back. He had been boiling with anger these past few days. Crying has drained all your good fortune. Don't you think there are enough jokes already? Now that it has come to this, we can only get through this tough time first. Xianhong, the money we owe can't just rely on the Gu family. I will find a way. Lin Xianhong's eyes were determined. She looked into the distance. I'm no longer the person I was 3 years ago. Does he think that he can make me yield like this? No, I am now a third-grade medical officer. I have a medicine hall, and many high-ranking officials and nobles come to seek my help when they are ill. This is not given by the Ning royal family. It was bestowed upon me by the Empress Dowager. Including the land deeds and shops, they are all in my hands. I will first find a way to treat people and raise money. If that doesn't work, I can mortgage the medicine hall first. That is good. Sister is right. Lin Xianhong nodded in agreement and scoffed. Ning Que still thinks we can't live without him. What does it matter that he inherited the title? We still have the Gu family as our backing. Sister is still a divine doctor. There is no telling how many people will come to seek treatment. Even if she only charges consultation fees, she can make a fortune every day. Produce. With the Gu family's help, why should we fear a Ning Wang who only has a title? After hearing this, Lin's mother stopped making a fuss. After all, the events had already occurred. Now, they needed to think about how to get through the tough times. Everything else was secondary. Xianhong, put more effort into your brother's affairs. It's not easy for your brother to have come this far. He acted impulsively. I know. Lin Xianhong's expression was troubled as he said softly, if General Gu really can't do anything, we still have to turn to Ning Quebec. I know it will be a humiliation for you, but your elder brother cannot have any accidents. Our Lin family is now counting on him. If he can earn more military merit, he can stand even taller in the future. He is truly scared now. Lin Xiao has committed a capital crime, attempting to burn the granary, and he was caught on the spot. Relying solely on the Gu family is definitely not enough insurance. After all, Ning Que has inherited the title. Even if he has no real power, he is still a prince of the Great Feng. Would the Gu family really fight Ning Que for Lin Xiao? Moreover, Lin Xiao was at fault first. If this were to escalate to the emperor, Ning Que would be justified. Therefore, Lin Xianhong was thinking of making an insurance plan. On one hand, seeking assistance from the Gu family. On the other hand, he also had to show goodwill to Ning Quebec. Once Lin Xianhong is released, everything will be easier to discuss. Father, Lin Xianhong felt incredibly aggrieved. She would do her utmost to save Lin Xiao. But why did all the burdens have to fall on her? Is she not a daughter of the Lin family? They even ask her for Lin Xianhong's dowry. When Lin Xiao gets in trouble, they tell her to find a solution. When the family is short on money, it's still her responsibility. Why? Do they want her to plead with Ning Que? Is it because they think she is not humiliating enough? She has already been divorced by Ning Quebec. From now on, they have nothing to do with each other. If she goes to plead with Ning Que, it would be like trampling her pride into the dirt. She would rather die than plead with Ning Que. Xianhong, your father knows you've been sensible since childhood. You have also considered our Lin family. You have been divorced and have become a discarded woman. Our Lin family's reputation is completely ruined, and your sister's marriage will be affected. If your brother gets into trouble again, how are we going to live in the future? Lin Xianhong's voice was choked with emotion. He naturally knew Lin Xianhong was aggrieved. But what could he do? They had already offended Ning Que to the core. Who else could save Lin Xiao? Father, what are you afraid of? Don't we still have General Gu? Lin Xianhong snorted heavily. Second sister saved General Gu's life, and he promised he would marry her. With the Gu family's help, why should we fear Ning Que? Lin Xianhong could only smile bitterly. The Gu family? Would the Gu family be like the Ning royal family back then? Would Gu Yuan be as filial as Ning Que? Ning Que truly had nothing bad to say about their Lin family. Regardless of his motives, he had helped a lot. Without the Ning royal family, what would they do in the future? Lin Xianhong had at least mingled in officialdom for many years. The Gu family is a prominent family with many rules. They wouldn't be as easy to deal with as Ning Quebec. The mistress of the Gu family is notoriously picky in Chang'an. She may even look down on the daughters of first-grade officials. Not only do they need to have status, but they must also be knowledgeable and well-mannered. Their family name must also sound good. The Gu family is, after all, one of the 8 great families of Chang'an. They must have many requirements for a daughter-in-law. Would they really agree so easily? I believe Gu Lang will. Lin Xianhong gazed into the distance. She had known Gu Yuan since childhood, and they were childhood sweethearts. Gu Yuan had even made a vow to marry her. So, she believed in Gu Yuan. At the Ning royal palace, the white lanterns hanging at the entrance. The servants on both sides were dressed in plain clothes. Ning Que had entrusted the matter to Uncle Fu. While he went as usual to the ancestral hall, after closing the door, he respectfully wiped clean the spirit tablets and continued to burn incense. Father, mother, and brothers, I have not disappointed your expectations. I have inherited the title, and tomorrow I will hold the coronation ceremony. Ning Que lit the fire in front of him. At this moment, his eyes were already red. He reminisced about the past when the royal palace was very lively. The three brothers would play around everywhere. Mother would sit indoors, laughing and sewing. Sometimes when they made mistakes, Mother would always protect them. Until the battle report arrived, the sky of the royal palace collapsed. Since then, laughter was hard to hear in the royal palace. It's a pity that Lin Xianhong is not a suitable match. I have disappointed Mother, but I will marry and have children as soon as possible to restore the Ning royal palace. Ning Ke's eyes were resolute as he murmured to himself, Father, your tactics are not fast enough and not ruthless enough. Being too merciful makes people think you are easy to bully. Rest assured, I am here now. From now on, no one can look down on the Ning royal palace. Ning Que burned the paper money, his gaze firm. Mother, you once told me to hide my talents and bide my time, worried that my royal brother would harm my father. Now it seems that my royal brother is not such a person. I will continue to use the connections of the Divine Machine Pavilion and spare no effort to uncover the true culprit behind scenes. Father and brother cannot die without knowing the truth. Blood debts must be paid in blood. Ning Que. Now, he must take back everything that belongs to the royal palace. Chapter 28, The Oath of the White Horse Alliance. What merit does Ning Que have? The next day, as dawn broke, the Crimson Palace gates swung open wide. On either side of the entrance stood armored guards. Ning Que presented his golden seal and smoothly entered the palace. Haha, the young prince is quite early today. No, he should be called the Lord now. Gu Mingji greeted him with a smile. Ning Que nadid meant. Not paying much attention. These smiling tigers had thick skins. Even if they were political enemies, they would still put on a good front. He continued to walk straight ahead. On either side of the palace entrance stood stone arches, towering at least 20 zhang high. The stone arches were a unique stone carving of the Great Phone, used to showcase majesty. On either side of the main gate were the azure dragon and white tiger arches, with ancient yet exquisite designs, vividly carved to resemble real objects. From time to time, courtiers would come to greet him. They were all attending the court council, after all. Today was his coronation ceremony. Such an important event had to take place at the Weiyang Palace, the main palace of the Great Dynasty. The political center and national symbol of the Great Phone, located on the highest point of Longshu in Chang'an. The Feng Emperor usually resided in the Weiyang Palace, where he engaged in literary pursuits by day and handled court cases by night. As Ning Que approached the hall, he looked up. His gaze fell upon the imperial road paved with marble, adorned with exquisite patterns of mountains, seas, clouds, and mist, along with dragons soaring through the clouds. Surrounding it were floating clouds, incredibly beautiful. On either side were layers of steps, meant for the courtiers to walk upon. Ning Que stepped onto the stairs, moving slowly but steadily. He walked deliberately, and though not fast, each step was firm. Upon reaching the highest point, many courtiers were already waiting. Directly ahead was the majestic Weiyang Palace, with a bronze mystical bird perched on a ridge, as if it were about to take flight. Each palace door was adorned with jade decorations, illustrating maps of various counties. This was all remodeled after the Feng Emperor ascended to the throne. When he lifted his head, he could see the territory of the Great Phone. Oh, isn't this Prince Ning? Young cousin, it's your first time participating in the court council. You should be prepared. Qi Wang Tian Zhongshuan said with a forced smile, dressed in the Dragon King's robe and wearing a purple gold crown, holding a purple jade tablet. He mockingly said, the council can take 2 or 3 hours. Can young cousin sit still for that long? The rest of the courtiers all looked at Ning Que, wanting to see how this young prince would respond. Tian Zhongshuan's words were clearly laced with sarcasm, taunting Ning Que. This prince is young and vigorous. I can sit as long as needed. How long can the old Qi Wang sit? Don't let it be too long and faint. We might have to call for the imperial physician. By the way, I know a bit about medicine. And looking at your pale complexion and the black spots on your ears, I fear you might have some hidden ailment. Tian Zhongshuan's face flushed red. The officials nearby nearly laughed out loud. Hadn't Tian Zhongshuan suffered enough at the Gu family's banquet last night? Guaipribuk Ning Que? Ning Que might not have many skills, but his tongue was quite sharp. He could only rely on his verbal skills. Young Ning Wang should think about how to secure his position. Wanting royal power is not easy. Tian Zhongshuan coldly dropped his harsh words and then turned away, saying no more. Ning Que smiled coldly. This old man was truly dull. Ning Wang, you still need to be cautious. Today's coronation may have unexpected events. Prime Minister Sima Chongqing stepped forward. He was over 40, with a touch of gray at his temples. As the prime minister, he was responsible for leading the 6 ministries. He had studied the 6 arts and was skilled in the art of governance. He was a direct disciple of Master Yu. After the Feng Emperor ascended, he quickly promoted Sima Chongqing. Sima Chongqing had a decent relationship with the old Ning Wang, which is why he chose to proactively remind Ning Que. Sima Chongqing lowered his voice. In the past, Emperor Wen swore an oath with Prince Ning that this lineage could not inherit the royal title without great merit. Thank you for the reminder, Prime Minister. There's no need for courtesy, Ning Que replied. Sima Chongqing smiled, patting Ning Que on the shoulder. I've heard about your matters. Let go of the past early and look forward. His Majesty often mentions you in front of me. This time, he is breaking the rules to crown you, hoping you can serve the country. I understand. Ning Que nodded in realization. He had already guessed that Tian Zhongshuan was going to play tricks, and he must have thought of Emperor Wen's oath. Emperor Wen was the second Feng Emperor. After he ascended the throne, there was an accident. The old Ning Wang was seriously ill and needed to choose a suitable heir. The legitimate eldest son was conventional and not particularly outstanding, while the legitimate second son was both literate and martial with military achievements. Logically, the eldest son should inherit the royal title. However, the second son's generals disagreed and directly bypassed Prince Ning to force Emperor Wen's hand. Emperor Wen had no choice but to consult Prince Ning. In the end, the two swore an oath at the White Horse Alliance. From then on, this branch of Prince Ning's lineage could only have capable people in charge. To inherit the royal title, one must achieve great merit. Furthermore, they needed the recognition of the officials. Tian Zhongshuan knew this, and naturally he was aware. Enter the hall. The palace doors on both sides opened simultaneously. The civil and military officials entered in 2 lines. Ning Que, as Prince Ning, walked at the front. Inside the hall was laid with black jade, spotless even to the point of reflecting light. Inside, there were 120 supporting columns, each requiring several people to wrap. The beams were made of unique redwood and emitted a peculiar fragrance. Everywhere was coated with tung oil, quite tidy. Ning Que sat on a mat, with military generals behind him. Tian Zhongshuan sat opposite him, with civil officials behind him. The Ningwang mansion was a family of military generals, always at the forefront in every generation. Although Ning Que had never participated in a court council, he knew the rules. The court council was an extremely serious occasion, so one had to observe propriety, not act rashly, and certainly not whisper to each other. Otherwise, the ceremonial officials patrolling behind would not be easy on them. Silence. His Majesty has arrived. Chief Steward, whose loud voice rang out. The palace doors on both sides closed simultaneously. The central imperial gate was pushed open. All the officials turned to look outside the palace doors. The Feng Emperor sat in a dragon carriage, carried by 8 warriors as he passed over the imperial road. At this moment, he had already changed into a dragon robe, wearing a crown with tassels, and a sword hung at his waist. Upon entering the hall, all the officials rose and bowed deeply. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live the Great Feng. The Great Feng rarely had such formal kneeling ceremonies since establishing the country. It advocated for co-governance with the scholars and gentlemen. The relationship between the ruler and ministers was quite equal, hence the practice of lords and ministers bowing to each other. All ministers, please rise. Thank you, your Majesty. The officials took their seats. The Feng Emperor sat on the imperial throne, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Finally, it landed on Ning Que. He rarely smiled, but this time he raised a slight smile and said, "I believe all of you know that today is the coronation ceremony of the new Prince Ning. I also invite you all to witness this. This matter should be handled by your Ministry of Rights. Your Majesty, I have objections." The Feng Emperor looked at Tian Zhongshuan, frowning slightly. Finally, he waved his hand. "There is no rush for objections. We will discuss them after the coronation. I believe it is better to clarify things first." Tian Zhongshuan stepped forward, showing no regard for the Feng Emperor. "Qi Wang, does your Majesty still remember the oath Emperor when made with the old Ning Wang?" Tian Zhongshuan turned back, his gaze fixed on Ning Que, and said coldly, "Emperor, when once swore an oath with old Ning Wang that the lineage of Ning Wang could not inherit without contributing greatly to the country. May I ask everyone, what merit does this young Prince Ning have?" Chapter 29. The Illusion. We have been played by Ning Que. Tian Zhongshuan. The Emperor's eyes were filled with anger as he coldly said, "Are you trying to pressure me with the oath of the White Horse Alliance? I believe that the laws of our ancestors cannot be changed." Tian Zhongshuan stood his ground. This was the bottom line, and it absolutely could not be crossed. Prince Ning, as a royal prince, wielded immense power, overshadowing the other royal clans of different surnames. After struggling to outlive the old Prince Ning, they hoped for a few years of peace. If Ning Que ascended the throne, what would be left for them? Moreover, the emperor was ruthless and had long viewed the royal clans of different surnames unfavorably, already considering the idea of reducing their fiefs. With Ning Que's assistance, their future would be unbearable. The family assets painstakingly passed down could very well be reclaimed by the emperor. The emperor's gaze was piercing as he stared at Tian Zhongshuan, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Look, they've fallen into the trap." Over the years, Ning Que had made many contributions. If it were just for the coronation, it would actually not be difficult. He wanted to take this opportunity to prove one thing. The laws of our ancestors can still be changed. Isn't that right, Master Yu? Tian Zhongshuan, however, did not realize he had fallen into a trap. With a hint of provocation, he looked at Yu Ji. As the Grand Preceptor, Yu Ji held a nominal position. He had the power to participate in discussions, but no real authority. However, the emperor held him in high esteem, as he was his teacher. Yu Ji was well-read and knowledgeable, but extremely conservative, firmly upholding the governance of the former kings and believing that future generations should not easily change the laws. Otherwise, it would not only harm the state, but also be disloyal and unfilial. Thus, Tian Zhongshuan chose to bring up Yu Ji to prove the inviolability of the White Horse Alliance oath. After all, the emperor had a great deal of respect for Yu Ji. Under the watchful eyes of the courtiers, Yu Ji slowly stepped forward. He did not answer immediately, but looked toward Ning Que. After pondering for a long time, he finally spoke. "I have heard a story, and today I will share it with everyone." Yu Ji nodded at Ning Que and raised his hand. There was a man from Chu who dropped his sword into the river from his boat, and although he hurried to retrieve it, the boat had already moved on, and the sword could not follow. To seek the sword in such a way, isn't that perplexing? Thus, I believe that as the world changes, so must affairs change. And if the governance of a world is not consistent, then the state cannot adhere to the ancient laws. Emperor Wen cut the White Horse Alliance oath as a compromise to quell the contention for the throne 300 years ago. It was only through merit that a suitable heir could be chosen. However, in the battle at Yumen Pass, all three princes died in battle, and only the youngest prince remains. He should rightfully inherit the throne. Tian Zhongshuan was left speechless. What the hell? Is he in cahoots with them? How did Yu Ji change his tune? He was just shouting that the laws of our ancestors cannot be changed. I believe it cannot. Gu Mingji quickly stepped forward, raising his hand to dissuade. Prince Ning, as a royal prince of Great Feng, stands above all others. In the past, to cut the White Horse Alliance oath, one must have great merit to be made a royal prince. This is not only the ancient system of Great Feng, but also to command respect. Now, the young Prince Ning Que is still young and has no great achievements for the country. How can he command respect? I too agree. I won. I 10,086. More and more ministers stepped forward. Most of them were from the Qi royal line, naturally trying to stop Ning Que from ascending. Of course, there were also some who supported his ascension. Sima Changqing stepped forward with a jade tablet in hand. You are all mistaken. The young prince has made significant contributions in disaster relief. Ha ha! What is disaster relief in Xinjiang compared to true achievements? The chancellor should not deceive us. Everyone knows that the disaster relief was ordered by His Majesty, who opened the granaries of Chang'an to quell the disaster. Gu Yuan snorted heavily. He looked at Ning Que with a cold gaze. As long as he was around, Ning Que would not smoothly ascend the throne. He would not easily relinquish his military power. This time, the disaster relief did not involve a single grain from the granaries of Chang'an. The emperor sat high on the throne and slowly spoke. The noisy court suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Ah, His Majesty truly favors the young prince. Tian Zhongshuan revealed a cold smile and said lightly, But Your Majesty, everyone in Chang'an knows what you have done. Please remember, do not let personal feelings interfere with the public good. Impudent. Sima Changqing was immediately enraged, pointing at Tian Zhongshuan's forehead and scolding, Prince, you must remember your duties as a minister. How dare you disrespect His Majesty? I'm just speaking the truth. What is wrong with that? Big mistake. Tian Zhongshuan refused to back down, sneering. Your Majesty personally issued the edict to spare no effort in disaster relief. The granaries of Chang'an were opened, and an endless supply of grain was sent to Xinjiang. If that is not Your Majesty's achievement, whose is it? Ah, Prince Qi is mistaken. Ning Que finally spoke, smiting. What was transported from the granaries may not necessarily be grain. I need to build roads and bridges in Xinjiang and repair the ancestral home, which requires a lot of sand and stone. Coincidentally, there were some in the granary, so I had them transported there. What did you say? The carts were not filled with grain, but with sand and stone. You. Gu Yuan's pupils constricted. Looking at Ning Que, he nearly spat blood. So they had all been tricked? This was all Ning Que's illusion. The emperor was quite pleased at this moment. They had just suffered a silent loss. He looked at Tian Zhongshuan and said calmly, I did indeed issue an edict to spare no effort in disaster relief. But I never said I would open the granaries of Chang'an. You all are merely speculating. Ning Que successfully provided disaster relief and achieved great merit. He should ascend to become king. Gu Yuan's eyes were cold, his fists clenched tightly. They had been played. They had been danced around by Ning Que. Due to the sand and stone, prices were being driven down. After the grain prices dropped, Ning Que sent people to purchase it. He easily resolved the grain shortage in Xinjiang. And what about them? They suffered a huge loss. Gu Yuan clutched his chest, his blood boiling. Looking at Ning Que's expression, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Tian Zhongshuan's thoughts raced, and he stood up again. Even if the young prince has merits in disaster relief, what does that count for? All ministers should not forget that Emperor Wen established the ancient system. The Ning royal line must have great merit for the country to inherit the throne. Just disaster relief cannot be considered great merit. I too agree. What great merit does disaster relief count for? I could do it too. I ask His Majesty to retract the command and postpone the coronation. The emperor watched them, taking note of each one. He looked at their commotion, unhurried. In fact, it would be easy to give Ning Que a proper name. Just stating the deeds he had accomplished over the years would suffice, one by one, all great merits. However, he still had things for Ning Que to do. This was also an opportunity for them to help. Enough. Your Majesty, quell your anger. The ministers simultaneously raised their hands in salute. The emperor looked at them and said lightly, What you are arguing about is merely whether there is great merit. I see today as a fitting time to proceed with the coronation ceremony. Your Majesty, I have not finished speaking. The emperor looked at Tian Zhongshuan, who had no choice but to retreat obediently. Today's coronation would only grant a title and not real power. The emperor looked at Ning Que and said, In 2 days, the envoys from Shiliang will arrive in Chang'an. They come under the pretense of peace talks, but in reality, they seek to gain benefits. Ning Que, I order you to temporarily lead the Ministry of Rights and be fully responsible for this diplomatic mission. If you can secure benefits for Great Feng, then you will be the true Prince Ning of our Great Feng. I will not fail to live up to Your Majesty's trust. Ning Que stood and bowed deeply. This time, even Tian Zhongshuan fell silent. It was clear that this was all part of the emperor's plan. If he continued to be aggressive, it would only backfire. Therefore, there was only one way left: to sabotage the peace talks between Xiliang and Great Feng. Chapter 30, The Rhythm Master Gu Mingji. Should I avoid his brilliance? Your Majesty, I refuse to accept this. Gu Yuan stormed out, disregarding his father, Gu Mingji's obstruction. I have guarded the western frontier for many years and am familiar with Xiliang. To break Xiliang's main force, I lay in ambush for several days, enduring the icy cold and chasing for hundreds of miles, which finally forced Xiliang to negotiate. I am very familiar with the people of Xiliang. They follow the law of the jungle, where the weak are prey to the strong. They are a group of uncivilized savages who only know killing and refuse to accept the king's rule. I believe that the matter of negotiation should be entirely my responsibility. Gu Yuan was truly angry. He had worked hard to defeat Xiliang's main force, and now the negotiation was on the table. He had to give the credit to Ning Que. Why should he? The emperor merely raised an eyebrow. He coldly stared at Gu Yuan. Gu Mingji immediately realized that the situation was dire and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Gu Yuan down. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Yuan is just too eager for achievements. The emperor looked at Gu Yuan and said coldly, in the past, I raised a yellow dog that could help me catch mice and rabbits. One day, it became arrogant and interfered with my hunting, so I ordered it to be stewed. There are many hunting dogs that can catch mice and rabbits. I do not lack this one. What I give you is yours. If I do not give it, who dares to take it? We dare not. At this moment, Gu Yuan was extremely angry and frustrated. But facing the emperor's reprimand, what could he do? The emperor could support him, but could also belittle him. With just one sentence, he could make him lose everything. At a critical moment, it was still Gu Mingji who stepped out. He smiled and held the jade tablet. Your Majesty, there is one thing I do not understand. Speak. Gu Mingji glanced at Ning Que and slowly said, since we are to negotiate with Xiliang, what would count as a merit? I believe we should first set 3 rules. If the young Ning Wang can force the Xiliang people to sign the treaty, then the officials will naturally have no objections. At that time, restoring the royal power would be justified. I second this. What Master Gu said is very true. Even Xiao Du stepped forward to echo. The other court officials followed suit. Ning Que, what do you think? I have no objections. Good. The young Ning Wang is indeed confident. Tian Zhongshuan clapped his hands and said, this prince will only put forward 3 demands. If the young Ning Wang can make Xiliang agree, this prince will have no further objections. Please state them. Artifeng has won this battle, so Xiliang must bow its head and pay tribute every year. The specific amount will be negotiated by the young Ning Wang. Good. Ning Que did not refuse. He knew this was also the emperor's intention. This was indeed his duty. Inheriting the royal title represents responsibility and obligation. Promoting the negotiation would benefit the country. Furthermore, Xiliang must see Jiuquan as a buffer zone. Artifeng and Xiliang will jointly station troops to govern it and open up trade to benefit the people of both countries. But Ning Que still did not hesitate. Jiuquan originally belonged to De Feng's territory and was taken by Xiliang during Emperor Wen's reign. The 2 countries often erupted in wars over Jiuquan, and currently, it is firmly controlled by Xiliang. Jiuquan is located outside the Yumengwen Pass, a crucial military point. If it falls into Xiliang's hands, they can gather provisions there and wait for the opportunity to attack Yumengwen. If Defeng were to take it, they could push deep into Xiliang's territory. Ning Que, do not act impulsively. The emperor could no longer remain seated and could not help but remind. Asking Xiliang to give up Jiuquan is like cutting their flesh. This demand is too much. Ning Que, however, smiled confidently. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I have my own plans. Very well. The emperor did not press further, but turned to Tian Zhongshuan and said, there is one last condition. Speak. Xiliang must send the crown prince to Chang'an as a hostage to ensure the treaty. A hostage of the crown prince? Ha! Does Prince Qi have a brain in his head? How can you say such a thing? Do you think the Xiliang people are made of mud? The officials were in an uproar. Hostages are not uncommon, but who would use the crown prince as a hostage? Ning Que raised his hand to signal the officials to withdraw. He looked at Tian Zhongshuan and said, I have heard that the Xiliang crown prince has exceptional talent and is highly regarded. At a young age, he has already become a renowned archer in Xiliang. well-versed in military strategy, and has led an army of 100,000 to defeat the main force of the Great Shan. If you want him to be a hostage, the people of Xiliang will never agree, and it will only provoke their anger. Does Prince Qi want to negotiate or force them into war? If you do not do this, how can it reflect the capabilities of the virtuous nephew? It will be fine to exchange for another prince or princess. Then let us exchange for another prince or princess. The emperor directly made a decision. Sending the crown prince as a hostage was already hopeless, especially since the Xiliang crown prince is exceptionally outstanding. He is most likely to inherit the Xiliang throne. How could Xiliang agree to use their crown prince as a hostage? Good. Tian Zhongshuan looked at Ning Que with a hint of provocation and said, "Young Ning Wang, do you dare to agree to this?" "Idare, but it is not enough." Ning Que looked at Tian Zhongshuan and said, "I can agree to all 3 conditions proposed by Prince Qi, and now I also want to bet with Prince Qi. Oh, if I fail to meet the conditions, I will renounce my royal title and from now on be reduced to a commoner, and Dafeng will no longer have a prince, including the fief of Jingyang. I will also hand it over to Prince Qi. Is the virtuous nephew serious? Your Highness, do not act impulsively." The emperor was also taken aback. "Isn't this nonsense? Not afraid of 1,000, just afraid of the unexpected. The 3 conditions proposed by Prince Qi are very harsh. Xiliang is a major power. Would they easily agree? The Ning Wang is the only prince of Dafeng. It concerns the safety of Dafeng and cannot be lost." Ning Que raised his hand and smiled lightly, saying, "Since it is a bet, if I can accomplish all of them, Prince Qi should naturally prepare some congratulatory gifts, right?" "That is only natural." Tian Zhongshuan's breathing quickened as a result. Young people are ultimately young. They are too impulsive. He did not expect to gain unexpected benefits. Originally, he thought of delaying the title of king and considering countermeasures. He never thought Ning Que would bet his royal title. What does the young Ning Wang want? Even if it is mountains of gold and silver, I can afford it. I want the county of Linzi. What did you say? Tian Zhongshuan was instantly shocked. As an unrelated king, he controls 3 counties in the east. Linzi County is the most prosperous. Linzi is very rich, and its wealthy families are numerous. Due to the benefits of fishing and salt, it has become wealthy by tens of millions. The emperor's pupils contracted as he understood. Ning Que is setting a trap for Tian Zhongshuan. Linzi not only has a large population and wealth, but is also strategically important. If it is taken away, the 3 counties will be separated. Jiaodong and Langya counties will also find it difficult to connect. Prince Qi would be half crippled if Prince Qi does not dare. That is fine. The emperor also understood and said, "This bet is too absurd. Your Highness should be more restrained and not be aggressive. As for Prince Qi, it is better to avoid the limelight. This rhythm is well managed." Ninka's leaps Wisha. The 2 brothers have jointly dug a pit for Tian Zhongshuan. But did Tian Zhongshuan not know? The temptation is just too great. As long as he can stop the negotiations, he can eliminate his long-standing hidden danger. Flying Dragon Knight's face, he didn't even know how to lose. Forget it, all in. Tian Zhongshuan firmly raised his head. Should I avoid his brilliance? Fine, I agree. Chapter 31. Crown King, it's all your fault. Manager Hu, draft the contract. Once signed, it must not be breached. The emperor waved his hand. Manager Hu then presented the drafted contract. After a brief glance, Ning Que picked up the pen and pressed his seal. When it was Tian Zhongshuan's turn, he prepared to write. Your Highness, think twice. Linzi is the wealthiest county in the east, with its riches in fish and salt, and its strategic position. If we lose, Gu Mingji couldn't help but step forward to advise against it. They didn't need to take risks. They just had to prevent the peace talks. By then, Ning Que would have the title of king, but no power to rule. Are you saying that this prince will lose? That is not my intention. Tian Zhongshuan snorted heavily. How could Gu Mingji understand his good intentions? Since the establishment of the Dafeng state, there have been 4 great kings of different surnames. They all had merits in founding the country and had assisted the founding emperor in battles. The founding emperor vowed to grant them titles and lands, which would be hereditary and unchangeable alongside the state. However, they overlooked the founding emperor's tactics. The founding emperor quickly promoted his own brother to prince. From that point on, they were always suppressed. The kings of Qi throughout the generations yearned day and night to eliminate the Ning king. They have schemed against each other for hundreds of years. When the old Qi king passed away, he was full of resentment. This time there was a chance to completely remove the Ning king. How could Tian Zhongshuan not be excited? He knew this was a trap, but he had no choice. Looking at the contract, Tian Zhongshuan immediately picked up the pen and wrote. Finally, he bit his finger to press a blood seal. The emperor glanced over briefly, clearly satisfied. He knew Ning Que would be of great use. Look, hasn't this helped him? Ensuring the peace talks go smoothly would allow him to reclaim Linzi County. This is a real power reduction. Now that the contract has been established, there can be no regrets. Today, we will proceed with the coronation ceremony. Minister Chow, I obey the command. Minister Chow stepped forward slowly. As the Minister of Rights, he was responsible for the ceremonial aspects. The civil and military officials then retreated. The ceremonial officers brought an incense table to the front of the hall. Above it were offerings to the Emperor of Heaven and the 5 directional emperors. The offerings consisted of simple 3 animals and 5 grains. The emperor walked down from the imperial throne. Manager who stood beside him, holding a wooden box. The red cloth was lifted to reveal the crown and royal robes. The maidservants helped Ning Que remove his official robes and change into the dragon robe. The emperor personally took off the jade crown from Ning Que and solemnly lifted the purple gold crown high above his head. The courtiers held their breath, staring intently. This was also a tradition passed down. When inheriting the title of Ning King, it would be done by the emperor personally crowning him. This signifies the unique weight of being the only prince of Dafeng. It represents supreme power. To bear the crown, one must also bear its weight. Once the crown is worn, you are now the Ning King of Dafeng. From now on, you must prioritize state affairs. Be cautious and bear the heavy burden of a prince. I will not disappoint your majesty's high hopes. Ning Que put on the purple gold crown and raised his hand in a long bow. Taking the golden royal seal, he lifted it high. We pay our respects to the Ning King. You all need not be so formal. Ning Que smiled fondly. He looked towards the palace gate. In fact, he was the one most likely to inherit the title initially. The old Ning King had high hopes for him and even sent him to Kunlun Mountain to learn. However, he did not want to vie for power and look down upon the petty squabbles in the court. He preferred to walk among the common people and blend in with them. What a pity! In the battle at Yumen Pass, his father and brothers all died in battle. The Ning King's mansion was left with only him as the last seedling. For the sake of the mansion, he had to step up and bear the royal flag. The emperor patted Ning Que on the shoulder, smiling meaningfully. He then waved his sleeve, turned around, and returned to his seat on the throne. The ceremonial officers stepped forward to remove the incense table. The emperor surveyed the officials and said slowly, "This time, the Western Yang has sent envoys, clearly to delay time. Ning King, since you have accepted the bet, you must prepare well. The locust plague in Jingyang has subsided, so you need not worry for now. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Speak." Recently, while I was managing Jingyang, someone dared to attempt to burn the granary under the cover of night. Gu Yuan's face immediately changed. This was about Lin Xiao. He had no good feelings towards the Lin family. He didn't care about Lin Xiao's life or death. However, Lin Xiao was ultimately his subordinate and a staunch supporter in the army. When charging into battle, he never hesitated. No matter how dangerous it was, he never retreated. Such a person had significant value. However, Gu Yuan raised his head. He looked at the furious emperor and thought for a moment, decisively choosing to protect himself. There was no choice. After all, Lin Xiao's actions were not clean, right? Now that it had reached the emperor, he was at a loss. If he stepped forward to plead for Lin Xiao, he would definitely be implicated. The emperor frowned. He had already known about this matter and had entrusted it to the Minister of Justice to handle. Since Ning Que mentioned it now, there must be a purpose. The emperor glanced at the silent Gu Yuan and then at the Minister of Justice not far away. "Minister Li, who is responsible for this?" "Reporting to your Majesty. It is Lin Xiao, 1,000 households of the Wolf Army in the western border." Li Aiqing held a bow and jade tablet. He had studied the 6 arts in his early years and was later recommended by Yu Ji to become a court official. He is well versed in laws and has considerable insights into legal matters. Starting from a 9th rank official, he became the Minister of Justice in just 10 years, showing remarkable progress. Lin Xiao was naturally reckless and probably did not consider these consequences. Ning Que looked at Gu Yuan and coldly said, "General Gu, Lin Xiao is your subordinate. Did you not know about the burning of the granary?" "Why should I know?" Gu Yuan retorted as if someone had stepped on his tail. "Though he is my subordinate. Once we return to Chang'an, we will each go our own way. Ning King might as well consider whether it is because you initiated the chaos that you have become the target of retaliation." General Gu's words are very reasonable. Ning King should also reflect on his own issues and not suspect others of the slightest problem. "We know you harbor jealousy towards Yuan-er, but Yuan-er is also loyal to the country." Gu Mingji smiled coldly, saying, "Your wife understands righteousness and is willing to sacrifice her unborn child to save others. Even if the Ning King feels aggrieved, he should not make false accusations in court." Outrageous! The emperor's gaze turned cold. "Someone slap him." "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty? Who gave you the courage to speak to the prince like that?" Gu Yuan quickly knelt down to plead for mercy. However, the emperor ignored him. The ceremonial officers stepped forward to restrain Gu Mingji. Manager, who stood in front of him, raised his hand and slapped. It should be known that Manager, who was a trained fighter. With one slap, 5 red marks appeared. It looked not too severe, but blood had already come from his mouth. After a few more slaps, Gu Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, the emperor waved his hand. "Ning King, was the granary burned?" "Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and there was no major harm." "Good." The emperor waved his hand, saying, "Considering Lin Xiao has military merit, I will spare him from death, but he cannot escape punishment. He is to be stripped of his official title and demoted to commoner, fined 3,000 taels." "Your Majesty is wise." Ning Que expressionlessly. Lin Xiao ultimately had military achievements. Since it did not lead to a major mistake, he would definitely not be executed. This handling was already considered giving face. "And you, Gu Yuan," the emperor stood up and coldly said, "Your subordinate has caused trouble, which proves your poor management and lack of discipline. I will punish you to reflect in isolation for 10 days and fine you 1,000 taels. I thank your Majesty for your grace." Gu Yuan clenched his fist tightly. Glancing at the indifferent Ning Que, "It's all your fault." Chapter 32. Gu Lang, I rely on you. In front of the Gu residence at noon, Lin Xianhong paced back and forth anxiously. The situation at home was chaotic. Her mother was in tears, throwing things around. Her father took leave to stay home and comfort her. Her grandfather's old illness had relapsed, and he had been coughing up blood for the past 2 days. It seemed he wouldn't last much longer. Over the years, they had relied on the Baoshun pill to prolong his life. The Baoshun pill was the exclusive secret formula of Dr. Chang. Each pill sold for 30 taels of silver. It was expensive, and there were no discounts. Ordinary people couldn't even buy it. Lin Xianhong wanted to visit Chang Baichao early in the morning. After all, she was Chang Baicao's only disciple. Not long ago, Chang Baichao had lost his temper and said he would no longer treat anyone from the Lin family, presumably under the instructions of Ning Que. Now that their relationship was severed, surely Chang Baichao couldn't just ignore her, right? To her surprise, he really could. She didn't even get through the door of the clinic. The apprentice at the entrance showed her no respect, simply saying that Chang Baichao had gone to the mountains to gather herbs and didn't know when he would return. Lin Xianhong didn't understand. She just wanted to save people. Why was everyone helping Ning Que? Clearly, she was the victim. Even her closest relatives blamed her. But didn't they all support her before? Fortunately, she still had Gu Yuan. He was the only warmth in this cold world. Soon, a carriage stopped in front of the residence. Gu Yuan helped Gu Mingji down from the carriage. "Gulang." Lin Xianhong hurriedly stepped forward, only to see Gu Mingji's face swollen, his lips looking like sausages, with traces of blood visible. "What happened to Uncle Gu?" Gu Mingji covered his face and looked at Gu Yuan. With a heavy snort, he waved his sleeve and entered the house. He had always looked down on Lin Xianhong, thinking too highly of himself, believing he was capable. In reality, he was propped up by others. Only someone like Ning Que would like a woman like this. Now, Lin Xianhong had little value. It would be better to sever ties early to avoid trouble. "Gu Lang, about uncle." "Sigh." Gu Yuan forced a friendly demeanor. "Let's not talk about that for now. Why were you waiting at the door?" "I was thinking of waiting for you." "Then let's go inside." Okay. Lin Xianhong tried to force a smile. She felt no anger. Instead, she thought that the Gu family also had a heart. As she crossed the threshold, Lin Xianhong paused. She could feel the disdainful gaze of the gatekeeper. It reminded her of what happened a few years ago at the Ning Wang residence. The old princess held her hand, summoned all the servants to the courtyard, and announced to everyone that she was the future wife of the heir, the future mistress of the Ning Wang residence. Disrespecting her was disrespecting the Ning Wang. From that day on, everything began to go smoothly. No matter the difficulties, they could always be resolved. Xianhong, what's wrong? It's nothing. Lin Xianhong looked at Gu Yuan and smiled gently. But deep down, she knew she liked Gu Yuan. As for Ning Que, it was merely gratitude. But Ning Que was too overbearing and shameless, restricting her in every way, using all kinds of means, even drugging her. That debt of gratitude had already been repaid, so she wouldn't regret it. Without Ning Que, she would only live better. As they walked to the pavilion, Gu Yuan signaled for Lin Xianhong to sit first. He called for the maid to prepare some fruits and vegetables. Today in court, His Majesty favored Ning Que, holding a grand ceremony to confer a title upon him. And he was also responsible for the peace talks with the Western Liang envoys. How could that be? Lin Xianhong showed confusion. You were the one who defeated the main forces of Western Liang, forcing them to retreat. By rights, you should be responsible for these peace talks. Moreover, Ning Que is just a spoiled rich kid with no martial skills. How can he shoulder such an important task? That's why they're favoring him. He relies on the achievements of his father and brother. Lin Xianhong's face flashed with disgust. The emperor was determined to support Ning Que, not caring if he fell flat on his face. What about my brother? Sigh. Gu Yuan showed a look of guilt, raising his hand. I'm sorry, I've tried my best. It was going smoothly, but Ning Que was aggressive. I pleaded on his behalf, but was scolded. My father only spoke a few good words for Lin Chao and was ordered to be slapped. Fortunately, His Majesty took my military merits into consideration and spared Lin Chao from the death penalty, but he was still stripped of his title and demoted to commoner. Bang! Lin Xianhong slammed the table and stood up. How did he treat you like this? He even implicated Uncle. No wonder he was angry. Gulang, why don't I take a look at Uncle? I'll have someone fetch the medicine box. Forget it, don't bother. Gu Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly, creating a tender expression. Xianhong, it's only right for me to do anything for you. As long as Lin Chao is fine, he can be released today. Go pick him up. Let him rest at home and say not to worry about his title. Western Liang will soon go to war. There will be plenty of battles to fight later. As long as I have food to eat, I won't let him go hungry. Gulang, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Lin Xianhong's eyes turned red. Unable to control herself, she threw herself into Gu Yuan's arms. Gu Yuan felt the warmth and softness, his heart racing, and just as he prepared to make a further move, he was pushed away by Lin Xianhong again. Why don't you stay at the Gu residence today? No, that's not possible. Lin Xianhong's face blushed as she whispered, You and I are still not in a proper relationship. Gulang, I will wait for you to marry me. I was too anxious. Gu Yuan smiled, but inside he was cursing. You shameless woman. Just because Ning Que touched you, I can't? You still want to enter the Gu family? Dream on. Gulang, about the money you mentioned last night. Xianhong, don't worry. Gu Yuan smiled lightly. I attended the court today and don't have time to go to the pawn shop. In 3 days, the money will definitely be delivered. Okay, what about Aunt? Lin Xianhong's Dan Feng eyes sparkled. The matriarch of the Gu family was notoriously picky in Chang'an. However, she had treated her well. When Gu Yuan was poisoned, the matriarch held her hand and said it was a pity she married Ning Que. Otherwise, they could have formed a beautiful story. She even encouraged her to visit the Gu family more often, saying she would treat her as a goddaughter. She sent her precious jewelry every day and even gave her the family heirloom of the Gu family. Mother went to the Wu Wei Taoist temple in Taosan. Gu Yuan smiled and explained. She said she wanted to add some incense to fulfill her vows and would look for you when she returned. Okay, then I'll head back first. I'll walk you. No need. Your matters are more important. Lin Xianhong smiled, stood up, and bowed, taking her maid and walking out. Huh, what a fool. Gu Yuan spat in disdain. At that moment, a dignified and elegant woman walked out, looking at Lin Xianhong's departing figure with great disdain. So, don't get too close to her in the future. She's just a discarded woman. How could she be worthy of our Gu family? Mother, don't worry. I know what's appropriate. Gu Yuan smiled. She still has some value. At least she knows a bit of medicine. As long as I give her some benefits, I can keep her on a string. Moreover, she might be useful for dealing with Ning Que later. The matriarch of the Gu family immediately laughed, but her smile was quite sinister. Good, that's the son of the Gu family. Chapter 33, I understand now. Ning Que is driven by love to hate. Lin Mansion. Lin Xiao trembled as he got out of the car. So, father, mother, you've suffered. Lin mother hugged Lin Xiao, her heart aching as she wiped her tears. It's all Ning Ke's fault, causing you to end up in the Dali Temple. That place is no place for humans. Hurry back to the mansion and take a bath. Xianhong, check on your brother to see what the problem is. Prescribe more supplements for him. Let him recover well. Lin Xianhong nodded gently. In fact, Lin Xiao hadn't suffered much at all. It was only a few days. Everything had followed the usual procedures. But seeing her mother so concerned, Lin Xianhong felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. After her abortion, her mother hadn't said a comforting word to her. If it were gender bias, she could accept it. But her mother was also very good to Lin Xianhong, treating her warmly while being indifferent to Lin Xianhong. Wasn't she a daughter of the Lin family? Bah, a family of bad seeds. How could they let him out? Shouldn't that loose woman be thrown into the pig cage? Did they really think the people of Jingyang were easy to bully? Brothers, something's gone missing. More and more citizens gathered in front of the mansion, all filled with righteous indignation. It was unclear who started shouting first. Then came a deluge of rotten vegetable leaves and stinky eggs. Lin Jiang was instantly furious, ready to scold them when a lump of unknown substance hit his face. The overwhelming stench nearly made him vomit. Quick, back to the mansion. Watching them escape back into the mansion in disarray did not quell the anger of the Jingyang people, who hurled all sorts of filth at the Crimson Gate, making one nauseous. Who could they blame? They could only blame themselves. Ever since Jingyang was managed by Prince Qi, Tian Zhongshuan, their nightmare had begun. They didn't want to trouble Ning Que, so they endured. After all, they had some family fortune and were a model county. They didn't want to be looked down upon. When the locust plague hit, they tightened their belts and sold their pots, but could not withstand the lightness of a price hike. In just a few days, grain prices skyrocketed. The county magistrate did nothing for them, and neither did Prince Qi. The four major grain merchants simultaneously raised prices, just to squeeze every penny from them. When they were in despair, Ning Que arrived, bringing a steady stream of grain. Ning Que, remembering old ties, spent money hiring them to plow the fields. Men worked, women cooked, and children removed locusts. Not only did they provide meals every day, but they also paid wages. The Minister of Works personally led people to the fields, teaching them how to plant wheat hand in hand. There were even dedicated officials to record everything, making it a harmonious scene. They never dared to imagine such days. It was even better than before the disaster. However, there were still those who looked down on them. They wanted to starve them, to make them kneel and serve as slaves. They came to Chang'an to seek an explanation, but saw Lin Xiao had been released. The accumulated anger over the years erupted completely. What are you doing? The patrolling officer in a black robe with a sword at his waist stepped forward. They were part of the patrol office, under the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou Prefecture. Their main responsibility was to maintain public order in Chang'an and capture thieves and bandits. Similar to police work. Reporting to the Lord, we came from Jingyang. Today we want to seek justice from the Lin family. The patrol officer looked back at the Lin mansion, now a mess, and lowered his voice. We've heard about your grievances. It's right to come here to vent your anger. But don't make it difficult for us. No one to stop. If it really comes to that, wait until after sunset to act. All right, we understand. They were quite respectful. After all, the officer had said this much. Looking at the Lin mansion, they snorted heavily. Once the sun set, the patrol would lessen. At that time, they could act, and the Lin mansion would have no way to defend itself. It's a rebellion. A rebellion. How dare mere commoners come to the Lin family to cause trouble? Lin Jiang was furious, stamping his feet. Why had they ever suffered such grievances? Father, you should rinse your mouth first. Ugh. Lin Jiang couldn't hold it in anymore. The stench lingered. What's going on outside? They have all dispersed. That's good. Lin Xiao's face was filled with anger, exasperatedly saying, These people are truly detestable, coming all the way from Jingyang to cause us trouble. I dare say this is definitely Ning Ke's doing. What else is there to think? Lin Xianhong rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, "Who doesn't know that he was officially crowned king today, becoming the only prince of Dafeng? He hasn't even settled in yet, and he can't wait to summon the people of Jingyang to stir up trouble, clearly wanting to slap our Lin family in the face." Lin Xianhong only nodded in agreement. Her goodwill towards Ning Que had completely vanished. Ning Que spoke of parting ways amicably, each living happily, of being strangers forever. He appeared carefree on the surface, but was actually calculating, fixated on their Lin family. Lin Xianhong couldn't understand. Now that Ning Que had divorced her, taking back the bride price and dowry, causing the Lin family to be on the brink of bankruptcy, why was he still entangled with them? Couldn't he be more carefree? Bah, what a hypocrite. Elder brother, don't act impulsively. Lin Xinhuan pulled Lin Xiao, who wanted to go out, and hurriedly said, "You just got released. What if you get caught again? Are we just going to let them bully us? We have no choice." Lin Xinhuan looked at them and angrily said, "Now I see clearly. Ning Que is driven by love to hate, deliberately seeking revenge on our Lin family. He wants to prove that after my second sister left him, we can't live." Alas, Lin mother was truly frightened now and hurriedly said, "Xianhong, think about our Lin family and go apologize to Ning Que and soften your stance." "Mother, how can you say such nonsense? Don't I have any self-respect?" Lin Xinhuan nodded in agreement. "Mother, what are you afraid of? Look at how Ning Que has bullied us this time. If it weren't for General Gu's help, I estimate elder brother might not even have returned. Now going to find him. Isn't that just what he wants? Anyway, we have the Gu family helping us. We aren't afraid of him, right? You." Lin mother hesitated, then continued to persuade, even with the Gu family. Would they be willing to confront Ning Que for us? Don't forget, he has officially inherited the title of king now, the only prince of Dafeng, second only to the emperor. If Xianhong hadn't been divorced, she would be the princess now. "Mother, stop talking. I never liked him." "Then what about your sister's dowry?" Lin mother slumped down helplessly. "Your elder brother was dismissed from his position and fined 3,000 taels. We were already not wealthy, and now it's just adding insult to injury. In the future, we will surely need money for connections. Don't tell me you can heal people. Where will the money come from? Don't forget, we still owe the royal mansion 45,000 taels. General Gu said he would provide 30,000 taels. Where's the money? He said he would send it in 3 days. All right, then I'll wait 3 more days." Lin mother was too lazy to argue further. After all, she had also encouraged Lin Xianhong to have an abortion. She thought of eating from one bowl while looking into another, using this matter to make the Gu family owe them a favor. As for Ning Que, a few good words would suffice, right? She never expected Ning Que couldn't take it anymore and directly divorced her, turning around to inherit the title and become the Prince of Dafeng. Could she not regret it? "Madam, Granny Yang has arrived." "Granny Yang?" Lin mother was instantly startled and quickly got up. Go, 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 quickly go greet her." Chapter 34, Yongning Palace. How many days can Ning Que hold the title of king? "We have seen Granny Yang. Why don't we sit down for a while and have a drink?" "No need." Granny Yang raised her hand to cover her nose, simultaneously motioning for Lin Mu to step back and keep her distance. The Lin family truly stinks to high heaven. There's a lot of filth stuck on the main gate, making one want to vomit. Who can they blame? They can only blame themselves. They're just a bunch of disgraceful people. If it weren't for the Empress Dowager's decree, she wouldn't even want to come. I wonder what Granny Yang wants. The Empress Dowager summoned the Lin physician to the palace. She looked at Lin Xianhong and raised her hand, saying, "The Empress Dowager's old illness has relapsed last night, accompanied by heart palpitations. The palace physicians are at a loss and need Miss Lin to come to the palace to prepare the medicine." "Good. Please have the Lin physician prepare quickly. The old servant will wait outside first." As soon as Granny Yang left, Lin Xinhuan jumped up, overjoyed. "Second sister, I knew the Empress Dowager couldn't do without you. Look, she has summoned you to the palace. Quite normal." Lin Xianhong smiled confidently. The Empress Dowager really can't do without her. Ever since the death of Prince Ning, the Empress Dowager has suffered from a chronic illness. The palace physicians have been helpless. Even the renowned physician Chang can only barely keep her alive. After her research, she prescribed a new formula. Since that day, the Empress Dowager began to improve. As long as she checks regularly, there should be no major issues. Lin Mu was also pleased and quickly said, Xianhong, you must go over early. Everyone knows His Majesty is the most filial. As long as you serve the Empress Dowager well, you need not worry about rewards. I will. Lin Xianhong gently nodded. After a simple tidy up, a maid also brought the medicine box. Under the watchful eyes of her family, she finally stepped out. Lin Physician, please. Please. Lin Xianhong sat in the royal carriage, pulling back the curtain, enjoying the curious gazes of passers-by. This is her confidence. She may come from a humble background, but she has talent. She can completely achieve something on her own. And what about Ning Que? He only knows some tricks and schemes. He may be from a military family, but he employs many despicable means. He doesn't study military strategies or practice martial arts. What does it matter if he inherits the title of king? The foundation of the Ning Wangfu will sooner or later collapse. Just after inheriting the title, he is already gambling with Prince Qi. For this, he robbed Gu Yuan of the opportunity for peace talks. He doing this just to prove himself, to make her look at him with more respect? It's really childish and boring. Moreover, Ning Que is too confident. How important is the peace talks between the two nations? Can he negotiate? He can't. He doesn't have that ability, you know? Ning Que is just a grasshopper after autumn. He won't last long. Once he becomes a commoner, he will realize how ridiculous he is. The royal carriage stopped in front of Yongning Palace. Outside the palace, flowers were blooming, and willow branches hung over the pond. This place is called Sangqi, named for the pond's water being clear and azure. There are also artificial hills in the pond, with strange peaks resembling fairy mountains and palaces. Lin Xianhong got off the carriage with the medicine box on her back. After being checked by the female officials, she successfully entered the palace. Under Granny Yang's guidance, she passed through the long corridor. Looking up, she could see the elegant and beautiful palace. Lin Physician, the old servant will go to announce your arrival now. Good. Lin Xianhong stood outside the palace, feeling inexplicably nervous. Haha, interesting. Come on, let us play a couple more rounds. The Empress Dowager's hearty laughter rang out. Lin Xianhong immediately frowned. That voice so full of energy. Lin Physician, please. Good. Granny Yang pushed open the palace doors. What came into view was Ning Que wearing a purple gold crown and a dragon robe. He was quite handsome by appearance. In fact, he even surpassed Gu Yuan. Ning Que was sitting opposite the Empress Dowager, with two maidservants sitting on either side, looking tense and not daring to speak much. What are you doing here? How dare you? The Empress Dowager frowned and looked at her. Lin Physician, who allowed you to be so rude? Lin Xianhong quickly raised her hand to admit her mistake. Xianhong has seen the Empress Dowager, has seen the prince. No need. Ning Que looked at her with a half smile, his face lacking color, looking quite tired. Is it strange for me to be in Yongning Palace? In terms of relationship, the Empress Dowager is my maternal aunt. I came to see her today after my coronation. Lin Xianhong lowered her head, her eyes filled with hatred. This deliberate? They have already divorced. Why is he still entangling her? Knowing she came to see a patient, he deliberately ran over and flaunted his coronation as king. But how long can he be a king? In reality, she was overthinking it. After the court discussion, the emperor had instructed Ning Que to visit Yongning Palace, saying it was the Empress Dowager's request. He thought that since he was coming to see the Empress Dowager, he shouldn't come empty-handed. So he brought the mahjong he had prepared a few days ago as a gift. Mahjong is suitable for all ages, and once you play a lot, you can't help but want to play a couple of rounds. Ning Que thought the Empress Dowager might be bored in the palace, so he brought mahjong to entertain her. Of course, he could also make a profit from it. With the Empress Dowager's status, there would often be noble ladies visiting. If the Empress Dowager liked to play mahjong, wouldn't they learn? This is how you earn money while standing. Ning Que had planned it all out, choosing the best ivory and gems for the mahjong, hiring the most skilled craftsmen in Chang'an to create the most luxurious set, using everything from gold inlay to jade. How much would such mahjong sell for? 5,000 taels of silver, no discounts. What does it mean to be noble? Nobility means buying only the expensive, not the right. Don't mind her, quickly play your tile. I'm already one tile away from winning. All right, then I'll play 5 dots. Haha, I win. The Empress Dowager pushed the mahjong flat with a jade tablet, unable to hide her joy. Ning Que feigned annoyance, reluctantly taking out gold leaves from his pocket, saying, "Aunt, you are truly amazing. If you keep winning like this, I'm afraid I'll be out of my family's fortune." Hee hee, you little clever one. The Empress Dowager happily accepted the gold leaves. She actually didn't lack money at all. It was mainly very interesting and gave her a sense of accomplishment. Granny Yang stood by serving, also looking bewildered. She had served the Empress Dowager closely since childhood, and didn't know how long it had been since she had seen the Empress Dowager smile so happily. Perhaps since the day the Emperor ascended the throne? Little Ning, you must come to Yoning Palace often in the future. I'm just afraid of disturbing your aunt's prayers. No witties. The Empress Dowager smiled and said affectionately, "During this time, you will be busy with the peace talks with Shiliang, so I won't bother you. Once you're done, I will find you some good matches. Don't worry, they are all good-looking and virtuous young men from good families. After all, you are the Prince of Defone, and even if you don't take a wife, you should take concubines. Going to heaven and the human world all day, you need not fear being laughed at. I'll let us skip that." Ning Que was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Is there really matchmaking in ancient times? From the Empress Dowager's tone, it sounds like she wants him to go on blind dates. Lin Xianhong finally raised her head at this moment. For some reason, she felt a bit strange inside. A bit sour and a bit powerless reporting to the Empress Dowager. "Let me check your pulse first." No need. The Empress Dowager didn't even want to look at her, waving her sleeve. "You can go back. You won't be needed anymore. My illness is already cured." Huh. I haven't even prescribed the medicine, yet the Ning Wang has already prescribed it. Lin Xianhong looked at Ning Que in shock. Does he know medicine? No, that is impossible. Chapter 35. Shameless. You actually stole my prescription? The Empress Dowager looked at Ning Que with a smile. How wonderful it would be if he were her child. Today, when Ning Que visited, he found that she was ill again. After diagnosing her pulse, he prescribed a remedy. Initially, she was skeptical, but she realized that Ning Que was quite knowledgeable about medicine, speaking with authority. After a probing, she learned that Ning Que had studied pharmacology. Lin Xianhong bit her red lip, trying to control her emotions. She looked up at Ning Que, filled with disdain. He was clearly doing it on purpose. To her, the Empress Dowager was her last support. As long as the Empress Dowager was ill, she couldn't do without her. Thus, Ning Que had come early, using tactics to make the Empress Dowager trust him. Despicable and shameless. Just a petty person. Did he think this would make her compromise? Dream on. She would rather die than accept any favors from Ning Que. Empress Dowager. What? Lin Xianhong suppressed her anger and said seriously, "I have always treated the Empress Dowager's illness. If we suddenly change the medicine halfway, it could harm her foundation. I implore the Empress Dowager not to listen to his slander and think of your health." The Empress Dowager frowned, showing a hint of coldness. She turned to Ning Que, who remained indifferent, not even bothering to look, calmly rubbing the cards. He lifted his cup to sip tea. She originally wanted to give Lin Xianhong some face, but now it seemed unnecessary. Just as she was about to speak, a maid stepped into the room, holding a wooden tray with a bowl of medicinal soup. As the aroma of the medicine wafted in, Lin Xianhong trembled. This scent was very familiar. "This is my prescription?" "I see. You actually stole my prescription." "Ning Que, how can you be so shameless? How dare you?" The Empress Dowager slammed the table, angrily scolding. "Who gave you the courage to directly call the name of Prince Ning?" "I dare not," Lin Xianhong replied, her face flushed, arguing, "I beseech the Empress Dowager to see clearly. In the past, I searched through medical texts to treat the Empress Dowager, consulting with physician Chang multiple times. After pouring my heart and soul into it, I finally created the prescription. I tested the medicine multiple times to ensure its effectiveness before giving it to the Empress Dowager. Now, Prince Ning has stolen my prescription, and I am indignant. You." The Empress Dowager was about to teach her a lesson when Ning Que raised his hand to stop her. He calmly stood up, took the porcelain bowl, and said lightly, "I thought your medical skills were quite high, but it turns out your fundamentals are so poor. You say I stole your prescription. Do you even know what ingredients are in this bowl? Is that even a question?" Lin Xianhong merely sniffed and confidently stated, "Ephedra, white peony, astragalus licorice." and most importantly, cantharides. Cantharides is highly toxic and must be carefully controlled in dosage. Prince Ning, please do not recklessly prescribe medicine out of personal revenge. If anything happens to the Empress Dowager, you will not be able to bear the responsibility. Lin Xianhong glared at Ning Que. She now understood everything. Ning Que must have stolen her prescription and then rushed to the Empress Dowager to take credit while foolishly claiming he understood medicine. It was simply laughable. Studying medicine takes time. It's not something that can be claimed lightly. She had read the classics since childhood and understood some pharmacology. Tianhui book, heart book, pulse book, Qianjin book, internal classic, difficult classic, cold damage classic, materia medica. She was well versed in the 4 books and 8 classics of medicine. Physician Chang was willing to take her as a disciple because of her solid foundation. Her achievements today were all due to her own efforts. Now, to say Ning Que understood medicine? Huh? Who would believe that? He clearly stole her prescription and boasted about his medical skills in front of the Empress Dowager. Taking such risks to do all this was merely to attract her attention. When he divorced her, he seemed so carefree, claiming they would not disturb each other and never meet again. Just 2 or 3 days later, he turned love into hatred, using despicable means to frame her and the Lin family. But could this make her compromise? No, she would only hate Ning Que more. Smell it again. You want to be wrong even if you smell it 100 times. Ning Que showed a look of helplessness. This woman was truly foolish. He couldn't understand why he had persisted for 3 years. The prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. In Lin Xianhong's eyes, Gu Yuan was perfect. Even if the evidence was placed in front of her, she wouldn't believe it. Instead, she would think he was jealous and deliberately causing trouble. Therefore, I said you were foolish. Cantharides is highly toxic, and the Empress Dowager is getting old. Since entering the palace, the Empress Dowager has not been well. In the past, she had a difficult childbirth, leaving her with health issues. With her constitution, if she took your prescription, she would be poisoned within 3 months. Ning Que looked at Lin Xianhong and said, and the main ingredient in my prescription is a milder aconite instead of cantharides. You pride yourself on your medical skills, yet you never considered this over the years. The medicine is right in front of you, and you can't even smell the difference. Lin Xianhong, your medical skills are just that. You're talking nonsense. Impossible, my medicine can't be wrong. The Empress Dowager's illnesses have all been treated by me. If what you say is true, why is the Empress Dowager fine? Ning Que glanced at her. Those matters were all in the past. He actually didn't want to mention them again. But Lin Xianhong was too stubborn. Do you want to know? I want to hear what lies you can come up with. Ning Que shook his head helplessly, casually saying, every time you enter the palace to diagnose the Empress Dowager, you have Zhang Tai prepare and brew the medicine for you. I brought physician Chang to meet him and explain the pharmacology. After multiple verifications, we confirmed the inaccuracies and replaced all your medicines. So the Empress Dowager did not recover from your medicine, but from mine. Impossible. There's nothing impossible. Ning Que waved his sleeve and turned around. One could only say he was blind back then, thinking he could warm Lin Xianhong's heart. 3 years. Even a stone should be warmed by now, right? But Lin Xianhong had never smiled at him. Over the years, Ning Que had done many things for her. To make Lin Xianhong happy, he never spoke of them. Even if he did, she probably wouldn't believe it. Initially, Ning Que thought to just endure it. After all, Lin Xianhong was still pregnant. As long as she was happy, it wouldn't matter if she suffered some grievances. But unexpectedly, she ruthlessly aborted the child for Gu Yuan. You can't possibly understand medicine. You've never read a medical book and have never mentioned who you apprenticed under. In our 3 years of marriage, did you ever understand me? Ning Que glanced at her coldly. I went to Kunlun Mountain at the age of 10 to apprentice under a great master. I don't just understand some tricks. I simply choose not to. I don't believe. Lin Xianhong shouted hysterically, looking at Ning Que. Her face was filled with grief and anger. At this moment, she was truly breaking down. She thought she had relied on her abilities to become a renowned 3rd-grade female medical officer in Chang'an. Now Ning Que was telling her that all of this was false. That was all his doing. How could she believe it? You can ask Zhang Tai. By the way, you can also ask physician Chang. As for whether it's true or not, you will know soon. At this point, the Empress Dowager waved her hand, Young mama, please escort the irrelevant person out. I still need to entertain Xiao Ning for dinner, lest it disturbs my mood. Lin medical officer, please leave. Lin Xianhong trembled as she walked out of the palace. Could it be that what Ning Que said was true? Chapter 36. The Divine Mechanism Pavilion. He must be lying as night fell. Lin Xianhong stepped down from the royal carriage, standing in front of the Lin family gate, hesitating to enter. Ning Ke's words echoed in her mind like a haunting melody. At 10 years old, you went to Kunlun and became a disciple of a high master. Is that even possible? Kunlun Mountain was regarded as a forbidden area by various nations because it housed the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. The pavilion's master had once lived in seclusion at Qingshi. Known for his unparalleled wisdom and mastery of various disciplines. He was well-versed in the arts of yin and yang, skilled in reading minds, and possessed unique wisdom that reached the heavens. Tired of worldly disputes, he ascended Kunlun Mountain, established the Divine Mechanism Pavilion, and from that point on, he was referred to as the Pavilion Master. The Divine Mechanism Pavilion rarely showed itself, yet it influenced the affairs of the world. There was once a military sage who conquered 36 cities, and there were strategists who defeated enemies without battle. There were also skilled craftsmen who made wooden kites to cross the Yellow River. There were countless legends about the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. Even a 3-year-old could tell a few. Lin Xianhong remained skeptical. She did not believe that Ning Que could join the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. The pavilion seldom accepted disciples, and those it did accept were always exceptionally talented. Those who were sent down the mountain were all outstanding individuals. Creak. The red door opened. Second sister, why aren't you coming in? Did the Empress reward you again? Come on, hurry home. Lin Xianhong forced a smile and followed behind Lin Xianhong. Before they even entered the house, their family members were already waiting, including their elderly grandfather. Xianhong, how was today? Did the Empress give you a reward? Was it beautiful jade or jewelry or something else? Nothing. I understand. It must be fine horses or strong cattle. I mean, I got nothing. You girl, don't joke around. Lin Mu hurriedly stepped forward and said, We've been waiting for you. Quickly tell us what reward you received. Nothing at all. Lin Xianhong walked straight into the house. She was feeling troubled. Faced with their eager gazes, she didn't know how to respond. Second sister, what happened? What is going on? Lin Chao was the first to follow her into the house, asking with concern. Elder brother. Lin Xianhong's voice choked as she slowly recounted the events of the day. As Lin Mu listened, her expression changed drastically. Their grandfather slumped into his chair, trembling all over. Xianhong, did you ask Dr. Zhang? I happened to meet him when I left the palace, and he confirmed it. This, how is that possible? No, how could that wastrel Ning Que know medicine, and even go to Kunlun Mountain? Father, do you know about this? There are indeed rumors. Lin Jiang nodded bitterly. This truly is the heavens trying to destroy our Lin family. Ning Que had been mischievous since childhood, always getting punished. Later, he was taken by the old Ning Wang to the military camp to toughen him up. But no one knew how he became acquainted with the master of the Divine Mechanism Pavilion and was taken to Kunlun Mountain. However, due to his lack of skill, he was sent back to Chang'an after 6 years of hard study. Of course, this was all speculation. After all, the Divine Mechanism Pavilion was too mysterious. Even if Ning Que spoke of it, who would believe him? The Divine Mechanism Pavilion was a force renowned throughout the world. Its disciples were at least high-ranking officials. How could a wastrel like Ning Que be worthy of entering the Divine Mechanism Pavilion? After all, many had pretended to be disciples of the Divine Mechanism. No, what are you all worried about? Do you believe Ning Que's nonsense? Second sister, he is definitely lying to you. Lin Xianhong stood up angrily and said coldly, Ning Que has a close relationship with Dr. Chang, so it's not hard for him to ask for help in preparing medicine. Then put on a show for you in front of the Empress and Dr. Zhang. Saying he had changed the medicine early was just to deceive you. Xinhuan is right. Lin Chao nodded in agreement. Ning Que is indeed insidious. Relying on his power, he deliberately had the Empress invite you into the palace, then put on a performance in front of you. Just as the third sister said, he is obsessed with you and entangled in love and hatred. What should we do in the future? Lin Mu started to tear up as she spoke. After all, it is difficult to go from luxury to poverty. Having gotten used to a good life, How could they endure suffering? The Lin family was now heavily in debt, with expenses exceeding income. They had hoped to receive some rewards to make up for it, but unexpectedly, Ning Que was so ruthless. He had even blocked off their path to survival. It's okay, we still have the Gu family. Besides, Ning Que won't be able to bounce around for long. I heard that the Western Yang envoys are arriving soon. Oof. Lin Xiao snorted heavily. That waste Ning Que dares to gamble against the crown prince and even wager his title, when he is demoted to commoner status. I want to see how he continues to bounce around. By then, I will definitely step on his face. Lin Xianhong, however, had no mind to care about these matters. She did not want to hear about Ning Quebec. Since it was cut off, why not cut it cleanly? Xiao Tao, go back to the clinic with me. Xianhong, is there a patient at this late hour? Lin Xianhong stood up and said, I haven't been to the clinic for a long time. I need to go back and tidy up. I have to open for business tomorrow. Otherwise, there won't be enough money. All right then. Xianhong, be careful. Chower, see Xianhong off. Sure. Lin Xianhong glanced back at them, sighed softly. She now only hoped that the Gu family would come to propose soon. She despised Ning Que and even more so her own background. Thus, she was eager to prove herself. After all, the Lin family could not help her with anything. Ning Vangshu. Ning Que continued with the usual rituals of paying respects to his parents and elder brothers. Today he was officially conferred the title of king and crowned, finally living up to his father's expectations. His father had said from the beginning that he hoped he would inherit the title of king. However, Ning Que was unwilling, as he disliked the power struggles of the court. He had even avoided making achievements, not wanting to surpass his elder brother. Unexpectedly, he still became Ning Wang. If his father knew, he would surely smile in the afterlife. After returning to his study, he saw Chang Baichao. Oh, Uncle Chang, why are you here? You're being conferred as king today, of course. I have to come. Chang Baichao smiled, looking at the purple gold crown on Ning Que's head, and sighed. If you were my disciple, that would be great. As long as you are willing, you could surpass me in less than 3 years. We could chat if you have time. Ha ha ha. Chang Baichao stroked his goatee and waved his sleeve. You've suffered grievances, and this matter is somewhat related to me. I've decided not to be a wandering doctor anymore and will stay in Chang'an. Now that you have inherited the title of king, you will encounter troubles in the future. I may not have other skills, but I do have some connections after all these years. That's wonderful. Ning Que immediately smiled and said, at your age, running around all the time, I really don't feel at ease. How about this? I'll open a clinic for Uncle Chang in Jingyang. The locals won't have to pay for their medical expenses. I will cover everything. Jingyang is out of the question. Huh, just in Chang'an. That way you have some support. I think the place opposite Xianhong's clinic is quite good. This matter is also caused by me. I must give you some relief. Otherwise, 100 years from now, I really wouldn't know how to face the old Ning Wang. Uncle Chang, there's no need for that. Ning Que laughed freely and said softly, I have already divorced. I have taken back all my possessions. Now I have nothing to do with her, and I don't care about her life or death. But I do care. Chang Baichao remained stubborn, gradually reddening his eyes. He suddenly stood up. I will take her as my disciple for your sake, hoping that she can grow old with you. I didn't expect that she would cruelly abort to save Gu Yuan. I previously taught her medicine, and now I will teach her how to be a person. Chapter 37, Baichao Hall, Ning Que. This is cutting off all paths for survival. 3 days later, a long line formed in front of the Xianhong Medical Hall. They were both old and young, men and women. Most had expressions of suffering. They had all heard about Lin Xianhong's situation. Indeed, Lin Xianhong had moral failings and deserved to be divorced by Ning Quebec. However, Lin Xianhong was still a good person at heart. She was well known in Chang'an for her beauty and kindness, providing free medical care and medicine to the poor every day. As the saying goes, it's difficult for a good official to resolve family matters. They didn't want to get caught up in these issues. What? You're charging for consultations now? The consultation fee is 100 coins, and that's not even including the medicine? Gasps erupted from the medical hall. Moments later, a middle-aged man stepped out. Everyone dispersed. They started collecting fees. The consultation fee was even more expensive than that of the doctors in the outskirts of the city. What's going on? I rushed here early in the morning. How could this happen? The patients exclaimed in shock. Lin Xianhong slowly walked out of the medical hall. Looking at the agitated crowd, she felt quite wronged. She thought of Ning Que's words from the past. The hardest illness to treat in this world is the illness of the poor. She couldn't bear to see the poor suffer. She had a kind heart. But saving them for a moment wouldn't save them for a lifetime. If she continued to provide free care, they would take it for granted. When it came time to charge, they would blame her instead. So, she decided to charge a reasonable consultation fee to prevent patients from coming for minor ailments and wasting time, which could mean that those in real need might not get treated. The medicine couldn't be free either. She had to at least cover the costs. If someone was truly destitute, then she would consider providing free care. But Lin Xianhong didn't think about these things. She felt Ning Que was being stingy. Why couldn't he use the wealth of the Wang family to benefit the people? After all, this was her dream. Seeing patients smile brought her great satisfaction. If he obstructed her, it meant he didn't love her. After a long time, Lin Xianhong finally raised her hand to speak. Everyone, let me say a few words. You all know the current situation of the Lin family. The Wang family is pressuring us to repay debts. I have no choice but to charge fees first. Rest assured, our consultation fee is the cheapest in all of Chang'an. As for the medicine, I only charge for costs. Once my family gets through this tough time, I will continue to provide free medical care and medicine to benefit the poor. The crowd exchanged glances, and there was nothing more to say. Chang'an was notorious for expensive and difficult medical care. There were many patients, but few doctors. Any doctor with some reputation charged over 100 coins for a consultation. If they came to visit in person, the price would often multiply. Lin Xianhong's medical skills were still commendable. After all, she was a third-rank female physician. A consultation fee of 100 coins was already quite cheap. Forget it, I'll just take this. I didn't bring any money, so I'll leave first. I'll endure a bit longer. 100 coins is quite a lot. I don't have that. Our village's Dr. Yang is also quite good. Some stayed, while others left. Looking at them, Lin Xianhong felt desolate. She thought of Ning Ke's words and gave a self-deprecating smile. Forget it. There are still reasonable people. Just as she was about to step inside, the sound of a gong suddenly rang out, followed by the crackling of firecrackers. The shop directly opposite opened its doors. A young apprentice reached out with a bamboo pole and took down the red cloth hanging from the sign. Bai Chao Medical Hall. What is this? Who is so blind as to open a medical hall right across from Dr. Lin? Who would go there? Dr. Lin is a third-rank physician in the court. The crowd erupted in laughter. But Lin Xianhong was stunned in place. Under the blazing sun, she still felt a chill in her hands and feet. Bai Chao Hall. Bai Chao. Chong. Bai Chao. It's open by me, what about it? Chong Bai Chao calmly stepped out, surveying the crowd with an expressionless face. The previously noisy street fell silent in an instant. My God, is this Dr. Chong? Dr. Chong actually opened a medical hall? I remember Dr. Chong has rarely been in Chang'an these years, basically traveling around. He hasn't seen patients in over a decade, and unexpectedly, he has opened a medical hall now. Master? Miss Lin, please do not shout nonsense. Chong Bai Chao coldly waved his sleeve and said indifferently, I am no longer your master. We have no connection. He opened the medical hall specifically to target Lin Xianhong. His life was saved by the late Prince Ning. Over the years, he had always carried this gratitude. Ning Que had a broad mind and could overlook it, but he could not. He couldn't let Ning Que suffer. What's going on? Isn't Dr. Chong her master? Is this even a question? An old man shook his head and sighed. Dr. Chong has received favors from the Wang family. Back then, it was because of Prince Ning's face that he took her as a disciple. But she ruthlessly aborted to save another man, and now she has been divorced. How could Dr. Chong care about her anymore? That makes sense. Chong Bai Chao said no more and waved his sleeve. You all must have heard that Prince Ning has officially ascended to the throne. To benefit the people, he specifically ordered me to open a medical hall. From now on, the first 30 patients each day will have their consultation fees waived, and the rest will be charged 100 coins for the consultation. As for the medicine, there is no need to worry. It will be charged at cost. Lin Xianhong's breathing became rapid. She clutched her chest, panic written all over her face. Now, Chong Bai Chao had made it clear. This was all under Ning Ke's orders. It was completely cutting off their paths for survival. Chong Bai Chao was an acknowledged divine doctor in the Great Feng with unmatched medical skills. The late emperor had once considered appointing him as the chief physician, even promising many benefits. However, Chong Bai Chao had firmly refused. He preferred to be a traveling doctor to encounter more ailments. The late emperor was a monarch and lacked physicians. But the countryside was different. Many people endured their illnesses. Minor ailments went untreated, while major ones awaited death. Now, Chang Baichao had stayed in Chang'an, and he had opened a medical hall. The first 30 patients were free every day. Other patients would only pay 100 coins for a consultation. Once this news spread, Chang'an would go crazy. No matter how far, many would come. The key was that it was right across from her, who would come to see her in the future. She had originally hoped to earn some money to support her family. Now it was all over. Chang Baichao coldly returned to the hall. Dr. Chang, I'm coming first. The first 30 people have no consultation fee. Me too, me too. The patients could no longer stand still. They rushed towards Baichao Medical Hall. Lin Xianhong suddenly felt dizzy. Miss, are you all right? Quickly help me back. Okay. Lin Xianhong struggled to stay awake. She never expected Ning Que to be so shameless. To take revenge on her, he even invited Chang Baichao. He wanted her dead. In the distance from a medical hall, many carriages slowly stopped. A crisp voice like silver bells rang out from a woman. From the accent, it was clearly from Shiliang. What is going on? Reporting to the princess. It seems a new medical hall has opened. The coachman slowed down and said softly, from what they discuss, it seems to be the medical hall opened by the Great Feng's divine doctor, Chang Baichao. Moreover, it was at the behest of Prince Ning. Prince Ning, the late Prince Ning's only son, has inherited the title. It seems this negotiation has become troublesome. Chapter 38, Peace Talks. Princess Samar of Shiliang a few days later, in front of the Weiyang Palace. The court officials removed their swords and shoes, while Ning Que was fully dressed in his crown and robes. As a prince, he had the privilege to ascend the court with sword and shoes, and to enter without bowing or naming himself. Today, the Shiliang envoy was about to arrive. I wonder if Prince Ning is confident. It's all right. All right is not enough. Tian Zhongshuan glanced over and sneered. You and I have made a bet. The loser will be stripped of their royal title and demoted to a commoner. The Qi King should prepare the register in advance. Heh. Tian Zhongshuan sneered repeatedly. Ning Que shed tears until he seized the coffin. He fell into the trap without realizing it. He had secretly sent someone to meet with the Shiliang envoy, informing them of the conditions of the Great Feng and advising them to never agree. As long as Ning Que is removed, they can support Gu Yuan to the throne. This is a typical case of killing with a borrowed knife. As for the honor and disgrace of the country, they don't care at all. What Tian Zhongshuan cares about is power. As long as he can remove Ning Que, everything is negotiable. To persuade Shiliang to agree, he promised them great benefits. Once Gu Yuan is in charge of the peace talks, concessions can be made. In short, Shiliang will not incur losses. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Now that Shiliang is aware of the Great Feng's trump card, they must be fully prepared. Tian Zhongshuan's gaze was cold, as if he were looking at a corpse. Now, the court and Shiliang are all his people. What can Ning Que use to fight him? Entering the palace, Ning Que adjusted his attire and calmly walked in. The emperor had already taken his seat on the throne. Ministers, greet your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live the Great Feng. Gentlemen, take your seats. Thank you, your majesty. The emperor looked at Ning Que and said lightly, Prince Ning, the Shiliang envoy has arrived outside the palace, led by the Grand Princess Samar. You and the Qi King have signed a contract for a wager. Do you have confidence in facilitating peace talks? I will not disgrace my mission. Good. The emperor nodded. He did not continue to question, for he believed in Ning Quebec. He had a consistent approach. Trust those he employed and do not employ those he doubts. He glanced at Chief Steward who beside him, who then waved his feather duster to announce the Shiliang envoys. The Shiliang envoys were announced one after another. All the officials looked towards the door, quietly waiting. They were also eager to see Ning Que's capabilities. Could he truly bear the title of prince? After a moment, a beautiful figure entered. She was tall, about 7 feet, with flowing long hair and braids on both sides. An agate necklace hung on her chest. Speaking of which, that gemstone was truly large and white. Behind her were several Shiliang men, all rugged-looking, each with muscles that could rival a thigh. They all had beards, and their chests were open, revealing chest hair. What kind of play is this? Beauty and the Beast. Ning Que Fronet. Shiliang Special Envoy Samar. I have met your majesty. The princess has traveled from afar as a guest. Please take your seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sammer rose and took her seat, her cunning eyes fixed on Ning Que. Is this the newly enthroned Prince Ning? She was the Grand Princess of Xiliang. In her youth, she had heard her grandfather mention the great Feng's Prince Ning, saying that although he was an enemy, he was a true hero. In the battle at Yumen Pass, Prince Ning's military route was leaked. The rear was cut off, and the left and right flanks were annihilated by Xiliang's main force. In the end, 30,000 wounded were trapped in Hulu Valley, and not a single person surrendered. In such a dire situation, the old Ning Wang could still lead his guards to repel the main force of Xiliang more than 10 times. Her grandfather had said that Xiliang could have starved them to death at that time. However, Xiliang's morale also collapsed completely. Hulu Valley was filled with severed limbs, resembling hell. When supplies ran out, the old Ning Wang resorted to cannibalism, eating flesh in large bites, breaking the psychological defenses of countless people. Moreover, what would happen when the Great Feng reinforcements arrived? If they let the tiger return to the mountain, they would have worked in vain. Therefore, he had to kill Prince Ning at all costs. In the end, they won. Prince Ning and 3 young generals died in battle. The main force of the guards was all killed, with not a single survivor. However, Xiliang also paid an extremely painful price. Ning Que was also examining the beauty before him. After all, she was a princess from the grasslands, possessing a unique wildness that made one want to tame her. Of course, he did not dare to underestimate her. He had long heard of Sammer's deeds. She was very intelligent from a young age, favored by the ruler of Xiliang. She also had a teacher from the Great Feng who taught her about the elegant language and customs of the Great Feng. Sammer was eloquent and quite talented. The princess is courteous. This time, I will represent the Great Feng in the peace talks. Months ago, the Great Feng defeated the main force of Xiliang. Since you have come to seek peace, you must show some sincerity. Xiliang must formally acknowledge vassalage to the Great Feng in the future and pay tribute annually to demonstrate sincerity. Wait. Sammer stood up fearlessly and said lightly, Xiliang believes in the survival of the fittest. If you want Xiliang to submit, the Great Feng must also show its capabilities. As she spoke, the warriors behind her stepped forward. Bang! All the military officials simultaneously rose, creating an atmosphere ready for a fight at any disagreement. Ning Que raised his hand to signal them to retreat and coldly said, the main force of Xiliang has been severely damaged. They probably have no ability to enter the pass. The Great Feng is vast and resource-rich. As long as Xiliang does not surrender, the Great Feng can continue to fight indefinitely. The grasslands are broad. Prince Ning can give it a try. Sammer was unperturbed and calmly replied, Xiliang has no fixed abode, moving with the water and grass. Regardless of age or gender, everyone is skilled in riding and shooting. How long can the Great Feng sustain an elongated frontline attack on the grasslands? The emperor listened with great interest. It must be said that Sammer indeed had some skills. The national strength of the Great Feng was unquestionable, capable of overwhelming Xiliang. However, the problem lay in Xiliang having no fixed abode and lacking cities. Sending small elite troops risked encirclement, while sending a large army could easily lead to attrition. Xiliang was well-versed in the essence of guerrilla warfare. They would fight when they could win and flee when they couldn't. They would even send scouts for night raids, shooting and then running, which was simply relentless. Therefore, the current strategy of the Great Feng towards Xiliang was defensive counterattacks, building the Great Wall for defense against Xiliang. If scouts discovered the main force of Xiliang gathering, they would then launch an assault. You are mistaken. Huh? Ning Que smiled lightly. After surviving the cold winter, spring will come, and many Xiliang women and livestock will become pregnant. If the Great Feng sends troops at this time, you'll be exhausted. Then what do you think the outcome will be? Sammer's face changed. At this moment, the entire court gasped. Ning Que was truly cunning. He could even consider these factors. This was equivalent to grasping the lifeline of Xiliang. Every winter, Xiliang men would rest at home, indulging in desires, naturally engaging in activities beneficial for the reproduction of their clan. They might be able to control themselves, but what about the livestock? Livestock have their mating seasons. If they miss it, there will be no opportunity. In the spring, many livestock would still be pregnant. If they embarked on a long-distance march, Miscarriages would surely occur. The emperor squinted his eyes, observing Ning Que. He did not expect this young man to consider such matters. Not bad, promising. Princess, are you sure you will not submit? Chapter 39. The wise man of Shiliang. Samuel's breath became rapid. After a long time, she finally sat down again. She stared at Ning Que intently. The Ning King truly was getting worse with each generation. She never thought the prince would be so insidious. Such behavior is despicable. It is not something a great nation should do. Ning Que, however, was unconcerned. As long as he had no morals, he cannot be easily bound. He lifted the wine cup and took a sip. The princess was mistaken. My father died at the hands of your country. The great Feng often says that a son must avenge his father's death, or he is not a true son. This is called the ancient way of kings, respecting the king and repelling foreign invaders. Even a grudge that lasts for 100 generations can still be avenged. Good, well said. The Emperor of Feng could not help but applaud. A grudge that lasts for 100 generations can still be avenged. From now on, the great Feng can have a righteous cause for military action. Yu stroked his goatee, smiling without speaking. He had spent most of his life teaching and raising talents. Among his many outstanding disciples, none could compare to Ning Que. Ning Que was a true polymath. He was capable of devising strategies that spanned the heavens and the earth. He excelled in extraordinary tactics and frequently came up with brilliant plans. Just listen to these words. How reasonable they are. This gives the great Feng a legal basis for military action. The ancient way of kings, respecting the king and repelling foreign invaders. A grudge that lasts for 100 generations can still be avenged. Fight if you must. Do you really think we fear you? Who will win the deer hunt is still unknown. If you have the ability, come at us. The warriors of Shiliang were all furious. In their eyes, this was provocation. Samuel raised her head. So why talk about peace? If the Ning King wants revenge, then let him come. Ning Que waved his sleeve and said, I can distinguish between public interest and personal grudges. I indeed want revenge, but that is personal. Negotiating peace with Shiliang is for the public good. I say these things to promote peace talks. But if we really cannot reach an agreement, then I shall take up arms for revenge. Samuel nodded. Who does not have hatred? Her two brothers were killed by the great Feng, but they died fighting for their country, and they died nobly. Therefore, Samuel had never hated the Ning King. She respected the late Ning King very much. I have already seen the martial prowess of the great Feng. But as for literary matters, I fear they are no match for us. Literary matters? How dare the barbarian Shiliang speak of literary matters? You do not even have your own script. Let me handle this. Chowda nearly laughed out loud. The people of Shiliang are all uncivilized. They do not know about propriety and righteousness. If we talk about martial prowess, they have some ability. But if we talk about literary matters, they are worthless. They do not even have their own script. What fear do we have of composing poetry? Chowdu certainly could not miss this opportunity to show off. He had studied the 6 arts in his early years. Being able to serve as the Minister of Rights also showed his capabilities. Samuel sneered. She did not even glance at Chow. Her gaze was fixed on Ning Que across the table. In Shiliang, there has always been a difficult philosophical question. It is said to have been realized by the first generation of wise men. This question has troubled Shiliang for hundreds of years. If the great Feng can solve it, Shiliang is willing to negotiate peace. They would even bow their heads and pay tribute every year. However, if you cannot answer it, then the great Feng will have to pay Shiliang 500,000 stones of grain every year. Well, please speak. The Emperor of Feng also looked at Ning Que. This opportunity must not be missed. Even if it's a risk, we must try. Samuel stood up slowly and said, In Shiliang, we believe in the supreme heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor is omnipotent. His eyes become the sun and the moon. The breath he exhales transforms into clouds and mist. He can do anything, accomplish anything. So, the first generation of wise men ponder question. Samuel looked at Chowdu and said, Can the omnipotent heavenly emperor create a stone that he cannot move? This. What kind of question is this? I think you are sincerely trying to make things difficult. Samuel looked at Chowdu with a half smile, saying indifferently, This is the question that has troubled Shiliang for hundreds of years. If you cannot answer it, then please fulfill your promise Emperor phone. Me needs to go. I. Get back. The Emperor's eyes flashed with anger. Did you not think this through? The problem of Xianhong is not that simple. You Tai sure? Yuji stepped forward slowly, frowning. I think it is possible. Obviously not. Sima Chongqing stepped forward to add. But as soon as he finished speaking, he stepped back again. What kind of question is this? Whether it works or not, it's still a question. Do any of you have an answer? The Emperor could only look to the others. Unfortunately, no one answered. In the end, it was Tian Zhongshuan who stepped forward slowly, looking at Ning Que with a cold smile. This peace talk is led by the Ning King. Now that Princess Samuel has posed a difficult question, it should be answered by the Ning King. Ning King, do not forget, this matter relates to the peace talks between our two countries. If you cannot answer, it will cause our great phone to pay 500,000 stones of grain every year. The Emperor furrowed his brows. In the end, he still looked at Ning Quebec. In fact, this question is not difficult. Please, Ning King, enlighten us. Before answering, I would like to share a humorous story. Ning Que stood up and smiled. Earlier on Chang'an Street, there was a blacksmith selling his crafted weapons. Because business was bad, he shouted loudly to sell. He claimed that his spear could pierce anything and that his shield was unbreakable. Then someone asked him, what would happen if you used his spear to pierce his shield? Ha ha! All the officials laughed. Even the Emperor revealed a smile. At this moment, he basically guessed the answer. Samuel frowned. Confused. What does the story you told have to do with my question? Of course it does. Ning Que stepped forward and explained. The merchant boasted to sell his spear and shield, so the unbreakable shield and the spear that can pierce anything cannot coexist. Your question is the same. The omnipotent heavenly emperor and the stone that the heavenly emperor cannot move also cannot coexist. Thus, this is a self-contradictory paradox. Upon hearing this, the entire room was in an uproar. Princess Samuel stood up as well. Tian Zhongshuan's eyes widened in surprise. Ning King, what kind of answer is this? You cannot answer the question, yet you blame it for being wrong? If you cannot do it, do not show off. Gu Yuan stood up anxiously. He was genuinely afraid that Ning Que would answer correctly. This was related to his future development. The Emperor coldly glanced at him. Gu Yuan's words got stuck in his throat again. Tian Zhongshuan helplessly supported his forehead. This truly is a pig teammate. Have you forgotten your own identity? It's one thing to act privately, but how can you undermine Ning Que in front of the court? The Emperor looked again at Samuel. What does the princess think of this answer? Samuel stood up, respectfully bowing. Thank you, Ning King, for clarifying. We are very satisfied with this answer. Therefore, I can represent Xianhong in agreeing to the first condition proposed by Ning King. From now on, Xianhong will bow to the Great Feng and pay tribute every year. Ha ha, good. Come, prepare the feast and the alliance document. The Emperor laughed heartily, looking at Ning Que with an approving glance. Good lad, well done. However, there are still two conditions. Chapter 40. The Unending Luncheon. The Ning Wang's battle music. Play the Ning Wang's battle music. Yes. The Grand Musician stepped forward. He was a subordinate of the Ministry of Rites, primarily responsible for the royal music. The Ning Wang's battle music. Ning Que couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. This piece was composed during the time of the late emperor. At that time, the 16 prefectures of Yinyuan were occupied by the Liao state. The old Ning Wang split his forces into two, feigning an attack with 50,000 troops to draw the main force of Liao, then decisively marched north. Within 6 months, he captured 36 cities. He reclaimed the 16 prefectures of Yinyuan, washing away the century-long humiliation of Defeng. During the campaign, he faced fierce counterattacks from Liao. The old Ning Wang's personal guards were surrounded by the Liao forces. He personally beat the drums, igniting the blood of his guards. Coordinating with reinforcements, they slaughtered the elite troops of Liao. The late emperor was overjoyed and appointed the old Ning Wang as the Grand General of Heavenly Strategy. To honor his achievements, he summoned the palace musicians and composed the Ning Wang's battle music based on the sound of the Ning Wang's drums on the battlefield. This piece was quite stirring, grand and full of murderous intent. The instruments used were also significant: war drums, bronze bells, shakuhachi, zhu, and flutes. The grand musician raised his hand to signal. The musicians each took their roles, playing one by one. The first to start was the drumbeat, followed by the crisp sound of the bells. The instruments were played in sequence. While the music was performed, maidservants brought wine and dishes. In court banquets, a separate dining table was set for each official, with dedicated maidservants serving behind them. Samuel listened quietly, her eyes slightly narrowed. Is this the Ning Wang's battle music? The last piece before the old Ning Wang died in battle. Her grandfather had once told her that after the Ning Wang was trapped in Hulu Valley, he personally beat the drums. The exhausted guards seemed to be possessed, driving back the enemy time and again, until the last moment, with no ammunition left. The Ning Wang did not surrender. He beat the drums until the final moment, then fought off the enemy with his spear. Before dying, he killed dozens of Xiliang warriors, ultimately exhausting himself in battle. This piece was a nightmare for the Xiliang people. The emperor commanded it to be played now as a form of intimidation. As the music played, guards entered the room, clad in shiny armor, holding shields in their left hands and swords in their right. As the music changed, they shifted battle formations. Each time they changed formation, shouts erupted, filled with murderous intent, creating an atmosphere as if they were about to strike. Samuel remained calm and composed, showing no signs of fear. She was not easily intimidated. This piece was more powerful on the battlefield. Playing it in the palace fell out of place. Once the music ended, the emperor raised his wine cup and signaled, "All ministers, drink from this cup." The officials raised their cups in unison. Samuel also took a sip. She was not incapable of drinking. Having grown up on horseback, drinking was as natural as drinking water. The Xiliang people often drank mare's milk wine, which was even sweeter. But today, during peace talks, she needed to stay sober. Tian Zhongshuan quietly took a few sips of wine while glancing at her with icy eyes. What's going on? Wasn't it agreed not to consent? The Xiliang people really would bow down and submit? Of course, this didn't mean much. Don't think that Xiliang's tribute would lead to losses. Dafeng was the celestial empire. Xiliang, on the other hand, was a foreign land. So even if they paid tribute, there was nothing of value. On the contrary, Dafeng would have to offer some gifts in return: silks, brocades, gold, and gems. The people of Dafeng would definitely not accept the idea of submission because Dafeng was the celestial empire. Meanwhile, Xiliang was ultimately a small country. The mindset of small country is survival. Don't talk about submission. Even calling someone father would be acceptable. As for face, that thing can't survive in Xiliang. The primary goal of a small country is survival. Xiliang's repeated attacks on Dafeng were also for plunder. Samuel glanced at the furious Tian Zhongshuan and secretly smiled. She was more than happy to see Dafeng infighting. Her agreement was also the intention of the Xiliang king. This condition was not a problem. She agreed to it first, which wouldn't cause her any loss and would allow them to lower their guard for a while. What does the princess think of the music just now? It was good, but not suitable for this performance. Perhaps it will be better on the battlefield. Although Samuel was a woman, she showed no signs of timidity. Her words were sharp and pointed. Seeing this, Ning Que took over the conversation. The diplomatic relations between the two countries were significant. They could not afford to lose face. The princess is correct. This piece is indeed more suited for the battlefield. Every time the drums are beaten, it can inspire the soldiers to fight. His Majesty feared it would frighten the princess, so he didn't use the war drums. Since the princess has already represented Xiliang and chosen to bow down and pay tribute annually, then according to the rules, Xiliang must send a hostage. Whether it be a princess or a prince is fine. No problem. Samuel directly agreed. The matter of hostages had occurred in the borderlands before. The ancestors of Xiliang had once been hostages. He was originally the crown prince, but was not favored by the Chanyu. Later, he was sent to Liao as a hostage. At that time, the Chanyu led an army to attack Liao, intending to kill him by Liao's hand. The ancestor of Xiliang was very clever and negotiated with the Liao king. He borrowed 800 soldiers and returned to Xiliang. Then he found an opportunity to shoot his father with an arrow and ultimately declared himself king, founding Xiliang. Bang! Tian Zhongshuan's hand trembled, and the wine cup fell to the ground. Prince Shi, what happened? Cough, cough, I can't hold my liquor. Then drink less. I know my mistake. Tian Zhongshuan was extremely angry. 3 conditions had already been completed. Ning Que hadn't even done much. If this really worked out, he would be finished. Tian Zhongshuan couldn't help but look at Samuel. What on earth was she thinking? Which side was she on? If it were Gu Yuan negotiating, he could guarantee that Shiliang would get more. The princess is righteous. Ning Que still did not show a smile. Shiliang bowed down and submitted, paying tribute and sending a hostage. These two conditions actually meant nothing. Ultimately, they did not touch the foundation of Shiliang. The remaining condition would be troublesome. It was equivalent to carving flesh from Shiliang's chest. In addition, I have an idea. Please speak, Ning Wang. Since the two countries have officially established diplomatic relations and Shiliang is willing to be a vassal, I believe we can select a location as a buffer zone, as a testament to the friendly exchanges between our two countries. At the same time, we can open a mutual market for convenience, allowing both countries to obtain what they need and jointly station troops for management. Okay, Samuel did not refuse. Instead, she looked at Ning Que with an amused smile. However, what location did Ning Wang want to choose for the mutual market? Ning Que fronith. Samuel seemed to know what he was about to say. He then turned to look at Tian Zhongshuan across from him. No need to think, this old fox definitely told everything. However, there was no need to worry now. If he dared to take this job, he had confidence. Even if it was a blatant move, he was not afraid of Samuel. I have observed many places. The only location that meets the conditions for a mutual market is Jiuquan. Bang! Samuel's smile instantly vanished. She slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Does Ning Wang not know the importance of Jiuquan? Jiuquan is a strategic location for our Shiliang. If we lose Jiuquan, Defeng's cavalry can attack our Shiliang royal court at any time. If we Shiliang want to choose Yumen Pass as a mutual market, would Ning Wang agree? Seeing this scene, Tian Zhongshuan couldn't help but smile. Thank goodness, thank goodness. He turned to look at Ning Quebec. He had expected to see Ning Que looking troubled. However, this guy was still smiling. Chapter 41. Tea and Horse Trade. Mare's Milk Tea Sammer appeared very agitated. This was naturally all part of her strategy. She turned to look at the Emperor of the Great Phone. The Great Phone wants my Shiliang to submit and pay tribute. We agreed. The Great Phone wants my Shiliang to send hostages. We agreed. Now, they want my Shiliang to cede Jiuquan. Do they really think my Shiliang is easy to bully? This tactic is to retreat in order to advance. The first two conditions are harmless, so Sammer directly agreed. When they proposed to cede Jiuquan, she would refuse. In this way, Shiliang could turn passivity into initiative. After all, they had already cooperated well before. This gave them the capital for negotiations. This was all part of Sammer's plan. The princess need not be anxious. Since it is a peace talk, let us discuss it further. Tian Zhongshuan also sneered coldly. What is there to discuss? Shiliang would agree to other conditions, but Jiuquan is absolutely not possible. The two countries have fought for Jiuquan for hundreds of years. Without Jiuquan, there would be no blood of warriors. Without Jiuquan, there would be no bones of brave men. Jiuquan is filled with lonely graves. Shiliang will not give it up easily. This has touched the bottom line of Shiliang. Tian Zhongshuan dared to bet because he had confidence. Sammer sat down again and looked at Ning Que, saying, no matter what King Ning says, Jiuquan is the bottom line of my Shiliang. It concerns national sovereignty and is non-negotiable. If King Ning changes to another place, we can discuss it further. The princess need not rush. Ning Que was also very confident, smiling lightly. In my opinion, there is no deal in this world that cannot be made. If there is, it must be that the price is not right. So, it's better to listen to the price I offer first, and then decide. Good. Sammer was not in a hurry, and also wanted to hear what insights he had. Ning Que looked at the Emperor of Foam. The other party just nodded slightly. Everything was unspoken. After receiving approval, Ning Que turned to them. Today's lunch banquet is not suitable for excessive drinking. The food is all rich and oily. I dare to ask your majesty for some celestial tea. Granted. Celestial tea? What is that? The Grand Master, well-read and knowledgeable. Had you heard of it? Yu stroked his goat beard, smiling without speaking. He had visited Ning Que a few days ago and was treated to celestial tea that day. This item resonated with the principles of nature. Celestial tea has a fragrant taste, making one feel calm and peaceful, with a high essence that brings tranquility. Thus, tea can cultivate the Tao and also express noble aspirations. Yu specifically checked medical books and found records from ancient times. The divine farmer tasted hundreds of herbs and encountered 72 poisons daily. In the end, he relied on tea leaves to detoxify. For example, the people of Basho love to eat tea oil and often use tea in their dishes. Local people tend to live long lives, with many reaching 100 years. Notably, famous doctors have analyzed this as being related to tea leaves. However, Ning Ke's method was different. The Basho people added tea to dishes, while Ning Que roasted it dry and then brewed it for drinking. Like a divine nectar, sweet and delicious. Everyone should try it. Ning Que picked up a porcelain bowl and raised it for a toast. The tea leaves were specially prepared by him. This thing is a powerful weapon for nomadic people. For the Feng people, tea leaves are just a beverage, not a necessity. Even without it, it would not affect their survival. But for the nomadic Hu people, it is equivalent to salt. Without it, they really cannot survive. The Hu people mainly eat beef and lamb, which is relatively monotonous, greasy, and hard to digest. Long periods without eating vegetables can easily lead to constipation and various diseases. After being made into tea bricks, it is convenient for transportation and storage. It is also quite easy to use, with many ways to combine it with the grasslands, such as butter tea, mare's milk tea, and oil tea porridge. Tea can meet the survival needs of the Hu people. In the future, it will definitely become a necessity for them. Those familiar with history know that ancient dynasties often had tea and horse trade, using tea to manage the Hu. Ning Que had exactly this plan. Samar looked at the light yellow tea soup, with some tea leaves floating inside. She hesitantly picked up the teacup. She had just eaten some meat, which was indeed very greasy. She took a gentle sip. Initially, it was slightly bitter, but the taste was fragrant. After swallowing, there was a sweet aftertaste. The greasy feeling from before immediately dissipated. Samar's face showed surprise. She found the celestial tea extremely delicious. The ministers and officials also looked at each other. They all felt this tea was unique. It had a strange fragrance when entering and a sweet aftertaste. This celestial tea is indeed extraordinary. It has a rich aroma and a refreshing taste. After one cup, it leaves a lingering fragrance in the mouth. This item is truly remarkable. It can also refresh the mind and invigorate the spirit. The officials began to discuss among themselves. Tian Zhongshuan had a strange expression. Even he had to admit it was delicious. As the saying goes, 3 cups lead to the Tao, and a dough aligns with nature. But one must appreciate the fun in tea, lest they be fools. Ning Que raised his cup, indicating with a smile. Celestial tea, when consumed regularly, can relieve greasiness and quench thirst. You are all meat eaters. Drinking tea helps prolong life. A pot in the morning can also invigorate the spirit. What does this have to do with peace talks? Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Today's court discussion concerns the relations between the two countries. It is not for the prince to engage in trade. General Gu, ignorance is not your fault. But to come out and show off, that is a mistake. You. Gu Yuan was instantly speechless, glaring angrily. Ning Que, however, ignored him and turned to Samar. Princess, the grasslands do not lack meat. However, corn, vegetables, and fruits are extremely rare. I have heard that every winter there are often people who cannot find vegetables to eat, and some can only relieve themselves every 10 days to half a month, with some people even dying from being unable to relieve themselves. To survive, they can only eat grass roots as vegetables. If they could obtain celestial tea, this problem would no longer exist. Ning Que clapped his hands. The guard stepped forward with a wooden tray. On were square tea bricks, 1/2 foot long, 2 inches wide and thick. Each tea brick weighed about a pound. Princess, please look, this is the tea brick. It is convenient for transportation and storage, ready for use at any time. Do you know how long this tea brick can be stored without spoiling? A year? Wrong, 10 years. 10 years. Samar's expression changed immediately. She stood up in shock. It could be stored for so long? I have also specifically thought of a method for drinking tea. Please let the princess and the lords try as well. Ning Que waved his hand. The maidservants stepped forward again, pouring mare's milk tea for each of them. The method for making mare's milk tea is simple. First, crush the tea brick, boil it with mare's milk, and finally sprinkle a little fine salt. Samar looked at the tea bowl in astonishment. The milky aroma mixed with the fragrance of tea. She often drank cow's milk or mare's milk on the grasslands. During the winter, a bowl could warm her entire body. However, if consumed too much, it would definitely become greasy. The mare's milk before her was different. Flavored with tea leaves, it had a refreshing aroma. Unable to contain herself, she quickly raised her cup and took a sip. The mare's milk tea was still a bit warm, with a sweet and rich taste. Even more delicious than drinking tea directly. So fragrant, so delicious, too delicious. The warriors of Shiliang were also very surprised. They spoke in the Shiliang language, expressing their amazement. They drank it quite quickly. A big bowl was finished in an instant. One more of the bowl. I want it too. It's so delicious. This is even more fragrant than mare's milk wine. Upon hearing the translator's translation, the Emperor of Feng immediately laughed, looking at Ning Que with a satisfied nod. This kid really has some skills. Perhaps he can successfully promote peace talks. Chapter 42. The Great Feng wins twice. Isn't that a win-win situation? Princess, how does this mare's milk tea taste? Is it to your liking? Ning Que observed Samuel with a smile that was not quite a smile. Tea leaves are a powerful weapon. To master tea leaves is to grasp the lifeline of Shiliang. Therefore, he was not the slightest bit anxious. Moreover, he still had a trump card left to play. Very good. I wonder how much this celestial tea is for sale. The price is negotiable. Ning Que waved his hand nonchalantly and said, since Shiliang is willing to submit and pay tribute, we won't treat you poorly. But the princess must understand what Great Feng needs. As long as Shiliang agrees to use Jiuquan as a buffer zone, we can facilitate peace talks and diplomatic relations between the two countries. At that time, a large quantity of tea leaves and silk will be transported to Jiuquan, and Shiliang can exchange livestock and furs. The two countries will benefit mutually. This is a win-win situation. In reality, it is Great Feng winning twice. Of course, that is not important. Samuel also stood up. She looked at Ning Que with a smile in her eyes. This celestial tea is indeed quite good. The Prince of Ning is well prepared. Including this mare's milk tea, it is quite delicious. However, we absolutely cannot see Jiuquan. I remember the late King Ning once said, the ancestral territory must be defended to the death. We cannot yield an inch to others. To show our sincerity, we can take half a step back. Shiliang agrees to use Jiuquan as a trading area, but it should be under the full jurisdiction of Shiliang. As for Great Feng Station troops, absolutely not. The emperor frowned tightly, clearly displeased. What kind of submission is this? To put it bluntly, Shiliang does not take the treaty seriously. The so-called tribute is merely for profit. This is not the first time. The treaties Shiliang has torn apart could stack half a foot high. They are not trustworthy people. Treaties can be signed, and they can also be torn. Jiuquan is very important to both countries. Whoever occupies it can threaten the other side. Therefore, Ning Que agreed to Tian Zhongshuan's proposal. This is called setting aside disputes and developing together. Both sides will have joint troops and joint management. For Shiliang, this means conceding half of its sovereignty. It is normal that they cannot accept it. Samuel was thinking about opening a trading market. It could also be chosen in Jiuquan. However, they cannot accept Great Feng Station troops. But doing so would mean Great Feng would be working for nothing. Tian Zhongshuan smiled sinisterly. He knew it. Shiliang values Jiuquan more than their own lives. It relates to the safety of the royal court. Even if the celestial tea is useful, so what? Shiliang will not agree. The emperor was observing the audience below. He did not express much, but looked back at Ning Quebec. Now, what should be done? Gazes turned towards Ning Quebec Sima. Chongqing hesitated to speak. He wanted to help Ning Quebec. After all, it was not easy to reach this point. Ning Que was quite capable. His performance today was quite good. He would surely achieve great things in the future. It would be a shame if he were demoted to commoner status due to a bet. Ning Que sat down calmly. It seems that relying solely on interests is useless. National defense and military preparedness are the foundation of diplomacy. If that is the case, he could only use some means. May I ask the princess, can we still negotiate? For instance, in terms of interests, Great Feng can make concessions. As for Shiliang's sovereignty, there is no room for discussion. Samuel was also very firm and said earnestly, I hope the Prince of Ning can understand. If the prince is willing, Shiliang can also give benefits and purchase celestial tea at a high price. Ning Que let out a gentle sigh. He picked up the teacup, examining the patterns. In fact, he truly did not want to reach this point. Unfortunately, Samuel was stubbornly refusing to relent. Princess, do you really want the two countries to go to war? I certainly do not. However, Zhou is extremely important to Xiliang. If Great Foam stations troops there, it is equivalent to aiming crossbows at my Xiliang royal court. If the Prince of Ning is unwilling to make concessions, then there is no need to talk. Xiliang can cut flesh, but cannot cede land. Samuel had reason and evidence. Indeed, the price Ning Que offered was very tempting. This celestial tea would become all the rage in Xiliang. It would become a necessity for the herdsmen. But Zhou has extremely high strategic value for Xiliang. This is a bottom line that cannot be negotiated. Would you not even mind going to war? Xiliang does not lack brave men. Facing a threat, Samuel stood tall, and if peace talks cannot be achieved, Xiliang can only prepare for war. Even if it means rivers of blood, we will never give up an inch of territory. Tian Zhongshuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Good. Well done. He looked at Ning Que with a hint of provocation. It can now be concluded. Both sides have revealed their cards, and Samuel is not budging at all. Ning Que showed a helpless expression. He put down the teacup and looked at the emperor, his eyes filled with expectation. He then looked at the ministers. Their expressions were all different. Some were regretful, some disappointed. There were also cold smiles, watching the excitement. Forget it. The princess has come from afar as a guest. I will give her a gift. Ning Que turned back and whispered. The maid immediately understood and stepped back. Samuel was indifferent and calmly said, Prince Ning, you can put away these tricks. No matter what you send, I will not agree. I have said, Zhou concerns Xiliang's sovereignty and cannot be exchanged for interests. The princess can take a look at it later. Ning Que calmly lifted the ceramic bowl. Everyone was curious. Still giving gifts? Can this trick win Zhou? Soon. The maid entered with a wooden tray. She stood in front of Samuel and respectfully bowed. Princess, please. Samuel frowned. She did not understand what Ning Que was trying to pull. Half believing, she lifted the cloth. Inside was only a crystal-clear jade pendant. This jade pendant had a unique cloud pattern. In the center was a wolf shape. The back was engraved with the words Yijixia. Clatter. Samuel stood up in shock. This is her brother's personal jade pendant? Yijixia is the crown prince of Xiliang. He is hailed as the most outstanding heir of Xiliang. At a young age, he has become a skilled archer. He is well-versed in military strategy and has great martial skills. He has a very high reputation within Xiliang. What kind of gift is this? Why has the princess's expression changed? What is all this? Samuel frowned. She looked up at Ning Que in the distance. May I ask, Prince Ning, why is my brother's jade pendant with you? As her words fell, the court was in an uproar. Even the emperor showed a look of astonishment. Looking at Ning Que in confusion, I was able to quietly obtain the jade pendant. Similarly, I could also kill the crown prince of Xiliang. Ning Que stood up, as if he had become a different person. The smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by extreme coldness. This time, I really have to thank my senior sister. If it weren't for her help, it might have been troublesome. What did you say? The literal meaning. Ning Que remained unfazed and said, Additionally, I must remind the princess of something. On the grassland, there is not only Xiliang, but also the powerful Liao kingdom. I know that Xiliang and the Liao kingdom have an alliance. But you must understand, there are no eternal friends between countries, only eternal interests. What do you think would happen if the Liao kingdom turned against you? Chapter 43. Liao State, not the knife, but the fish and meat. Liao State. Samuel slumped weakly, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Xiliang and Liao State are archenemies. The living space on the grasslands is limited, and the nomads of both countries often compete for water and grass. Conflicts escalate into clan wars. Later, both countries sign a national treaty to delineate borders and refrain from invading each other. Those who trespass would be killed without complaint. Thanks to the treaty, the two countries enjoyed a brief period of peace. However, as time passed, their strategic developments diverged. Liao State withdrew from the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun, choosing to coexist peacefully with Dafeng. They began to encroach upon the grassland tribes, sweeping away several tribes like autumn winds scattering leaves. Now, Liao State is truly the hegemon of the grasslands, subtly surpassing Xiliang. This is because Xiliang chose a different path. They continued to fight to the death against Dafeng, exhausting all their resources in the process. As a result, they have made no progress over the years and have instead weakened. Last year, Liao's state sent envoys, intending to re-establish the border with Xiliang, actually aiming to reap more benefits and gradually encroach upon Xiliang's territory. Xiliang's willingness to negotiate with Dafeng stems from this reason. No matter how strong Xiliang is, they cannot fight a two-front war. At this time, it is better to make peace with Dafeng first. Once they have recovered, they can turn their military efforts against the Liao state. Silk and celestial tea have plenty of buyers. If you don't buy, others will. As long as I am willing, I can support Liao state. Liao state provides manpower, while Dafeng provides money. I believe Liao state would be quite willing to send troops to Xiliang. Ning Que looked at Samuel. Since he was giving face and not taking it, he couldn't blame him. Xiliang is indeed very strong. But this king has spies. The nobles of Xiliang should be careful. If Liao state sends troops again, what will Xiliang do? With internal troubles and external threats, how long can they hold out? It is not impossible to destroy Xiliang. If Xiliang is not the knife, they can only become the fish and meat. Ning Que was pressing hard, suffocating Samuel, because she knew that Ning Que could really do it. Liao state's ultimate desire is still the grasslands. They want to unify the entire grassland and establish an invincible grassland empire. And there are spies. Samuel tightly gripped the jade pendant. This is a symbol of the crown prince's identity. Usually, the crown prince would wear it close to his body, even keeping it on while bathing. The crown prince had not left the royal court for the past 2 years. This means someone has infiltrated the palace. Unbeknownst to anyone, they stole the jade pendant. Just as Ning Que said, if he can steal the jade pendant, he can take the crown prince's life. What if Liao state attacks Xiliang again? As long as Dafeng offers a high price, it can definitely succeed. The Emperor of Feng squinted his eyes, looking at Ning Que with great interest. It seems that his subordinate has done a lot, quietly placing spies and even stealing the crown prince's jade symbol. Ning Que, however, remained unfazed. The elder sister is the #1 spy in the world, skilled in disguise and unmatched in agility. She has been lurking in Xiliang for these years, gathering information and investigating the Battle of Human Pass. Just in time for this occasion, Tian Zhongshuan and others showed astonishment, looking at Ning Que in disbelief. He even secretly dispatched spies? All these years, he was just pretending. Now Ning Que has revealed his trump card. But does Xiliang have any choice? Yes, Xiliang can disregard the crown prince's life. But what if Dafeng truly allies with Liao state? They could easily divide Xiliang. Dafeng would seize Jiuquan and other places, while Liao state would take the heartland of Xiliang. Dafeng provides money and supplies, while Liao state provides troops. This benefits both sides. Xiliang would only be reduced to fish and meat. Tian Zhongshuan's expression changed. If Ning Que truly negotiates successfully, he is finished. At that time, he would have to cede the Linzi County. This is a territory governed for hundreds of years by the Prince of Qi. Linzi is rich and has the advantage of fish and salt. The key is that it is strategically important. If Linzi is ceded, Jiaodong and Langye will be separated. Any action he takes will be known in Linzi. Gu Yuan clenched his fists tightly. He was even more nervous than Tian Zhongshuan. If Ning Que meets the conditions and promotes peace talks, then he will be the undisputed Prince of Feng. He will firmly secure his position as a prince. At that time, Ning Que can rebuild the 3 guards of the prince. According to the rules, he must also regain control of the Western Border Wolf Army. What will he do then? Originally, he was the commander of the Western Border, in charge of the Wolf Army. From then on, he would at most just be a deputy commander. How could he endure having his military power taken away? Moreover, he has always looked down on Ning Que, thinking that Ning Que was just lucky, born into a good family. Setting aside identity, what ability does he have? He is merely knowledgeable about some tricks. But now, Ning Que's performance is astonishing. Facing the collapse of Mount Tai, he remains unflinching, laying traps step by step. His demeanor is calm and composed, suppressing Samuel tightly. She, as an envoy of Xiliang, is also capable. She is renowned for her intelligence in Xiliang. Even Dafeng's people have heard of her. Yu finally revealed a smile. He looked at Ning Que with awe. He knew that Ning Que would definitely succeed in negotiations. Finally, Samuel relented. She raised her head to look at Ning Que directly. The Prince of Ning truly has good methods. However, Zhou Chuan is extremely important to our Shiliang. Therefore, I cannot make this decision alone. I have noted all these matters. Samuel stood up, raising her hand. I will immediately notify the National Lord, and he will decide. If all goes well, we should receive news within 3 months. No, that's too long. Ning Que still did not relent. To avoid prolonged delays, the sooner this is resolved, the better. What does your lord mean? 3 days. Ning Que said coldly, with his hands behind his back. The princess can think it over slowly in the palace, and make a decision once she is clear. Ha! Your lord is truly considerate. Samuel immediately smiled. What use is 3 days? It seems to give her a choice. But does she have any choice? If she disagrees, Dafeng will surely get close to Liao State. The Liao people have been restless these 2 years, and they are eager to move against Shiliang. With Dafeng's support, Liao State can certainly deal a heavy blow to Shiliang. If Dafeng takes the opportunity to send troops, it would be enough to divide Shiliang. Finally, Samuel slowly stood up. In that case, our Shiliang has a condition as well. Please speak. Dafeng must sever ties with Liao State. Impossible. Ning Que decisively waved his hand, coldly saying, the princess may not have understood yet. This king is not negotiating with you Shiliang, but informing you. You do not have the qualification to negotiate conditions with Dafeng. If you do not accept, just wait for war. Of course, he was just intimidating Samuel. National diplomacy is not black and white. If the grasslands are dominated solely by Liao State, it would not be beneficial for Dafeng either. They must be divided, sowing discord between Shiliang and Liao State. Only when they fight to both sides' detriment can Dafeng profit. Samuel gritted her teeth hard, unable to breathe under this pressure. Finally, as if using up all her strength, she lowered her head and softly spoke. We will sign. Done. The officials were in an uproar. Who would have thought that Ning Que would actually succeed in negotiations? Such harsh conditions. And Shiliang actually agreed. Chapter 44. Royal brother, do you want a wife? Samuel's face turned pale. The warriors behind him were hesitant to speak. How many brave men from Shiliang had perished in Jiuquan? Every few years, conflicts would break out. Now, they were being asked to hand over control to the Great Feng. But what could they do? As Ning Que said, Shiliang had no room for choice. Now, they were the ones begging for peace talks with the Great Feng. Good. Sima Chongqing clenched his fists. They knew that the treaty would eventually be torn apart. Shiliang wouldn't tear it, but the Great Feng would. The Emperor of Feng wanted more than just submission. He wanted the entire Shiliang. After signing the treaty, they could expect a brief period of peace. The Great Feng could seize the opportunity to develop, using silk and immortal tea for trade, to acquire more war horses. With more war horses, they could form more cavalry. Princess, your righteousness is admirable. Ning Que smiled and raised his hand. He returned to his seat, feeling the burning gazes upon him, and saw Tian Zhongshuan's eyes nearly bursting with flames. He could only smirk. The 3 conditions proposed by Tian Zhongshuan were harsh, but they had overestimated Shiliang and underestimated Ning Que. Shiliang's current situation was dire, heavily damaged by Gu Yuan's strike, suffering severe casualties. As winter approached, they lacked sufficient food. At this moment, the Liao kingdom had come to meddle, wanting to redefine the borders. Ning Que knew all of this. It was through the information gap that he dared to place his bet. Shiliang was now at its last gasp. They could only choose to negotiate. Moreover, the conditions from the Great Feng were not excessive. The sovereignty of Jiuquan still belonged to Shiliang. It was just that both sides would jointly manage it. Samuel lifted her head. At this moment, she had accepted her fate. However, she needed to bring back some benefits as a report. The treaty could be signed now, and they could discuss the trade details later, including the garrison of the Great Feng. However, if I represent Shiliang in the negotiations and gain nothing, I won't be able to report back to my father. Therefore, it will be better for Ning Wang to make a concession, so I have something to report. What does the princess mean? Ning Que was not aggressive. If a dog is pushed to a corner, all previous efforts would be in vain. Samuel showed a troubled expression and said softly, Ning Wang understands Shiliang well and knows our current situation. The conditions you proposed are acceptable to us. I only have one request. Please have the Great Feng prepare 10,000 pounds of immortal tea and 300,000 stones of grain. The emperor furrowed his brow. The grain was negotiable, but the immortal tea was difficult to procure. After picking and drying, the weight would shrink. Immortal tea was just starting to take root and was only cultivated in Chang'an. It might be found in other places, but it was all wild and there were no specialized workers and workshops. The current supply of immortal tea was simply insufficient. The landlords also had no surplus grain. 5,000 pounds of immortal tea and 100,000 stones of grain. If the princess agrees, it could be gathered in half a month. Good. Samuel raised her wine cup and drank it all in one go. This could be considered a report. Shiliang had invested a lot in Zhouchuan. If the Great Feng wanted to develop together, they should also contribute something. At the very least, let Shiliang gain some benefits. All right, it's settled. Me needs the gao. Draft the treaty immediately. The emperor waved his sleeve and smiled. Princess, you can rest in the palace for the next few days. If Ning Wang has time, he can take you around to experience the customs and culture of our Great Feng in Chang'an. I obey. Ning Que raised his hand in response. Chief Steward, who also understood the meaning, and waved his hand with the feather duster. The court is dismissed. Although the court was dismissed, a small gathering was still necessary. The emperor specifically kept Ning Que and his close confidants like Sima Chongqing. Holding a teacup, the emperor laughed heartily. Royal brother, you have made a great contribution this time. You assisted our Great Feng in negotiating peace and stationed troops in Zhouchuan. What surprised me most was this immortal tea, which is so vital to Shiliang. However, 5,000 pounds of immortal tea. Rest assured, royal brother. Ning Que no longer referred to him as your majesty and smiled. In my business dealings, I always do this. Good things are kept for myself. As for the trade exports, of course, the requirements can be lower, as long as the quantity is sufficient. Don't expect these uncultured barbarians to understand the nuances of tea. Ha, well said. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. Is indeed you. This statement is also reasonable. How would these uncultured barbarians understand the pleasures of tea? For them, tea is a means of survival. Ning Que thought simply. He could use some inferior products to make tea bricks without overly pursuing craftsmanship. As long as the quantity is enough, that would be sufficient. Royal brother, not only have you facilitated the peace talks this time, but you have also used this opportunity to weaken the vassals and reclaim Lin County. Did you see the expression on the Qi King's face just now? Ha! It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The emperor laughed heartily, feeling very pleased at this moment. Ning Que had made quite a name for himself, achieving multiple objectives without making a sound. Yu nodded in agreement, yes. Only Ning Que could accomplish this. The prince has made a great contribution this time. Once the treaty is formally signed, you will inherit the royal authority. Sima Chongqing reminded him. This was also a way for him to seek merit for Ning, Quebec. This time, Ning Que had indeed gained a lot, which was quite rare. The main point was that he used his royal title as a bet, designing Tian Zhongshuan to wager Linzi. That's right, Ning Que won. But what if he lost? Tian Zhongshuan was not a fool. To lure him into a wager, one must put in some capital. Therefore, he should be rewarded. The emperor nodded. He was known for being clear about rewards and punishments. Looking at Ning Que, he smiled lightly. Royal brother has officially been crowned and should establish the 3 guards. I permit you to select the elite from the army as the 3 guards of Ning Wang, including your father's former generals, who can also be summoned. I thank your majesty. Ning Que raised his hand with red eyes. There were still many uncles in the army. They were all sworn brothers of his father, and some were now generals in the army. Such a reward emphasized the relationships. As for Lin County, I have no interest in Lin County. That won't do. The emperor smiled, then, similar to Jingyang, I will grant you Lin with 30,000 households of food fiefs, and you need not worry about governance. It can be left to the local officials. I thank royal brother. Ning Que also smiled. What a joke. Lin is 3,000 miles away from Chang'an. Where would he find the time to govern? Rather than being eaten away by Tian Zhongshuan, it's better to incorporate it into the Great Feng's jurisdiction. The 30,000 households of food fiefs will be enough. Asking for too much would only be overwhelming. After discussing the formal matters, the emperor smiled. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Speaking of which, the Empress Dowager has been quite busy these days. She even asked me to help find suitable young ladies from good families. I think Princess Samuel is quite good. If you marry the Princess of Xiaoyang, it will surely become a beautiful story. Perhaps one day it could also resolve the animosity between the two countries. Let's skip that. Ning Que showed a helpless expression. Isn't this just matchmaking? Resolve the animosity between the two countries? There was no animosity to begin with. It was merely a struggle for interests. Speaking of which, I do want to find her. Oh, I want to know who sold out my father and brothers. Chapter 45. Manipulating Public Opinion. You deserve to be used. At night, in the Gu mansion. Bang! Tian Zhongshuan kicked over the table in front of him, his eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. This group of useless people. They actually agreed to such terms. Bastards. This forced me to cede Linzi County. Ning Que, I want you dead. The roar echoed throughout the Gu mansion. Gu Mingji and his son both trembled in fear. One cannot blame Tian Zhongshuan for breaking down. It would be uncomfortable for anyone in his position. Who would have thought that Ning Que would manage this? Ceding Jiuquan is like giving away a piece of Xiliang. The two countries have fought for hundreds of years, with countless casualties, and they just agreed to it like this? What are you afraid of? Why don't you dare to fight against the Great Feng? It's ridiculous that they even notified Xiliang in advance. As long as Samuel does not agree, they can replace him for negotiations. Once Gu Yuan ascends to power, he can offer better terms. Who would have thought? This time they have lost both the lady and the soldiers. Ning Que has completely secured the throne and will inherit the royal power. Tian Zhongshuan, on the other hand, will lose Linzi County. His fief will be split in two, and he will be monitored by others from now on. Your Highness, please calm down. Gu Yuan advised from his side. He was also feeling uncomfortable. Ning Que has achieved great merit and inherited royal power. The wolf troops on the western border will also return to Ning Wang's command. All his efforts over the years have been in vain. Calm down? How can this king calm down? Linzi is rich and strategically important. Now I have to hand it over willingly. Gu Mingji thought for a moment and raised his hand, saying, Your Highness, I have an idea. Speak. The bet that Your Highness signed is based on Linzi. I think we can relocate all the wealthy families in Linzi and leave Ning Que with an empty city. Destroy the irrigation systems, breach the dikes, and ruin the fields. In short, leave them with a mess. This way, it wouldn't violate the bet. Since Your Highness cannot obtain it, let us destroy it. Tian Zhongshuan narrowed his eyes, looking at Gu Mingji with interest. You always manage to come up with new tricks. However, I like it. Yes, let us do it this way. If this king cannot obtain it, I would rather destroy it. Your Highness is wise. Gu Mingji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yuan, standing aside, stepped forward, saying, I also have an idea. Speak. In these days, Princess Samuel is still in Chang'an. Gu Yuan flashed a murderous intent. As per His Majesty's words, Ning Que will take her to tour Chang'an. We can spread rumors that Ning Que is negotiating peace with Xiliang and will provide them with 100,000 stones of grain. There are many who bear a grudge against Xiliang. What will they do if they find out? Tian Zhongshuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Well said. The Great Feng and Xiliang have been fighting for hundreds of years, and their fathers, brothers, sons, and grandsons have all died at the hands of the Xiliang people. They just need to manipulate public opinion to incite anger and can reap the benefits. Gu Yuan then smiled sinisterly. For example, that foolish woman Lin Xianhong. With just a few words, she will definitely go to find Ning Quebec. The more people there are, the more opportunities we will have. If Samuel dies, can a treaty still be signed? If Ning Que fails to protect her, he will be at fault. By then, he will still lose the bet. Gu Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light as he sneered. After Samuel dies, it will also completely enrage Xiliang. No matter how the Great Feng explains, Xiliang will only launch a massive attack on Yumen Pass. And at that time, I can regain military power. Ha ha! Tian Zhongshuan laughed heartily. Good. Well said. The treaty has not been formally signed yet. They still have a chance. Once Samuel dies, who will come to sign the treaty? At that time, Xiliang will hold Great Feng accountable. The princess's envoy died in Chang'an. This is a great disgrace. They will seek revenge against the Great Feng at all costs. In this way, Gu Yuan can regain military power. This matter will be entrusted to you too. Remember, Do it cleanly. I want Ning Que dead. The next day, Lin Xianhong, carrying a medicine box, stood in front of the Gu mansion. She was quite exhausted at this moment. Too much had happened in the past few days. Chang Baichao had surprisingly opened a medical clinic. Before dawn, there was already a long line at the door. Now, few people came to see her for treatment. Fortunately, the Gu family had not forgotten her. Last night, they sent someone to find her, saying that the Gu matriarch wanted her to come into the mansion to see patients. Lin Xianhong naturally agreed immediately. She had heard about Ning Ke's achievements, successfully negotiating peace and forcing Shiliang to sign a treaty. From now on, Shiliang would have to bow down and pay tribute every year. Moreover, Shiliang would have to cede Jiuquan for mutual trade. The Great Feng could station troops in Jiuquan, and in the future, both countries would jointly govern Jiuquan. This news had spread throughout Chang'an. They all dared not even think about it. Jiuquan is too important. Shiliang and the Great Feng have fought here for over 100 years, and countless people have perished. They all regarded Ning Que as a hero of the Great Feng. Without losing a single soldier, he seized Jiuquan. The key is that they welcomed a rare peace. In the short term, the Great Feng need not worry about Shiliang and can free up their hands to deal with the southern barbarians or the Liao kingdom. They could even send troops to attack Goguryeo. But in her view, it wasn't that simple. How could she not know what abilities Ning Que had? He was skilled at boasting and bluffing, but did he really understand anything? He was just a petty person who relied on connections to make up for his shortcomings. To deceive her, he even staged a play with the Empress Dowager and others, claiming that all the medicine over the years was prescribed by him. Just as her family said, this is all Ning Ke's trick to get back at her. With such petty tricks, does he really think he can deceive her? Does Ning Que really think she is stupid? Miss Lin, please come in. The butler respectfully stepped out and bowed. Lin Xianhong nodded in acknowledgement and followed him inside. Walking along the corridor, they soon arrived at the back courtyard of the Gu family. Xianhong, meet the Gu matriarch and General Gu. Please get up. The Gu matriarch, a plump woman, rarely went out. She showed a kind smile, gently took Lin Xianhong's hand, and sat down with her. You're also half a member of the Gu family. In the future, when you come to the Gu family, do not be so formal. Treat it as your own home and don't be polite. That brat Yuan is just too shy. He has some things he finds hard to say, so don't take offense. The Gu matriarch was skilled at family politics and had seen countless women over the years. Even though Gu Mingji had reached a high position, he still did not dare to take a concubine. She actually looked down on Lin Xianhong, thinking she just wanted to climb up to the Gu family. Coupled with her outrageous actions, she was even more dissatisfied. But when Gu Yuan was poisoned back then, she was the only one who could save him. Thus, the Gu matriarch pretended to support her. This time, bringing her here was also Gu Yuan's intention. Ning Que had made a big splash yesterday, sending formal invitations to the Ning Wang mansion, trying to curry favor with him. The Gu family was under the command of Qi Wang Tianzhongshuan. It all depended on him to reach this day. Naturally, they had to find a way to deal with Ning Que and prevent Princess Samuel from signing the document. Gulang. Lin Xianhong's cheeks flushed like a peony about to bloom. She secretly glanced at Gu Yuan and softly said, Actually, I have heard some news. Gulang, did Ning Que play some tricks again? Forget it. I'll one T tell you. Gu Yuan pretended to be troubled, waving his sleeve. In reality, he was guiding Lin Xianhong step by step into a trap. Chapter 46. Lord Gu Yuan of the county, Ning Que compensates. Gulang, forget it. You should see to your mother's illness first. Gu Yuan showed a troubled expression and said softly, I don't want to burden you with the affairs of the court. It's fine. Lin Xianhong shook her head. She indeed did not like these matters before. Sometimes Ning Que would chat with her about such things, but she always found it bothersome and didn't want to listen at all. However, Gu Yuan was someone she liked, so even things she didn't like became enjoyable. You should know he facilitated the peace talks, right? Yes. He agreed to the request from Shiliang and will provide them with 5,000 pounds of fairy tea and 100,000 stones of grain. Let us not mention the grain. The fairy tea is almost the entire annual production of Dafeng. What? Lin Xianhong was taken aback. She had heard about the fairy tea. She had tasted it more than half a year ago, but she didn't think it was that good. And 100,000 stones of grain. That is no small number. He also wants to trade with Shiliang. I suspect he is colluding with Xianhong behind the scenes, promising heavy profits to facilitate the peace talks, ignoring national honor and disgrace just for a bet. Lin Xianhong gasped in shock. She didn't understand state affairs, but she understood Ning Que. He is just a despicable person. I thought he was shameless enough. I didn't expect him to keep lowering the bar, ignoring family grievances and national hatred, secretly colluding with enemies. What is the difference between this and recognizing a thief as one's father? He truly is as disgusting as ever. To achieve his goals, he will resort to any means. Don't be anxious. Gu Yuan smiled slightly. Look, this is the bait. These are just our speculations. Think about it. How important Zhou Chuan is to Xianhong. But the Xianhong princess agreed so easily. In my opinion, future trades will definitely favor them. For instance, intentionally providing more grain, silk. Gu Yuan is judging a gentleman's heart with the mind of a petty person. He did it, so he suspects Ning Que don't blame the truth. Just throw dirt first. As long as they can incite public anger, they win. Lin Xianhong suddenly understood. Of course, there's no evidence for these claims. Xianhong, I heard that Dr. Chong has opened a clinic? Yes. It must be Ning Ke's doing. Gu Yuan angrily waved his hand. He uses his power to suppress you and the Lin family everywhere. I suspect he's not even a man. How can he be so petty and sinister? That's just the kind of person he is. Xianhong, my Gu family has been quite busy these days. Gu Yuan showed an apologetic expression. Your money might be delayed. It's fine. Lin Xianhong gently shook her head. Even if it's a bit late, it doesn't matter. Gu Lang is a person of great ambitions. You have helped our Lin family a lot. I still have some things to do today. Huh? Lin Xianhong handed the medicine box to her personal maid. I'm going to confront Ning Que. My 3 uncles all died at the hands of the Xianhong people. As the Prince of Ning, he secretly communicates with foreign enemies. I need to seek justice. Xianhong, don't be impulsive. I know. Lin Xianhong's attitude was also very resolute as she gritted her teeth and said, I want to do anything outrageous. I just want to expose his hypocritical face. Then you must be careful. Okay. Gu Yuan nodded. Ordinary people causing trouble. Ning Que wouldn't even glance at them. But if Lin Xianhong goes to entangle him, what'll he do? As long as the situation is chaotic enough, there will be opportunities. Assassinate Samuel in secret. Place him in a desperate situation. Let Ning Que take the blame and ruin the peace talks. Lin Xianhong respectfully withdrew. After she left, Gu Yuan couldn't help but sneer. This woman is really foolish. Indeed, very foolish. The matriarch of the Gu family put away her hypocritical smile and said coldly, the mere Lin family still wants to cling to our Gu family. Yuan, you must remember your identity. Last night, the king of Qi said he intended to betroth his daughter to you. If you can become the favored son-in-law of the prince, there will be great prospects in the future. The child understands. Gu Yuan also smiled. Tian Zhongshuan's daughter isn't particularly beautiful, but her temperament is excellent, dignified, and graceful. The key is her status as a county princess. Gu Yuan looked out the window. The woman he wanted was still within his reach. After playing with Lin Xianhong, he would kick her away. Even if she lost her virtue, he wouldn't mind. After all, it's just a game. What is there to be afraid of? Have you all heard about the peace talks yesterday? Of course, the Prince of Ning succeeded in the talks. What did he succeed in? It's all about giving benefits. I just don't understand. Art of Feng won the battle, and Xianhong came to submit. Why we still have to give him benefits? Isn't that fighting for nothing? Give benefits? Lin Chao stepped forward. He had been stripped of his official position and title. He was also fined 3,000 taels of silver by the emperor. After thinking it over, he thought about borrowing money from friends. Unfortunately, most of the people he knew were unreliable. Each one was poorer than the last. It would be good if they didn't ask him for money. Even those who had money were unwilling to help. After all, the Lin family was completely out of power now. The key is that they also offended Ning Que. Now Ning Que is in a position of power. So, Lin Chao was filled with pent-up anger. Hearing the people in the tavern discussing this matter, he became interested. Are you saying the Prince of Ning is going to pay compensation? It can't be said like that. A middle-aged man stroked his beard and sighed. What is said on the surface isn't compensation, but in reality, it is. 5,000 pounds of fairy tea, 100,000 stones of grain, all to save those Shiliang dogs. I heard that fairy tea can prolong life and invigorate the spirit. And their ISNT, even 5,000 pounds produced in Chong and in a year. And 100,000 stones of grain. How many common people need to grow that? We ordinary people are starving to death, yet we give grain to relieve those Shiliang dogs. My father and brothers died at the hands of Shiliang dogs, and now what? The more the middle-aged man spoke, the angrier he became. Soon, other common people began to agree. This is Chang'an after all, not Jingyang. Their view of things is rather short-sighted. As long as someone stirs the pot, they will lose their reason. Yes, my father also died fighting against Shiliang. We brothers came from a poor family. Because we had no food to eat, my eldest brother joined the army. In the end, he was crippled by the Shiliang thieves and can only lie in bed now. Defeng doesn't T care about us and still wants to give grain to Shiliang? Didn't T General Gu win the battle? Exactly. Winning the battle, yet still having to pay compensation, it's disgusting. Did the young prince of Ning forget the glory of the royal family? He probably only wants to fulfill the bet. The middle-aged man sighed deeply and smiled bitterly. The young prince of Ning has been pampered since childhood and doesn't he understand the value of grain. To sign the treaty, he doesn't he care about giving up some grain. It's just as common people who suffer. We work hard to save grain to pay the land tax. And in the end, it benefits Shiliang dogs. It's impossible. The young prince of Ning isn't that kind of person. What we say doesn't T count. Why not go ask him? Good. Take me with you. Lin Chao stood up angrily. That damn Ning Que is just a hypocrite. On the surface, he appears righteous and just. But in reality, he is despicable and shameless. Thinking of being stripped of his official title by Ning Que, he felt furious. Now that there's an opportunity, how could he not cause trouble for Ning Que? Chapter 47. Art of Feng does not marry for peace, nor pay compensation. On Chang'an Avenue, there were bustling market stalls and wine houses on both sides, creating a lively atmosphere. The crowd surged, and the traffic flowed like a river. There were women in hemp skirts carrying bamboo baskets, children with their hair tied up, innocent and carefree, and peddlers pushing carts, all wearing smiles. Samuel, like a curious child, observed them. She had changed into a RU skirt, her long hair flowing elegantly, exuding the fragrance of orchids. At that moment, she looked more like a princess of Defeng. While in Shiliang, she often heard people mention Defeng, rich in resources and with its people living in peace and prosperity, unlike the harshness of the grasslands. The people here all had faces that had not been bullied. In Shiliang, they valued a culture of wolfishness. The weak were preyed upon by the strong, survival of the fittest. The strong feasted on the rich, while the old and weak were left with the scraps. This was in stark contrast to Defeng's culture of filial piety. For Defeng, it was about living. For them, it was merely surviving. Your Highness, what's the matter? Ning Que slowed his pace. Today he was dressed in common attire, occasionally greeting the merchants. Are other counties in Defeng as prosperous as this? Pretty much, Ning Que nodded with a smile. During the reign of the late emperor, Defeng focused on agriculture and suppressed commerce. After His Majesty ascended to the throne, he vigorously developed industry and commerce. Every region has benefited from this, living in peace and prosperity. Without national strength to support it, how can we engage in wars repeatedly? Ning Que's words were half true and half false. Defeng certainly had impoverished areas. It was impossible for everywhere to be as prosperous as Chang'an. However, he was on official business and couldn't speak carelessly. This was also a good opportunity to promote national strength and intimidate Shiliang, to subdue them without a fight. The Emperor of Feng was clearly intent on forging an alliance with them through marriage, ensuring a pact with Shiliang. This way, the Emperor could free his hands to eliminate the foreign kings and conquer Goguryeo. He was not a ruler who merely maintained the status quo. He was ambitious and vowed to expand territory. That was why he was willing to negotiate with Shiliang. How wonderful, Samuel murmured softly. We in Shiliang suffer much more. Every winter, people die from hunger and cold. I really envy you Defeng people for living so well. Samuel turned to him, her lively eyes staring directly at him, making Ning Que feel a bit dazed. What did this little wildcat want? Your Highness, I've heard that you're very good at business and manage many enterprises throughout Defeng. Many merchants in the folk call you the merchant saint. So, I want to do a business deal with you. Oh, Ning Que was instantly interested. He waved his hand, and Iron Bull understood and moved forward, secretly protecting them with his guards. What do you have in mind? During the battle at Yumen Pass, the old Ning Wang's entire guard was annihilated. You must know that someone from Shiliang leaked information about Ning Wang's whereabouts. So, do you want to know who betrayed the old Ning Wang? What do you want? Ninka's the mano, physician.Internally. Even if Samuel did not say it, he would have asked. The senior sister had been investigating in Shiliang for years and had found no leads. Many who knew the inside story had already died, as if someone was deliberately silencing them. Shiliang also kept quiet about this matter. After all, they revered warriors above all. Although the old Ning Wang was an enemy, he was also greatly admired. To eliminate him, Shiliang chose to set a trap, which was contrary to their usual conduct. 2 conditions. Please, since the 2 countries have decided to trade in Jiuquan, we need to agree on the distribution of benefits. In the future, Dafeng must provide 100,000 stones of grain each year as the cost for the Shiliang Station troops in Jiuquan. Additionally, this time, you must provide an extra 200,000 stones of grain. Impossible. Ning Que. Public matters are public, private matters are private. If I compromise on this matter, I will be impeached. Even the Emperor of Feng would not support me. Ning Que narrowed his eyes and said lightly, I can provide you with an additional 200,000 stones of grain in my private capacity, but I cannot provide for the station troops every year. Moreover, I don't believe the princess has any leads. All right. Samuel also chose to stop pushing. After all, she knew very little. Even her father knew little about it. Then it's settled. An additional 200,000 stones of grain. You first tell me what you know. Okay. Samuel believed Ning Que and said, although the old Ning Wang was our Shiliang's archenemy, he was also a greatly admired hero. My grandfather always wanted to defeat him openly on the battlefield. Until one day an unexpected incident occurred. What? An arrow shot into the Shiliang camp, and by the time we went out, the person was nowhere to be found. The arrow had a silk cloth attached, which contained the old Ning Wang's marching route and battle plan. We in Shiliang still have that arrow. It is a unique 3-edged arrow from Dafeng with barbs, and the tail of the arrow is engraved with the character Gu. Gu. Ning Ke's eyes instantly turned cold. Yes, the current first-rank General Gu Yuan was then a subordinate of Ning Wang, responsible for the supply and support troops. During the battle at Yumen Pass, his 50,000 reinforcements were blocked at Gao Ke for 20 days, gaining no ground. The old Ning Wang was ultimately trapped and died. If Gu Yuan had arrived earlier, the old Ning Wang would not have died. Ning Ke's expression turned cold. At that moment, his breathing became rapid, and he exuded a chilling, killing intent. Under the scorching sun, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Could it be Gu Yuan's doing? That's right, Gu Yuan had a motive. He had a close relationship with King Qi. The Gu family's current status relies on Tian Zhongshuan support. At that time, he was just a low-ranking subordinate with almost no opportunity to achieve merit on the battlefield. If he wanted to gain military power, the old Ning Wang had to die. However, another question arises. Why did he use his own arrows? Wouldn't that leave evidence against him? As for the blockade at Gao, Quebec, Ning Que was also aware of it. Gao Ke belongs to the Yinshan lineage, easy to defend but hard to attack. At that time, the troops blocking Gu Yuan were not many. Logically speaking, Gu Yuan should have been able to break through quickly. Yet he was trapped for a full 20 days. Gu Yuan returned to the capital and made an explanation. Shiliang was extremely treacherous, with flags raised in multiple places, making him think that there were heavy troops guarding it. Moreover, Gao Ke had fortified its defenses, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. He organized dozens of charges, but they were repelled by Shiliang from a high ground. His 5,000 reinforcements were primarily responsible for logistics and supply, and their combat capabilities were weak, with no heavy equipment for siege warfare. After 20 days of stalemate, more than 20,000 casualties occurred. Could he be blamed for that? The Emperor of Feng had asked many people and confirmed that Gu Yuan's words were not false. Therefore, in the end, he was only demoted to a first-rank official and punished to guard the western frontier to atone for his mistakes. Ning Que was about to ask for more details when he saw many people approaching from a distance. At the front was Lin Xianhong, followed by others holding up a white banner with large characters written in a flamboyant style. Our Dafeng does not marry for peace, nor pay compensation. The emperor guards the national gate. Kings die for the state. Under Lin Xiao's leadership, the people were filled with righteous indignation, shouting passionately as they waved shoulder poles, hoes, bamboo poles. Ning Que frowned upon seeing this. Not good. They are probably here to cause trouble for Samuel. Chapter 48. A general success leaves thousands of corpses. This grain must be given. We pay our respects to the prince. What are you going to do? Ning Ke's expression was cold. He raised his hand to signal Tainyo to maintain order. The family guards stepped forward, using their sword scabbards to firmly separate the commoners. Ning Que was not one to look down on others. Even the humblest farmer would receive his greeting. He was known for being approachable in Chang'an. However, Samuel was also present. He was worried that someone might harm her. The national treaty had not yet been formally signed. Samuel could not afford any mistakes. If she were assassinated, Xianhong would surely go to war. The hard-fought alliance would be for nothing. Tainyo, protect the princess. Understood. Ning Que stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, finally landing on Lin Xiao. Why is this guy out again? He really won to shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Your Highness, are you really going to give grain to Xianhong? We won the battle. Why should we give him grain? If we do, wouldn't that mean we fought for nothing? Many of our people died at the hands of Xianhong. My father fought in battle and had his legs crippled by Xianhong. Now he can only lie in bed. We have nothing to say about fighting for the country. But now, you want to give them 100,000 stones of grain. Why not give us some? Exactly. Are we inferior? Not helping our own people, but helping Xianhong. They really won't let him be at ease. Ning Que so with business. Without a doubt, someone was secretly inciting them. He signaled Tainyo to escort Samuel back for safety. Let us go into the inn first. It will be safer. You all think this way? Yes, we all disagree. The prince must give us an explanation today. Lin Xiao had no intention of hiding. He was here to cause trouble for Ning Quebec. Besides, they were justified. Why should they be afraid? He didn't believe Ning Que could do anything. Ning Que looked at the agitated crowd and patiently explained, Yes, I am indeed going to provide Xianhong with 100,000 stones of grain and 5,000 jin of celestial tea. But do you know why I'm doing this? In truth, he didn't need to explain it all. Did these commoners dare to cause trouble? Did they think the inspection office was idle? There was no need for lengthy explanations. A few strikes would silence them. They didn't even consider their status and dared to question a prince. On a smaller scale, they were just losing control out of dissatisfaction. On a larger scale, it was disrespectful to the emperor. In broad daylight, attempting to assassinate the Prince of Ning. The matter of the alliance was not something Ning Que could decide alone. Without the emperor's consent, he could not make the final call. I ask you, is Xianhong a weak nation? No, that is good to know. Ning Que looked at them and sighed. I hate Xianhong more than any of you. My father and brothers died in the battle at Yimingwen. Xianhong and Dafu have fought for hundreds of years over Jiuquan, with countless heroes spilling their blood on the sands. I have worked hard to promote peace talks. From now on, we will trade at Jiuquan, and the two countries will exchange goods. Xianhong will bow and offer hostages, and Dafu will station troops in Lingnan. Xianhong is also a strong nation, with robust troops and horses, having fought Dafu for hundreds of years. They invade every year, causing countless casualties. By signing this treaty, they have already made many concessions. Dafu offering 100,000 stones of grain is merely a reward. After all, Xianhong has built Jiuquan for many years. It is reasonable to consider it an investment. Tainyo could no longer hold back. He was a rough man, not understanding grand principles. Thus, he often had a more impulsive personality. Looking at the agitated commoners, he shouted, You fools don't understand the prince's good intentions at all. Do you think the prince doesn't want to attack Xianhong and take revenge? Why did the prince personally engage in talks? Damn it, war means death. Have you ever seen a dead person? Do you know the feeling of having comrades die beside you? As he spoke, Tainyo's voice began to choke. He was originally from Xianhong and understood their capabilities too well. When two nations compete, it is difficult for either to be completely destroyed. Even if Xianhong cannot defeat us, they can still run away. If Dafu pursues, it only stretches the front line. If they lose their way, it becomes even more dangerous. For years, Xianhong has held the initiative. They always retreat after a wave of fighting, never lingering. Even if Dafu pursues, it it is difficult to annihilate the main force. As long as Shiliang wants to run, Dafu will find it hard to catch up. Like Gu Yuan's recent heavy blow to their main force, it is quite rare. He received such commendation and rewards from the emperor, ranking first. After Tainyo's outburst, the crowd finally calmed down. So, it seems like it's not so bad. Shiliang's cavalry is not simple. 100,000 stones of grain, isn't actually that much. They looked at each other, realizing the truth. Is 100,000 stones a lot? Let us consider it for 200,000 troops. People eat and horses chew. At most, it would last 10 days. And that is if they are frugal. If we go to war, Dafu will have to pay tenfold or 100-fold. Moreover, it's not guaranteed that we can reclaim Jiuquan. Indeed, Dafu briefly captured Jiuquan before. But Shiliang never faced our main forces directly. When they send few troops, they harass us periodically. When they send many, they find opportunities to cut off our supply lines. After not lasting 2 years, Dafu decisively retreated back to Yimingwen. Is it that we can't defeat them? No, it's that Shiliang simply doesn't fight. Dafu cannot afford to waste resources. Plus, Shiliang has a close relationship with the Liao kingdom. Whenever Dafu gains the upper hand, Liao will apply pressure. If Dafu does not withdraw its troops, it will surely face enemies on both sides. The diplomatic situation in the three kingdoms is very complex. This cannot be explained in just a few words. Don't speak so nobly. You promote peace talks out of fear of losing the bet. Lin Xiao stood in the middle, angrily rebuking. Our Dafu has only warriors who stand to die. We have no cowards who kneel to live. Even if we spill blood on the battlefield, it is a worthy death. You are now sending grain for the sake of peace, which is selling out the country and aiding the enemy, completely humiliating the prince of Ning's house. Ning Que had no patience for Lin Xiao. His eyes turned cold as he shot a glare at him. You're like a toad on a foot, not biting but disgusting. Tainyo, take him down and send him to the Dali temple. Understood. What do you want to do? Seeing Tainyo, Lin Xiao finally knew fear. Although he was skilled, he was no match for Tainyo. Moreover, Tainyo was incredibly strong. With one hand, he skillfully subdued him. Stop. Everyone stop. Voices of astonishment rang out from behind. Tainyo didn't care about that. He only listened to Ning Ke's orders. As for what others said, he considered it all nonsense. With a kick, he knocked Lin Xiao over, forcefully twisting his hands behind his back and securing him with one hand. Let me go. Let go of my brother. Lin Xianhong hurriedly stepped forward. Looking at Ning Que, he was filled with immense anger. What you are doing is just out of spite, right? Besides, did my brother say anything wrong? Do you dare say you Haven Tea made a deal with the Shiliang people behind the scenes? On the surface, you are giving them 100,000 stones of grain. What is the reality? Ning Que was momentarily stunned. How did Lin Xianhong know? Chapter 49, How could I be jealous of Ning Que? More and more people gathered. Upon seeing Lin Xianhong, Samuel couldn't help but smile. So this is Lin Xianhong? Before her mission to Chang'an, she had gathered a lot of information. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Knowing weaknesses allows for targeted remedies. Ning Ke's weakness is Lin Xianhong. He is indeed known in Chang'an for being infatuated. He would do anything for Lin Xianhong. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived in Chang'an, she heard that Ning Que had divorced his wife. You're Lin Xianhong? You are the princess of Shiliang? Exactly. Lin Xianhong lightly bit her red lips, looking at Samuel standing next to Ning Que tall and with bright, charming eyes. Even in palace attire, it was hard to tell she was from Shiliang. Just in terms of appearance, Lin Xianhong felt inferior. Every gesture exuded an air of nobility and wild beauty. Standing beside Ning Que, they looked quite compatible. Their statuses were equal, and they appeared to be a perfect match. Lin Xianhong watched, but felt inexplicably angry inside. This feeling was quite strange. Could it be, I am jealous? Impossible. Lin Xianhong tried hard to stay calm. How could she be jealous of Ning Que? She should be happy now. The princess stopped talking. You privately made deals to promote peace talks. Your actions are tantamount to aiding the enemy and betraying the country. So it was about this? Ning Que looked at her coldly. Do you have evidence for your claims? Do I even need to ask? Lin Xianhong couldn't help but sneer. You would do anything to achieve your goals, wouldn't you? I see you want to secure your throne and have secretly made a deal with the princess of Xiliang. Did Gu Yuan tell you this? Don't worry about who said it. Just say whether it's true or not. Ning Que coldly waved his sleeve, clearly uninterested in entangling with her. What I say is of no use. You have never believed in me. You only trust Gu Yuan. If you have evidence, go report it to the authorities. Princess, we are leaving. Stay right there. Lin Xiao, ignoring the onlookers, shouted. Now I see it clearly. No wonder you divorced your wife so readily. It seems you had already found a new partner. Prince Ning, what a good strategy, first discarding your old wife, then happily marrying the princess of Xiliang. Shut your mouth. Iron Bull was not going to waste words with him. He stepped up and slapped Lin Xiao twice. He was a trained fighter, and those slaps, though seemingly gentle, had already left bruises that would take weeks to heal. You all are really interesting, speaking without thinking, and turning the tables. Before I came to Chang'an, Prince Ning had already divorced his wife. Clearly, it was you who did not uphold your marital duties. Yet you blame others? Samuel, who had a strong personality and had never been wronged, looked at Lin Xianhong with a cold smile. Aren't you people the ones who value these things the most? It seems now that you are even worse than our Xiliang women. Xiliang is a wild land. The people are extremely bold. After a father dies, the son marries his stepmother. After a brother dies, he marries his sister-in-law. This naturally goes against the ethics of Defeng. But this is Xiliang's way of survival. It would never be like Lin Xianhong, who, after becoming pregnant, would abort for another man. To the people of Xiliang, children are the most important. You. Lin Xianhong's breathing became rapid. To say she was inferior to Xiliang women, that was an insult. What they said was right. The prince was the one who divorced first. Moreover, this matter hasn't even been finalized yet. TSK, truly shameless. How could she still blame the prince? Lin Xianhong's face flushed. Being poked at her sore spot made her furious. She clenched her fists. My matter with you is over. Now I ask you, as a prince of Defeng, why do you aid the enemy and betray the country? To promote peace talks, you even want to provide food to Xiliang. For generations, the Ning family has resisted Xiliang, and you have utterly humiliated the Ning family. No, you shameless woman are truly laughable. Samuel couldn't hold back any longer. 100,000 stones of grain mean nothing. She needed the grain just to save face, so she wouldn't be able to explain when she returned to Xiliang. After all, in the peace talks, Xiliang had given too much. If they gained nothing, they would surely be punished. Xiliang has paid too much for Jiuquan. The efforts put in all these years could be undone by a single word from the phone. Such easy trade should yield some profit, right? Will you even? In the peace talks, do you even have a right to question? I tell you now, if it weren't for Prince Ning negotiating, Defeng would have to pay even more. Wanting to station troops in Jiuquan would be impossible. Samuel was filled with anger. Because of the peace talks, she was already furious. Today's tour in Chang'an was meant to relax, but unexpectedly, she was blocked by them, each one more hysterical than the last, as if Xiliang had gained an advantage. The fact is that Xiliang suffered a great loss. It wasn't just Ning Que saying he wanted to unite with Liao. There were also spies Ning Que had planted in advance. They had a clear understanding of Xiliang. They could even hide in the palace and stealthily steal the prince's jade token. If they could steal the jade token, they could take the prince's life. And the ruler of Xiliang, even all the nobles. If it weren't for this, would she agree to cede Jiuquan? Lin Xianhong, however, did not believe it at all. You're all in cahoots. Naturally, you would speak for him. No, is she out of her mind? Samuel was so angry she laughed. She looked at Ning Que with a strange expression. I'm really curious. What did you like about her before? By the way, were you two really once married? Don't mind her. Ning Que looked around. He could sense danger. Currently, more and more citizens were gathering. There could be no mistakes. Ning Que stepped forward, shielding Samuel behind him. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao became even more excited. Although his face hurt, he was not afraid at all. Ning Que, why are you in such a hurry to run? Do you dare to say there's no affair? You're just using public office for private gain. Lin Xiao received 2 more slaps. The more he was hit, the crazier he became. His voice grew louder. Iron Bull had no choice but to take off his stinky sock and stuff it into Lin Xiao's mouth. The latter was immediately overwhelmed by the smell. Tears streaming down his face, yet he couldn't utter a word. We're leaving first. As Ning Que turned around, a sharp arrow shot from behind. The piercing sound of the arrow was ear-splitting, using the most difficult-to-defend blowgun. This thing was only palm-sized, fast and accurate within 10 steps. Due to the chaos, no one reacted in time. Be careful. Iron Bull could only shout in alarm. Seeing this, Ning Que quickly pushed Samuel away. A painful groan was heard. Samuel's arm was hit by the arrow. If Ning Que had not pushed her in time, it might have struck her forehead accurately. And even a deity couldn't save her then. Princess, protect the princess. Iron Bull, catch that person. Yes. Iron Bull didn't care about Lin Xiao anymore and quickly chased after. Seeing the dark aura on Samuel's face, Ning Que silently cursed bad luck. She was poisoned. Chapter 50. The princess is poisoned. You're not only despicable, but also stupid. The screams were incredibly loud. The crowd scattered in a panic. Iron Bull locked onto the short target and rushed toward her. The other guards raised their shields to defend. There's an assassin. Quick, protect the princess. The Western Liang warriors were all shocked, looking at Ning Que with anger. Ning Que picked up Samuel in a hug and kicked the inn door open. What are you doing? If you don't want her to die, just guard the door. Qingfeng, Mingwei, you two go to the herbal medicine hall and have Dr. Chang come quickly. Remember to bring the antidote pills. Understood. Qingfeng and Mingwei hurried out. Ning Que placed Samuel on the table and casually tossed a silver coin to the innkeeper. Prepare some strong liquor for me. The stronger, the better. Then he disappeared. Understood. The innkeeper hurried to prepare. Samuel sat on the table, smiling gently. Her shoulder didn't really hurt much now. She watched Ning Que city. Suddenly, she felt a different kind of charm. Ning Que, let me take a look at her. Lin Xianhong walked in at that moment, still with a cold expression, looking down as if from a height. Although I don't want to save her, she is after all a messenger from Western Liang. If anything happens to her, it will implicate the Great Phone. Get out. Can you stop messing around? Lin Xianhong frowned. Good intentions are not rewarded. She wasn't trying to help Ning Que, but was thinking of national affairs. Samuel was the princess of Western Liang and the envoy sent this time. She absolutely could not die in Chang'an City. Otherwise, war would surely break out between the two countries. Can you put national affairs first? What if I don't save her? I will tell you now. Ning Que's eyes were cold as he said. This has all been planned by King Qi and Gu Yuan. They deliberately spread rumors to stir up public resentment, taking advantage of your chaos to send assassins to kill. It was originally possible to withdraw safely, but you jumped out and got entangled, causing the princess to be shot. Now you come here with a shameless face saying you want to help. Who are you acting for? I think you're not only despicable, but also very stupid. You're being used and still don't know it. Don't wrong people. Lin Xianhong, as if her tail had been stepped on, immediately retorted. Do you think everyone is as despicable and shameless as you? General Gu is a gentleman. He even helped you talk, telling me not to come looking for you. You are judging a gentleman's heart with a villain's mind. Can you stop being jealous of him? Ning Que was truly so angry that he laughed. This foolish woman was really stupid to the core. He couldn't be bothered to explain much and just stare at Lin Xianhong. You can tell Gu Yuan that today's matter will not be settled like this. Let him wash his neck and wait. Truly a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's heart. Lin Xianhong turned coldly and left, disdainfully saying, I tell you, the princess is obviously poisoned. By the time Dr. Chang arrives, it might be too late. Get out. Ning Que was furious at seeing her and turned to Samuel, whispering, the situation is critical now. I hope the princess can understand. Okay. As soon as Samuel finished speaking, Ning Que began to remove her clothing. Her skin was very white like mutton fat, not at all like the skin of a barbarian. It was as delicate as if it could be broken by a touch, stirring one's heart. Perhaps because he touched the wound, Samuel's delicate body trembled. She lightly bit her red lips, tightly shut her eyes. The soft sound she made stirred the heart. You, shameless, Lin Xianhong said, her face red. Ning Que was also speechless with anger, shouting, someone quickly throw her out. The Western Liang people would not be polite to her. Dragging her out of the room, they quickly closed the door, not daring to say more. Phew, Samuel's cheeks were also flushed. Falling Ning Que's rapid breathing. She asked, do you know medicine? A bit. Ning Que steadied his mind, looking at the arrow, frowning. The wound wasn't deep, but the blood flowing out was a bit dark. He glanced over briefly. It was clear that it was highly toxic. It might hurt a bit, princess. You have to endure. Ning Que suddenly pulled out the arrow. Blood splattered, and Samuel let out a muffled groan in pain. Ning Que tore open his sleeve and first wrapped it around Samuel's shoulder. The princess is poisoned. I can only suck out the poison now. You must stay calm, princess. The more agitated you are, the faster your blood flows. Okay. Samuel's pretty face flushed. Although the people of Western Liang were fierce, she was after all a princess, and she had learned the customs and rules of the Great Foam since childhood. She usually stayed in the palace and rarely left. This was her first time undressing in front of man. Ning Que didn't care about any of that. He poured strong liquor on the wound and then leaned in to start sucking. Because he was quite forceful, it made Samuel tremble in pain. Huh! Ning Que spat the poisoned blood on the ground. You. This is an emergency measure. I can't guarantee it will work. When Dr. Chong arrives, he will prepare medicine for you. Ning Que explained. He wasn't trying to take advantage of Samuel. This was similar to being bitten by a poisonous snake. After each sucking, he would rinse his mouth with strong liquor and continuously wash the wound with liquor. After repeating this several times, the blood he sucked out had basically returned to red. Only then did Ning Que let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, the rescue was timely. Samuel appeared a bit weak. She looked at Ning Que, her eyes becoming hazy. Is this it? For now, we can only do this. Ning Que said softly. If I'm not mistaken, it should be poisoned with aconite. The toxin isn't very high, but still be careful. If one knows about the cold weapon era, they would understand that very few truly died on the battlefield. Many died from injuries that didn't receive effective treatment. A knife wound can lead to tetanus, and a couple of knife wounds can lead to death isn't just a saying. Ning Que helped her put her clothes back on. A hurried knocking on the door sounded. My lord, Guomein, Iron Bull angrily entered, his face full of apologies. We found the person, but he has already poisoned himself to death. Clearly, he was an assassin who had poisoned himself early on. Whether successful or not, he would not leave any survivors. I expected it. My lord, Dr. Chong. Ning Que stood up to greet him, quickly saying, according to my analysis, she should be poisoned with aconite. I have already provided her with emergency treatment. The rest is up to you. It's a small matter. Dr. Chong waved his sleeve nonchalantly. It's just aconite poison. Even if someone accidentally ingests it, I have confidence, as long as we can get there in time. Moreover, Ning Que has done emergency treatment, and the toxic blood in her body has been largely cleared. My lord, you also need to take an antidote pill. Okay, Ning Que took the pill. By the way, I'm quite curious about something. What? Why did you all want to poison Gu Yuan when everything was fine? Ning Que looked at Samuel, frowning. As far as I know, Western Liang disdains such means. My father has repelled Western Liang multiple times and has never seen you use poison. Gu Yuan won one battle, and you were so eager to poison him, exposing a long-hidden spy in the process. Samuel's expression changed at these words. Clearly, she didn't want to talk about this matter. Chapter 51. Gu Lang won't deceive me. The emperor is furious. Outside the inn, the crowd was bustling. The recent assassination left them feeling anxious. They weren't foolish. They now realized how dangerous the situation was. With Samuel dead, the Western Liang would surely send troops. At that time, the whole nation might rise up, fighting to the death. The Great Foam would definitely not lose. But at what cost? The meticulous plans of the Great Foam were about to fall apart. Lin Xianhong had just stepped out of the inn when she encountered the hurried Changbai Chao. She was about to greet him, but he had already entered. It's all your fault. Look, the princess nearly lost her life. Luckily, the prince reacted in time. Exactly. It's your fault for clinging to the prince. The young man scoffed heavily. You treat her well, and she doesn't appreciate it. Instead, she takes it for granted. Only after losing will she realize her regret. But by then it's too late. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Xianhong's face flushed. She had no such thoughts. Sister, you can't ignore me. You need to speak to Ning Que for me. I'm just feeling indignant. Lin Xiao had already been tied up tightly. He looked panicked and quickly begged for mercy. Although he was reckless, he was not foolish. With Samuel's assassination, it would surely alarm the Emperor of Foam. When the time came, he would not be able to escape the layers of investigation. And Lin Xiao was already in trouble. Last time, he was punished severely and was made to reflect in isolation. He hadn't even finished that when he caused trouble again. This time, he would not be let off easily. Lin Xianhong was suddenly at a loss for words. Remembering what Ning Que had said earlier, would he really help? It seemed impossible. Ning Que was someone who liked to be calculating, especially when he felt justified in his actions. He would go to any lengths for his own interests. Now, Ning Que was probably laughing secretly, waiting for her to beg for mercy. No, absolutely not. There are others who can help us, not just Ning Quebec. There's also Gu Yuan. Brother, don't worry. I will ask General Gu for help. As long as he steps in, you will be fine. Can he do it? Lin Xiao was somewhat skeptical. He knew he had caused a great disaster this time. Could Gu Yuan really save him? Besides him, no one else could help. Lin Xianhong sighed softly. The Lin family had now become like a rat crossing the street, despised by all. Previously, many people had sought to curry favor with their family. But now they had cut off all ties. Her previous patients had been numerous, with aristocratic families paying handsomely for her to visit. But now, no one cared about her at all. Instead, Chong Baitsao's clinic was overflowing with patients, with many willing to pay high prices for Chong Baitsao's services. Even if she lowered her prices, it wouldn't help. Those nobles were not short on money. What they lacked were good doctors. And Chong Baichao was the best doctor in the world. With Chong Baichao around, who would pay her any attention? Thinking of what Ning Que had said earlier, she felt a sense of despair. She had come to her senses now and, upon reflection, realized there was some truth to it. Gu Yuan's backing was Prince Qi, Tian Zhongshuan. It was impossible for him to let Ning Que win the bet. When the time came, Ning Que would not only inherit the title, but also regain royal power. He would become the sharpest sword in the emperor's hand, suppressing the other royal families firmly. The key was that Tian Zhongshuan lost. He lost the entire Linzi County to Ning Que. Lin Xianhong looked up at the blue sky. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Lang would never deceive me. He would never use me. This must all be Ning Que's scheme to sow discord between them. Looking at the door of the Gu residence, Lin Xianhong affirmed her thoughts. Gu Yuan was always charming. And what about Ning Que? He was just a despicable person. Just look at how attentive he was to Samuel. These two must have had an affair. Ning Que was prioritizing his personal interests over public duty. How could he have the face to do that? In the palace, in the imperial study, the Emperor of Foam was reviewing documents. After a long while, he set down his brush, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. He had become quite fond of tea. He could skip meals, but he could not skip tea. Coming here less often each day made him feel much better. At first, he didn't think much of it, but this thing became increasingly addictive. Chifu, what time is it? It is already the hour of Shun. Chifu responded softly from the side. Looking at the emperor, he couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty, you haven't had lunch again today. State affairs are important, but your health is even more important. That's fine. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. He was not the heir apparent. Since ascending to the throne, he had been diligent. He never rested until he finished handling state affairs. It was as if he was venting his frustrations, trying to prove himself. He often neglected sleep and meals for the sake of state affairs. Not eating on time was quite normal for him. Looking at the cold food, the emperor waved his hand. Take it away. Prepare some candied meat and change my tea to the celestial tea. Your Majesty, go. Chief, who helplessly went to prepare. The emperor had hardly eaten 3 meals on time in recent days. The Empress Dowager had specifically mentioned this matter. The emperor had superficially agreed, but had actually forgotten it as soon as he started handling state affairs. The emperor let out a long breath. He stood up and began practicing martial arts. This was taught to him by Prince Ning during his time in the military. He practiced a bit every day, mainly for the sake of strengthening his body. Your Majesty, Chief Fu hurriedly entered the palace. The emperor frowned. What is the matter that you are in such a hurry? Reporting to your Majesty, the Western Liang princess has been assassinated. What? The emperor's expression changed. Chief Fu did not dare to delay and quickly said, Prince Ning was ordered to take the Western Liang princess on a tour. While passing through Chang'an Street, they were surrounded by the common people. They claimed that Prince Ning colluded with outsiders to win a bet and provided Western Liang with 100,000 stones of grain. And then, Prince Ning patiently explained. Chief Fu sighed, who would have thought Lin Xianhong also came to join in, causing Prince Ning to be delayed. As a result, An assassin hidden in the shadows used a blow dart to assassinate the Western Liang princess. Luckily, Prince Ning reacted quickly, and it did not hit a vital spot. After the renowned divine doctor checked, she is currently out of danger. And the assassin? Already dead. After successfully assassinating, he shouted that he would kill all the Western Liang dogs. Then he bit down on a poison pill, and by the time the guards caught up, the assassin had already succumbed to the poison. Investigate this for me. The emperor's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent. This matter could not be so simple. It was very likely related to Prince Qi. I will obey. And Lin Xianhong. The emperor's face revealed anger as he said coldly, Prince Ning has already divorced her. They have no ties left. But Lin Xianhong keeps causing trouble for Prince Ning, and this time she even harmed the Western Liang princess. Your Majesty wants to? Strip her of her third-rank medical officer title and demote her to a commoner. The emperor spoke coldly. Lin Xianhong nearly caused a great disaster this time. If she is not punished, it will not be convincing to the public. Chief Hu showed a troubled expression and said softly, Your Majesty. Lin Xianhong's third-rank medical officer title was personally conferred by the Empress Dowager. If we are to remove her from office, should we notify the Empress Dowager? No need. The emperor's attitude was very firm this time. He looked into the distance. I am the ruler of the Great Feng. Lin Xianhong has committed a grave mistake and must be punished. Even if she is the Empress Dowager's person, I will punish her. Chief Hu stared blankly at the emperor, realizing that the once restrained fledgling had finally become an eagle soaring in the sky. Chapter 52 The Shame of Shiliang, Blood Feud Night Fell. Uncle Fu had sent off Chief Hu and the imperial physician who came to offer their condolences. Although Dr. Chang Baichao was present, the emperor still needed to express his stance. Chief Hu also conveyed the emperor's intention to thoroughly investigate the assassination and ensure that Samuel would receive an explanation. Your Highness, come in, Uncle Fu said as he entered the study with a food box, setting down the exquisite dishes one by one. The delicious aroma made Samuel's appetite awaken. All right, the food is here. You must tell me after you finish eating. Ning Que also felt quite helpless. He really wanted to know why Shiliang would poison Gu Yuan. As far as he knew, Shiliang had never done such a thing before. Shiliang believed in the law of the jungle. The one with the stronger fist had the reason. Samuel looked over the dishes, smiling brightly. I have long heard that the cooks in the Ning Wangfu are exceptional, with unique stir-frying techniques, and that every dish is a delicacy, full of color, aroma, and taste. Even the imperial chefs from the palace come to the Ning Wangfu for further training. That's not wrong, Ning Que said, smiling with pride. In Defeng, the most common food is boiled vegetables. The common people cook with clay pots. I was the one who suggested using iron woks for stir-frying. After my guidance, the cooks quickly got the hang of it. When I was on Kunlun Mountain, my master loved the dishes I cooked, especially the scrambled eggs with Chinese tune. He could finish 2 bowls of rice every time. When I left the mountain, everyone in the sect was in tears. But I can't lift my hand. That's your left hand. Yes, I am left-handed. Samuel looked troubled and smiled. How about you feed me? You. Ning Que was suddenly at a loss for words. Examining Samuel, she didn't seem to be joking. He stood up, took the ivory chopsticks, and began to feed her. Try this braised pork. Ugh, it's too hot. Are you done yet? Ning Que raised an eyebrow. I can only kill people, not feed them. Be grateful that I'm feeding you. So you never fed Lin Xianhong, huh? Why burn her up? Just curious. No. Ning Que turned away coldly, saying lightly, she is very strong-willed and doesn't let me help her with many things, let alone feeding her. She's really foolish, Samuel smiled, to pass up someone as good as you and instead like a despicable little man. Are you talking about Gu Yuan? Samuel held her chopsticks, slowly savoring each dish. Chewing carefully, her face filled with curiosity and satisfaction. Although she was a princess, Shiliang was inherently poor. The most they ate was mutton and beef or some game. And their methods of cooking were simple and crude, mostly just roasted or boiled. Due to a lack of sufficient seasoning, the flavors could only be described as barely edible. Speaking of which, you really should thank us from Shiliang. Why? If Gu Yuan hadn't been poisoned, Lin Xianhong wouldn't have saved him, and you wouldn't have recognized Lin Xianhong's true colors and eventually divorced her. Can this really be counted? Ning Que was both amused and exasperated. Samuel sighed softly. putting down her chopsticks. Actually, I shouldn't be saying this. Even if I did, there is no evidence. You might even think I'm sowing discord. This matter is a disgrace for us, Xianhong. What? The candlelight flickered. Samuel looked at Ning Que. Do you know how Gu Yuan won? He defeated your main force head-on and sent special troops to burn your supply lines, forcing your main force to retreat. Heh. Samuel suddenly laughed. But it was a chilling laugh. That's not how it was at all. They didn't just burn the granaries. They also burned our wounded soldiers' camp. Over 8,000 wounded soldiers, all turned to ashes. Samuel's eyes turned red, tears welling up as she choked out, dying on the battlefield. We Xianhong have nothing to say, but what about those wounded soldiers? War is cruel. Ning Que did not rush to comment. This did not prove anything. At most, it showed that Gu Yuan was eager for quick results. Not to mention killing wounded soldiers, even killing surrendered soldiers was common. Not only to Feng, but Xianhong had done its fair share as well. Then let me ask you, what did my sister-in-law do wrong? She was stripped of her clothes and humiliated. Sister-in-law. Ning Que was instantly stunned. He really didn't know about this. Samuel tightly gripped her chopsticks, her veins bulging. My sister-in-law is the best person in the world. She is a physician, often going to the battlefield to save people. Some of the Feng soldiers who were captured were saved by her. But what was the result? Gu Yuan captured her and humiliated her in front of everyone. Then he led his trusted aides one after another. By the time my brother arrived, my sister-in-law had already breathed her last. This bastard. Ning Que also gritted his teeth in hatred. This was a huge embarrassment for Dafeng. It forced Xianhong and Dafeng into a life-and-death struggle. Capturing the crown princess was a good thing. Dafeng could have offered many conditions. But Gu Yuan chose to humiliate her. This was an insult to Xianhong. Samuel's eyes were filled with hot tears. My brother actually did not support my sister-in-law being a physician and did not want her on the front lines. But my sister-in-law said that Dafeng and Xianhong had been at war for hundreds of years and had never killed a physician. This was not untrue, because physicians can save many lives. Who can guarantee that they get injured? Be captured? Physicians are the most respected people on the battlefield. And then? Ning Que Gerchiev. Samuel wiped her hot tears. My brother wanted revenge, but the supplies were all burned, and he had no choice but to retreat. Father advised him to prioritize the overall situation, to distinguish between public and private matters, and not to tear the face with Dafeng because of my sister-in-law. My brother is the crown prince and had to endure for the sake of Xianhong. I was the one who brought in assassins to poison Gu Yuan. So, I share the same enemy as you. Ning Que Fronev. He understood many things now. No wonder Samuel was targeting Lin Xianhong. It turned out it was because she saved Gu Yuan. Samuel let out a long breath. In this negotiation, I will agree so readily, but not just because of the conditions you offered. Ning Que couldn't help but smile. Now it all made sense. He looked at Samuel. This woman was indeed frighteningly intelligent. You should have guessed it. Someone secretly informed us and conveyed all three of your conditions. If I had refused, Xianhong would have gained more benefits. You agreed out of revenge, but also because you had no choice. Samuel was very honest. They were both smart people, and didn't he need to be so explicit? And that person? He was the assassin from today. There are no witnesses to the dead. Ning Que couldn't help but smile. He still didn't fully trust her. After all, even the eldest senior sister didn't know about these matters. The more beautiful a woman was, the more she could deceive. Perhaps Samuel had ulterior motives? Inciting internal strife within Dafeng would also benefit Xianhong. This matter would not just end like this. Samuel looked at Ning Que, firmly saying, Ning Wang, don't you want to eliminate Gu Yuan? You must know, your father's death is likely related to him. Chapter 53. The Wheel of Fortune turns. The Jiang family calls off the engagement. 3 days later, in front of Weiyang Palace, Tian Zhongshuan stood at the front, his face extremely grim. He had received news that Princess Samuel had turned from danger to safety. The emperor was furious and wanted a thorough investigation of the matter. At the same time, a few days earlier, a national treaty had been signed in advance, and elite troops were dispatched to protect the royal palace. The Chang'an Inspection Office was on high alert. No matter who it was, they had to undergo investigation. Those without proper credentials would be detained first. Tian Zhongshuan was not worried about the emperor's inquiry. He had not been involved in this matter from beginning to end. No matter how much they investigated, they would not find him connected to it. But today, the national treaty was to be signed. As long as Ning Que signed it, the gambling agreement would officially take effect. He would become the only prince of the Great Phone. At the same time, he would also gain his Linzi county. Useless. They were all useless. Such a meticulously designed plan had failed. In that case, he could not be blamed. Just as Gu Yuan said, what he could not obtain, others should not even think about it. He had already secretly issued orders to transfer assets, moving all the wealth from Linzi. Granaries, workshops, sea salt, textiles, all moved away. Before the official handover, Tian Zhongshuan planned to relocate all the wealthy households and then transfer all the criminals to Linzi, releasing them directly without charges. Even if Ning Que obtained Linzi County, what of it? He would only inherit a mess. Nothing at all. As for the lives of the common people, what did that have to do with him? If he could not live well, Ning Que could not expect to live well either. Tian Fengsun glanced at Ning Que, who was surrounded by many high-ranking officials. When would the prince host a banquet? It is said that the chefs in the royal palace are exceptionally skilled, and we are all looking forward to it. How about this? I will send some of my useless chefs to the royal palace for the head chef to help train them. Go away. Who are you to suggest that? Your Highness, I have a few maidens in my household. They are all still innocent and have long heard that your Highness enjoys this. If your Highness likes, I will send them to the royal palace. Huh, those people are worthy? What do you take the prince for? Exactly, your Highness. Ning Que was also bothered and had a headache. He smiled on the surface while inwardly cursing. These people were all seasoned in matters of lust. They were regulars in the heavenly realms. They were all opportunists, coming to curry favor with him now that the situation was settled. However, Ning Que did not intend to tear off the face. It is said that the king is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are difficult. They spoke human words in front of people and ghostly words in front of ghosts. He would inevitably have to deal with these people later. But he couldn't offend them all. Gentlemen, please don't rush. It is indeed appropriate to host a banquet for all of you. However, we need to wait a bit longer. Good. Chao Du stroked his beard and smiled. The day before yesterday, my wife entered the palace to see the Empress Dowager and taught her how to play mahjong. She said it was quite interesting, and the Empress Dowager liked it very much, and it was from the prince's hand. I wonder if I could buy a set of mahjong? This matter does not need to be asked of this king. Ning Que smiled knowingly. See, here comes a business. There are plenty in the Bai Bao Pavilion. Various grades are available. If you gentlemen like, you can also go and take a look. Thank you, your Highness. Chao Du raised his hand to thank him. The Bai Bao Pavilion. This is the first business association of the Great Phone. Big merchants, Liao, Kingdom, Goguryeo, all have their presence. Their footprints spread throughout the entire Shenzhou. It is rumored that they have the support of the Divine Machine Pavilion behind them, whose master is the best fortune teller in the world. The making of mahjong is not complicated. It can be easily imitated. Just carve it out of wood and it can be played. But what status are they? If it gets out that they use wooden mahjong, they will surely be laughed at. They all care about their reputation. So if they want to use it, they must use the best. Losing money is fine, but losing face cannot happen. Lin Xianhong stood trembling at the back, looking at Ning Que from a distance. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. If Lin Xianhong hadn't divorced, he would now be the father-in-law of the Prince of Ning, not to mention anything else. With the connections of the Prince of Ning's household, his Lin family would have no one to fear in Chang'an City in the future. But now, this time, Lin Xiao would enter the Dali Temple again. Lin Xianhong was also captured. Indeed, Gu Yuan said he would help. But what could he do? It was the one who tied the bell that had to untie it. Watching Ning Que full of vigor, Lin Jiang felt immense regret. Even if Gu Yuan had a promising future, at most he would only be a duke in his lifetime, while Ning Que was the only prince of the Great Phone. Son-in-law. Finally, Lin Jiang found a chance to step forward. As soon as he appeared, he received countless disdainful glances. The head of the Lin family should not call out randomly. This king has already divorced. Lin Zhong's face showed difficulty, and he quickly said, Yes, I forgot. But I asked the prince to consider the feelings of these years and help my Lin family a little later. Chao and Xianhong must not come harm. What does it have to do with me? Ning Que only found it amusing and teased. If I remember correctly, your Lin family never cared about me. By the way, General Gu is also present. Why don't you let him plead for you? Gu Yuan's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly turned around, pretending not to hear. He wanted nothing more than to quickly sever ties. How could he possibly help the Lin family? Lin Xianhong, however, thick-skinned, continued to inch forward. He naturally knew Gu Yuan's current situation. After all, he was his future son-in-law, and it was definitely good for him not to show up at this time. Moreover, Gu Yuan could not help him at all. This time, it was an order from the emperor to conduct a thorough investigation, handled by the Dali Temple. Who could help except for Ning Que? Before he could speak, a strong and powerful voice suddenly rang out. Turning around, he saw it was Jiang Quan, the Minister of War, dressed in crimson. So it turns out to be a relative? Does the head of the Lin family like to shout at people? Jiang Quan fronat. He had once been a subordinate of the old Ning Wang, following him to battle in the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun, achieving numerous military merits like the first to raise the flag. Later, he was favored by the late emperor and was promoted to Minister of War. He looked at Ning Que, who remained indifferent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Jiang Quan then turned his gaze to Lin Xianhong, having no good feelings towards the Lin family. Initially, he agreed to the marriage purely out of respect for Ning Quebec. To make the Lin family retreat, he deliberately proposed an exorbitant dowry. Unexpectedly, the Lin family still agreed, with the dowry coming from the prince of Ning's household. Jiang Quan had nothing to say about this. After all, it was all Ning Que's intention. But now it was different. Ning Que had completely severed ties with the Lin family. In that case, the marriage must be cancelled. Master Jiang is joking. Lin Xianhong looked like a clown, drawing laughter from everyone. He was merely a small official in the Ministry of Personnel, a tiny clerk. According to regulations, he was not even qualified to participate in court discussions. This time he was summoned to the palace. Naturally, it was for a matter. I never joke. Jiang Quan, being from a military background, exuded decisiveness in his every gesture. He looked at Lin Xianhong coldly and said, "Everyone knows your Lin family's affairs. I will not waste my breath with you. The marriage between your Lin family and my Jiang family is hereby cancelled, and the marriage contract will be reclaimed tomorrow." Huh? Lin Xianhong was instantly shocked. This was truly adding insult to injury. Lin Xinhuan had finally climbed up to the Jiang family, and now being called off the engagement meant she would never marry again in her lifetime. After all, who would marry someone who had been rejected? Master Jiang, you can't do this. Do you not know where my Lin family has offended you? You don't even know who you have offended. Jiang Quan turned coldly and walked away, no longer paying attention. Lin Xianhong felt icy all over. He looked at Ning Que beside him. Could it be that this was also his revenge? Chapter 54. Signing the treaty, bestowing axes and halberds to open the 3 guards. As he entered the hall, a loud voice rang out. Ning Que walked with a serious demeanor, leading the way. At this moment, the emperor was already seated on the imperial throne. All the officials bowed deeply and saluted. "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live the great foam. Be exempt from formalities. Sit down," the emperor said. "Thank you, your majesty." The emperor scanned the ministers, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. He waved his hand. "Princess of Shiliang, present. Princess of Shiliang, present." The loud announcement echoed continuously. Soon, Samuel entered the hall with guards. Envoy Samuel of Shiliang pays his respects to the emperor. The princess is exempt from formalities. The emperor waved his sleeve lightly and said slowly, though there was some unpleasantness a few days ago, "Fortunately, the princess is not seriously hurt." After touring for several days, "How does the princess find Chang'an?" "Very good," Samuel replied with a smile. "Her wound has scabbed over. She just needs to change the dressing on time every day." The medical skills of Changbai are indeed commendable. Let her use a different medicine later. If she persists for half a year, she won't leave a scar. Chang'an is flourishing, like a heavenly palace on earth. The people live and work in peace, and the economy is thriving. The emperor couldn't help but smile and joked. If the princess likes it, she can stay in Chang'an to find a good match, which could also bring about a marriage alliance between our 2 countries, symbolizing everlasting harmony. The emperor was joking. Samuel merely smiled. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Ning Quebec. The emperor, seeing the opportunity, said seriously, "The treaty between our 2 countries has been drafted by the Ministry of Rights. If the princess finds no mistakes, It can be sealed with the national seal today. Each country will keep a copy, and then there will be no more wars. Very well, Samuel nodded indifferently. She took the national document handed to her by Chief, written on the finest silk. There were 2 copies, both sealed with the Great Feng national seal. She read through it carefully and, confirming there were no errors, stamped the Xiliang national seal on it. She kept one copy and handed the other to the warrior to keep safe. The emperor looked at the seal on the national document. The peace negotiations were only temporary. The Great Feng could not continue to clash with Xiliang. The national strength of both countries was being consumed continuously. The Liao kingdom was happily developing, and there was also the distant Goguryeo. During the time of the late emperor, there were 3 campaigns against Goguryeo. Unfortunately, every time ended in defeat. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat Goguryeo. It was that the Great Feng was far away, and logistics always had problems. The farther they fought, the more difficult it was to supply food. Moreover, Goguryeo's terrain was narrow and hilly, making many places easy to defend but difficult to attack. In winter, the climate was even colder. The 3 campaigns against Goguryeo left behind hundreds of thousands of brave soldiers. The emperor had aspirations since childhood to be the most outstanding ruler of the Great Feng. To free his hands, he had to first negotiate peace with Xiliang. Through the tea and horse trade, the Great Feng could profit. The key was to be able to extricate himself. Minitsta Gao. At your service. The national document will still be kept by your Ministry of Rights. I obey. Minister Chao respectfully accepted the national document. The emperor then looked at Tian Zhongshuan. Prince of Qi, at your service. This is the bet you made with Prince Ning. As long as Prince Ning can fulfill the bet as promised, you must cede the county of Linzi. Now that Prince Ning has done so, do you have any objections? I believe it is absolutely unacceptable. Gu Mingji quickly stepped forward, raising his hand to advise. The county of Linzi has been the fief of the Prince of Qi since ancient times, and the people have lived and worked in peace, becoming wealthy. If it is rashly ceded to Prince Ning, I fear the people will not be willing. This bet was merely a moment of anger. We all hope for smooth negotiations, and I hope your majesty can see clearly. If Prince Ning loses, will you stand up? The emperor raised an eyebrow. Does Gu Mingji still dare to step forward? There was no room for negotiation on this matter. Winning is winning, losing is losing. How could Prince Ning and Prince Qi sign a bet and then go back on their word? At this moment, Ning Que laughed and stepped forward, looking at the pale-faced Tian Zhongshuan. Actually, you could go back on your word. Are you serious? Of course, Ning Que smiled. As long as the Prince of Qi walks out of the palace now, strips off his clothes, and shouts down the street that he does not acknowledge the bet, and that he is a despicable and shameless person, just walking around Chang'an Street, I can give up Linzi. You. How dare you insult me? Tian Zhongshuan was furious. This was clearly a deliberate humiliation. With a cold face, he could only grit his teeth and say, this prince is willing to bet and lose. How could there be a reason not to acknowledge the debt? This prince can give it, but Prince Ning must catch it. You don't need to worry about that. Parce que Ning Que, I know my capabilities are limited and cannot govern Linzi, which is 1,000 miles away. I have already offered Linzi to your majesty, and it will henceforth officially become the territory of the Great Feng, governed by the local officials, and I will only need to collect taxes. Tian Zhongshuan was completely stunned. He looked at Ning Que, then secretly glanced at the lofty emperor. So these 2 brothers had already conspired together? Was he the only one being taken advantage of? Tian Zhongshuan's eyes grew colder. It seemed that the emperor was indeed getting bolder. Just after ascending to the throne, he wanted to cut down their power. The emperor nodded and indicated that this matter would be handled by the Ministry of Personnel. Once the Prince of Qi was ready, officials would handle the handover. I obey. Tian Zhongshuan was so furious that his teeth were about to shatter. The emperor turned to Ning Quebec Prince Ning. At your service. You have successfully facilitated the peace talks, allowing the 2 countries to coexist harmoniously, and enabled the Great Feng to station troops in Jiuquan, allowing for tea and horse trade between the 2 countries, which is a great achievement. The emperor paused and continued. You offered Linzi, helping the Great Feng expand its territory, gaining a population of 100,000 households, which is also a great achievement. The Xiliang princess was attacked, and fortunately, you intervened to save her, turning danger into safety, which is another great achievement. Today, I will fulfill my promise. I bestow axes and halberds to demonstrate the princely power, granting the tiger talisman. You will command the Chang'an Feathered Forest Army, establish the 3 guards, and you may select personnel from the army. I will bow deeply and serve diligently to repay the imperial grace. Ning Que raised his hand in a deep bow. These powers originally belonged to the Prince of Ning. They were only temporarily managed by the Minister of War. The so-called 3 guards refer to the personal guard, the merit guard, and the wing guard, each with different powers. But this is an independent army, which only listens to Ning Ke's orders. Of course, he also had to support it himself. When the old Prince Ning was alive, he used the 3 guards as a foundation to build the strongest wolf army of the Great Feng. Trapped in Hulu Valley, they were able to hold out for dozens of days, repeatedly breaking through Shiliang's assaults, relying on the bravery of the 3 guards. Having the 3 guards meant that Ning Que had the qualifications to open a government office. He could openly recruit talents and form his own administrative team. Not only him, but the 4 other non-surnamed princes were also in the same situation. They had a very high say in their fiefdoms, equivalent to a country within a country, with their own laws. The emperor personally stepped down from the throne and solemnly handed the tiger talisman to Ning Quebec Prince Ning. My safety will be entrusted to you from now on. Ning Que tightly grasped the tiger talisman and then held it high above his head. All the ministers bowed deeply at the same time. We pay our respects to Prince Ning. Lin Xianhong watched from afar. At this moment, he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Chapter 55. Lin Xianhong regrets. Advising the Gu family, Lin Xianhong regrets not taking action earlier. Now, Ning Que is the true prince of the Great Feng. Crown, sword, talisman, and power. Thinking back to the past, Ning Que had no complaints against the Lin family. With the death exemption gold medal, he saved the Lin family. Lin Xianhong wanted to study the 6 arts. Ning Que personally pleaded and got her admitted despite the rules. Lin Xianhong wanted to learn medicine. The #1 divine doctor in the world personally took him as a disciple. And then there's Lin Chao. Others might not know, but Lin Jiang, this old hand, knows it all too well. Indeed, Gu Yuan is currently the commander of the Western Frontier Wolf Army. But what supports the Wolf Army are the old subordinates of Prince Ning. Lin Chao rose to power so quickly. Could he have done it without help? These connections and relationships cannot be bought with money. The bonds of brotherhood forged in battle can only be understood by those who have experienced them. And then there's Lin Xianhong's marriage. Lin Jiang looked off into the distance at Jiangquan. The Jiang family is one of the 8 great families of Chang'an. They are a prestigious family known for their poetry and scholarly pursuits. The Jiang daughters all marry princes, and the Jiang sons all marry princesses. This time, they are unprecedentedly willing to marry Lin Xianhong. There is no need to think. It's also because of Ning Quebec. Jiangquan is under the command of the old Ning Wang. When the old Ning Wang passed away, Jiangquan personally carried the coffin. During the funeral, he wept and fainted. The Jiang family voluntarily kept vigil for the old Ning Wang for 2 years. With such goodwill, would they refuse Ning Que? There's so many more. In the past 3 years, Ning Que has done a lot for the Lin family, almost fulfilling their every request. They are living in blessings but are unaware of it. Only when they lose it do they regret it. Lin Jiang actually knows all this. He supported Lin Xianhong back then because he had already made his bed, regretting it wouldn't help. It's better to tightly hold onto the Gu family as thigh. The key is still the rumors among the people. They all say the old Ning Wang had great merit and was removed by the Feng Emperor. A prince with too much power is not tolerated by the Feng Emperor. As for Ning Ke's generation, he probably can inherit the title. At most, he would be a mere heir apparent. Who knows, he might be gone one day. But now, Lin Jiang glanced at the imperial throne out of the corner of his eye. The Feng Emperor has a very good relationship with Ning Que. All those rumors are easily debunked. So, is it too late for him to regret now? The Feng Emperor sat back on the throne. His gaze finally fell on Samuel. This time, the princess was injured in our great Feng. I have said that I will give you an explanation. Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. I am here. The Minister of the Court of Judicial Review, Li Su, stepped forward slowly. The main responsibility of the Court of Judicial Review is to review cases and rectify wrongful convictions. Any official who commits a crime is also handled by the Court of Judicial Review. Independent from the 6 ministries, it is a high-ranking official of the second rank. Although it is not the first rank, it holds substantial power and a very high status. Regarding the assassination case of the Western Liang princess, I have already investigated. Li Su held up the document and said, although the assassin has committed suicide due to poisoning, I have thoroughly investigated this person. His ancestors died in the western frontier for 3 generations, and both of his younger brothers also died in Gao, Quebec. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingji also smiled. He exchanged a glance with Tian Zhongshuan in secret. If they wanted to assassinate, they naturally had to consider the aftermath of being thoroughly investigated, and they had to do it cleanly. These aristocratic families seem to have nothing on the surface, but secretly, they have many hidden powers. This is the foundation of their survival. What else? Li Su lifted the silk document and continued. The assassin lived by farming and liked to go to gambling houses in his spare time. His luck was good, and he often won money, so he had considerable family assets. According to the inspection department's investigation, the gambling house he frequented belongs to the Gu family. The Feng Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. He then looked at Gu Mingji and his son. In fact, this matter is obvious without investigation. The assassin could only come from the Qi Wang and the Gu family. Samuel's death is most beneficial to them. Your Majesty, Gu Mingji quickly stepped forward, raising his hand and saying, this matter has nothing to do with our Gu family. The gambling houses in Chang'an are all operated by my Gu family. That assassin is a desperate person. It's perfectly normal for him to gamble for fun, even if he gets lucky and earns some money. It can't be said that he is one of my Gu family, right? I didn't say anything. Gu Yuan stepped forward and firmly stated, Your Majesty, I believe this case is just a coincidence. There are many citizens of Chang'an who have died in battle, just like this assassin. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he has a blood feud with Western Liang. Knowing that Prince Ning is negotiating peace with Western Liang, he is naturally dissatisfied. Impulsive people would think of assassinating the princess. I have guarded the western frontier for 3 years, enduring wind and sun. A handful of broken rice. A handful of yellow sand. The soldiers are not afraid of hardship, nor are they afraid of Western Liang. Now that Prince Ning has spoken of peace and is even giving away 100,000 stones of grain instead of blaming others, he should reflect on his own problems. The assassination of Princess Samuel is because of you. I second that. I second that. What General Gu said is correct. Tian Zhongshuan calmly watched and said mockingly, Prince Ning might as well reflect on his own issues. You facilitated the peace negotiations and achieved great merit. But the common people are ignorant of the benefits. Plus, with a long-standing feud with Western Liang, they will surely seek revenge. Impudent. The Feng Emperor slammed the table. The entire hall fell silent. He looked at Gu Mingji coldly and said, As the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, your inspection department failed to prevent this in time, leading to the assassin's attack. This is a dereliction of duty. I hereby sentence you to a 3-year salary reduction and demote your rank to a second-rank official. And you, Gu Yuan, I broke the rules to let you inherit the title of Huho Marquis, placing you among the first-rank generals. Yet you have not enforced strict discipline. Lin Xiao, as your 1,000 household, has repeatedly committed serious mistakes. This time, he even provoked public sentiment, openly resisting the edict, almost causing a great disaster. From today on, your salary will be reduced for 3 years, and your rank will be demoted to second rank. Ning Que. This is actually a veiled warning to the Gu family. The Gu family is deeply rooted and hard to uproot. For the Feng Emperor, if the Gu family turns against them to deal with Qi Wang, that will be the best outcome. Gu Yuan was furious, his chest heaving violently. His rank was directly reduced to second rank. All his hard work over the years has gone to waste, and there is nothing to criticize. Some things the Feng Emperor can turn a blind eye to. As long as he doesn't pursue them, everything can be discussed. This time, punishing them, no one can refute it. Anyone with eyes can see it. This is a veiled warning. In the future, they will definitely continue to target the Gu family, using this to suppress Qi Wang Tian Zhongshuan. Of course, it's not just that. The Feng Emperor let out a long breath. This matter can be big or small, because it was Princess Samuel who was attacked. Moreover, she only suffered superficial injuries. His grand move this time is to take advantage of the situation. He needs to let the Gu family know who their true sovereign is. Additionally, it is also to clear Ning Ke's name. All the grievances Ning Que has suffered must be accounted for today. The Feng Emperor raised his hand. Bring them all up. Yes. The guards on both sides of the door then stepped out. The officials exchanged glances, all silent. Li Su stood calmly in the middle. Soon, Lin Xiao and Lin Xianhong were brought up. They were both bound with shackles and leg irons. In just 3 days, they appeared extremely weak. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live the great Feng. The Feng Emperor waved his sleeve coldly. Lin Jiang, I am here. Lin Jiang trembled as he stepped forward. Stretching out his head is the same as retracting it. He knows that the Lin family is basically finished. Chapter 56. You are wrong. Stripped of the third-rank medical officer. Lin Xianhong knelt on the ground. She raised her head. The officials around her had indifferent expressions. Some looked like they were watching a show, with a half-smile on their faces as they scrutinized her. She glanced at Gu Yuan in the distance, who seemed not to recognize her and resolutely turned away. Then she looked at Ning Que in the front. At this moment, he was full of vigor, wearing a crown and a dragon robe, holding a jade tablet and a sword at his waist, sitting calmly in front, savoring his tea as if everything had nothing to do with him. Lin Xianhong seemed to hear the mocking laughter of the officials. She clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Lin Xianhong was a person of great pride. She always believed she could live well on her own. But in front of Ning Que, she could never hold her head high. She always remembered the day she knelt before him. The more he did, the more inferior she felt deep inside. Yet her pride prevented her from acknowledging it. All she saw were shortcomings. Even if Ning Que explained, it was of no use. Now, she was a prisoner, and Ning Que was a high-ranking prince. No matter how much she denied it, it was useless. The emperor looked at the three kneeling before him. Previously, Lin Xiao had caused trouble, and he, considering his military merits, merely stripped him of his official position and salary. But this time, he led the troublemaking, and though he had no intention of harming anyone, he dared to disrespect the Prince of Ning and stirred public anger, almost causing a great mistake. Therefore, I punish you to be a military officer, guarding the northern border, to atone for your mistakes. The criminal thanks your majesty. Lin Xiao trembled and bowed. Being a military officer was not an official position, but a type of punishment, meaning to patrol for bandits. If sentenced to be a military officer, he would guard the border. To put it bluntly, it meant being cannon fodder in a suicide squad. Usually, they were responsible for guarding the border and gathering enemy intelligence. When it came to fighting, they would be the first to charge. If there were no battles, it was fine. At least they could survive. But if there were battles, it was basically a matter of 9 deaths out of 10. Lin Zhong's eyes were red, trembling all over. He knew that the emperor had already shown leniency. If he truly pursued the matter, even if he didn't impose a death sentence, he would still be crippled and turned into a slave. 1 generation as a slave, generations as slaves. And you, Lin Xianhong. The emperor sighed deeply and said slowly, I have decreed to allow the Prince of Ning to divorce his wife. You have been married for 3 years, and everyone knows you do not like the Prince of Ning. Now, I have given you freedom, yet you repeatedly caused trouble for the prince. This time you were even used by an assassin, almost causing a great disaster. Considering you once saved the Empress Dowager and provided free medical treatment in Chang'an, I will strip you of your third-rank medical officer title and demote you to a commoner. The commoner does not accept. What? Xianhong, do not say any more. Lin Jiang was so frightened he almost jumped up. He tugged at Lin Xianhong's clothes. Isn't this courting death? The emperor had already been lenient. He did not pursue the matter further. Lin Xianhong raised her head, even facing the emperor. She did not back down. Ning Que, seeing this scene, only smiled silently. One could only say this foolish woman really was not afraid of death. The emperor had been quite polite to her. This matter had not even been thoroughly investigated. If it were to be pursued, she would be guilty of attempting to harm the princess of Shiliang, which was a crime that could lead to the extermination of 3 generations. She indeed had no collusion with the assassin, but she indirectly helped the assassin with the assassination. If it weren't for Ning Ke's quick reaction, Samuel would already be dead. Unfortunately, Lin Xianhong remained unaware. She raised her head, filled with determination. The commoner does not know the assassin, nor did she have any intention of assassinating the princess. The commoner only believes that the Prince of Ning, representing the Feng, talks peace, yet in the end, must give food to Xianhong. This act is tantamount to trampling on the blood of the brave. They have worked hard to guard the border, without complaint or regret. The Prince of Ning opens his mouth to send 10,000 stones of grain. For the Feng, this amount of grain is indeed not much. But there are still many people starving. Since there is grain, why not save the people of Feng instead of saving the people of Xianhong? Insolence. The emperor was instantly furious. Your Majesty, calm your anger. The officials all raised their hands. Gu Yuan appeared quite helpless. Wasn't this courting death? The emperor had already made his point. Lin Xianhong actually dared to publicly question him. Did she not know that imperial power was supreme? The emperor would never be wrong. The ones who were wrong would always be the subjects. Ning Que slowly walked to the center of the hall. He looked at Lin Xianhong and said, I thought I had made myself very clear. But I did not expect you to be so foolish as to still think you were right. So I will ask you, what was your previous position? Third rank female medical officer. Then what qualifications do you have to meddle in national affairs and dare to publicly question me on the streets of Chang'an? Since I can facilitate peace talks, it proves I have the emperor's and the officials' recognition. You, a mere third-rank medical officer, instead of focusing on healing and saving people, dare to rashly discuss state affairs. Ask yourself, if this matter were resolved by the Prince of Qi or General Gu, would you dare to question them on the street? Ning Ke's voice was like thunder. Lin Xianhong's face turned ashen, speechless. Would she dare? She truly would not dare. Forget about Gu Yuan and the Prince of Qi. Even with other officials, she would only dare to complain privately a few times. She dared to confront Ning Que, relying on their former marriage, thinking he would not dare to treat her harshly. After all, he had once tried to please her in every way. You indeed did not intend to harm the princess, but what you did put her in danger. If something happened to the princess, could you clear your name with just a statement of not having intended it? If it weren't for your entanglement, the princess would have already safely evacuated. You think you are right, but you could not be more wrong. The emperor, considering your past merits, has only stripped you of your official position. Were you dissatisfied with? Ning Que actually did not want to pay attention to her. But Lin Xianhong was frantically jumping around, courting death. He truly could not bear it. Sometimes it was quite funny to think about. His marriage with Lin Xianhong had no feelings. He only married her because his mother liked her. Out of responsibility, Ning Que had never treated her poorly. He thought of her in every way, fearing she would feel wronged. Unfortunately, Lin Xianhong had no sense of responsibility. To save Gu Yuan, she ruthlessly aborted their child. She still felt particularly justified. This thought process was quite remarkable. The emperor waved his hand, signaling Ning Que to step down. He looked at Lin Xianhong. Now, what else do you have to say? The commoner. Lin Xianhong lowered her head, speechless. She wanted to refute, but she did not know where to start. Lin Jiang tightly gripped her clothes, almost pleading with his eyes. He was truly afraid Lin Xianhong would continue speaking. To anger the emperor would mean death for the Lin family. The emperor was deeply cold and indifferent, waving his sleeve. Since you have submitted, your official position will be stripped. As for Lin Jiang, as a father, you have indeed failed in teaching your child. Your children have committed grave mistakes, and you must also have your official position stripped. Me need to stuck out. Announce this matter to the world as a warning. Your subject thanks the emperor for his grace. Lin Jiang raised his hand with tears in his eyes. He knew the Lin family was completely finished. The whole family, neatly together, had all become commoners. Lin Xianhong lowered her head. The pride on her face had completely faded. She did not look at Gu Yuan, nor did she hate him, because she knew, at this moment, Gu Yuan could not help her either. She only looked at the spirited Ning Que, feeling inexplicably sour in her heart. Now, Ning Que must be laughing at her, right? Enjoying her joke, feeling quite pleased. In reality, she was simply overthinking. If she hadn't rushed to seek scolding, Ning Que wouldn't even bother with her. Chapter 57, Xianhong. Just admit your mistake. At noon, Lin Mansion. Lin mother kneels in front of the ancestral hall, sincerely bowing repeatedly. Lin Xianhong clasps her hands together, praying silently. Too much has happened at home these past few days. Lin Xiao and Lin Xianhong have both been taken away by the Dali Temple, and Lin Jiang is to participate in the court discussion today. It's obvious that they are going to admonish him. Mother, sigh. Lin mother struggles to rise. That damn Ning Que. It's all his fault. He's caused our Lin family to end up like this. Shut up. Lin grandfather leans on his cane and walks out. He looks at the two, coughing incessantly, clutching his chest, breathing heavily. Grandfather. Shut up. Lin grandfather glares at the two, angrily reprimanding. Listen carefully. Regardless of the outcome today, you must not trouble Ning Que again. He has now inherited the royal title. He is not someone we can provoke. From now on, keep a low profile and do not offend him. In the early years, he was quite a figure. With his own talent, he became an official under the late emperor. Later, he hunted with the late emperor, uncovering enemy traps and successfully saving the late emperor's life. Unfortunately, his talents were limited, and he only reached the second rank. After the current emperor ascended, Lin grandfather's health deteriorated, and with his personal opinions opposing the current emperor, he voluntarily resigned to enjoy his old age. In recent years, Lin grandfather has relied on the Baosheng pill to prolong his life. Now that he has run out of medicine, his health is getting worse. He knows he doesn't have long to live. But what can he do? No one can force a doctor who doesn't want to save someone. The world knows his rules. Chang Baichao has 3 no saves. No saving the unvirtuous. No saving the unfilial. No saving the disloyal. Chang Baichao has made it clear. The Lin family is just a group of inconsequential people. They are all ungrateful wolves. To save Lin grandfather, he fears it will shorten his life. They're back. They're back. The family head and the others have returned. Hurry to the living room. Lin grandfather forces himself to gather his spirits. They hurriedly make their way to the living room. Father, second sister, brother, what's going on now? Are we safe? I know it must be General Gu helping. Helping? Lin Zhong's face turns red with anger. He hasn't even said a word to help us. I told you all before, don't offend him. Now look what has happened. Our family is finished. We'll all be waiting to eat the northwest wind from now on. General Gu has no choice. No choice. When our family was implicated and about to be executed, it was Ning Que who took the risk and used a life-saving medal to save us. How is it that the Gu family can't even say a word to help? Father, are you trying to kill me? Lin Xianhong raises her head. This kind of family suffocates her. She has tried her best to support them, but what else can she do? Gu Yuan is her last support. She doesn't want to burden the Gu family everywhere. Before even entering the door, she is already said to be climbing too high with the Gu family. How will she hold her head high in the Gu family then? Father, stop talking. Second sister has it hard too. Lin Chao's eyes are red. His voice choked. It's all my fault. I was impulsive. I have brought trouble to the Lin family. What exactly happened? You all need to clarify. Lin grandfather's face is cold as he scolds. Lin Jiang sighs deeply. Reluctantly, he begins to explain. Their entire family has now been stripped of their official positions. The worst off is Lin Chao, who has been demoted by the current emperor to a commoner and sent to the harsher northern border. All gone? Not only that, Lin Zhong's face shows bitterness as he looks at Lin Xinhuan. Before the court meeting, Lord Jiang spoke to me. He said the marriage between our families is hereby nullified, and Xinhuan can no longer marry into the Jiang family. How is that possible? Lin Xinhuan is immediately shocked and stands there in disbelief. Madame Jiang liked me very much when she met me before. Jiangson has also treated me well. As long as our family prepares the dowry, he would come to marry me. How? Can be nullified now? How will I face people in the future? I'm going to find the Jiang family right now. This is too much bullying. Lin mother, furious, is about to step out. Lin grandfather strikes his cane hard. Enough. Is it not humiliating enough? Cough, cough, cough. Grandfather? This matter ends here. We cannot make a scene anymore. Lin grandfather coughs violently, saying the Jiang family is one of the 8 great families of Chang'an. And Lord Jiang is the Minister of War. Although they don't care about connections, they're not a family we can reach. The marriage was likely arranged because of Ning Que's influence. Impossible. What does it have to do with him? It's clearly because they like me. Shut up. Lin grandfather raises his cane to hit Lin Xinhuan. Furious. You fool. You were the one who incited Xianhong in front of her. And now you've created a huge mistake without realizing it. Grandfather, what mistake have I made? Am I wrong in what I said? Lin Xianhong is still puffed up with anger. You ungrateful daughter. Father, don't get angry. Lin Xianhong quickly steps forward to support him, bitterly saying, Qinghuan, don't you know the relationship between the Jiang family and the Ning prince's residence? Lord Jiang was originally a bastard son, who achieved great military contributions by following the Ning prince and was later recommended as Minister of War, thus successfully inheriting the Jiang family. When the old Ning prince passed away, Lord Jiang personally carried the coffin and mourned greatly at the funeral, eventually fainting. Lord Jiang agreed to this marriage because of Ning Quebec. Now that your second sister has been cast aside, will the Jiang family still agree? Lin Xianhong wears a bitter smile. What have they all done during this time? Regardless of whether Ning Que has the ability or not, the connections of the Ning prince's residence are evident. Over the years, countless people have benefited from the old Ning prince. As long as Ning Que says a word, they would rush to help. Lin Xianhong shows a troubled expression. She naturally knows all this, but the Jiang family has never mentioned it to her. They always said they liked her as a person. They even invited her to visit the Jiang family from time to time. Now she is told that it was all arranged by Ning Que. How can she accept that? You all. Lin grandfather sighs deeply. Don't you understand yet? Ning Que has now inherited the royal title and wields royal power. Even if the noble families of Chang'an don't want to curry favor with him, they definitely want to offend him. Our Lin family is just a small family. Who would dare associate with us in Chang'an in the future? Will he target our Lin family? If he doesn't say anything, will others not act? Lin grandfather turns his head coldly. He has been in the officialdom for many years and knows too well. Ning Que doesn't need to say anything. Someone will naturally flatter him and deal with the Lin family. He looks at Lin Xianhong and sighs deeply. To untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. Xianhong, you should go admit your mistake to Ning Quebec. No matter whether he agrees or not, you must admit it. If you don't admit your mistake, our Lin family will have no good days ahead. Lin Xianhong, however, is incredibly firm. She looks at the others, feeling only ridicule at this moment. Sister, I beg you. Lin Xianhong looks at her through tears. I just want to marry Jiang Xian. If you don't help, how will I face others in the future? Lin Xianhong stares blankly. Even Lin Xianhong, who has supported her the most, is like this. Why should she? She just wants to pursue happiness. What is wrong with that? She would rather die outside than admit her mistake. Chapter 58. The Empress Dowager urges marriage. Do you want a wife? Yoning Palace. Haha, I won again. Quickly. Give me money. Give me money. The Empress Dowager proudly pushed the mahjong tiles aside. Ning Que feigned a sigh and obediently took out money. Playing mahjong with Xiao Ning is indeed enjoyable. Not only can one win money, but it's also satisfying. A few days ago, Madame Gu came and didn't understand the rules. Ning Que smiled proudly. Those who often play ball with their superiors know that they must let their superiors win, but not too easily. There should be some resistance to make it seem a bit challenging. Neither the left nor the right tiles will do. Then, we can only adjust upwards. The emperor sat beside them, looking a bit awkward. He had just learned how to play today. He found mahjong quite boring. Your Majesty, you should relax more. I heard you've been skipping meals again. It's right to want to achieve political accomplishments, but if you starve your body, it's not worth it. A few days ago, the Empress came to complain that you haven't visited her in half a month. Your Majesty, do you wish to cut off the line of succession? Even the Emperor could only nod obediently. Ning Que sat beside him, suppressing a laugh. Look at you today. You were just by my side strategizing. Who would have thought you would also be urged to reproduce? And you, Xiao Ning, now that you have inherited the royal title, you should also find a princess. Just because Lin Xianhong is gone, does that mean you want to marry and have children? How could that be? Cough, cough. The Emperor spoke a bit uneasily, lowering his voice. Mother, I've already found a suitable person for him. It's the Princess of Shiliang, which could also promote a marriage alliance between our two countries. Nonsense. The Empress Dowager immediately frowned and reprimanded. The people of Shiliang are uncivilized. How could they be suitable as the Princess of Ning? The Ning Wangfu has already sacrificed so much for the foam. How could we sacrifice Xiao Ning's marriage? Even if you were the emperor, You cannot be so reckless. I. The emperor was momentarily speechless. Do they have any options? The royal family is the most heartless. They have no right to pursue what they like, including him. It's all for the benefit of the country. His empress is the princess of the Lu Wang, one of the royal families with a different surname. He and the Qi Wang have always been at odds. Marrying the Lu Wang princess is a statement, and it's also to win over the Lu Wang to deal with the Qi Wang. Mother, that Shiliang princess is quite good. The emperor forced a smile and raised his hand. She has been learning the etiquette of Defeng since childhood, speaks refined language, and understands the rules. As an envoy of Shiliang, she is neither servile nor overbearing and is very impressive. She would be quite suitable as the princess of Ning. Is that so? The Empress Dowager became somewhat interested. She looked at Ning Quebec Xiaoning. What do you think? Ning Que showed a helpless expression and said bitterly, "This matter is not up to us. We have to wait for the approval of the ruler of Shiliang. I've heard that the ruler of Shiliang is quite fond of this princess. There's no rush." The Empress Dowager picked up her tea bowl and took a sip of hot tea. "Your Majesty, you can handle this." "All right." They reshuffled and dealt the tiles again. The Empress Dowager looked at her tiles and continued, "Your Majesty, I heard that you dismissed Lin Xianhong from her position today?" "Yes." The Emperor was just about to explain when the Empress Dowager waved her hand. She looked at the Emperor and said softly, "You are the ruler of Defeng, so it's only right for you to make decisions. You don't have to discuss it with me. Lin Xianhong is foolish and blind, and her ending is well-deserved." "Thank you, Mother." The Empress Dowager smiled. "I am getting old. Now I just want to entertain my grandchildren. You two must work hard and give me some big, fat grandchildren soon. Cough, cough. Then your royal brother must work hard. You guy." The Emperor helplessly rubbed his forehead. After all these years, only Ning Que dares to joke with him. They stayed with the Empress Dowager to play mahjong, and after having lunch, the two finally left Yoning Palace. The Empress Dowager is not fond of politics now. It's best not to mention it in front of her. The old lady just wants to expand the royal family. It's either urging marriage or urging childbirth. When she saw the Empress Dowager wanted to take a nap, the Emperor hurriedly left. "Come, sit here." "Thank you, Your Majesty." You call me royal brother in private." "Then thank you, royal brother." Ning Que sat in the waterside pavilion, looking at the Tsang pool. The Qi Wang has suffered a great loss this time. That old fox won to easily let it go. In my opinion, it's likely that a mess will be left behind. Ning Que nodded in agreement and raised his hand. "Therefore, the county magistrates we send must be capable officials. Inspector Ouyang Zheng is quite good, and he can also bring some disciples from the Six Arts Academy to form a basic foundation. Most of these students have not been polluted by the officialdom and are full of passion. Their abilities may not be enough, but their character is beyond reproach." Ouyang Zheng also came from the Six Arts Academy. After 5 years in office, he has impeached over 100 officials. Therefore, he is not well received in the court. There was a time when the emperor wanted to renovate the palace, expecting to spend 300,000 taels of silver. As a result, he was scolded by Ouyang Zheng, and the words he said were quite harsh, making it impossible for the emperor to back down. The emperor was furious and wanted to expel him from the court. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Zheng was even tougher. He took off his official robes on the spot and angrily accused the emperor of being a ruler who would lead the country to ruin, saying that just after taking office, he wanted to burden the people and seek pleasure. Yes, he is that strong, under the persuasion of several old ministers. The emperor ultimately had to retract his order and restore Ouyang Zheng to his original position, admitting that he had not considered thoroughly and decided not to renovate the palace. Continuing to make do, Ouyang Zheng also practices what he preaches. He holds the 3rd rank as an inspector, but his family only has an old servant, making it hard to determine who takes care of whom. He lives extremely frugally, often using his salary to help the poor. He has 2 meals a day, mostly thin porridge and cabbage. Moreover, Ouyang Zheng never eats meat or drinks alcohol because he made a vow when he entered the Six Arts Academy. As long as there is one person in this world who cannot afford to eat, he will never eat meat. Such noble character makes even Ning Que feel ashamed. That is also good. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. "Let Yu Ji handle this matter." He also wanted to know Ning Ke's thoughts. "I remember there are some people from Linzi in the Six Arts Academy. A few are scholars from poor families. They know Linzi better. It would be more appropriate for them to serve as grassroots officials. Good. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. The laws of the Feng state that one cannot serve as an official in a place where they are not from. Of course, this law applies only to county magistrates. For example, Ouyang Zheng is from Jingyang, so he cannot be the magistrate of Jingyang County. This is to prevent these provincial governors from forming cliques and becoming corrupt. In short, preparations must be made to rebuild Linzi. The resources of Linzi cannot be taken away. Well said. Ning Que smiled awkwardly, by the way. I have now inherited the royal title, and according to the rules, I should host a banquet to entertain guests. I don't know if royal brother can grace us with your presence at the Ning Wangfu. Hee, there will be many new dishes this time. Haha, of course. The emperor laughed heartily. Ning Que then stood up and bowed. As a prince, he must avoid personal friendships with ministers. This is not a matter of suspicion or trust, but rather understanding how to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Then, I shall return first. Royal brother must come to the banquet tomorrow night. Chapter 59. Preparations before the banquet. Chinso banquet at Ning Wang's mansion. Fubo stood on the steps, watching the servants in the courtyard. You all need to get your spirits up. Tomorrow night, the prince will host a banquet for the court officials. His Majesty will also be visiting the mansion. This is a top priority for the mansion and cannot be taken lightly. Chef, you can start preparing now. The prince has specified a standard menu of 8 dishes and 1 soup. Each dish must be visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. Understood. The chef nodded. He was a renowned cook in Chang'an, with many imperial chefs being his apprentices. His culinary skills were exceptional, and he often experimented with new dishes in his spare time. Tainyo, you need to ensure security. The presence of His Majesty is a great honor. Once he arrives, the Yulin army will be responsible for his protection. However, we must also guard against any assassination attempts. Yes, Tainyo nodded seriously. He was feeling the pressure after failing to detect an assassination attempt on Samuel during the last inspection of Chang'an, which nearly cost Samuel his life. Although Ning Que hadn't said much about it, he felt guilty. As the head of the mansion's guards, he was responsible for protecting the master. This time, the target was Samuel, so Ning Que was safe. Qingfeng, Mingwei, you must also relay the message. All the guests coming are distinguished guests. Many of them are quite particular about etiquette. Every word and action must be careful. We cannot bring shame to the mansion. Understood. Qingfeng and Mingyuan nodded in agreement. The two were twins, primarily responsible for serving Ning Que and maintaining the mansion's cleanliness. Since it was a celebratory occasion, they would hang up big red lanterns and ensure that all the wine cups were clean. In short, everything must be prepared properly. Anyone who fails to do so will be punished. All right, everyone get to work. Fubo waved his hand. Ning Que had just inherited the title and was very busy. As servants, they needed to help alleviate his burdens. Fubo walked to the ancestral hall and respectfully stood at the door. Prince, everything has been arranged. Good. Ning Que slowly walked out of the ancestral hall and said, find someone to notify Qing Jie from Tianshang Renjian and invite all the courtesans to perform songs and dances. Since all the guests are distinguished, we should have some entertainment. Understood. Fubo nodded, taking note. There were 6 courtesans in total at Tianshang Renjian. They had all been sold to brothels at a young age to learn singing and dancing. They sold their art, not their bodies. And wealthy merchants were willing to pay thousands of taels just to spend a night with them. The courtesans were not only beautiful, but also clever and well-trained, with every smile and frown exuding charm that could entice people to spend money. The prince is now forming the Sanwei. I happen to have a suitable candidate. Oh, Ning Que. Usually, Fubo was very dutiful and rarely spoke, always working silently. Whatever Ning Que instructed, he would do. It was rare for him to actively bring up this matter. He is a 100-man officer in the Imperial Guard named by you, Fubo introduced seriously. Although his official rank is not high, he is skilled in martial arts. His father was a personal guard of the late prince, known for his bravery in battle, and ultimately died in Hulu's Valley. As per your previous instructions, we provided substantial assistance to his family. This young man is diligent and hardworking, and he was later promoted to the Yulin army. He contributed greatly during the disaster relief in Jingyang. All right, Ning Que, walking ahead, said, speaking of Jingyang, how is it now? Since I'm hosting a banquet, I'd like to invite some elders from Jingyang to attend. This. Isn't that against the rules? Fubo was somewhat surprised. Hosting a banquet typically emphasizes hierarchy and order. The attendees were all prominent families from Chang'an. Wouldn't inviting common folk be an insult to the guests? It doesn't matter. Ning Que smiled and explained when His Majesty first ascended the throne. He also hosted a Qianso banquet to win over the subjects. Anyone over 60 in Chang'an is eligible to attend. Jingyang is my fief, and inviting some elders shows that the Great Feng hasn't forgotten them. What grievances could they have? They have no right to criticize my banquet. During my father's time, he often hosted banquets in Jingyang, and those prominent families would all rush over without anyone showing discontent. The army is the nation's safeguard. Jingyang is famous for its meritorious deeds. Countless brave men have died on the battlefield, and some who survived are left disabled. My father often said, a general's success is built on the bones of thousands. They shed their blood and fought bravely. They don't care how others think, but the Ningguang mansion cannot forget their contributions. Prince, what's wrong? Tainyo rushed over, panting. Grandfather Lin is kneeling at our mansion's door with his whole family. What does that mean? They are here to apologize. Insane. Ning Que frowned and waved his sleeve. I have severed ties with the Lin family long ago. This is known throughout the court. Tell them to put away these thoughts and get as far away as possible. Tainyo looked troubled. I said that, but they refused to leave. They even said that if the prince doesn't show up, they will kneel at the city gate. They meant no harm. They just wanted to see the prince. This matter doesn't need to trouble the prince. Fubo stepped forward, frowning. Tainyo, how can you be so unreasonable? Let them kneel wherever they want. What does it have to do with our mansion? Enough. Ning Que waved his sleeve coldly. He still had to host the banquet tomorrow. He didn't want anyone to laugh at him. It was also a chance to clear up some matters. Grandfather Lin was somewhat of a figure. Kneeling at the mansion's door would certainly attract gossip. After all, he had just inherited the title. He might as well give some face to Grandfather Lin. Prince, there's no need to meet them. Tainyo insisted. The Lin family is just putting on a show, afraid that others will take the opportunity to step on them. They are ungrateful wolves. They were once arrogant and looked down on the prince. Now that they have nothing, they are afraid to admit their mistakes. Were they before? It doesn't matter. Ning Que just smiled. He understood the Lin family's intentions. He was eager for the Lin family to disappear quickly. However, he couldn't show it directly. If he exterminated the Lin family right after inheriting the title, what would those indecisive officials think? Would they be next? Reputation was very important in this day and age, and rumors were the sharpest swords. A few words could kill someone invisibly. It's fine to go out and see them. He was curious about what the Lin family could still say. Before he could step out, he heard a commotion outside. He saw the entire Lin family kneeling at the door. Except for Lin Xianhong and Lin Mu. Everyone was there, including the gossip-loving Lin Xianhong. Chapter 60. We were wrong. Please spare us, Your Highness. In front of the Wangfu, Grandfather Lin knelt at the front. Although old, he was bare-chested, tightly bound by hemp ropes, and carrying thorny branches on his back. At his age, being able to endure this was not easy. Lin Jiang and Lin Chao were in the same position. The last one, Lin Xinhuan, was slightly better off. She lowered her head, not daring to raise it. A crowd of onlookers gathered at the entrance, all watching this scene with great interest. They pointed and whispered amongst themselves. Feeling their mocking gazes, Lin Xinhuan lowered her head even further. Her face flushed red, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. It was the first time in her life she had faced such humiliation, but they had no choice. This was Grandfather Lin's intention. For the sake of the Lin family, they had to do this. The Lin family was already at the end of their rope and could not withstand any more turmoil. Ning Que was now truly the Prince of Ning, and many people would want to curry favor with him. Thus, the Lin family became the best target. Ning Que needed not to say anything. There would naturally be people targeting the Lin family. They were now commoners without any official titles or ranks. Lin Xiao had even been demoted to a lower official position and was about to be sent to the northern frontier. He would face the Liao kingdom as a death soldier. Whether he could return alive was questionable. The Great Feng and Shiliang had already formed an alliance. The next step was to target the Liao kingdom. Oh, what kind of performance is the Lin family putting on now? Were they not quite arrogant just a few days ago? TSK. It's not easy for grandfather Lin either. He must be over 60 this year, right? But there's nothing to be done. Who told him to have these descendants? Moreover, you don't really think he is a good person, do you? The things the Lin family did back then, this old man must know them well. The Lin family is like a reed in the wind. They sway whichever way the wind blows. Seeing the Prince of Ning inherit the title, they immediately came to admit their mistakes. How shameless. They're all here to watch the show, and the things the Lin family did are well known. Over the years, the Lin family had been arrogant and looked down on others. Many people had suffered because of them. Now that they had fallen from grace, could they not step on them? What do you mean by this? Ning Que stepped out slowly. The crowd quickly raised their hands in greeting. We have seen the prince. No need for courtesy. Grandfather Lin then raised his head, his face full of regret, and said, Your Highness, I, an old man, today shed my face in hopes of seeking your forgiveness. The unfilial daughter Lin Xianhong has committed a grave mistake, and it is our Lin family's fault. I sincerely ask your Highness to show mercy. You're quite interesting, Ning Que said with a cold smile. He stood on the steps, observing coldly. Speaking of which, Grandfather Lin was once a figure of some importance. He had heard from his father that Grandfather Lin had once saved the life of the late emperor. In the face of assassination, he dared to stand in front of the late emperor. Because of this, he had also fallen ill. Now he was gravely ill, and without the divine pill, he would not survive for more than 6 months. I have already stated repeatedly. That night, I had already divorced my wife, and the imperial edict has been issued. The Zongjing has also removed Lin Xianhong from the family register. The life and death of your Lin family have nothing to do with me anymore. Your family has caused trouble and must bear the consequences. Get lost. Grandfather Lin's face turned red, but he did not dare to retort. Without a second thought, he began to kowtow. What are you doing? I know that no matter what I say now, it cannot make up for the grievances you suffered in the past, Your Highness. You are right. The Lin family has no relationship with the Wangfu anymore. I do not expect to gain Your Highness's forgiveness, nor do I have that qualification. I am here today only to atone and express my apologies. It was my Lin family's failure to recognize your status and to neglect you. It was also Xianhong's fault for aspiring to the Wangfu, yet not knowing how to cherish it, further implicating the royal bloodline. The outcome today is all deserved. Ning Que was too lazy to even look at him. I have said it. It has nothing to do with me. You don't need to act here. Those who know what is good for them should leave early to avoid embarrassment. Late affection is cheaper than grass. This family doesn't know they were wrong. They know they are afraid. If anyone in the Gu family is determined to help them, they will probably show another face. After so many years of interaction, he has long seen through them. He has no good feelings towards the Lin family. They are all greedy, ungrateful wolves. Grandfather Lin pretends to be fine, but in reality, he is afraid of the Lin family facing destruction. Ning Que knew the little calculations in this old man as heart. Running to the Wangfu to perform was merely to make a statement. Whether they could get his forgiveness was not important. They just wanted others not to make things difficult for their family. With a determined heart, Grandfather Lin began to bang his head on the ground, so hard that blood began to flow from his forehead. Grandfather, father, Ning Que, you're going too far. Finally, Lin Xianhong stepped out from the crowd. She hurriedly helped her grandfather up, feeling heartbroken. My grandfather is over 60, and you actually made him kneel and kowtow at your door? Are you even human? No. Are you sick? I made him kneel. Are your eyes blind? Grandfather Lin pushed her away angrily, scolding, Xianhong, why don't you listen to me? All this trouble was caused by you. I advised you to live well with the prince, but you wouldn't listen, and even cruelly aborted the child you worked so hard to conceive. Now you come here to kowtow and admit your mistakes to the prince. Forget it. You don't need to act anymore. Ning Que waved his hand indifferently, not even wanting to look. Tainyo, drive them away. If they dare to come to the Wangfu again, inform the inspection office. Yes. With a crisp sound of slap, Lin Xianhong covered her right cheek, staring blankly at her grandfather, her face full of disbelief. Since she could remember, her grandfather had never hit her. In a Lin family, her grandfather had been the best to her. Earlier, when her mother scolded her, her grandfather would intervene to help. Grandfather, you hit me? Apologize to the prince. Grandfather Lin clutched his chest, angrily scolding. Do you want our entire Lin family to be buried with you? You did something wrong, so you should admit your mistake. The prince has been so good to you. Is it so hard to apologize and admit your mistake? I did nothing wrong. Lin Xianhong covered her face resolutely. She turned to look at Ning Que, her eyes even filled with resentment. Even if I die, I will not apologize to him. After shouting, she covered her face and ran away. Ning Que was too lazy to watch them perform any longer. Tainyo, it's up to you now. Close the door. Your Highness. Grandfather Lin was still shouting. Unfortunately, the door closed mercilessly. Tainyo grinned sinisterly. So, do you want to walk out on your own? Or should we brothers help you? Cough, cough, cough. Understood, brothers, take action. Tainyo immediately raised his hand to signal. More than 10 family guards rushed out. Amid their screams, they directly carried them out. After throwing them far away, they flung them out violently. Chapter 61. Don't worry. I will make him lose face. Young master, this is the invitation sent by the Ning Wangfu. Tomorrow night, a banquet will be held to entertain the wealthy families of Chang'an, inviting both you and your father to attend. Bang! Gu Yuan slammed his palm on the wooden table. His face twisted with anger. He maintained a graceful demeanor outside, but only at home did he reveal his true self. His fingers cracked ominously as he suddenly grabbed a servant by the neck. The servant trembled in fear, trying to break free. Why, young master? Get lost. The servant scrambled away. Gu Yuan glared at the invitation, fuming. He had never suffered such a loss before. This time, he was even demoted. Gudang. Gu Yuan frowned and turned around. Lin Xianhong, holding her skirt, ran over with tears in her eyes, her face marked with clear handprints. She rushed into Gu Yuan's embrace, the fragrance enveloping him. Gu Yuan couldn't help but feel stirred. He raised his hand to embrace Lin Xianhong, feeling her graceful body, his desire igniting. Just as he was about to explore further, Lin Xianhong blushed and interrupted him. Gulang, not yet. Hee, you're just too tempting. Gu Yuan suppressed his desire and looked at Lin Xianhong, secretly mocking her. You're still pretending in front of me, you abandoned woman? Haven't you already been played out? Gu Yuan forced a smile. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. He wasn't in a hurry. What happened to you? Who hit you? My grandfather. What? Gu Yuan was stunned. Isn't your grandfather the one who loves you the most? How could he suddenly hit you? It's all because of Ning Que. Lin Xianhong gritted her teeth, filled with grievances. Ning Que is targeting my Lin family. My grandfather was left with no choice but to kneel at the Wangfu's gate with my father, brother, and sister, hoping Ning Que would show mercy. Unexpectedly, he took this opportunity to embarrass us, ignoring my grandfather even when he bled from bowing. I stepped in to stop him, and then my grandfather. So that's how it is. Gu Yuan held Lin Xianhong's small hand and said softly, You've been wronged. But you must also understand your grandfather. Your Lin family has been completely stripped of their positions, and your brother Lin Chao has been demoted to a criminal officer. During the court discussions, I couldn't help him either. After all, I have also been demoted, and if I speak up for him, I might not be able to protect myself. I understand. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to the northern border. Your brother went there, and someone will take care of him. Gulang, you're so kind. Lin Xianhong's eyes were red. It seemed that in this world, the only one who truly cared for her was him. That's only right. Gu Yuan smiled lightly. Take care of him? Just talk. Lin Chao indeed had some ability. However, he knew too much, which was not beneficial for Gu Yuan to maintain his gentlemanly image. The main issue was that Lin Chao was too impulsive. Who knows when he would get into trouble again? It would be best if he died in the northern border. Don't worry, Ning Que won't be able to bounce back for long. He just took office and offended so many people. He even boldly holds a banquet. Isn't he afraid of arousing the emperor's suspicions? He really doesn't know how to conceal himself. Lin Xianhong nodded vigorously. However, she still had some doubts. Hasn't Ning Que been concealing himself for these 3 years? After all, the death of the old Ning Wang was too suspicious. Many people suspected it was related to the emperor. So, Ning Que chose to marry me, which was actually just a cover. After I had the miscarriage, I completely angered him. He didn't hesitate to ruthlessly divorce me, without a trace of affection. The more Lin Xianhong thought about it, the more terrified she became. Could it be that this was the truth? Ning Que had never liked her? He only saw her as a tool for his own use. Gu Yuan handed over the invitation and said softly, Ning Que is holding a banquet tomorrow night to invite the gentlemen, and the invitation has already been sent. Too much. Lin Xianhong's eyes turned red as she stomped her foot. He stepped on our Lin family's position. Now our Lin family has all lost their official positions and owes a large sum of money. By the way, about the money, Gu Yuan suddenly realized and sighed. Xianhong, you should know that our Gu family has also suffered Ning Ke's revenge and needs some money to smooth things over. I can only take out 15,000 taels at most, which is already the entirety of the Gu family's assets. I understand. Lin Xianhong nodded gently. The Gu family has had a hard time. It's all Ning Ke's fault. Lin Xianhong didn't even realize that she was completely compliant and reasonable with Gu Yuan, but remained cold and distant towards Ning Quebec. Whatever Gu Yuan said was right, while anything Ning Que said was false. She never felt that she was wrong. Gu Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled. Xianhong, there's no need to rush. I'll continue to think of ways regarding the money. As for Ning Que, I won't let his banquet go smoothly. What does Gu Lang want to do? Hee, just let him embarrass himself. Gu Yuan revealed a cold smile. He has humiliated you like this. I can't stand by and watch. He is currently full of himself, but disregards the survival of your Lin family. It's simply bullying. You should have some poison, right? You want to kill him? Gu Lang, you can't be impulsive. For someone like him, it's not worth it. Don't worry. Gu Yuan showed a helpless expression. What was this foolish woman saying? He only wanted to mess with Ning Que, to embarrass him publicly during the banquet. As for killing Ning Que, was he out of his mind? Ning Que was the Ning Wang of the Great Feng. Poisoning a prince was a crime that would wipe out the entire family. The Gu family would be uprooted. Even worms would be cut in half. I didn't mean to kill him. The poison should take effect publicly, with minimal harm but maximum humiliation. I understand. Lin Xianhong nodded thoughtfully and said, if other poisons take effect, it will be easy for people to discover the poisoning. The best one that can achieve what you said and allow you to escape is a laxative. All right, then we'll use a laxative. Gu Yuan nodded immediately, feeling a bit impatient. He wanted Ning Que to embarrass himself at the banquet. Earlier, when he held a banquet, Ning Que came to cause trouble. Now that Ning Que is hosting a banquet, how could Gu Yuan not have a reason to stir up trouble? As the saying goes, if you come, you must reciprocate. I'll go back first. I'll send the medicine to you tonight. Xianhong, thank you. Lin Xianhong only smiled faintly. At this moment, she had even forgotten how she had scolded Ning Que in the past. She had claimed to hate those who poisoned secretly. So when she was drugged, losing her purity to Ning Que, she was furious. But now, what had she done? Gu Yuan watched her leave, suddenly inhaling the lingering fragrance in his hand. One day, he would trick Lin Xianhong into his grasp, and then kick her away fiercely. Chapter 62. The Royal Banquet. His Majesty has arrived. As night fell, the front of the royal mansion was bustling with traffic and people coming and going. The gentle breeze and bright moon were responsible for welcoming the guests, ensuring that they parked their carriages in an orderly manner. This was no small task. Parking spots had to be assigned according to rank and status. All the guests today were distinguished, and the higher the rank, the closer the parking spot. It was common for disputes to arise over parking spots at banquets. In every aspect, class distinctions were evident. Yu stepped down from the ox cart and approached the wooden table. Grand Tutor Yu, a painting of calligraphy. Mr. Yu. Fu Bo quickly stood up and arranged for a maid to attend to him. Upon seeing the rolled-up painting, he couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Yu, you were once renowned for your exquisite calligraphy and painting, known for your divine brush. Countless people have sought your paintings, but were unable to fulfill their wishes. Yu stroked his goat beard and smiled calmly. For Prince Ning, it is just so. This painting is titled Galloping Horses, originally painted for the late Prince Ning. Unfortunately, it was never presented to him. This time, I will gift it to young Prince Ning, making it a return to its rightful owner. Thank you, sir. Please come inside. The prince has been waiting for a long time. Ha, great. Yu smiled lightly. His paintings were hard to come by in Chang'an. Even the imperial study hung his painting of blooming flowers. The Bao Pavilion once auctioned one of his paintings, which fetched a sky-high price of 8,000 taels. It should be noted that he had officially stopped painting 3 years ago, retiring from the art world. One reason was the death of the late Prince Ning. who was one of his few confidants. Another reason was his responsibility for the Six Arts Academy, which left him little time to spare. Since his retirement, his paintings had become increasingly valuable. Chancellor has arrived. Greetings, Chancellor. No need for excessive formalities. Sima Chongqing waved his sleeve lightly. Behind him, a servant presented a wooden box. Chancellor Sima Chongqing, a luminous pearl. Fu Bo hurriedly took it. The Chancellor had his own burdens. If you remembered correctly, this was a birthday gift sent to him by the Emperor. This luminous pearl also had some background, coming from the distant Nanyue Kingdom. After the death of the late Prince Ning, the Nanyue Kingdom was restless. Sima Chongqing was ordered to travel to Nanyue, single-handedly wielding a sword and repelling a 300,000 strong army, using his eloquence to protect the southern borders for 3 years. The king of Nanyue had also presented some tributes, including this luminous pearl. Today, the royal mansion is quite busy, so there's no need for formal reception. Mister, you can go ahead. I'll follow. Sima Chongqing was quite familiar with the royal mansion, so he turned to Fu Bo and said, "The royal mansion will have many affairs in the future. You should find a suitable candidate to assist you. If needed, I can help introduce someone." "Thank you, Chancellor." Fu Bo smiled, raising his hand. He was getting older now, and many tasks were becoming overwhelming. Ning Que had officially inherited the title of prince. In the future, he would also need to establish his own foundation. By then, there would be even more affairs in the royal mansion, and Fu Bo alone would not be able to manage. Minister of War Jiang Quan has arrived. Governor of Jingzhou Fu Gu Mingji has arrived. General Gu Yuan has arrived. More and more guests arrived, and Fu Bo began to busily attend to them. After presenting his gifts, Gu Yuan walked towards the interior of the royal mansion. The Prince Ning's mansion was quite impressive, newly painted with tung oil every few years. This banquet was exceptionally well prepared, with bright red lanterns hanging along the path. The courtyard was impeccably tidy, adorned with many blooming exotic flowers. As he passed the corridor bridge, he saw numerous beautifully grown koi fish. Gu Yuan had no smile on his face, tightening the laxative hidden in his sleeve. Upon arriving in the courtyard, many guests had already gathered. The courtyard was spacious, with tables set up for dining. Under the guidance of the maids, Gu Mingji and his son took their seats. The seating arrangement also followed certain protocols, with wooden nameplates on each table for easy identification. In Defeng, respect and hierarchy were highly valued. Those with higher official ranks were afforded superior seating. Ning Que had arranged this quite well. After all, this was the first major event since he inherited the title, and every detail had to be considered thoroughly. He even prepared nameplates to prevent maids from mistakenly leading guests to the wrong seats. Just like parking, seating arrangements were crucial etiquette. Minister Gu arrived quite early. There was no choice. His home was relatively close. Sima Chongqing looked at him with a smile and said, "I heard that after receiving the invitation, Prince Qi hurried back to Linzi this morning. Minister Gu, you are quite bold to attend the banquet. Aren't you afraid of Prince Qi's displeasure? What does the Chancellor mean?" Gu Mingji naturally sensed the underlying message. However, he couldn't show any conflict on the surface. He calmly waved his sleeve and replied, "I have no relations with Prince Qi. My attendance at the banquet has nothing to do with him. Since Prince Ning has extended such a warm invitation, how could my Gu family refuse to come? As long as you're happy." Sima Chongqing merely scoffed. As more ministers arrived, he lost interest in bantering with Gu Mingji, as the emperor had already made up his mind to take action against the Gu family. To be precise, it was against the foreign princes. There were only two choices for the ministers in court: support the foreign princes or obey the emperor's orders. Want to be a fence-sitter? That was not an option. What the emperor needed to do now was to cut off the wings of the foreign princes, expelling all their supporters from the court to weaken their influence. In this way, he could then deal with the foreign princes. The Gu family was at the forefront of this. This approach served as a warning. Regarding the assassination in Shiliang, this matter could be big or small. Yet, the emperor had demoted both Gu Mingji and his son. This was a veiled warning. If they continued to remain neutral, the emperor would soon remove them. After all, they had been officials for many years and would inevitably have some dirt on them. It would be easy for the emperor to deal with them. Everyone has arrived quite early. We greet the prince. All of you need not be overly formal. Ning Que walked out with a smile. He was now wearing a jade crown and a scarlet ceremonial robe, tied with a golden silk belt, and wearing deer-hide boots. He walked straight to the prominent seat on the right. Everyone, please take your seats. Today is my first banquet. If the reception is lacking, I hope you will all forgive me. I cannot speak for anything else, but the food and drink will be the best in Chang'an. Haha, we all know that. I haven't eaten all day, just waiting for this meal. Thinking about it, it's been months since I last had a taste. Gu Mingji looked at Ning Que and frowned, saying, Prince, you seem to be in the wrong position. Shouldn't you be seated in the main seat? It seems Minister Gu is still unaware. Ning Que smiled and replied lightly, Tonight, His Majesty will also be personally present at the royal mansion. You want me to sit in the main seat? What? Do you have other intentions? Cough, cough, cough. Gu Mingji was suddenly taken aback. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. His Majesty has arrived. Chapter 63. The Royal Banquet. This is Huangjiu. Gu Yuan's expression changed suddenly. He stood up abruptly, clearly astonished. Since Emperor Feng ascended to the throne, he rarely left the palace. As the emperor, safety is paramount. Attending a banquet outside the palace inherently carries numerous risks. The foremost concern is the threat of assassination. One must be cautious about what they eat and drink. Each outing is always accompanied by a large entourage, including the Yuan army, which is responsible for guarding the palace, and the inner palace guards who protect Emperor Feng closely. In short, it is an extremely troublesome matter, both labor-intensive and costly, and very dangerous. For banquets like theirs, Emperor Feng never leaves the palace, sending some rewards through Chief Steward who suffices to express gratitude. This time, however, when Ning Que held a banquet, Emperor Feng made a rare appearance outside the palace. It could be seen as breaking the rumors of these past years. The death of the old Ning Wang was obviously unrelated to Emperor Feng. He had never intended to weaken Ning Wang's power. Otherwise, how could he support Ning Que's rise to power, even going so far as to attend a banquet outside the palace? Dressed in plain clothing, Emperor Feng approached with a leisurely stride. Chief Steward who followed closely with guards, and everyone stood up to bow deeply. We pay our respects to your majesty. Please, no need for formalities. Emperor Feng, seated at the main table, waved his sleeve with a smile and said, Today is Prince Ning's banquet. You need not be overly courteous, lest I steal the limelight. He continued, Prince Ning has facilitated peace talks, bringing tranquility to the western frontier. Tonight, there is no distinction between ruler and subjects. We shall not return until we are all drunk. Thank you, your majesty. The officials stood up and took their seats. Emperor Feng smiled and said, Prince Ning, I have heard that you have prepared many exquisite delicacies for today. I am quite tired of the palace's meals. Then your majesty will be in for a treat. Ning Que replied, standing up and clapping his hands. Qing Feng and Mingwen nodded knowingly. Soon, maidens in pink skirts began to serve the dishes. Each plate exquisite but not overly large in portion, while simultaneously pouring wine. The wine was a yellow-brown color, with a fragrant aroma. Emperor Feng lifted the wine goblet and took a small sip. The taste was slightly spicy, very rich and mellow, with a unique wine fragrance. This wine is quite good. Prince Ning, it seems you have hidden quite a few treasures. Ning Que smiled and raised his goblet in response. These past years, I've had little to do, so I've taken a liking to studying these peculiar techniques. This wine is called Huangjiu, brewed from rice, millet, and other grains. It has a rich and mellow flavor, but it's best to drink in moderation. Good. Emperor Feng couldn't help but smile. Peculiar technique? Prince Ning, you are indeed modest. Just look at how Gu Yuan defeated the main forces of Shiliang. It relied on cavalry. The rapid increase in the strength of the Defeng cavalry is due to the 3 magical inventions provided by the Ministry of Works: saddles, stirrups, and horseshoes. The world believes they were developed by the Ministry of Works, but in reality, they were presented by Ning Que. Is that considered a peculiar technique? It is clearly a method of strengthening the nation. Everyone raised their cups, and the taste was indeed quite mellow. Each person showed surprise on their faces. Defeng's wine primarily consists of rice wine, with an alcohol content of only 5 or 6 degrees at most. Ning Que had previously thought of producing baijiu, but after letting the household servants try it, they all thought he was trying to poison them. After all, They usually drank wine with a much lower alcohol content. And suddenly tasting the highly distilled baijiu was naturally difficult to adjust to. If one understands the history of baijiu, they would know that for a long time, it was not the mainstream liquor of the country. As the poem goes, Huangjiu is expensive, while baijiu is cheap. Thus, Ning Que had people switch to brewing Huangjiu. To be honest, the effect was indeed quite good. Even Chang Baichao found it quite delicious. Samuel took a gentle sip, savoring the flavor. The nomadic who people also enjoy drinking, and the most popular drink is naturally fermented mare's milk, which is lower in alcohol content. Cough, cough, cough. Huangjiu is indeed quite strong. Ning Que looked at Samuel and smiled. If the princess finds it hard to adjust, she can drink less or try some fruit drinks. Not a problem. Prince Ning, what are the names of these dishes? Ning Que stood up with a smile, raising his hand to introduce. This dish is called Shirley Ginkgo. As the saying goes, without learning poetry, one cannot speak. Without learning propriety, one cannot stand. This dish is made from ginkgo nuts with a color like amber, fresh and light, tender and fragrant, and has the effects of relieving intoxication and cough. Good. Emperor Feng's face immediately lit up with delight. He was quite fond of this dish. It was sweet and delicious, melting in the mouth. And these dishes, squirrel fish, golden jade overflow, longjing shrimp, wincy tofu, Ning Que introduced each one. Each dish embodies the wisdom of the chef, truly a feast for the eyes and palate. As he had said earlier, even in the palace, one could not find such dishes. Even Gu's father and son, who had enmity with him, did not stop their chopsticks. With each dish they tasted, they felt that what they had eaten before was simply pig food, especially the longjing shrimp. It must have been cooked with celestial tea. The fusion of celestial tea and shrimp is fresh and tender, with shrimp flavor infused in the tea and tea fragrance in the shrimp. After eating, the taste lingers in the mouth, leaving one wanting more. Yuji also liked this dish very much. After several bites, he had already reached the bottom of the plate. The courtyard was packed, with cups clinking together. Starting from Sima Changqing, everyone took turns to toast. When it was Gu Mingji's turn, he paused deliberately. Looking towards the back of the courtyard, there were ragged old men, some even missing arms and legs. The food prepared by the prince was indeed excellent. Gu Mingji raised his goblet, stating that this banquet was well prepared. However, he had one question: why? At such an important banquet, were there so many servants and commoners present? Was the prince trying to humiliate them? They had come all the way from Jingyang and already felt quite constrained. After what Gu Mingji said, they were even more at a loss, each lowering their heads and not daring to speak. Did Lord Gu look down on them? It wasn't that he looked down on them. Gu Mingji raised his hand in a bow and said earnestly, "I believe there should be order between the high and low. It should not be confused. His Majesty once held a banquet for 1,000 elders to showcase his benevolence. Now that Prince Ning has just ascended, he wishes to emulate His Majesty to win the hearts of the people. What is the intention behind this? Lord Gu, you have gone too far." Emperor Feng put down his goblet and coldly rebuked him. Ning Que, however, remained unfazed and smiled. They are all from Jingyang, and each has military achievements spanning 3 generations. General Gu has attained his current rank thanks to the bravery of his soldiers. Similarly, my Ning Wangfu stands on military merit. As I inherit the throne, I should not forget these people. Naturally, I must invite them to the banquet. What? Has Lord Gu risen in rank and now looks down on these soldiers? You, father. Gu Yuan frowned and shook his head. Gu Mingji finally quieted down. Such words cannot be carelessly spoken. Gu Yuan would still need to lead troops in the future. If this matter were to spread, who would still be willing to serve him? If the morale of the army were to dissipate, it would be disastrous. Gu Yuan took over the conversation, smilingly saying, "Today is the prince's banquet. Inviting guests should indeed be at the prince's discretion. Drinking like this feels rather dull, since Master Yu is also here. Why don't we play a drinking game to liven things up? I wonder what the prince thinks." Not a problem. Ning Que smiled with a hint of mischief. He knew that Gu Yuan was trying to set him up. However, would he be afraid? Chapter 64. All under the sun and moon is the territory of the Great Foam. Yuji stood up. His knowledge and seniority were the highest, so he took on the role of the commanding officer. The wine game was a fun drinking game for the nobility. The rules were relatively simple. Someone was elected as the commanding officer, commonly known as the wine commander, while the others followed orders, taking turns to recite poetry, couplets, or play other games, with those who disobeyed or lost being punished with drinks. Since Gu Yuan dared to propose it, there must be a reason. He was not only skilled in battle, but also known for his charm and talent. At 3 years old, he could recognize 1,000 characters, and by 5, he was well-versed in poetry and literature. He had a high level of accomplishment in literary matters. Even Yu Ji had praised the depth of his writings. He wanted to make Ning Que uncomfortable. Gu Yuan had a cold smile on his face. He had prepared thoroughly for today. His nature was one of vengeance for any grievances. Ning Que had repeatedly targeted his Gu family, causing them to lose their official positions and become the laughingstock of Chang'an. He was determined to make him pay. Hearing Ning Que agree, Gu Yuan almost laughed out loud. He did not deny that Ning Que had some abilities. However, the wine game tested knowledge and quick wit. Ning Que stood up and said lightly, "The wine game is definitely not a problem, but merely punishing with drinks is meaningless. Everyone knows that this prince is about to reorganize the 3 guards, and this expenditure must come from the royal treasury. Thus, let's also bet some stakes. Along with the punishment of drinks, we will also contribute 100 taels of silver. I shall serve as the judge. If I cannot answer or answer incorrectly, I will give 100 taels of silver. If I can answer correctly, then the one who issues the command will pay for the drinks. What do you all think?" "Haha, interesting." The Emperor of Feng immediately clapped his hands. Ning Ke's nature was just like that. He was famously greedy for wealth. Unlike those corrupt officials, Ning Ke's greed was for the benefit of the people. For instance, in the relief efforts for Jingyang, the Great Feng contributed not a single penny. It was all from Ning Ke's own pocket. Despite the locust disaster in Jingyang, with Ning Ke's support, the situation actually improved. Moreover, Ning Que enjoyed conducting research. He was the most popular person in the Ministry of Works. The Minister of Works frequently visited the royal palace. These expenses were also covered by Ning Que himself. Fortunately, he had a knack for making money, barely able to support himself. The Emperor of Feng tacitly approved of this. Most officials had 2 pursuits, either greed for wealth or the pursuit of power. For the Emperor of Feng, being greedy for wealth was certainly better than seeking power, especially since Ning Que had now inherited the title of prince and had no further titles to receive. Ning Ke's greed for wealth, rather, provided him with leverage. Similar operations had been conducted by the old Ning Wang as well. Back then, to recover the 16 states of Yin and Yun, the Great Feng had almost mobilized the entire nation. The late emperor did not suspect him, but what would the court ministers think? This was an unprecedented achievement. The old Ning Wang had done it quite simply. Before he even left Chang'an, he started asking for benefits. He would say he was old and didn't have much time left, now that he had no titles left to receive. The late emperor could give him some gold and jewels as a reward. This was a way to corrupt oneself with gold. The late emperor understood the old Ning Wang's intentions and approved it as well. Relying on unity, they successfully reclaimed the 16 states of Yin and Yun. Now, Ning Que was doing the same. Good. Gu Yuan smiled at Yu Ji and said seriously, "Then let the Grand Tutor be the commanding officer, and I will pose the question first. If the prince answers correctly, I will drink and pay. Please." Yu Ji sat at the front, having prepared the ink and paper. He would record the wins and losses to avoid future disputes over debts. "My question is very simple. May I ask Prince Ning, do you know how much territory our Great Feng has?" As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar. This question seemed simple, but was actually fraught with intricacies. A casual answer would be a great disrespect to the Emperor of Feng. Ning Que smiled and said lightly, "Our Great Feng currently governs 36 prefectures, stretching east to Goguryeo, west to the Chang in Lintao, south to the Nanyu Kingdom, and north to the river as a barrier from the Yin Mountain to Liaodong. Your Majesty has the ambition of a Kuanpeng, vowing to clear the 6 directions and create a unified dynasty unprecedented in history. From now on, for thousands of years, it will never cease. Therefore, this prince believes that wherever the sun and moon shine is the territory of our Great Feng." "Ha, how well said." The Emperor of Feng laughed heartily, clapping in appreciation. These words struck right at his heart. Sima Changqing was also quite perceptive. He quickly stood up. "Wherever the sun and moon shine is the territory of the great foam. The ministers all bowed deeply. Instead, Gu Yuan was completely stunned, looking like a fool. He had originally wanted to trick Ning Que, hoping to sow discord between him and the emperor. But he did not expect Ning Que to answer so flawlessly and, instead, make the emperor happy and appreciative. What does General Gu think of this answer? Excellent. Yu wrote it down and loudly declared the judge wins. The questioner drinks and presents a gift. Gu Yuan gritted his teeth, raised his wine cup, and drank it all in one go. Samuel listened thoughtfully, glancing at the lofty emperor of foam. This was the emperor of foam. Wherever the sun and moon shine is the territory of the great foam. It seemed that they would have another battle sooner or later. The so-called treaty was merely a piece of waste paper. The old man would also add a twist. Jiang Quan stood up, raised his hand, and said, "This is a numerical question. There is a beast with 6 heads and 4 legs, and a bird with 4 heads and 2 legs. There are 76 heads above and 46 legs below. Question: how many birds and beasts are there?" Ning Que couldn't help but laugh. This question was actually a variant of the classic chickens and rabbits in a cage. It could be solved by simply setting up a system of linear equations. However, for the people of foam, it was rather cumbersome. After posing the question, everyone began to calculate silently. Before Gu Yuan could come up with an answer, Ning Que smiled and provided the answer. There are 8 beasts and 7 birds. Did you figure that out already? You must be guessing, right? Lord Jiang, is the answer correct? Correct. Jiang Quan nodded with a smile. Once again, Yu picked up his brush to record and proclaimed loudly, the judge wins. The questioner drinks and presents a gift. Others may not know, but Yu was well aware. Ning Que was truly a polymath, well-versed in all trades, including agriculture, commerce, and industry. He could write to govern the 4 corners and ride to bring peace to the world. Especially in the area of numerology, no one in the 6 arts could surpass him. Even Fu Chunfeng from the National University felt inferior and often came to consult Ning Quebec for such numerical questions. Ning Que could solve them mentally. Gu Yuan's face turned ashen. This must have been prearranged, right? He hadn't figured it out yet, and Ning Que had already solved it? He had originally intended to make things difficult for Ning Quebec unexpectedly. It allowed Ning Que to show off instead. The other ministers also stood up one after another. However, Ning Que was able to answer easily. Gu Yuan held his wine cup, his joints cracking. He had already put laxatives in it. He was just waiting for the opportunity to serve it to Ning Quebec. Who would have thought? Ning Que could answer everything. He couldn't even serve the wine. Finally, Gu Mingji stood up. The young man was indeed young. Gu Yuan was still too inexperienced. He couldn't even handle such a small matter. He raised his wine cup and looked at Ning Que, saying, "We have seen the prince's abilities, and they are indeed impressive. What? Does Lord Gu also want to pose a question? I want to play something different." Gu Mingji had a cold smile on his face. Today, if he didn't make things difficult for Ning Que, his Gu family would have lived in vain. Chapter 65. Wine and Poetry Duel. Let's drink. Ning Que was sizing up Gu Mingji, knowing they had ulterior motives. Relying on the wine order, he had earned another 10,000 taels of silver. As the saying goes, one does not know the cost of household expenses until one runs a household. He had the qualifications to establish a government office and form 3 legions. But he had to pay for it himself. The 3 legions would require at least 10,000 men, and during its peak, the Ning Wangfu could muster 30,000. They were professional soldiers, and the annual military salary expenditure was an astronomical figure. With armor and horses, the expenses were even more terrifying. Therefore, he had to find opportunities to make money. What does Lord Gu mean? This wine is excellent. I quite like it. There has been some misunderstanding between me and the prince, and today I wish to resolve our grievances through a wine duel. Yuaner has a decent drinking capacity, so I would like to challenge the prince to a drinking contest. Is the prince willing? A drinking contest? The emperor frowned. In the end, he still nodded towards Ning Quebec. He had witnessed Ning Que's drinking capacity. The strong liquor in the palace was like water to him. The white liquor he brewed before was almost like poison. After 2 cups, he would feel dizzy, while Ning Que could drink several dough. However, Gu Mingji was right. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmities than to deepen them, especially since they are both in Chang'an, seeing each other often. If the Gu family could reconcile with Ning Que and help them deal with Prince Shi, that would definitely be better. But is it really that easy? Ning Ke's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling the Emperor's gaze upon him. Lord Gu is joking. You and I have no enmity. Since we are to drink, let's add some stakes. If General Gu wins, I can give 5,000 taels. If I win, General Gu will do the same. Good. Gu Yuan slammed the table, his eyes bright with fighting spirit. He was careless earlier with the wine order and didn't expect Ning Que to be this ruthless. He could answer the questions from the officials easily. If he wanted to get him to drink, it had to be a drinking contest. Just right. He was best at drinking. He was a natural warrior, trained in martial arts since childhood, and he loved drinking. After victories in the western frontier, he would celebrate with drinks, often straight from the wine jar. Gu Yuan had a strong drinking capacity and could easily drink 2 or 3 jars. Gu Mingji personally poured the wine, serving over a dozen cups in a row. Ning Que and Gu Yuan exchanged glances across the wooden table. Your Highness, please. Please. Gu Yuan raised the wine jar and drank it all in one go, his gaze fixed on Ning Quebec. This first cup was laced with a laxative. According to Lin Xianhong, it would take effect in no more than half a stick of incense. Ning Que, however, remained calm and collected. He savored the aroma of the wine and watched Gu Yuan. Seeing him so nervous made him smile. This cup of wine was indeed drugged. Although the taste was very light, it could not escape his nose. Back when he was on Kunlun Mountain, he had a senior brother who loved to study various strange poisons. His master once said that it was fortunate his senior brother was well-intentioned. If he were a bad person, the common people would suffer. Just then, Gu Yuan raised the wine jar again. Ning Que quickly raised his hand to press it down, adding a bit of his own. What does your Highness mean? I haven't finished my cup yet. Since we're dueling in wine, let's see who can drink more. Gu Yuan frowned and said lightly, we are not racing. Your Highness can drink slowly if you wish. Haha, true enough. Ning Que picked up his cup again, while simultaneously neutralizing the poison. Such a petty trick would be a disgrace to his master's reputation if it could harm him. Seeing him drink it all in one go, Gu Yuan laughed. He had plenty of money. He mainly wanted to embarrass Ning Que publicly as a form of revenge. Cool. Gu Yuan didn't think much and raised the wine jar to drink again. Seeing this scene, Ning Que also smiled. The two officially began their drinking contest. You drink a cup, I drink a cup, neither side yielding. Was that already over a dozen cups? How can he drink so much? The prince's drinking capacity is surprisingly good. General Gu is famous for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But it seems the prince is even better. Jiang Quan stroked his beard, smiling but saying nothing. Ning Que was also a lover of wine. However, he usually drank only in moderation. But when it came to drinking capacity, he truly was not afraid. Just drinking alone was not interesting. I will add another 5,000 taels of stakes. You two will compose poems based on wine. As long as you finish before drinking all, it will be fine. Who wins and who loses will be judged by the officials. At this moment, the emperor raised his hand to add to the stakes. Gu Yuan was feeling a bit dizzy now, barely able to stand. The main reason was that the yellow wine had a strong after effect, and he could only manage to hold on. As soon as he thought about anything, his head would feel swollen. Then I will go first. Ning Que held the glass jar of beautiful wine. Step back, I'm about to show off. There are many verses based on wine. But if we talk about momentum and literary talent, it must be Li Bai. The poem Jiangjin Jiu is worthy of the title of the immortal poet. For Ning Que, being a literary copyist was not difficult at all. Don't you see, the water of the yellow river comes from the sky, rushing to the sea, never to return? Don't you see, the bright mirror in the high hall mourns for white hair, morning as black silk, evening as snow. Good. Ning Que just started and immediately caused an uproar. Just these 2 lines are enough to showcase his talent. Not yet grand and magnificent. Yuji was also very excited. This time he could share in the glory. As the Grand Tutor de Fong, he was quite knowledgeable. Not only did he have a high proficiency in calligraphy and painting, but he also liked to study poetry, lyrics, and essays in his spare time. He had heard Ning Ke's poetry before, and it was simply breathtaking. He quickly took out his brush to jot it down, preparing to savor it slowly after returning. Your Highness, we are taking wine as the theme. These 2 lines are indeed good, but how are they related to wine? Don't rush. Ning Que drank the beautiful wine again and said, Life is meant to be enjoyed. Let not the golden goblet face the moon empty. I must have some use. Even if I spend a fortune, I will come back again. Ha, good. The emperor couldn't help but applaud. What a great line about having use. TSK, TSK, TSK. Prince Ning's poetry is not bad. I didn't expect the prince could also compose poetry. Such talent is unparalleled in Chang'an. Not to mention Chang'an, even in phone. No one can compare. In such a short time, to produce such a masterpiece, who among you can match? Sima Changqing was not wrong. The proposal to compose poetry was a sudden thought of the emperor. They had no preparation time at all. This further highlighted Ning Ke's ability. In such a short time, drums and delicacies are not precious, but I wish to stay drunk and not wake up. Since ancient times, sages and wise men have all been lonely. Only drinkers leave their names. 5 flower horses, 1,000 gold furs. Call the boy to exchange for fine wine, to share eternal sorrows with you. After Ning Ke finished speaking, he raised the wine jar again and drank it all. He looked at Gu Yuan and said lightly, "The poem I composed is titled Jiang Jinjiu. I have long heard that General Gu is both literate and martial. Please do not hesitate to offer your guidance. By the way, can General Gu still drink?" Gu Yuan tightly gripped the wine jar, feeling unbearable pain in his abdomen. Looking at the calm and composed Ning Ke, he was quite astonished. Why is Ning Ke fine? Chapter 66. Gu Yuan was pulled, and those who commit many injustices will surely bring about their own demise. Gu Yuan was feeling incredibly uncomfortable at this moment. The effects of the alcohol had kicked in, making him dizzy and nauseous. If it were just drunkenness, it wouldn't be so bad, just a loss of some money. The key issue was that his lower abdomen was increasingly painful, and he felt like he needed to relieve himself. Luckily, he had a martial arts background, so he could still manage to endure it. "General Gu, where's your poem? And you still need to drink?" Ning Ke said with a grin. It was obvious that the laxative had taken effect. Gu Mingji looked a bit dazed and quickly urged, "Son, don't just stand there. Hurry up and drink. Writing a poem about wine should be nothing for you." I give up." Gu Yuan put down the wine jug, his face looking extremely grim. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his pride. He just wanted to rush to the restroom. Losing some money was whatever. But if he lost phase 2, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in the future. "Don't," Ning Ke teased as he looked at Gu Yuan. "Uncomfortable, huh? Still trying to harm me? This is just a trick I've already played." Ning Ke almost burst out laughing. His third senior brother loved to study all kinds of poisons and even taught him how to identify them. Because the pharmacology was similar, he learned a bit himself. He could not only poison others, but also detoxify. Although he wasn't as skilled as his third senior brother, it was sufficient, especially against someone like Gu Yuan. Wasn't General Gu famous for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? This was just the beginning. Since he had agreed to write a poem, he should at least come up with 2 lines. Gu Yuan clutched his stomach, reaching his limit. His face turned red as he waved his hands repeatedly. Then, he bowed deeply to the emperor and quickly said, "Your Majesty, I have not yet recovered from my old ailment. Drinking too much has caused me abdominal pain. I ask for your understanding and permission to go relieve myself." Yuan. Gu Mingji hurriedly stepped forward to support him. He understood Gu Yuan all too well. Gu Yuan had always been very competitive, wanting to be the best at everything. To achieve his goals, he was known to stop at nothing. This time, he had actively sought a confrontation with Ning Ke in order to poison him. But now, Ning Ke was perfectly fine, having downed 2 or 3 dozen cups of strong liquor without any issues. It was clear that Gu Yuan was the one in real trouble. Otherwise, he would never admit defeat. The emperor frowned and then looked at Ning Ke beside him. Seeing his innocent expression, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't press further and wave his hand dismissively. "All right, go ahead." Puffed. Just as Gu Yuan bent over, preparing to bow, a loud fart erupted. The sound happened to resonate right in front of Gu Mingji's face, echoing throughout the venue. Ning Ke pinched his nose and stepped back repeatedly. Gu Yuan's face turned bright red. You. He was about to explain, but something even more terrifying occurred. He realized he could no longer control himself, and with another fart, he completely let go. Bang! Accompanied by the startling sound, his clothes quickly became stained with yellow. Gu Mingji, who was behind him, was also affected, his face and clothes covered in filth, making anyone who saw it feel nauseous. "Get out!" The emperor covered his nose and immediately became furious. Gu Yuan, on the other hand, covered his face and ran away in an extremely awkward manner. Gu Mingji had no choice but to follow him, nearly gagging from the stench. "Ha ha! General Gu is truly impressive. Drinking to the point of throwing up and having diarrhea? I've never seen that before. I thought General Gu was only 8 years old this year." Everyone laughed and teased. Gu Yuan, who hadn't run far, now wished he could jump into a river. He had grown up in Chang'an and was famous as a child prodigy, excelling at everything. But this time, he had lost control in public. It was bound to spread throughout Chang'an tonight. "Ning Que, I want you dead." Gu Mingji had finally managed to wipe his face clean, but seeing Gu Yuan spewing again, he quickly exclaimed, "Son, what on earth is going on? Stop it." Gu Yuan covered his face, wanting to cry but having no tears. What could he say? He had tried to poison Ning Que, but ended up harming himself instead. The key was that he didn't understand. When did Ning Que switch the wine? He had been keeping an eye on him, so there shouldn't have been an opportunity. It was only after seeing Ning Que drink that he lost focus. But now Ning Que was fine, and he was the one who fell for it. "Dad, I really can't hold it anymore." "You?" Gu Mingji was also a loss for words. The Gu family had truly lost face this time. Although this incident brought shame to the Gu family, the servants responsible for cleaning up the mess were used to dealing with such things. However, to have someone defecate everywhere was indeed something they had never seen before. They worked hard to clean up and specially covered it with flowers. If it were just one spot, it wouldn't be too bad, but Gu Yuan had run all the way while defecating. Cleaning it all up would undoubtedly take a significant amount of time. They indeed had to put in some effort, but compared to the Gu family, it was already considered good. The Gu family had lost a lot of face this time, and by tomorrow, it would spread throughout Chang'an. For the face-conscious Gu family, this was almost worse than killing them. The key was that Gu Yuan couldn't even explain himself, because he had also taken a laxative. Not to mention, if it were to be investigated, the Gu family would certainly be implicated for attempting to poison a prince. Of course, they could deny it. After all, the wine was provided by the royal residence, and no one saw the Gu family administering the poison. So, Gu Yuan had suffered a silent loss and had to swallow his grievances. What a ridiculous situation. The emperor's face showed anger. After all, he was a high-ranking official. How could he embarrass himself in public like this? Looking at the food, he lost his appetite. When he saw that it was about time, Ning Que stood up and raised his hand, saying, "Since such an incident occurred tonight, this banquet cannot continue. Although it was caused by General Gu, he is indeed unwell. I, on behalf of him, apologize to all the gentlemen. In the future, I will host another banquet to entertain everyone. Your Highness is too polite. This has nothing to do with you. It's all Gu Yuan's fault. I think he is deliberately seeking revenge." Jiang Quan's face showed coldness. Earlier, the Gu family had hosted a banquet on the anniversary of the late Prince Ning's death and ended up being reprimanded, causing the banquet to break up and making a laughingstock of everyone. Now that His Highness had hosted a banquet, Gu Yuan was trying to sabotage it. Unable to find a way, he resorted to such a despicable method. Minister Jiang is right. TSK, the Gu family really has some nerve. His Highness is too kind. Indeed, still helping them speak. Ning Que just smiled and greeted them. Helping them speak? He wished the Gu family would hurry and perish. However, he had just taken power, and it wasn't appropriate to go all out against people, especially since many fence-sitters were still watching. There would be times when he needed these people. If they turned against him in secret, it would be counterproductive. What Ning Que was doing now could actually earn him a good reputation. Everyone, please take care. Fubo, see them off. Yes. Ning Que did not personally see them off. His status didn't require it. Moreover, the emperor had not yet left. Your Majesty. All right, there are no outsiders now. The emperor smiled and said lightly, I saw your little tricks. Next time, at least change the medicine. Using a laxative to embarrass the Gu family is one thing. But how will the guests eat? Hee. Ning Que just smilat. The emperor was really impressive. He hadn't been able to hide anything from him. Chapter 67. Ning Que, I congratulate you on your wealth. The guests had all left. The emperor sat in his study, sipping hot tea. Samuel would be leaving in 2 days. The rewards from Shiliang were already prepared. Little Ning, you will escort her out of Chang'an. All right. Ning Que nodded with a smile. He had private dealings with Samuel. The deaths of his father and brothers were still unclear. Perhaps it really was related to the Gu family. It could also be that someone else was behind it. He still needed to continue investigating. You did well this time, hosting a banquet and receiving gifts. And you earned some from the wine games. The Bao Bao Pavilion has been making a fortune selling mahjong these days, right? Little Ning, I congratulate you on your wealth. What wealth? Ning Que waved his hands repeatedly, continuing to feign poverty. I'm so poor that I'm almost begging. The emperor brother knows this. The Wang Fu needs money everywhere. Jingyang has daily expenses, and it will be hard to recover by next year. Hee. The emperor just smiled. It's fine to hear this. Just don't believe it. He mainly enjoyed listening to Ning Ke's lamentations. Jingyang indeed required a lot of money. Too much. Ning Que frowned and continued to complain. The locusts have been caught, but the disaster victims still need to work. The ancestral home needs repairs. We need to cultivate wasteland and fix agricultural tools. We need to clear the waterways and build workshops. We also have to survive the upcoming cold winter. I really have no choice. I heard from the Ministry of Revenue that you asked them to plant winter wheat? Yes. Ning Que nodded and explained. Winter wheat is the wheat that grows over the winter. Farming is about adapting to the seasons. For instance, in the vicinity of Chang'an, they usually plant one crop a year, mainly millet. After the locust disaster in Jingyang, it's too late to continue planting millet. At this time, planting winter wheat, which has stronger cold resistance, can help us race against time. With winter wheat, the people can better withstand natural disasters. Defeng didn't have the concept of winter wheat before. At least no one around Chang'an had mentioned it. People originally planted one crop a year. With winter wheat, they can plant 2 or 3 times, equivalent to an extra harvest. Of course, there are drawbacks. In this era, there are no chemical fertilizers, and over time, the soil will definitely be depleted. Once the fertility is exhausted, the land will compact and it will be easy to ruin the fields. Ning Que had people clear the waterways to use the silt for composting. Very good. The related matters will be your responsibility. If it can be successfully planted, have the Ministry of Revenue spread the word. Implement winter wheat in suitable areas. Let's not do that. Ning Que advised against it. If a place suffers a disaster and the timing is right, winter wheat can be promoted to combat the disaster, but that is a last resort. If winter wheat is treated as the norm and planted 2 or 3 times, it will easily ruin the fields. The emperor seemed to ponder. After a long time, he sighed lightly. Then it shall be as you say. Is the emperor brother currently short on food? The emperor casually picked up a ledger and said softly, right now, we are in a time of great contention, with frequent conflicts among the nations. The strong thrive, while the weak perish. Everything under the sun belongs to the territory of Defeng. You have set an incredibly ambitious goal for Defeng, and I will also strive for it throughout my life. It's easy to shout slogans, but achieving them is not easy. Signing an alliance with Shiliang now allows us to deal with Liao Kingdom more freely. A great war is about to begin, so the more food we have, the better. Indeed, Ning Que said softly. It's not that Defeng wants to go to war, but the Liao Kingdom has been increasing its troops over the years. Liao has quietly developed for many years, and now it has a large military presence. They have occupied the Hatao grassland and are showing signs of wanting to go to war. Now that Defeng has reached a peace agreement with Shiliang, it has completely freed our hands, and we should counterattack Liao Kingdom. We should at least weaken Liao's military strength, if not reclaim the Hatao grassland. The emperor looked at Ning Que and said softly, since the founding of the state by our high ancestor, the military has always been in the hands of the Ningguang. Gu Yuan is not capable of great use. If the 2 countries go to war, it will still be your responsibility. However, you have never led troops before, so you may not be able to command respect. Fortunately, your uncle is guarding Yinmen Pass. When the time comes, if you lead the 3 guards and win a few beautiful battles, I can also use you to command respect. I will listen to the emperor brother, Ning Que. In fact, he didn't like fighting. When his father and brothers were still alive, Ning Que often slacked off and refused to learn military strategy, which would often anger the king. But now, the entire Wangfu had only him left. He must restore the prestige of the Ning Wangfu. Currently, the one guarding Yinmen Pass, resisting the Liao Kingdom, is his uncle Fengwuzi. He holds the position of Grand General, the title of Duke of the State, and is the head of the Feng family, one of the 8 great families of Chang'an. Over the years, he has been stationed in the northern frontier, responsible for guarding against the Liao cavalry. Just prepare yourself. I have already sent people to withdraw troops from the western frontier. At the same time, 5 prefectures will send grain reserves to support Yanmen. It's good to keep an eye on Shiliang. Ning Que couldn't help but remind him. According to Samuel, Shiliang still needed to take action against Gu Yuan. But this matter concerns the relations between the 2 countries and cannot be made public. The Crown Prince of Shiliang can distinguish between public and private matters, so he shouldn't wage war against a foe. Of course, we still need to be careful of their covert schemes. Ning Que certainly wished for Gu Yuan's death, but this matter was not that simple. Gu Yuan was now, after all, a general of the Feng. He also had some prestige and influence in the army. If he were truly killed by the Shiliang people, it would be like the Feng receiving a loud slap in the face. At that time, even if they were unwilling, the Feng would have to send troops to respond. Moreover, Gu Yuan knew many things. The deaths of his father and brothers. Were they related to the Gu family? Was there someone framing him? Or was it the Gu family's doing? I understand. The emperor nodded. An alliance is useful when it's useful, and a piece of waste paper when it's not. Moreover, we must not let our guard down. We need to maintain a certain military presence in the western frontier. All right, it's getting late. You should rest early. You still have to rebuild the 3 guards. In a while, there will be the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and the Liao Kingdom will also send envoys to congratulate her. I suspect they have ulterior motives and are here to intimidate the Feng, so you must be prepared. I understand, my brother. Ning Que smiled and stood up. I'll see you off, Emperor brother. No need. The emperor smiled and waved his sleeve. He walked out of the study, looking up at the bright moon. Little Ning, does the emperor brother have any further instructions? Now, the only one I can truly rely on is you. The emperor whispered. The Feng seems stable, but in fact, it is facing internal and external troubles. You must grow up quickly. I will not disappoint the emperor brother's expectations. The emperor waved his sleeve and left. Chief Hu followed closely behind with the imperial guards. Once they left the Wangfu, Ning Que finally breathed a sigh of relief at the door. What did the emperor just say? Was he asking him to seize power quickly? It seems the emperor's situation is not optimistic. My lord, they have all left, right? Yes. Ning Que looked at Uncle Fu and smiled. You're busy today, too. Rest early. Tomorrow we'll go to Jingyang and quickly establish the 3 guards. We also need to hand over the household registrations. Yes. Uncle Fu raised his hand and bowed. The Wangfu finally has the 3 guard again. If the old Ning Wang knew, he would be smiling in the afterlife. Chapter 68. Spreading across Chang'an, military spirit the next day as dawn broke slightly. Many shops on Chang'an Street were already crowded with people, some with stewards carrying bamboo baskets to buy breakfast, while others were laborers grabbing a simple pot pie before heading to work. The morning meal was somewhat monotonous, with no buns or steamed buns available. The most common food was the pot pie, which was also the first choice for many workers. The taste might not be great, but it was cheap and filling. For those with a bit of spare change, a bowl of meat porridge was a treat. The meat porridge was made from millet, with some vegetable leaves and minced meat added. Just one bowl would cost 15 coins. Hey, did you hear about the banquet at the Wang residence last night? Any insider news? Sitting in the corner, Lin Xianhong paused her movements, staring at the bowl of meat porridge with little interest. She was not a picky eater, but having gotten used to the meals at the Wang residence, she found it hard to eat the food outside. Ever since she was dismissed, Lin Xianhong had not had a decent meal. Every meal was just a taste, and she had lost a lot of weight. Today, she had to go see the matriarch of the Gu family for treatment, getting up early just to hear about the banquet. She perked up her ears, listening carefully. The elder laughed heartily. My brother has some connections, so I know a bit. Last night at the banquet, Prince Ning really shone, and even His Majesty attended. His Majesty went? That's quite rare. His Majesty usually doesn't leave the palace. The elder picked up his ceramic bowl, slurping the meat porridge, and continued at the banquet. Prince Ning invited only distinguished guests. Halfway through the drinking, General Gu suggested a drinking game. Prince Ning was the host, and the Grand Preceptor was the officiant. The guests took turns asking questions, and Prince Ning answered them all fluently. What do you think? Impressive, right? Wow, so impressive? ISNT Prince Ning, just a playboy? Elder, you're not trying to fool us, are you? I never deceive, the elder replied calmly, smiling. Think about it. If Prince Ning didn't have real talent, could he inherit the title? What happened after the banquet? Haha, that was quite interesting. The drinking game went around, and Prince Ning answered them all. General Gu wanted to compete with the prince in drinking. Guess what happened next? Lin Xianhong perked up. Competing in drinking? Something must have gone wrong. She couldn't help but smile, thinking of Ning Ke's miserable state. Elder, stop keeping us in suspense. What happened next? General Gu couldn't hold his liquor and lost to the prince. That's fine, but the key is he publicly made a fool of himself. I'm not exaggerating. He literally sprayed it all over Lord Gu's face, and that smell lingered. It infuriated his majesty, and the banquet ended. Spraying it all over? This. Ugh. General Gu was famously graceful. Who would have thought he could behave like that? This really brought shame to the Gu family. Haha, he actually soiled himself in public. That is hilarious. Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Xianhong stood up in shock. How could this be? Did Gu Yuan drink poison? She clenched her fists. At this moment, she had lost her appetite. Gu Yuan was truly a favored son of heaven, famously charming in Chang'an. Such an incident would undoubtedly be distressing for him. Lin Xianhong threw down the money for her meal and headed out the door, with a maid closely following her. They soon saw the carriage convoy of the Wang residents appear, with a four-horse royal carriage prominently in the middle. What's going on? Don't you know? Young Prince Ning now has the qualification to establish a court, capable of rebuilding the three guards. Today, he is likely going to Jingyang to select suitable candidates. Good heavens! I need to hurry and notify people. If I can be selected, I won't have to worry anymore. No way, I'm going to. Lin Xianhong stared at them in a daze, feeling puzzled. Normally, when it was said that military service was required, no one wanted to go. Some even cruelly broke their legs to avoid it. Why was it that when hearing about Ning Ke's plan to form the three guards, everyone was eager to join? Some people must regret it now. The elder stroked his goat beard, standing nearby with a half-smile. Some people just lack self-awareness. They always think it's all their own abilities, not realizing how much help others provided. Now that they have nothing left, there is no regret medicine in this world. Lin Xianhong was about to retort when she saw the elder had already left. Did she regret it? No, she would never regret it. Jingyang County. Ning Que got off the carriage. In the distance, many people were busy in the fields, following the agricultural official's guidance to plant winter wheat. Is this Jingyang? Samuel dismounted. Behind her followed Western Liang warriors. As a princess of Western Liang, she was naturally skilled at horseback riding and didn't like riding in carriages. Samuel glanced around and whispered, I've heard my father say that the most elite army of the Great Phone is the Northwest Wolf Army. And the elite of the Wolf Army is the personal guard of Prince Ning, most of whom are from Jingyang. My father also said that the old Prince Ning's personal guards are quite special. Logically, the higher the rank of military officials, the better their treatment. This is true anywhere. But old Prince Ning did the opposite. The salary of 1,000 households was even less than that of ordinary soldiers. Whenever there were disasters across the Great Phone, old Prince Ning would lead his personal guards to provide disaster relief. Wherever old Prince Ning went, there would be joy and laughter. Quite a bit. Ning Que. This is the military spirit of Prince Ning's three guards. Even with over 90% casualties, they can still maintain combat effectiveness. Even when trapped in Hulu Valley with no ammunition or food, no one surrendered. They endured the main force of Western Liang's siege for over a month, ultimately all dying in battle. My father also said he never thought military affairs could be managed this way. Soldiers risk their lives for fame and wealth. But Prince Ning's personal guards are completely different. No matter how they are tempted, not a single person surrenders. They are true warriors. Ning Que. This could be understood as faith. Faith may seem intangible, but can be unbreakable. Samuel's expression turned serious. The people of Western Liang have always respected warriors. After old Prince Ning and his personal guards died in battle, they collected their bodies and returned them all to the Great Phone without any conditions. If it were someone else, it would be good enough not to desecrate the corpses. Let us go. You will see what you want to see. When you return, I hope you can tell them. Since a covenant has been signed, it should be well observed. If war breaks out again, I will lead my personal guards to destroy your country. Ning Que se fez body, nuis maio. At this moment, he was utterly serious. He brought Samuel here to let her see for herself how he was re-establishing his personal guards. Through this method, he aimed to completely eliminate Western Liang's ambitions. I will. Samuel remained composed, changing the subject. However, just like I told you before, Gu Yuan humiliated my sister-in-law to death, and we will definitely settle this score. If you can do it, that's best. Ning Que said no more, looking into the distance. The news of his return had already spread. More and more commoners were gathering. Your Highness, we've come to register. Chapter 69. The crazy military enlistment ceremony, serving in place of my brother, in front of the Jingyang Wangfu. At this moment, a long line has formed. Every household has sent someone. Tainyo brought a short young man forward. How old are you this year? 18. What the hell, 18? Ning Que almost spat out his tea, looking at the young man in astonishment. Whose child is this? I estimate you're at most 15 years old. You don't even have any facial hair. How could you be 18? Maybe I just look younger? He nervously touched his nose. The middle-aged man behind him quickly stepped forward, smiling apologetically. Your Highness, just take him. He is the most suitable in our family. The other two are girls. We really have no choice. The register? Check it. See how old he really is. The Jingyang County Magistrate immediately had someone look through the records. Ning Que showed a helpless expression and patiently explained. Everyone's intentions, this king appreciates. However, the training for the 3 guards is too harsh, and they will have to go to the battlefield later. Everyone, listen to this king's decree. Those who have wives but no children, step forward. Those whose fathers or brothers are in the army, step forward. Only son in the family, step forward. After waiting for a long time, no one stepped forward. Samuel just stared blankly. She could understand Ning Que's thoughts. The 3 guards are not a stable job. The pay is not high, and they have to go to the battlefield. Fighting means risking death. Just think about the battle at Yumen Pass 3 years ago. All the personal guards led by the old Ning Wang died in battle. Jingyang was filled with mourning and cries. Even the coffins were sold out. Ning Que really didn't want to see this scene. He thought of adding various restrictions. At the very least, he wanted to leave them with a backup. Even if they die on the battlefield, at least someone could take care of their parents. Ning Que's eyes had turned red. He looked at the stubborn citizens and sighed deeply. He was most afraid of seeing this scene. After the battle at Yumen Pass, he didn't dare to come to Jingyang. He was afraid these people would ask him if their sons fought bravely. You all listen to the prince, right? At least leave a backup for your family. Even if it's not the 3 guards, you can still serve the prince. Fu Bo couldn't help but speak up. Continuing. The way to recruit soldiers has already been decided by the prince. Don't make things difficult. Those who do not meet the requirements should step back voluntarily. The crowd exchanged glances. Finally, someone lowered their head and left. Soon, more people followed suit. Ning Que waved to indicate Tai Nyo and the others to continue. Are you Lu Qin? Wait, where's your Adam S. Apple? I. The county magistrate flipped through the records, looking at the person before him in astonishment. I've seen Lu Qin before. I remember he had an accident last year on the mountain. What happened to you? After saying this, he waved his hand. Someone stepped forward to take off the other's hat. Long black hair immediately fell down. She was a beautiful girl. Sir, I was wrong. What's going on with you? Ning Que showed a helpless expression. What is happening here? Is this a case of Hua Mulan taking her father's place in the army? The girl looked flustered and quickly said, my brother has a leg ailment. He definitely can't serve as a personal guard. So he had me disguised as a man to take his place in the army. Your Highness, I have also practiced martial arts since childhood. I can serve in the army. Enough. Ning Que showed a helpless expression and waved his hand. You go back. Disguising as a man to join the army is a serious crime. Tell your brother to recover well and not to rush. If there are problems at home, you can send someone to find me. All right. Ning Que looked at her and smiled helplessly. The Liu family in Jingyang is quite famous. He remembered when his father took him to Jingyang to receive a commendation. He specifically mentioned the Liu family. He said they were brave soldiers who feared nothing in battle. Her father was surrounded and captured by the Shiliang people, and he escaped by biting through the hemp rope. having had nothing to eat or drink. He relied on his 2 legs to run hundreds of miles back to the camp. At that time, both legs had already rotted, but he persevered. "Thank you very much, Your Highness." Samuel looked ahead along the line. At this moment, the number of people was increasing rather than decreasing. Jingyang is just a county town, yet there are so many people wanting to join the 3 guards. Compared to them, Shiliang is far behind. Shiliang is ultimately a small country. Although it has vast territory, its population is not large. Even if everyone is conscripted, it cannot compare to the Great Phone. The key is still morale. Seeing these soldiers eager to enlist, Samuel knew that the Ningguang's 3 guards would soon be re-established. This is not good news for Shiliang. Moreover, Ning Que would be even harder to deal with. Ning Que is very talented and is meticulous in his work. Compared to the straightforward old Ningguang, Ning Que is more cunning. Just think about what happened to Gu Yuan. He was made to suffer worse than death by Ning Que. Moreover, he couldn't even retaliate. Tanyo, continue according to the rules. Those who do not meet the requirements will not be accepted. Yes, Tanyo nodded. Ning Que has high standards for the 3 guards. Age, height, and weight are all strict requirements. Additionally, there must be a certain level of martial arts foundation. The 3 guard are not just for show. They will have to fight on the battlefield in the future. His high standards now are meant to minimize casualties. How does the princess feel? Quite good. Samuel looked at the long line of people. It seems the prince intends to be selective and pursue a rout of elite soldiers. Naturally. However, I'm afraid it won't be enough, right? Samuel squinted, pointing into the distance. With such high requirements, it seems they won't even have enough people for the 3 guards. Just relying on them is not enough. Ning Que left. Only a small portion of them have fought in battle. Most of them are not even 100 households. They don't understand troop deployment at all. After bringing them in, they will only be the grassroots. Then, we will select some elites from the Yulin army and add the family guards of the Wangfu, which will be enough for the time being. Later, based on their performance, we will gradually promote them. Impressive. Samuel showed an expression of surprise, looking at Ning Que and sighing. If only you were Shiliang. You have prepared so thoroughly in such a short time. I started preparing 3 years ago. Ning Que. In these 3 years, he seemed to have done nothing. In fact, many things have been planned in secret. Commanding an army is not an easy task. It requires selecting suitable talents and cultivating them. At the very least, they must be able to follow orders. They must understand military commands and see military flags. The princess is a smart person. She should know why I'm willing to bring you to see this. Since the alliance has been signed, please let Shiliang follow the rules. Rest assured. Samuel smiled. If given the choice, she would not want to go to war. It was after coming to Chang'an this time that she realized how great the gap between the 2 countries is. After years of war, Shiliang often gained some advantages, but the cost was too high. In contrast, the Great Phone is vast and rich. Even if they suffer a defeat, so what? It only takes 2 or 3 years to recover. After so many years, Shiliang is just barely holding on. Samuel looked at the citizens of Jingyang in the distance. She knew that Ning Que was not just boasting. The renowned Ningguang 3 guards would soon be rebuilt. Chapter 70. The 3 guard commanders, may you all live well. The 100 households of the Yulin army, by you. The 100 households of the Yulin army, Wang Ergo. The inspectorate officer, Yi Lu Ha. Greetings, Your Highness. One by one, the war horses arrived quickly, and they dismounted, bowing to Ning Quebec. They were the elite handpicked by Ning Quebec. Some were from the Yulin army, some from the inspectorate, and others were palace attendants and charioteers. The emperor granted him immense power. Anyone he favored could be taken without needing to seek permission or approval. Ning Que was also carefully selected. Some of these individuals were cultivated by him in advance. For example, Bai Yu, who came from a family of generals, with a father who was a personal guard of the old Ning King. He was diligent enough and won the championship in martial arts competitions, smoothly entering the Yulin army. Over the past 2 years, he had been diligent and had never made a mistake, not just in martial arts. Bai Yu's dream was to become a general, commanding thousands of troops and conquering cities. Therefore, in his spare time, he would read military books and was skilled in training troops, known for his strictness in the army. His troops were the elite among the elite in the Yuan army and were quite famous. When it was heard that he was going to take Bai Yu away, the emperor was quite reluctant, as he intended to promote Bai Yu and appoint him as the general of the Imperial Guard in the future. You have come at a good time. First, go to Fubo to register. Yes, Bai Yu walked at the forefront, being selected as one of the 3 guards had already proven their abilities. Each one had been repeatedly considered by Ning Que before being finalized. They each had their specialties, becoming a crucial part of the 3 guards. Take Bai Yu, for example. He was best at training troops. Due to his extreme severity, he was referred to as the King of Hell. However, none of the soldiers under him were dissatisfied. He was well known in the Imperial Guard. With him training the troops, Ning Que felt at ease. Then there was Wang Ergo. This kid came from a hunting background. The emperor once encountered him while hunting outside. Wang Ergo was skilled in archery since childhood, never missing a shot within 50 steps. He was adept at camouflage and tracking, often pursuing large game. Moreover, having trained some hunting dogs, he was considered a half-veterinarian and had a small reputation in the surrounding area. Ning Que chose him because he valued these skills. The 3 guards would not only defend but also attack, so they needed scouts skilled in pursuing enemies, at least to lead them out in the vast grasslands. As for the others, they all had their strengths. Ning Que only led the elite, so he naturally required them to be versatile. The purpose of Ning Ke's reconstruction of the 3 guards was to expand territory. Currently, Defeng's target was the Liao Kingdom, whose royal court was 1,000 miles away from Yanmen Pass. If a large-scale attack was launched, logistics would become a significant issue. However, if the troop strength was small, they could easily be encircled. The solution was to streamline the army. Each person must be able to perform multiple roles. Besides, having many skills is never a disadvantage. The more one can do, the better. Bai Yu, you are now the commander of the Imperial Guard, responsible for managing the Imperial Guard. Ning Que handed over the jade token, smiling. My requirement for you is simple. Make these new recruits have some fighting spirit in the shortest time possible. I will obey the order. Bai Yu took the jade token. The front was inscribed with the character for Imperial Guard, and the back had a wolf's head. Wang Egu, you will be the commander of the Honor Guard from now on. Iron Bull, you are the commander of my personal guards. The commanders of the 3 guards had long been decided by Ning Quebec. Among them, the personal guards were the most important. Usually, the 3 guards were responsible for protecting Ning Quebec. In times of war, the Honor Guard and the Imperial Guard would be dispatched, only using the personal guards as a last resort. The commander of the personal guards not only needed to be exceptionally capable, but, more importantly, must be loyal enough. Among them, Ning Que trusted Iron Bull the most. Ning Que looked at them and stood up to bow deeply. Your Highness, what are you doing? How can you bow to us? Ning Que raised his head and said seriously, in these years, the people of Jingyang have suffered. In the Battle of Yumengwen, Jingyang shed a lot of blood, and in these years, I have rarely come to Jingyang, making you all suffer. Back then, my father had insufficient finances, and the military pay for the 3 guards was low, forcing every household to tighten their belts. That will not be the case anymore. Ning Que clenches fists. The military pay for the 3 guards will only be slightly lower than that of the Yuan army. Here, it will be based on merit, and you will not be wronged. Prince Ning, Prince Ning, Prince Ning. Under Fubo's lead, everyone cheered. Ning Que just smiled and nodded. He was not refuting his father's actions, but believed that one should not glorify suffering. The 3 guards of Prince Ning were not synonymous with hardship. They fought for the country, traveling far and wide, and should enjoy certain benefits. Most importantly, he was not short on money now. If it weren't for the concern of overstepping, Ning Que could raise the military pay even higher, surpassing that of the Yuan army without issue. Bang! Gu Yuan slammed his fist on the table. Is the news true? Yes. The subordinate lowered his head. I personally went to scout the information. It cannot be wrong. Ning Que has raised the treatment for the 3 guards and has recruited over 20,000 people. Most of them are locals from Jingyang, while others are military officials drawn from various places. Over 20,000. Gu Yuan gritted his teeth in anger. He hadn't dared to go out these past few days. Thanks to Ning Que, he had become the laughingstock of Chang'an City, privately referred to as the Manure General. In contrast, what about Ning Que? Now he was famous in Chang'an and quickly assembled the 3 guards, with numbers exceeding 20,000. Ning Que was really impressive. With a single word, he had drawn away even the people of the old man. Gu Mingji, holding a cup, said coldly, "The inspectorate belongs to the Jingzhou governor, which is my subordinate. It was directly reassigned without even notifying me. It's just relying on the emperor's favor." Gu Yuan spoke harshly. Such treatment really makes people envious. The key point is that the 3 guards have been established. Ning Que also holds the tiger talisman. Shiliang has already negotiated peace with Dafeng. The most likely place for future conflicts is the north. For these years, it has been Feng Wuze guarding the north. The Duke of State of Dafeng, Ning Ke's uncle. The Liao kingdom has been restless in these years. Dafeng will undoubtedly send troops. Gu Yuan tightly gripped the cup. Originally, he had hoped to lead troops in a battle. But looking at the emperor's attitude, it was clear that he wanted to support Ning Quebec. By allowing him to establish the 3 guards, it was to elevate him. Moreover, Feng Wuze was also Ning Ke's uncle, and he would certainly do his utmost to assist Ning Que. As for Gu Yuan, there was no need to think. He had no hope. For military generals, there was only one way to rise. Without war, they would be completely suppressed by civil officials. Forget it. Gu Mingji sighed. You and I have now become the targets of public criticism. The emperor clearly wants to suppress us, using this to weaken the power of Prince Qi. So, I think it's better to keep a low profile during this time. If we tear our faces, the Gu family will completely become a discarded piece. All right. Gu Yuan nodded as well. Head of the family, young master, Lin Xianhong, is here again. Gu Yuan immediately frowned. Lin Xianhong had been trying to enter the residence since yesterday. However, he had rejected him. Unexpectedly, he had come again now. Chapter 71. The 8 Treasure Merchants. A Love Entanglement. Gulang. Xiong. Gu Yuan pretended to be troubled and lowered his head, saying, "I'm sorry, something happened these past few days, and I really can't face you." "It's fine." Lin Xianhong shook her head firmly. "I know it's not your fault. It must be Ning Que who did something behind the scenes. He's a hypocrite. He talks nicely on the surface, but he's very sinister behind your back." At this point, Lin Xianhong posed. After all, who is cleaner than whom? Didn't they want to poison Ning Que? Sigh. Gu Yuan sighed deeply. "My father wants to retaliate in kind, and it's also my fault for being too merciful. During the drinking game, I could have poisoned him, but I thought it wasn't the act of a gentleman, and the Ning Wangfu hasn't had it easy these years, so I decided not to hold it against Ning Quebec. But in the end, he actually poisoned me in return, making me embarrass myself in public." "Gu Lang, you're too kind," Lin Xianhong said without hesitation. She had no doubt at all. In her heart, Gu Yuan was a good person. Whatever Gu Yuan said was right. He would never deceive her. Forget it. Let's not mention those things. You don't need to worry about the rumors from the outside. Lin Xianhong nodded. They are just deceived. Ning Que is merely relying on the emperor's favor and has a bit of cleverness. Once he truly steps onto the battlefield, his true colors will naturally be revealed. By that day, they will understand that Dafeng cannot do without you. I hope so. Gu Yuan looked into the distance and said softly, "I heard that the 8 treasure merchants have come to Chang'an and will prepare for an auction in a few days. With the Empress Dowager's banquet, my father intends to buy some rare treasures as birthday gifts. If the Empress Dowager is pleased, perhaps she will recommend me to lead troops again." I've heard about it. Lin Xianhong nodded. The 8 treasure merchants are the #1 merchants in Shenzhou. Their footprints cover various countries. The most famous Baibaoj in Chang'an is said to have intricate connections with the 8 treasure merchants. The 8 treasure merchants have existed for a long time, but began to expand rapidly 5 years ago. With various treasures, they are now the undisputed commercial overlords. They even control the economic lifeline of certain small countries. Their rulers have to watch their expressions, and a stomp of their foot can cause an earthquake. The 8 treasure merchants claim to have everything imaginable. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. With the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, it's indeed a good opportunity. Since the old Ning Wang died, the Empress Dowager has not cared about politics. She stays in the harem, eating vegetarian food and chanting Buddha every day. But the emperor is a filial son. He almost listens to the Empress Dowager's every word. As long as the Empress Dowager is happy and helps to mention it, the emperor will definitely change his mind. However, what? Gu Yuan's expression turned difficult, and he sighed. "You now know the situation of my Gu family. The money I promised you last time is probably also difficult. It's fine. Lin Xianhong had become quite understanding, looking at Gu Yuan and saying, I no longer want to care about the Lin family's matters. Anyway, it's their debts, and it has nothing to do with me. It wasn't that she didn't want to care, but she simply couldn't. The situation at home was very chaotic now. Lin Xiao had already been sent to the northern frontier. Her mother cried every day. She would often scold her, calling her a shameless woman and a disgraceful harlot. Why not be a good princess and instead want to save Gu Yuan? Her grandfather was bedridden, and his condition was worsening. She treated her grandfather, but he only held her hand, hoping she would sincerely apologize to Ning Que, not asking for Ning Ke's forgiveness, but mainly to show her stance. After all, this matter was indeed her fault, including Lin Xianhong, who had always spoken up for her, had now turned against her. Because of the Jiang family's broken engagement, she could no longer hold her head high and had even shifted her anger onto Lin Xianhong. Why? Lin Xianhong was now a well-known, abandoned wife in Chang'an. Anyone who valued family education would not marry a girl from the Lin family. Moreover, Lin Xianhong a défendu Ning Que. The Jiang family could have today, all thanks to the old Ning Wang. With this relationship, the Jiang family would definitely break the engagement. They had been overly confident before, really thinking that the Jiang family liked Lin Xianhong. In reality, it was for Ning Ke's sake. Now that they had offended Ning Que, how could they still marry her? So now, everyone at home blamed her. Even Lin Xiao, who hadn't expressed anything, was always complaining about not having money in front of her. He would hint at whether the Gu family's money had arrived. The Lin family was now in debt and needed money to smooth things over. Lin Xianhong was completely disappointed. She no longer had any attachment to the Lin family. She just wanted to marry into the Gu family as soon as possible. As long as you understand. Gu Yuan smiled. This time the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet is very important, so we can't miss the 8 treasure merchants auction. I don't have much money on hand. Xianhong, can you lend me some first? Lin Xianhong lowered her head. You know my current situation. Ever since my master opened the clinic, my business has plummeted. Even if patients come, they don't have much money, and I can barely support myself. That's easy. Gu Yuan smiled. Our Gu family has an old friend. He has some unmentionable difficulties and knows some people with the same condition. If Xianhong can treat him, we can earn quite a bit. Unmentionable difficulties? Lin Xianhong's face turned red. At this moment, she understood. Xianhong need not worry. It's just a matter of treatment. Gu Yuan smiled and sighed. I know this is also unfair to you, but my Gu family is really short on money now. And if we want to participate in the 8 treasure merchants auction, we cannot do without enough cash. Forget it. If you don't want to, it's fine. If worst comes to worst, I'll sell some shops. I can't let you suffer. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianhong's heart warmed immediately. Without thinking much, she stood up, raised her hand, and said, Gu Lang, no matter what it is, I am willing to help you. Since you brought it up, I don't feel wronged at all. As long as I can help you, I will be very happy. Xiong. Gu Yuan stood up, tightly embracing Lin Xianhong while showing a look of disdain. The so-called unmentionable difficulties were naturally all lies. In reality, there were a few old lechers who were very interested in Lin Xianhong and had offered high prices. As long as they could trick Lin Xianhong over, they could collectively earn 30,000 taels of silver. The Gu family was genuinely in need of money. To participate in the auction, they could only resort to this desperate measure. Gu Yuan hadn't expected Lin Xianhong to be worth so much. Although it was a bit of a pity, she was no longer a maiden and had already been played out by Ning Que. Selling her to those old lechers could be considered putting her to good use. After the matter was accomplished, he would pretend to know nothing and say a few good words to Lin Xianhong to naturally dispel her doubts. After all, Lin Xianhong was quite foolish. No matter what he said, she would believe him. Gu Yuan's gaze grew colder. Once he won over the Empress Dowager, he would naturally be valued. The Emperor would not dare to go against the Empress Dowager's wishes. If blame must be assigned, it could only fall on Ning Que. This guy was deliberately toying with them, causing the Gu family to sell their stored grain at a low price. Coupled with the seizure of military power, he had harmed the interests of the Gu family. He wanted revenge. He wanted to make Ning Que lose everything. Chapter 72, Training Soldiers. Senior Brother 1, Sanqian. Jingyang. Training Ground. Everyone run. After raising soldiers for 1,000 days, you use them for just one moment. If you don't suffer during training, you will die on the battlefield. The prince has said that as long as no one dies, this commander will train you to the limit. If any of you can't handle it, you can step forward now. To become one of the prince's 3 guards is an unparalleled honor. If you don't have the capability, you'd better leave early. There are plenty of people who want to come in. Bai Yu, with a stern face, waved his whip. Dust filled the training ground. The soldiers, fully armored and carrying weapons, ran for their lives. Each one was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Some ran to the side and began to vomit. After they finished, they dared not stop and continued to run. After running for more than 10 laps, they moved on to the next event. They crawled over several trenches and climbed under barbed wire. When they finally arrived at the archery targets, Wang Erge was already waiting for them. You will use a 3-stone-strong bow. Each person has 5 arrows, and the target is 30 paces away. You must hit at least 2. Start now. The ones at the front have already begun to draw their bows. However, after their earlier physical exertion, they were all extremely fatigued, and even drawing the bow was a struggle. Even if they barely managed to draw their bows, it was hard to maintain accuracy. Arrows flew wildly, most missing the target. Fortunately, there were some trained warriors who managed to pass the test. However, this was not over yet. Those who passed the test mounted their horses and began to race along a marked path, while colored sandbags were thrown along the way. They had to perform various movements on horseback to evade them. After enduring this challenge, they faced the elite troops of the army. Each of them held a wooden stick, and the next step was a one-on-one duel. These elites were all household guards trained by Iron Bull, and now they had become Ning Ke's personal guards. In less than 10 exchanges, these exhausted warriors fell to the ground, bruised and battered, struggling to stand up. Not qualified, continue. Iron Bull coldly waved the flag. They crawled back to Bai Yu. These people really have it tough. With this kind of training, we need to prepare more medicinal materials. It would be best to add locust powder to the 3 meals a day. Chong Bai Chao, from a distance. Couldn't he help but speak up? Accidents can easily happen. We still need to find some doctors. I know some, but I don't know if they will agree. Then we will trouble Uncle Chong. I have really never seen such training methods. Isn't the prince afraid of ruining them? Not afraid. Ning Que replied firmly. 3 minutes on stage. 10 years of hard work off stage. They're going to the battlefield to fight for their lives, not to play house. I would rather they get injured now and give up going home than see them die on the battlefield. The prince also has a heart. Chong Bai Chao couldn't help but sigh softly. He has watched Ning Que grow up. Back then, Ning Que was quite the handful. He always liked to cause trouble and get into mischief. At that time, Ning Que was very happy, as he never had to worry about family matters. He had 3 older brothers and didn't need to worry about the future of the royal mansion. But later, Ning Que seemed to grow up overnight. Following the old queen's arrangements, he obediently married. Ning Que appeared to be cynical. Yet he inherited the bravery and wisdom of the old Ning King and treated the common people very well. Practicing so earnestly now is also to ensure that these people can go home alive. The ones who have it tough are them. Ning Que smiled and picked up his teacup. Since sending Samuel out of the pass, he had begun training the 3 guards. Every day he rested at the ancestral home in Jingyang and began supervising training before dawn. The elite troops he carefully selected had gradually arrived. The Liao State envoy arrived in Chang'an the day before yesterday. I heard they have already had a falling out with the Ministry of Rights. The Liao State's attitude is very tough. They are here to stir up trouble. Are we going to war again? Chong Bai Chao lowered his head and sighed softly. The best strategy is to win without fighting. Uncle Chong, some battles must be fought. If we don't subdue them, there will be no peace. Little Ning is right. Ning Que turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a big belly standing in front of him. He was dressed extravagantly, and the gold and jade belt around his waist was extremely valuable, exuding nobility in every gesture. Wan Shixiao. Haha, little shitty. Wan Sanxian spread his hands and smiled proudly. No, you should be called Wang Yi now. It has been 5 years since we last met. Don't use this to make fun of me, Shixiao. You and I will always be brothers. There is no need for formalities. Ning Que smiled, stood up, and introduced, Uncle Chong. This is my senior brother from when I was learning at Kunlun, named Wan Sanxian. Haha, the divine Dr. Chong Baichao. I have long admired your name. Wan Sanqian stepped forward with a smile and flattered. Don't listen to Xiao Ning's nonsense. I don't have the ability to take on disciples. I am merely a registered disciple. I just started earlier, so I'm called senior brother, but I really don't have that qualification. Wan Sanqian, you are the owner of the 8 Treasures Trading Company? Chong Baichao was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, the Wan Sanqian, known as the richest man in the world, whose wealth rivals nations. That's right. Chong Baichao was completely stunned. Who doesn't know the name of Wan Sanqian? This person loves to travel and does business wherever he goes. He has mastered business techniques to perfection and controls the economic lifelines of many countries. Additionally, Wan Sanqian is famous for his philanthropy. He often disguises himself to help the poor. Countless people have benefited from his generosity. With great wealth and influence, he is well connected everywhere and can be said to be revered by both the underworld and the upper crust. Wanderers, outlaws, skilled craftsmen. As long as he asks for help, countless people will help him without expecting anything in return. However, the richest man is not me. If we're to talk about the richest, it should be my junior brother, Wan Sanqian Ning Que, saying that the 8 Treasures Trading Company's success is inseparable from Xiao Ning's guidance behind the scenes. The owner of the trading company appears to be me, but many decisions actually come for Xiao Ning. This, Chong Baichao showed a look of surprise. Wow, he hit it so deep. I didn't even know. Don't listen to my senior brother's nonsense. Ning Que waved his hand. I only offered some superficial advice. By the way, does senior brother have any news about the Liao state? There's too much. Senior brother, please sit. King Fenged, Puti. This must be the fairy team mentioned in your letter, right? Wan Sanqian picked up the teacup, took a sip, and immediately showed delight. Xiao Ning is still the same as before, always full of wonderful ideas. After speaking, he set down the tea bowl and looked at Ning Que very seriously. I could be certain of one thing. The Liao state is about to mobilize for war on a large scale. Chapter 73. Reinforcements. Liao, King Yelhongzhen. The 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce does not belong to any country. It does not interfere in the grievances between nations. If it weren't for my junior brother, I wouldn't have spoken out. Wan Sanqian smiled. The 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce is a neutral force. To this day, it has not publicly supported any nation. The principle it upholds is to earn from whoever has money. As long as there is money, anything can be bought. But they do not know that the true master of 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce is Ning Que. Using the chamber's footprint, they gather intelligence about various countries. For example, military topographic maps. Wan Sanqian looked towards the distant training ground. As far as I know, the Liao Kingdom began preparations last year. They exchanged livestock, furs, and other goods for armor and provisions. In the first half of this year, the Liao Kingdom approached me, continuing to hoard armor and weapons at high prices, especially the duck feathers used for making arrows. Little Ning, what do you think they want to do? Station troops and prepare for war. Ning Ke's eyes were cold as he spoke in a deep voice. That's right. Wan Sanqian nodded with a smile. When I left the Liao Kingdom, King Yelhongzhen had already ordered troops to be stationed in Shuafang. I specifically had someone notify the Duke of the State at Yinmen Pass. So it was you who informed them? Chong Baichao was momentarily stunned. He usually did not inquire about political matters, immersed in medicine. He was determined to write a medical book, recording all the herbs in the world for the benefit of the people. However, he occasionally received some news. Feng Wuze had previously sent an urgent message stating that Liao Kingdom had begun to station troops. Therefore, the emperor was considering peace talks with Shiliang, aiming to withdraw from the western frontier. Unexpectedly, this was actually informed by the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Sure, I still need to do business in the future. Wan Sanqian laughed proudly. This was all actually for Ning Quebec. In principle, the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce only engages in trade. They do not intervene in disputes between nations. However, Ning Que holds the principles. Over the years, they have helped Ning Que with many tasks. Senior brother, you have worked hard. Just a small matter. Wan Sanqian stroked his beard and whispered, I tell you, Yelhongzhen is not an easy character. I met him when I was in the capital. This person is extremely ambitious. Since taking over as the king of Liao, he has annexed more than 10 major tribes on the grasslands. Even Liao's archenemy, Xixia, was defeated and destroyed by him. Yell Hongjin knows how to recognize and employ talented people, treating them with great courtesy. I once encountered a Xixia general who was captured by Yell Hongjin. He was unwilling to submit to Liao and sought revenge. Yell Hongjin did not kill him. Instead, he let him go. The Xixia general attempted to assassinate him 3 times and was let go each time. In the end, this Xixia general completely pledged allegiance. What a clever tactic! Ning Que couldn't help but voice his admiration. No one who can become an emperor is easy to deal with. Their intelligence and cunning are top-notch. Did Yell Hongjin not want to kill the Xixia general? He did, but having the Xixia general alive is more valuable. First, it can demonstrate his benevolence. Second, it can quell the anger of Xixia. With the general alive, many Xixia people will submit. This is more beneficial for the Liao kingdom. The one stationed at Shuofeng this time is precisely the Xixia general. Such bold use of a surrendered general shows how confident Yell Hongjin is. They started preparations last year. I think they will soon attack Yanmen Pass. Once Yanmen is breached, the northern gateway of the Great Phone will be opened. What do you think Liao will do then? At that time, the entire northern border will be engulfed in war, with countless lives lost. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Ning Que, you have brought a lot of intelligence. Fortunately, the Great Phone is not a weakling either, with Liao deploying troops. The Great Phone is also mobilizing forces. Who will win is still uncertain. Chang Baichao frowned. What is the purpose of Liao sending envoys? Probably to gather intelligence. Ning Que murmured softly. Liao's current envoy is ostensibly celebrating the Empress Dowager's birthday, but in reality, they are likely here to gather intelligence. Of course, regardless of the outcome, Liao will definitely attack. Then I can't concern myself with that. I am a merchant and have little interest in state affairs. I came back to hold an auction and have quite a few treasures. Little Ning, would you like to choose some? Since it's the Empress Dowager's birthday, it can also serve as a birthday gift. No need. Ning Que. Public matters are public, private matters are private. Besides, I have already prepared a birthday gift, so I'll keep it to sell for money. Just right, senior brother rarely comes to Chang'an. You can take some of my dividends from these years. You also saw that I have now established 3 guards, and my daily expenses are not low. No problem. Wan Sanqian did not hesitate. He was not very interested in money. He engaged in business simply for the enjoyment of the process. To this day, he still did not know how much money he had. To him, it was just a string of numbers. Back when he was in Kunlun Mountain, Ning Que was also very interested in commerce and often discussed it with him during leisure time. Many of the ideas he proposed left him in awe, such as shared dividends and money-lending banks. It was these ideas that quickly made the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce the top financial conglomerate. Senior brother, Ning Que sized him up and whispered, "Have you found any news about the matter I asked you to investigate earlier? Don't mention it. There are no clues at all." Wan Sanqian sighed as well. "I sent someone to Shiliang to inquire, but the locals are very tight-lipped about old Ning Wang's matter. I once saved a Shiliang noble, and he seemed to know some inside information. I wanted him to help, but unexpectedly, he committed suicide." Suicide? Yes. Wan Sanqian looked helpless and bitter. "Don't worry. I have been looking for someone to help investigate. Just don't hold out too much hope. Let's see what the eldest senior sister says. Thank you for your trouble. We are all family. No need to be polite." Wan Sanqian was unconcerned and smiled. "By the way, the master has heard about your situation and is quite worried about you. This time, he specifically instructed me to assist you as much as possible." "Master, is he in good health?" "Ha, very well." Ning Que nodded thoughtfully, recalling his carefree life on Kunlun Mountain, and couldn't help but smile. At that time, he had no worries and didn't he have to worry about anything, playing happily with his senior brothers and sisters. Unfortunately, after you left, the meals we prepared no longer suited the old master's taste, and sometimes he would sigh while eating. Third senior brother even said that he once saw the master talking to a bronze mirror. "Master," Chang Baichao then understood. He knew they were talking about the master of the Divine Machine Pavilion, known as the first diviner who can predict life's outcomes. The diviner. When I left, the master specifically divined for you. He said you have already inherited the royal title and will encounter some troubles. He also wanted me to tell you that the difficulties in life lie in letting go. The troubles of the human heart lie in calculations. The bitterness of life lies in obsession. He said that although you appear carefree and laugh every day, sometimes your character is too strong. The affairs of the world are like this. Being too rigid can easily lead to breaking. Ning Que listened with a frown. What did the master mean by this? Could it be that he knows the truth about the Battle of Yumingwen? Chapter 74. Heaven and Earth. Lin Xianhong comes for a consultation. As night fell, Chang'an streets were brightly lit. At the end of the West Street, there stood an ancient building, suspended over the city moat, covering a vast area. The eaves at the corners were elegantly curved, resembling birds spreading their wings. The building was 5 stories high, a rarity in Chang'an. A redwood plaque hung at the main entrance, inscribed with the 4 characters, Heaven and Earth. Heaven and Earth was formerly a brothel, under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Music. Some corrupt officials, when their homes were raided, had their women sent to the Bureau of Music. After being specially trained, they would be sold to brothels and become courtesans. Later, the brothel was granted to the Ning prince's mansion, which only had to pay a portion of the profits annually. This was akin to a bidding process, with Ning Que managing it on behalf of the true shareholders, who were the empress. Ning Que then reformed the brothel drastically. First, he changed its name to Heaven and Earth. He added bathhouses and sauna rooms. The second floor was designated for foot massages attended by dedicated women. They also added a buffet and fine wines, which could be enjoyed for free as long as one spent at Heaven and Earth. Subsequently, a membership system was implemented, selling monthly, quarterly, and annual passes. To access the more intimate dishes, one had to be an annual member. Additionally, Heaven and Earth hosted daily performances. The courtesans would take the stage dressed in sheer clothing and dance gracefully to the music. These courtesans were all specially trained, with every smile and frown filled with charm. In just a few years, Heaven and Earth had become the most famous den of indulgence in Chang'an, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it made a fortune daily. The annual membership alone exceeded 3,000. Your Highness, this is the best private room. It's rare for you to visit us, and there will be a performance shortly. Fine wines and dishes will be served momentarily. Shall I have Peony accompany you? The matron, slightly nervous, wore a revealing dress. Though she was a bit older, her figure was commendable, with a prominent bust and alluring eyes sparkling with youthful energy. She emanated a faint fragrance, and the unique pink lighting made it hard to control one's desires. She was the person in charge of Heaven and Earth. Few knew her real name. Everyone called her Madame Qing. Madame Qing had fallen into the Bureau of Music due to her unfortunate connections and was later sold to a brothel. After spending several years there, as she aged, her value diminished. Just as she was about to be sold to an old man, Ning Que appeared like a ray of light in her world. He saw her experience and connections and appointed her as the manager, the so-called madam. She proved to be quite capable over the years, being cautious and charming, persuading many guests to sign up for memberships. No need for that. Ning Que waved his hand. Just send some food and drinks. There's no need for anyone to serve me. If there's nothing important, do not send anyone to disturb me. Understood. Moments later, food and drinks were delivered. Madame Qing wisely took her leave. Wan Sanqian sat by the window, looking outside. They were in the VIP room on the 2nd floor, which provided a perfect view of the high stage on the 1st floor. He could clearly see the courtesans dancing gracefully. Listening to the music, Wan Sanqian glanced at the dishes. This was not comparable to the buffet downstairs, as it was only offered to annual members. Each dish was exquisite, with carefully selected ingredients. For example, this braised sea cucumber was sourced from Linzi County. In Chang'an, seafood was a luxury only the rich could afford. My junior brother's Heaven and Earth is quite renowned. I've even heard people mention it in Liao. Now that I've seen it today, it truly is extraordinary. Transforming a brothel into a den of indulgence. Only my junior brother could achieve that. Just some trivial means. Ning Que raised his wine glass and said softly, "Those courtesans do not have an easy life. They're the most despised people in Chang'an. Even beggars can spit on them. If you look closely, most of them have tragic stories. Some were implicated and sent to the Bureau of Music. Others came from poor families and were sold there. Once in a brothel, they could never hold their heads high. I changed some rules to allow them to live like human beings. My junior brother remains as kind-hearted as ever. Not necessarily kind-hearted. Ning Que, it has to do with the times. I haven't done anything significant, but in the eyes of the public, I am a rare good person. The brothel still exists, and the flesh trade continues. However, Ning Que has made it clear that no one is allowed to harm others. There were some with sadistic tendencies who used extremely cruel methods, coming to the brothel to vent their inner malice. Ning Que found this utterly detestable and felt sickened by those elegant guests. They usually act high and mighty, speaking for the people and preaching propriety. Yet their actions are worse than beasts. Come, brother, try the dishes here. The auction will be held here in a few days. Let's arrange a collaboration with my heaven and earth. Those without annual memberships are not qualified to participate. Huh, you really know how to make money. Wan Sanxian chuckled. I remember that your annual membership costs 3,000 taels. Do they have a means? Don't worry, they will spend it. Ning Que laughed. The 8 Treasures Trading Company is famous throughout the land. This auction just happens to coincide with the Empress's birthday, with many treasures available. These nobles won't miss this opportunity. All right, I will follow your lead. Come, let's drink. Haha, good. Wan Sanxian smiled. This wine isn't that interesting. Your celestial tea is much better. Little Ning, you must think of me for this business. That's difficult. How so? Tea is tied to the lifeblood of the Great Phone. After the tea horse trade is established, tea can be used to manage the Hu tribes. Ning Que said slowly, this matter is not something I could decide. I will mention it to the emperor another day. But it's fine for the 8 Treasures Trading Company to transport the tea. Earning a little labor money is no problem. Ha, good. Wan Sanxian was not picky. He understood Ning Que's character. Although he enjoyed doing business, he had his principles, especially when it concerned national matters. He was particularly cautious. The 2 brothers were chatting when a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Who is it? Your Highness, it's me. Kumin. Madame Qing stepped out slowly. Her expression troubled. Though it may not be entirely appropriate, I think I should inform your Highness. Lin Xianhong just arrived. She came to heaven and earth. Ning Que froneth. Is she here to cause trouble? Madame Qing nodded slightly and whispered. She said she came to treat someone. It should be the leader of the Black Tiger Gate, Hu Feng. He is not a good person. He had come to heaven and earth before and almost harmed Peony. After being taught a lesson, he hasn't dared to act recklessly again. Not only Hu Feng, but also several other lecherous men. I saw them speaking with Gu Yuan this afternoon. It has nothing to do with us. Ning Que dismissively waved his sleeve. He had already guessed what was going on. But so what? This was all self-inflicted trouble by Lin Xianhong. Her matters had nothing to do with Ning Que. Chapter 75. Black Tiger Gate and Hu Feng. You are the medicine. Thunder rumbled, and rain poured down like a waterfall. The streets were empty, with only a few wild dogs hiding under eaves to escape the rain. The maid held an umbrella, while Lin Xianhong carried a medicine box. She looked up at the grand establishment of Tianshang Renjian. Upon reflection, this was her first time here. She had always looked down on the women of brothels, considering them to be fallen women who willingly indulged in debauchery. After Ning Que took over the brothel, her disdain grew even stronger. She found Ning Que filthy and shameless, a noble air lingering in the land of pleasure all day. When he returned to the royal residence, he still carried the scent of rouge and powder, which made her feel nauseous. Of course, Ning Que had also made excuses, claiming that those women were unfortunate souls. He went to the brothel to help them. Huh, keep spinning your tales. Lin Xianhong didn't listen at all. She didn't know about others, but people like Ning Que were absolutely impossible, greedy for wealth and lustful. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Such a person would help the courtesans? Huh, it was merely an excuse. Did he think she was a 3-year-old child who understood nothing? If Ning Que had been honest, she might have let it go. What she despised was his hypocrisy. He presented one face to the world while hiding another behind the scenes. Outwardly, he was upright, but in reality, he was just a shameless scoundrel. Miss, do you really want to go in? This is not a good place. The maid, holding the umbrella, stood beside her and said, I also heard that your patient this time is Hu Feng, the master of Black Tiger Gate. He is known for his brutality and has ties to the Chu King, managing a salt trade, and is a well-known big salt merchant in Hedong County. His reputation is very bad. At this moment, the maid was trembling. She had heard of Hu Feng's deeds. He usually stayed in Chang'an, relying on the support of the Chu King to act arrogantly. Most importantly, this guy was a lecher. His methods were extremely cruel. It was said that he often played to death his slaves. But with his status, no one cared. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to treat him. You can wait here. There's no need to go in. Okay. The maid obediently nodded. Lin Xianhong breathed a sigh of relief and walked inside. The interior was resplendent, resembling a heavenly palace. The redwood pillars required several people to wrap around, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters. The doors and windows were adorned with beautiful women, exquisite indeed. Inside, many guests had already taken their seats, and the dining tables were filled with exquisite wine and dishes, with veiled maidens occasionally coming forward to serve. In the center, there was a wooden stage where someone played the qin and someone else the se, while another played the sheng and struck the zhu. The center of the stage featured the courtesan of Tianshang Renjian, wearing a somewhat translucent purple veil. Barefoot, she danced gracefully on stage. Her movements were incredibly alluring, especially with the sheer long skirt that hinted at her form, setting hearts racing. The guests occasionally gasped and tossed flowers onto the stage, which was also a custom of Tianshang Renjian. The flowers were sold by Tianshang Renjian, each worth 30 coins. When the dancers performed, guests could throw flowers to show their support. The guest who supported the most would have the chance to privately interact with the dancer. If things went well, spending a night together would not be a problem. If the dancer performed well and received enough flowers, she could earn a substantial commission. Take Peony, for example. She was currently the top performer at Tianshang Renjian, receiving countless supports every time she danced. Her specialty was the clattering wooden shoe dance, complemented by the silver bells hanging from her fair ankles, making her even more enticing. Hence, Peony usually earned a commission of 100 taels of silver. There was even a time when she received support from a top guest and earned over 1,000 taels of silver. Lin Xianhong's cheeks flushed. She secretly spat in disdain. How shameless. Dare I ask, miss, how did you come to our establishment? I was invited to treat someone. Lin Xianhong glanced at the maid, involuntarily revealing a hint of arrogance, and said lightly, "It's your esteemed guest, named Hu Feng." "All right, I'll go ask." The maid displayed a professional smile. Truly, it's hard to persuade a doomed ghost. She turned around with a cold smile. Hu Feng was certainly not a good person. Who would believe that someone came here to treat him? However, Lin Xianhong was ultimately the former wife of the prince. After some thought, she decided to inform Madame Qing first. Once she learned that the prince would not interfere, she went downstairs. "Miss Lin, please." Lin Xianhong nodded and followed behind. She could still vaguely hear strange sounds coming from inside. Ugh, shameless harlot. Here it is. "Miss Lin, please." Lin Xianhong remained aloof. She calmly walked towards the room. The maid merely sneered at her. Truly, she was foolish and unaware. Just think about it. Which good person would choose to treat someone in a brothel? Hu Feng was notorious in Chang'an. Treating Hu Feng? Lin Xianhong thought of herself as a physician, not knowing she was actually the antidote. The maid turned away coldly. In her eyes, Lin Xianhong was not worthy of sympathy. Initially blind to the prince's virtues and complaining about him, now being used when she had nowhere else to turn was her just deserts. She had many paths to choose from. It was she who had narrowed her options. Inside, sandalwood incense was burning, separated by a curtain. Lin Xianhong felt somewhat constrained and raised her hand, saying, "Master Hu, I'm here to treat you. Rest assured, no one will know about this matter." "Ha, good. Then thank you, Dr. Lin." Hu Feng stepped out from behind the curtain, revealing a broad smile. He was extremely rugged, with scars on his face. His greedy gaze swept over Lin Xianhong, and he swallowed hard. In truth, he did not lack women. He was wealthy and held a high status, but he enjoyed the challenge of high-minded noble ladies. The more haughty they were, the more he liked them. Torturing and tormenting them gave him a different kind of pleasure. Although Lin Xianhong was not a virgin, she was notoriously proud. Just the thought of having her beneath him made Hu Feng feel immensely excited. "Dr. Lin, have a drink first. There's no rush for the treatment. I'm not good at drinking." "What? Dr. Lin doesn't want to give face?" Hu Feng frowned, slightly displeased, and said, "Dr. Lin should drink first. Then we can take our time with the examination. If you do well, I can introduce patients to you. My friends are quite generous. Or do you think you're above me, Dr. Lin?" No. Lin Xianhong frowned. She picked up the wine cup and carefully sniffed it. Confirming there was no drug inside, she thought of Gu Yuan's assurances and promises. Lin Xianhong sighed in relief. She raised the cup and drank it all in one go. Ha, good. Hu Feng swallowed hard, clapping his hands. Dr. Lin truly is a woman of fortitude. Now, please take my pulse. All right. Lin Xianhong took a deep breath. She felt her cheeks heat up. She raised her hand to take his pulse, but unexpectedly found herself caught by Hu Feng's rough hand. His coarse grip held her firmly, making it impossible for her to escape. You, little beauty, don't you understand yet? You are the best medicine for me. Ha ha ha. Hu Feng lunged at her. Lin Xianhong's pupils contracted, just as she was about to rush out the door, but she found herself utterly powerless. Chapter 76. Past grievances. I won't care about her life or death. Boom. Thunder rumbled once again. Junior brother, do you really not care? Wan Sanqian raised his wine cup. I've heard of your personal matters. Although Lin Xianhong is a bit foolish, she's not entirely bad. Are you sure you won't intervene? I have no ties with her anymore. To me, she's just a stranger. No, I should say we even have a grudge. If she were truly a stranger, I might even save her. But for Lin Xianhong, I will never help her again. Ning Que picked up his wine cup and drank it down in one go. His attitude at this moment was incredibly resolute. That's right. Her nature isn't particularly bad. However, she is more despicable than those people. After 3 years of marriage, I have opened my heart to her. I still remember my mother's dying wish. She hoped I could expand the family and strengthen the Wang household. I always thought that, even if she were stone, after all these years, she should have warmed up a bit, right? Ning Que self-deprecatingly. I have no feelings for her. Even if we were not truly married, I was willing to wait for her. However, the emperor could not wait any longer and had Fu Bo secretly drug me and her, resulting in a night of passion. Is this the emperor's intention? Entangled emotions, but it is a forbidden drug in the court. Ning Que Saif. Since that day, she has never treated me well again. Though this was not what I wished, it hurt her, and I have treated her better. As long as she gives birth to the child, I'm willing to set her free. So, what exactly is going on? Why must you marry and have children? Is it just because of your mother's dying wish? Sort of. Ning Que smiled. Lin Xianhong is using me, but am I not using her as well? We are well aware of the rumors circulating among the people. The deaths of my father and brothers still have no conclusion, and many want the Ning Wang household to have no heirs. So I chose to marry, refusing to inherit the title. At the same time, I surrendered the Jingyang fief to make a statement. Ning Que The green porcelain wine cup shattered with a loud bang. Junior brother, I'm Fine. Ning Que calmly waved his hand. My mother hoped I could endure and not investigate further. Let me be an ordinary person, marry, and have children. At least I can preserve my life. Was that really the emperor's doing? Currently, there is no evidence. For what I observe, it shouldn't be. Ning Que smiled. To him, the emperor's actions seemed unreasonable. There are indeed cases like when the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden, but the premise is that the birds must be gone. When my father and brothers died in battle, Dafeng was facing internal and external troubles. The 4 great vassal kings were restless, with Shiliang, Liao, Nanyue, and Goguryeo all eyeing us covetously. Once the Ning Wang, who controls the military, dies, it will surely lead to chaos. For example, Nanyue once stationed troops in confrontation. If it weren't for Sima Chongqing's mediation, it might have sparked a full-blown war. If the vassal states had already been subdued and all foreign nations eradicated, then the emperor would have a reason to act. After the deaths of his father and brothers, the emperor had been urging him to inherit the title. But Ning Que always refused on the grounds of having no heirs. In the end, with no other choice, the emperor secretly helped him with some matters. And the emperor, having Fu Bo secretly drug them, was indirectly forcing him to take action. Of course, this was all Ning Que's speculation, as there were currently no clues. Samuel's account was not clear enough. Ning Que casually switched to another wine cup. At first, she asked me to save the Lin family. I didn't want innocent people to suffer, nor did I want my father and brothers to die without reason. Plus, with my mother's intention, I married her. In reality, we were just using each other. Later, when we were drugged and became a couple, she even became pregnant. I felt indebted to her and took care of her in every way. But the moment she cruelly aborted the child to save Gu Yuan, I had no more ties with her. Wan Sanqian nodded silently, raising his cup in a toast. He was quite furious upon hearing all this. Ning Que had been favored in Kunlun Mountain and had never suffered grievances. His master valued him greatly, saying he had outstanding talent and would surely achieve great feats in the future. He had even read his fortune, indicating he had the demeanor of a king. Never would he have expected that he had endured so many grievances over the years. The key was, why did Lin Xianhong have to be picky, blind and foolish, simply ridiculous? She has a strong sense of pride. I was afraid she would feel hurt, so I secretly helped her. Unfortunately, she thinks it's all my fault, believing I have been deceiving her all along. Lin Xianhong once said that her life or death had nothing to do with him anymore. Even if she died in front of him, it wouldn't matter to him. So why should he care about these trivial matters? Ning Que looked coldly out the window. All of this was self-inflicted by Lin Xianhong. Then doesn't that mean you have no good person by your side now? Junior brother, what do you think of the senior sister? She has taken good care of you. Wan Sanxian couldn't help but laugh. After you came down the mountain, she followed soon after. After your father and brothers died in battle, she went to Shiliang without saying a word. She stayed in the royal court for 3 years just to help you investigate the truth. Brother, please don't tease me. Wan Sanxian, however, was quite serious. I'm not teasing. Little Ning, you may not have noticed, but there has always been someone silently helping you without seeking anything in return. Think about what kind of place Shiliang is. Yet the senior sister went there without a word, and even your master couldn't stop her. Ninkas farat stirat. He also felt quite guilty. The senior sister was highly skilled, best at disguise and lightness skills, and was proficient in divination. All these years in Shiliang were to help him uncover the truth. Without a single complaint. I've already let her come back. Then that's good. Wan Sanxian looked out the window and said with a smile, look, Lin Xianhong is coming out. Ning Que turned to look. Boom! The thunder rumbled. The heavy rain poured down. Lin Xianhong walked out of the heavenly and human world in a daze. Her eyes were vacant, and her body was cold. Even drenched in the rain, she remained unmoved. The scenes from earlier felt like a nightmare. She never expected to have been drugged, nor did she anticipate that Hu Feng and the others would be so despicable. Miss, what's wrong with you? Please speak. The maid followed closely, anxiously asking. She saw Lin Xianhong's clothes in disarray, with even the buttons fastened incorrectly. Her hair was disheveled, and there were visible bruises. Xianhong, Gu Yuan's voice called out. Lin Xianhong finally came to her senses. Tears of grievance and anger mixed with the rain streamed down her face. Gu Yuan rushed over in a panic, and upon seeing Lin Xianhong's state, he quickly embraced her tightly. But the next moment, Lin Xianhong pushed him away, shaking her head repeatedly. Gulang, I'm dirty, don't hug me. What? Gu Yuan feigned anger, immediately shouting, what happened? Did Hu Feng bully you? That bastard, I'll go kill him right now. Gulang. Lin Xianhong clutched him tightly. We can't make this any bigger. Hu Feng is not an easy opponent. He has the support of the king of Chu behind him. The Gu family might not even be able to afford to offend him. Chapter 77. Xianhong, it's all Ning Ke's fault. Xianhong Medical Hall. Lin Xianhong tightly wrapped herself in her skirt. She sat dazed in the room, numb and lifeless. The scenes from Tianshang Rinjian were like nightmares. Xianhong. Gu Yuan was filled with heartache, gritting his teeth and saying, don't worry, I won't let this matter go. I won't spare a single one of these beasts. Even if it means the downfall of the Gu family, I won't let them off. No, please don't. Lin Xianhong finally came back to her senses. Her eyes were red, and tears fell like beans. The Black Tiger Gate controlled the lifeline of the salt trade, and behind them was the support of the king of Chu. Moreover, it wasn't he, just Hu Feng. There were many. Lin Xianhong recalled, trembling. She felt nauseous now, wishing she could die right away. There were many people there at the time. They came one after another. Besides Hu Feng, there were several others. Their official positions were indeed not high, but they all came from prominent families. Their businesses were substantial. Many of them were from different royal families. If this matter truly escalated, regardless of how Hu Feng and the others would react, she would certainly be humiliated. She would become the laughingstock of Chang'an City, and the label of a wanton woman would be firmly affixed to her. Where did this happen? Yin. This was a famous brothel in Chang'an. You're Lin Xianhong going to a brothel to treat people? Is this really reasonable? Who doesn't know the situation of a Lin family? He Feng and the others could completely turn the tables, claiming that Lin Xianhong seduced them for money and sex. The reality is that there is no conclusive evidence or witnesses. In the end, it would just be left unresolved. After all, Hu Feng and the others have the support of the king of Chu behind them. Currently, the emperor is focused on dealing with the king of Qi. It's better to win over the king of Chu first. There is no need to tear faces over such trivial matters. Is that how it's going to be? Gu Yuan slammed the table and shouted angrily. They said it was just for treatment, but who would have thought they could be so shameless? How can I just watch my beloved woman be insulted? Gu Lang. Lin Xianhong tightly grasped Gu Yuan's hand. As long as you don't despise me, then it's all worth it. This matter cannot escalate any further. With our current situation, we cannot tear faces with them. But Gu Yuan gritted his teeth and sat down angrily. He was naturally just pretending, because he knew Lin Xianhong's character too well. The more he said this, the more she would love him. After all, it was just talk, and it wouldn't cost him anything. Besides, Lin Xianhong still had some value. I feel this matter is very complicated. Perhaps it's related to Ning Que. What? Just think about it. What kind of place is Tianshang Rinjian? Gu Yuan's face turned cold. That is Ning Ke's territory. I suspect He Feng and the others secretly reached an agreement with Ning Que, deliberately seeking to retaliate against you. You said you were drugged, but have you smelled the wine? There were no drugs in it. It was sandalwood. Lin Xianhong suddenly realized. Sandalwood and wine actually have no poison. When these two are combined, they become extremely toxic. That's the only possibility. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement, almost unable to suppress a laugh. Lin Xianhong was really quite foolish. He didn't even need to say much. As long as he guided her intentionally, Lin Xianhong would believe him without a doubt. That beast! Lin Xianhong covered her chest, filled with anger. Whatever he said about severing ties was all fake. He had always held a grudge. He really went to great lengths to take revenge on me. There's no way. Gu Yuan showed a helpless expression and sighed. Ning Que is just that kind of person, despicable and shameless. You can never trust what he says easily. Lin Xianhong nodded and clenched her hands tightly. Gu Lang, it's a pity I can't help you this time. I don't want their money. I am not one of those courtesans. I understand. Gu Yuan nodded, holding Lin Xianhong's hand. This matter is all my fault, causing you to be humiliated. Tomorrow, I will sell some properties to participate in the Baobao Chamber of Commerce auction. As long as I can regain military power, then Ning Que will just be an empty king. Lin Xianhong nodded in agreement. This was her only hope. Gu Yuan personally stood up and said softly, I have received confirmed news. The Great Feng and Liao Kingdom have completely broken off negotiations, and Liao Kingdom will soon take military action against Yinmen Pass. Just relying on the Duke of Zhenghua is not enough. His Majesty has ordered a rapid mobilization of troops from the western border. I have commanded the wolf soldiers for 3 years. As long as the Empress Dowager is willing to help me, I will definitely lead the wolf army to deal with Liao Kingdom. That's good. Lin Xianhong nodded in agreement. As long as Gu Yuan leads the troops, everything is negotiable. Military generals ultimately need to demonstrate their military achievements. Ning Que has never led troops before. Even if the emperor forces him up, it will be difficult for him to become a commander. At most being a deputy to the Duke of Zhenghua, Feng Wuzhe. Once he has enough qualifications, it wouldn't be too late to command the 3 armies. This is actually Gu Yuan's true purpose. He also wants to go to Yinmen Pass to lead the troops. At that time, he would be a deputy alongside Ning Que. In this way, he could claim the credit. A few days later, Ning Vangshu, my lord, these are the more outstanding disciples from the 6 Arts Academy. Yu Ji sat opposite Ning Que and handed over a list. According to your request, I have done the screening. Good. Ning Que smiled and accepted it. He now held the power to establish a government. He could recruit soldiers and horses. For now, there was no need to worry about the 3 guards. There were leaders like Tai Nyo responsible for training. But he still needed some aides who could strategize for him from behind the scenes. Fu Bo handling some miscellaneous tasks is fine, but when it comes to court struggles, schemes, these he is not good at. All right, thank you, Mr. Yu. You are too polite, the Lord. Yu Ji smiled. Over the years, the Lord has promoted many people and has established scholarships at the 6 arts to support poor families. They accept the Lord's favor, and hearing that the Lord has needs, They all signed up. Ning Que simply nadie. The Six Arts Academy was originally a national school. However, the annual funding is not much. Enrollment is mainly aimed at the nobility of Chang'an. This is also a means to win over court officials. They serve the great Feng, ensuring their wealth and glory. This approach has its benefits and drawbacks. Talented commoners in the grassroots have no way out. Therefore, Ning Que specifically set up scholarships. As long as they can pass the Six Arts assessments, they can attend school for free. If they can rank high in the Six Arts, they can receive scholarships donated by Ning Quebec Mr. Yu. Tonight is the auction of the Bao Chamber of Commerce. Are you interested? No need. Yu waved his hand repeatedly. This time the Bao Chamber of Commerce is collaborating with Tianshang Renjian. To participate in the auction, one must have a membership card for Tianshang Renjian, and I don't have that much money. It's a small matter. Never mind, I won't go after all. Yu still waved his hand. He values his reputation the most. After all, Tianshang Renjian is a place of fleeting pleasures. He is not interested in the auction. I must give a reminder. Please, Mr. Yu. Liao Kingdom is not coming with good intentions this time. Yu squinted his eyes and warned. His Majesty has asked me to notify you to be prepared. Liao Kingdom's envoys are very likely to cause trouble at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. It concerns the honor and disgrace of the country, so the Lord must be cautious. Rest assured, Ning Que smiled and stood up. He naturally had confidence. Chapter 78. 8 Treasures Auction, Envoy from Liao. As night fell, the entrance of Tianshang Renjian was bustling with traffic. Madame Qing was arranging parking spaces with some maids, while others were quarreling over spots. This time, they were sure to make a fortune. The reputation of the 8 Treasures merchants was well known, and they rarely held auctions. Moreover, it coincided with the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, so all the officials naturally came to take a look. If there were any good treasures, they could bid on them as birthday gifts. Gu Yuan stood at the entrance, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Hu Feng and the others were quite satisfied this time, having given him a total of 50,000 taels of silver. He hadn't expected Lin Xianhong to be worth that much. If given the chance, he could sell a few more times in the future. Just find some reasons, and he could easily get away with it. General Gu, I didn't expect you to be here too. Madame Qing approached with a smile. Gu Yuan merely nodded and intended to enter. However, he was soon stopped by Madame Qing. What does this mean? General Gu, did you not see the invitation? Madame Qing smiled, explaining that to attend the auction at the 8 Treasures merchants, one needed to obtain a yearly membership card, which cost only 888 taels of silver. Is this a rule? Gu Yuan frowned instantly. This is really too shady. Isn't this just robbing us while we're in distress? The 8 Treasures merchants had held auctions before. The last one was 5 years ago, and only those with invitations had the right to attend. Gu Yuan thought it was still the old rule, and Han Ti looked closely at the invitation. Could it be that Ning Que was also related to Wan Sanxian? Not only is the auction held at Tianshang Renjian, but now it's even linked to the membership card? I'll handle it now. Thank you, General Gu. Xiujuan, take General Gu to get the card. After all, Gu Yuan came from a prominent family, so he still had some pride. He certainly wouldn't come to a brothel. It wasn't that they were particularly virtuous. They just played even more extravagantly. The likes of Long Yang and the cut sleeve could go unmentioned. They also enjoyed changing concubines. Concubines that had grown tiresome would be given as gifts to other noble families. If they occasionally stayed in the manor, they would send a young concubine specifically to serve them. Gu Yuan followed behind, brushing his sleeves. This was his first time at Tianshang Renjian. He had only heard about it before. After all, he had been stationed at the western frontier for the past 3 years. It was said that this place was like a fairy palace, making people reluctant to leave. The courtesans inside were even more stunning. With a single frown or smile, they could stir one's heart. The membership card offered by Ning Que had different uses. Take the yearly card, for example. It required 888 taels of silver every year. Yearly car members had many privileges. First, they were exempt from consumption fees for the year, provided it did not exceed 4,000 taels. Each consumption would receive a 20% discount. They could also prioritize booking VIP boxes and specify courtesans to perform in those boxes. After Gu Yuan got his card and entered Tianshang Renjian, he was immediately dazzled. The decorations inside were extremely luxurious, resplendent with gold and jade, and of very high quality. There were many beautifully dressed yet tasteful maidservants, all wearing short skirts and veils, holding trays to serve fine wine and fruits. Although they were veiled, one could still see their stunning faces, especially the half-hidden ones, which exuded a unique, mysterious beauty, reminiscent of the phrase half concealing the loot. If they were to take off their veils, they wouldn't look as good. This was, of course, all planned by Ning Que. It was similar to many female internet celebrities in later generations, who often cover their faces or wear masks in photos. When they actually take them off, one would find they were just average. Gu Yuan's eyes turned cold. He casually found a place to sit down, his expression frosty and chilling. Even he had to admit that Ning Que was indeed very capable. For instance, who would have thought of replicating Tianshan Renjian? It was originally just a brothel, yet now it could become a money-making den. It could provide the national treasury with hundreds of thousands of taels of silver each year, even more than the income of a county. Gu Yuan let out a long breath. Although he found Ning Que displeasing, he also knew that underestimating the enemy would surely lead to a bad outcome. Since Ning Que divorced his wife, he had witnessed many of Ning Ke's capabilities. If he still didn't understand now, he would be too foolish. Oh, isn't this General Gu? Haha, General Gu finally came out? Jiang Quan laughed heartily, holding a wine jug. He had always been at odds with the Gu family, and since Gu Yuan had been opposing Ning Que, he naturally disliked him even more. Of course, the essence of their conflict lay in power. The Gu family was also a family of generals, and Gu Yuan was quite talented. He had been a child prodigy in Chang'an, learning everything with ease. His martial prowess was extremely strong, and ordinary people could not approach him. He was also well-versed in military strategies and had real skills in leading troops into battle. However, his private morals were lacking, and he was too treacherous. Creak, creak. Gu Yuan's eyes were icy, tightly gripping the wine jug. Listening to the mocking voices, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Jiang was quite relaxed. But isn't your Ministry of War busy? The Liao envoy has already made harsh threats. There is no need for General Gu to worry about that. Jiang Quan stroked his goatee, his expression indifferent. He had indeed been very busy these days, meeting daily with officials from the 6 ministries in the imperial study. The emperor had made up his mind. They must go to war with Liao. War is the continuation of politics, while national defense is the backbone of diplomacy. Liao now had become too strong, having expanded after defeating the Western Xia. Even a mere envoy dared to challenge Dafeng. This battle must be fought. Not only must they win, but they must also win beautifully. They must force Liao to cede land and beg for peace. Jiang Quan turned his head, catching a whiff of a strong smell, and saw a burly man with a beard entering the door. He stood at a height of 8 feet, robust as a tower. However, there was a strong odor. The Liao envoy has also come. It seems there are no restrictions on status. As long as they have a yearly membership card, they can attend. After all, the 8 treasures merchants is not a property of Dafeng. This barbarian-esque presence has lowered the venue's standards. The officials and nobles began to discuss among themselves. Since the establishment of Dafeng, it had always been regarded as the central nation. The people of the grasslands were all barbarians, the Westerners called Shirong, the Southerners called Nanman, and the Easterners called Iran. Even the common folk of Dafeng could proudly puff out their chests when facing the Hu-Rong nobility, often looking down upon them with disdain. Do you think I can't understand your refined language? The Liao general glared with bulging eyes. We know you can understand. We're just deliberately saying it for you to hear. A mere grassland barbarian? Did they really think they were formidable? Dafeng doesn't attack you out of pity for your people. You ignorant fools still dare to provoke our Dafeng. Although Chao Du was two-faced, he spoke quite firmly. After all, Dafeng's principle was to die for admonition in words and die for battle in action. As the Minister of Rights, Chao Du had often dealt with foreign nations in recent years, who was not polite to them. Bah, you're all a bunch of soft eggs. Is there anyone daring enough to duel with me? Brute, duel with you? Do you think you're worthy? In Dafeng, one spit from us would be enough to take you down. As both sides were about to fight, one Sanxian finally appeared. He wore a warm smile and said cheerfully, "Everyone should know the rules of my 8 treasures merchants, right? If there is a disturbance, I can only ask you all to leave, and you will also be included on the blacklist of those not welcomed by the merchants in the future." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Even the Liao envoy obediently returned to his seat. Chapter 79. The Buddhist Scriptures from India, Priceless. The crowd fell silent. They watched as Wan Sanxian approached the high platform. This man is the owner of the Eight Treasures Trading Company. Wan Sanxian, the esteemed official. There are far too many stories about him. It is said that he is a disciple of the Divine Machine Pavilion, possessing a treasure bowl that can gather wealth. The Eight Treasures Trading Company has many rules. Naturally, there were those who initially did not follow them, even attempting to secretly seize treasures. But the Eight Treasures Trading Company is not to be trifled with. How could one who travels across the land of Shenzhou be easily bullied? The Eight Treasures Trading Company has its own private armed forces, and the key is that Wan Sanxian is benevolent and enjoys making friends with both the righteous and the underworld. Those who dare to cause trouble will meet a tragic end. Wan Sanxian turned around. His gaze swept over the guests one by one, finally landing on Gu Yuan. "Is this Gu Yuan, who opposes my junior disciple?" Wan Sanxian carried a hint of mockery. There are too many people in the world who overestimate themselves, like frogs at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. Only those familiar with Ning Que know his true abilities. He is genuinely an all-rounder. Those who can enter the Divine Machine Pavilion are all the pride of heaven, and Ning Que is the most outstanding disciple. Even the master has high hopes for him. If Ning Que were to become a general, he could expand territories. If he were to become a minister, he could stabilize the country. If he pursued literature, he could greatly enrich the literary scene. Even as an artisan, he could benefit the people and leave a mark in history. Among so many disciples, only Ning Que is a true polymath. Yet, he has become a playboy in Chang'an. What a bunch of fools. Thank you all for coming to support today, making this place shine. Wan Sanxian smiled and raised his hand in appreciation, stating that he has traveled far and wide over the years. So he has gathered various treasures from different places. I won't say much more. Let's start the auction directly. Good. The crowd applauded and cheered. Wan Sanxian clapped his hands. The courtesan peony walked gracefully towards the stage, simultaneously pulling away the red cloth covering a wooden tray. Inside was an ancient Buddhist scripture written in Sanskrit. It was not on bamboo slips, nor on paper, but on a very unique type of grass called papyrus. Ning Que remarked that this item is not particularly rare. It should have originated from the western regions. To be precise, what is called papyrus is not paper, but grass. If this can be called paper, then bamboo slips and parchment scrolls can also be considered so. True paper requires the fibers to be repeatedly broken down and then made into sheets. Papyrus, on the other hand, is simply the stem of the papyrus plant peeled, dehydrated, and pounded, similar to bamboo slips. As you all know, the Empress Dowager is devoted to Buddhism. There are at least 300 Buddhist temples outside Chang'an. This Buddhist scripture in my hands has a history of hundreds of years, authored by a high monk from the country of India, and it is written in Sanskrit, with only this one copy in the world. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. Gu Yuan was even more excited, clenching his fist. The ancient Indian Buddhist scripture. Since the emperor ascended to the throne, the Empress Dowager has devoted herself to Buddhism. The scale of the Buddhist temples in Chang'an today is all thanks to her efforts. This ancient Buddhist scripture is not inscribed in gold or jade. Yet it is authored by an ancient high monk, perfectly catering to the Empress Dowager's tastes. Ning Que sat on the second floor, watching them with a half-smile. Madame Qing stepped in slowly. "My lord, this time we will make a fortune. Just today, over 100 people have signed up for cards. That's already 400,000 taels of silver in the account. Adding in the auction dividends, there will be even more." Ning Que nodded with a smile. This was all expected. 99% of Defeng's wealth is held by 1% of the people. In his view, whoever has money should be the one to earn it. The common folk have long become poor, with no profit to be made. The timing of the auction is perfect, coinciding with the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. This ancient Buddhist scripture is sure to fetch a good price. Ning Que, however, has no particular feelings towards Buddhism. Nonetheless, the emperor has always been somewhat dissatisfied. In recent years, Buddhism has been thriving in Dafeng, with some temples becoming colossal establishments. Many people have chosen to become monks to escape responsibility. They have their own farmlands, do not need to pay land rent to Dafeng, and can rely on the donations of their followers for sustenance. This is certainly not a good thing for Dafeng. As you all can see, this Buddhist scripture is a priceless treasure. Therefore, there is no starting price. Please make your bids. 10,000 taels. Gu Yuan directly raised the wooden plaque in his hand. The Empress Dowager possesses the wealth of the world and does not even look at ordinary gold and jade jewelry, considering them mundane. This Buddhist scripture is just to her liking, and it will surely delight her. 30,000 taels. Jiang Quan did not back down, raising his plaque directly. He had no real interest in this Buddhist scripture. He had already prepared a birthday gift for the Empress Dowager long ago. The reason he came was to help Ning Que. That's right. He was intentionally driving up the price. The aristocrats of Chang'an are all old foxes, each seeing the other frequently. Moreover, the Gu family is one of the 8 great families. As long as Gu Yuan makes a bid, most people will not push the price too high, reducing the profits for the trading company. 35,000 taels. 40,000 taels. Jiang. Gu Yuan's face flushed red as he angrily shouted, "This Buddhist scripture is not worth that much. Why must we be so confrontational? What, you can bid, but I can't." Jiang Quan calmly raised his wine cup and said lightly, "I have heard that General Gu has been getting close to the Black Tiger Gate in recent days. They are quite wealthy. So could it be that General Gu is short on money?" Wan Sanqian coldly tapped his gavel. "General Gu, there are rules to auctions. If you can't afford to bid, you can watch. If you dare to disturb others, don't blame us for doing our duty and kicking you out." Gu Yuan's eyes turned cold. It was not that he couldn't afford the price. He just felt that this Buddhist scripture was not worth that much. 50,000 taels. General Gu really has money. Jiang Quan chuckled and waved his hand. "However, I'm also quite interested in this Buddhist scripture. It is just right for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. So let's make it 60,000 taels." 60,000. Good heavens, Jiang Darun is truly ruthless. I see there's a hint of wanting to take revenge for the prince. The Jiang family is a prominent family, genuinely a family of poetry and propriety. Jiang Darun had established many military achievements in the past and received many rewards. 60,000 taels is merely a drop in the bucket for the Jiang family. They all murmured among themselves, and one by one, they stopped bidding. The Jiang family status is here, and they are also engaged in copper and iron trades. The salt and iron in Dafeng are all state-run, but operate under a contractor system. In remote areas, bidding is held, and wealthy merchants take the contracts. According to Dafeng's needs, they smelt copper and iron, paying a large sum each year, which also brings in considerable profit for the wealthy merchants. Gu Yuan's face turned red. He certainly did not want to just give up like that. But is this Buddhist scripture really worth so much? If the Empress Dowager is pleased, then any amount is worth it. What he fears is that the Empress Dowager may not be satisfied. "I bid 80,000 taels." Gu Yuan thought for a moment, suddenly slamming the table and looking at Jiang Quan. "Jiang Darun, if you continue to raise the price, then I will no longer want this Buddhist scripture. 80,000 taels is my bottom line." In that case, let be for General Gu. Jiang Quan smiled and waved his hand, saying lightly, "I have heard that there are still many treasures to come, so let's wait and see." Gu Yuan's heart suddenly trembled. Not good. Is this a trap? Chapter 80. Guanyin of Childbirth. The painting sage Chund Ozi. General Gu, what a generous man. This ancient Buddhist scripture from India is now yours. After the auction, please settle the payment. Wan Sanqian cheerfully raised his hand. Is this scripture really worth that much money? To be honest, it's not worth it at all. When he was doing business in the Liao Kingdom, he encountered a merchant group from the western regions, among whom was a high monk. However, they were lost at the time, hungry and thirsty. Wan Sanqian had someone prepare meals and fresh water for them, and even sent them off with 2 buckets of salt. Thus, the monk gifted him the scripture. He had no interest in it. It's in Sanskrit, which he couldn't understand at all. At Ning Ke's suggestion, he decided to auction it off. Gu Yuan sat down with a grim expression. Although he spent some unnecessary money, it was all worth it as long as the Empress Dowager was satisfied. Luckily, Hu Feng and the others offered 50,000 taels, Otherwise, the Gu family really couldn't hold on. The current situation of the Gu family wasn't great either. Due to Ning Que, they suffered a significant loss. They were also penalized by the emperor and had their salary suspended. If not for that, he wouldn't have to sell Lin Xianhong. Wan Sanqian paused briefly and continued the auction. The subsequent items were all exquisite treasures. For example, the millennial ginseng from Bushin Mountain. Just one slice could keep one alive. There was also the fire tree from the seabed. The so-called fire tree was actually coral. It stood about 2 zhang tall and was of excellent quality. There was also a green jade, cloud dragon incense burner, adorned with a swimming dragon and auspicious clouds below. This could definitely be considered a work of art. Regardless of material or style, it was top-notch. The Liao Kingdom envoy was also interested. However, others wouldn't let him buy it, deliberately driving up the price. The Liao envoy was so angry he nearly drew his sword. In the end, he spent a full 50,000 taels to secure it. He wasn't buying it for the Empress Dowager of Dafeng. After all, the Liao Kingdom's gifts were already prepared. This piece of jade was meant to be presented to the Liao King. By this time, more than half an hour had passed. Wan Sanqian smiled. It must be said, Dafeng is indeed wealthy. The money earned tonight far exceeds that of other small nations. The cost of these treasures was actually quite low. Most of the expense was in transportation. All right, the auction is nearing its end. There's one last item up for bid. Have you all heard of Daozi, the painting sage? No, he should be called the Sage of Painting in Shenzhou. His painting skills are extraordinary and incredibly lifelike. Jiang Quan stroked his beard and exclaimed. He loves to travel to various countries and has not picked up a brush for several years. Yu is quite impressive, right? But in terms of painting skills, he is far inferior to Daozi. This is not just hearsay. It is something he himself admits. Previously, Daozi had come to Chang'an, and Yu befriended him through painting. They both painted in the Imperial Garden, with Yu using all he had learned to create a flower-themed painting that still hangs in the study. People believed Yu had won. In reality, it was the opposite. Yu himself admitted that his painting was merely superficial. He painted a scene of 100 flowers competing for beauty, encompassing hundreds of rare flowers in the Imperial Garden. Daozi merely painted a single peony, its color striking, fragrant as jade and pearls, attracting butterflies to linger. Yu was amazed and felt inferior. He originally wanted to destroy his painting, but the late emperor found it too precious and kept it in the study. Daozi's peony painting was gifted to Yu and still hangs in his bedroom. People often say there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. But when it comes to painting skills, Daozi is recognized as the best in Shenzhou, earning him the title of painting sage. Ning Que smiled as he listened to their praises. After all, Daozi is also his senior brother. However, Daozi has been wandering the world for years. Back when he was at Kunlun Mountain, Daozi had only attended a few lessons. He loved painting and even drew a group portrait for his brothers, which still remains in the Divine Machine Pavilion. This time, due to the auction, Wan Sanqian specially sought out a painting from Daozi. In fact, Daozi initially disagreed, having chosen to put down his brush and travel the world 10 years ago. But upon hearing Ning Ke's name, Daozi agreed without hesitation and began to paint on the spot. Indeed, the last item for auction is the authentic work of Daozi. Wan Sanqian clapped his hands. A scroll about a zhang long slowly descended. The bottom right corner of the scroll bore Daozi's exclusive seal. When the crowd saw the painting, they all gasped. This was an incredibly exquisite depiction of Guanyin. Guanyin had delicate brows and long eyes, her gaze slightly lowered. Her face was round and serene, dressed in heavenly garments. The lines flowed smoothly, using light ink to express the depth of the folds. In her arms was a chubby child wearing a belly wrap. This was the Guanyin of childbirth, inspired by Daozi's feelings in Dunhuang. You must know that the painting sage has long since put down his brush. This painting was obtained by our trading firm through every means possible. As for its value, I believe everyone has a price in mind. To show respect for the painting sage, we will not set a reserve price. 50,000 taels. Sima Changqing stood up to bid. As a chancellor, he had considerable wealth. His family was involved in the liquor trade in Chang'an, naturally earning a fortune. The Sima family was already a prominent family, with many descendants. His cousin was the grand historian, responsible for compiling history. His eldest son was the governor of Handan, and his second son was a general guarding Yinmen Pass. With such a large family, there would naturally be bastards responsible for managing some businesses. Relying solely on the salary from the phone would not be enough to live on. After all, not everyone could be as frugal as Ouyang Zheng. 50,000 taels. The chancellor is indeed wealthy, spending 50,000 taels just for a painting. A stone of fine rice costs about 50 coins. One tael of silver is worth 1,000 coins, enough to buy 20 stones of rice. 50,000 taels of silver would be enough for over 1,000,000 stones of grain. A regular soldier's annual pay is only about 200 stones of grain, which could support 5,000 elite troops. Ouyang Zheng was sitting directly opposite Ning Que. He was not very old, only in his 30s. He was about to go to Lin County to take up the position of governor, thinking of visiting Ning Que before leaving. After all, he was the one who personally recommended him. Moreover, Lin County was officially a fief of Ning Que. However, Ning Que had submitted it to the state and only enjoyed the income from land rents without governing authority. Seeing Sima Chongqing spend 50,000 taels on a painting, Ouyang Zheng immediately showed dissatisfaction. He was a pragmatist and would never spend so much money on a painting. There is no need for Mr. Ouyang to be so agitated. That is a lot of money. Ning Que smiled and pushed the tea leaves forward, saying, "This is how the world works." Mr. Ouyang's thoughts are good, but unrealistic. Human nature is inherently evil. When given absolute power, it can easily breed malice. In fact, the chancellor's family is considered quite good. Their salary is already high, and they're involved in trade. I'm just indignant. The officials are all busy serving the ministers. They do not know how to serve the country and the people. Yet they're like parasites drilling into the towering tree of Defone, stealing nutrients. Ultimately, the parasites will grow larger, while the tree will turn to rotten wood. Today they steal copper, tomorrow they steal gold. If not restricted, how will the common people survive? The more Ouyang Zheng spoke, the more agitated he became, wishing he could go downstairs to scold these people. Ning Que looked at him, his face flushed, and felt helpless. It really isn't easy to change this young man's perspective. Chapter 81. The Art of a Strong Nation. The arrow strikes the leading bird. Looking at the imposing Ouyang Zheng, Ning Que felt fortunate that he had met him in advance. Ouyang Zheng definitely had abilities, but excessive rigidity could lead to breaking. Governing a region cannot be idealized, especially in the distant border counties from Chang'an. Honest officials are needed, but so are corrupt officials. Why did the Prince of Qi hurriedly return to his fief? He intended to destroy Lin County. Therefore, the county governor must possess strong capabilities. This king knows you are anxious, but do not rush. Ouyang Zheng snorted heavily. Don't expect him to show Ning Que any good face. Even if he were the emperor, he would still dare to refute him. Even Ning Que's recommendation for him to be the county governor would be useless. He had his pride and would not yield to anyone unless there was a valid reason that could persuade him. After years in office, he still remained a third-rank censor because he was not well-liked. In the court, he was a breath of fresh air, extremely unique. Mr. Ouyang is about to head to Lin County. I wonder how you plan to govern? Ning Que asked. I have been preparing for the past few days. Ouyang Zheng's expression was firm. Seeing the nobles below scrambling, he frowned and said, "Your salary and your wealth come from the people's toil. The common people are easy to oppress, but heaven is hard to deceive. I plan to declare the laws and warn the county officials. Then I will summon the local gentry and force them to benefit the people." Ning Que helplessly rubbed his forehead. It has to be you. No wonder the emperor would send Ouyang Zheng to see him. You are mistaken, sir. What high opinion do you have, your highness? The Prince of Qi would not easily hand over Linzi. Ning Que smiled and pushed the teacup forward. He will think of every possible way to ruin Linzi. By the time you take over, you'll be facing a mess. The granaries will be empty, and the craftsmen will have been taken away. Many prisoners may be released early, posing a danger to the region. Have you considered all this, sir? Ouyang Zheng fell silent. Seeing him like this, Ning Que pressed on. Many of your ideas are indeed not wrong, but they are currently not applicable. You think the officials waste money just to bid on these things. But do you know how much tax the 8 Treasures Commercial Society has to pay today? Ouyang Zheng shook his head. He indeed did not know this. The commercial tax in the Great Phone is divided into two types. One is customs duties. Merchants must pay taxes every time they pass through a checkpoint. The second is market tax, which is based on the contracts after transactions. Combined, it is called customs and market tax. This time, the 8 Treasures Commercial Society's auction alone paid over 100,000 taels in tax, not counting the dividends from Tianshang Rinjian. 100,000 taels? Of course. Ning Que nodded with a smile. Do you see them? Most of the money in the Great Phone is in their hands. They are intertwined, their interests entangled. If you do not promote consumption, the money is dead. Hidden in a pigsty is equivalent to having none. As the county governor in the future, you need to have the ability to make these gentry obediently hand over their money. You have advised many times in the past, hoping the emperor would lessen the burdens on the people, but to this day he has not agreed. You might also consider that if productivity can be increased to promote consumption, the Great Phone could gain a large sum from customs and market tax, and at that time, they would naturally consider lowering the farmer's rent. I have learned. Ouyang Zheng stood up respectfully, raising his hand in salute. Such a novel idea, indeed, opened his eyes. Upon careful consideration, it was indeed this principle. People divide the military, agriculture, commerce, and industry into ranks, not knowing that these 4 groups are all the foundation of the nation. Thus, a good ruler must balance these 4 groups well. Therefore, farmers speak of strength to farmers. Scholars speak of conduct to scholars. Craftsmen speak of skill to craftsmen. And merchants speak of numbers to merchants. Ning Que spoke eloquently. Lin County was too important. No one was more suitable than Ouyang Zheng to be the county governor. However, his working style was too rigid. That is why Ning Que was willing to have a talk with him. Returning to the governance of Linzi, sir, this time you serve as the county governor, and name the highest official in Linzi. But you must understand that it is easier to deal with the king of hell than with the troublesome little ghosts. You have no foundation in Linzi, and when you issue orders, you will inevitably be restricted everywhere. The officials under you may flatter and submit in front of you, but behind your back, they will work without effort, and you won't be able to do anything about it. These bastards, if they dare, I will punish them. And then what? Dismiss them all? Don't forget, Linzi has been a fief of the Prince of Qi since ancient times. Without some means, who would care about you? Then what should I do? Ouyang Zheng suddenly felt immense pressure. He suddenly understood why no one opposed him becoming the county governor of Linzi. The governors of border counties were all local emperors with a high degree of autonomy. After all, it was too far from Chang'an, and it would take over half a year for orders to come and go. If one had to rely on requests to govern the area, nothing could be accomplished. But now, the county governor of Linzi was a hot potato. This king can offer you an idea. How it changes after implementation depends on you. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and take land from the gentry. Win over the masses, and force the others to obey. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey? Ning Que smiled and nodded. It is also known as the arrow striking the leading bird. Whoever jumps the highest, target him. At the same time, win over the common people and show kindness to them. As I know, there are many tenants in Linzi. They have no land of their own and can only work long hours for the gentry. What you need to do is win the hearts of the people, benefit them, and completely bring Linzi back under the Great Phone. Understand? Ouyang Zheng nodded solemnly. Looking at Ning Que, he felt quite emotional. It truly was 3 years of silence. A sudden brilliance. Strategizing in the tent. Winning from 1,000 miles away. Ning Que had already told him how to govern Linzi. The rest was to respond to challenges as they came. He looked down again. At this moment, he had a different insight. No wonder Yu held Ning Que in such high regard. 100,000 taels. Sima Changqing stood up and announced the sky-high price. The entire place fell silent. Chen Daozi's paintings were rare. Those that circulated in the world were all worth a fortune. 80 to 90,000 taels was considered normal. This Guanyin painting was fairly good, but asking for 100,000 taels was a bit too much. The reason it could fetch a premium was also because of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Wan Sanqian looked around, smiling without speaking. This time, the commercial society made a huge profit. Does anyone else have a bid? All right, congratulations to Prime Minister Sima for acquiring the Guanyin painting by the Saint of Painting. Wan Sanqian clapped his hands. Sima Changqing let out a long breath. 100,000 taels of silver was already the limit for the Sima family. If anyone raised the price again, he would have to give up. He was willing to offer a high price out of necessity. The Sima family was considered the foremost family in Chang'an, seemingly glamorous, but also had many untold hardships. Since the emperor ascended the throne, he had been ambitious, constantly weakening the power of his ministers. Back then, the prime minister was the head of all officials, responsible for leading the 6 ministries. The emperor then weakened the prime minister's power, requiring the 6 ministries to report directly to him, bypassing the prime minister. Currently, Sima Chongqing was still relatively favored. After all, he was still a staunch supporter. However, his performance during the mission to the Liao kingdom was poor, which greatly dissatisfied the emperor. The emperor privately approached him, saying that the gentry were now competing for profits against the state. Usually, they greedily amassed wealth, but when the great phone was in need, they acted independently. For example, when Jingyang faced a locust disaster, if it weren't for Ning Ke's strong support, the price of grain could have skyrocketed to 1,000 coins per stone. Now that the great phone was about to break into war, money was needed everywhere. Therefore, these wealthy merchants must be severely punished. How could Sima Chongqing not understand? He had no choice but to pay a high price for this painting. Chapter 82. Bestowing Grace and Calculating Wealth. We are all one family. The Imperial Study. The emperor was savoring new tea, smiling and listening. After Ning Que finished speaking, he set down his teacup. It seems that I have underestimated them. I intend to go to war against the Liao kingdom. The 6 ministries and officials are all advising against it, saying the national treasury is empty and food is insufficient, or that it is rare to have peace and the people should be allowed to rest. Now I see clearly. As an emperor who possesses the world, I am actually not as wealthy as those noble families. They all cry poor to me, yet the bulk of wealth ends up in their pockets. Your Majesty, please do not be angry, Ning Que advised kindly. This is an unavoidable matter in ancient dynasties. I have been turning a blind eye to it. Yet, they have become increasingly bold. Now, even the Liao envoy dares to shout, if I do not fight, the borders will never know peace. Continued concessions will only embolden their arrogance. The emperor sighed deeply. These heartfelt words were shared only with Ning Que listened patiently. It can only be said that the emperor has his difficulties too. He would initiate war to consolidate his own position. The Great Feng has always valued martial prowess and established the nation through military achievements. Every generation of emperors has advocated for foreign wars, relying on the achievements of 9 generations to create today's strong Great Feng. If he can defeat the Liao kingdom, the emperor can secure his throne, and it would be easier to deal with the other royal houses later. Brother, I actually have some ideas. Haha, I knew it. The emperor laughed and teased. Speak up. What good plan do you have? First, regarding the lack of money, we could implement a wealth tax. For those with fortunes exceeding 1,000 taels of silver, we can impose an additional asset tax. For each tael of silver, we can take 10 coins as account. If they have carriages, they need to pay a road maintenance fee every year. 10 counts for horse-drawn carriages and 5 counts for ox-drawn carts. Road maintenance fee? Yes. Ning Que nodded earnestly and explained, Your Majesty can consider that the most frequent users of horse-drawn and ox-drawn carts are either merchants or wealthy households. They travel everywhere, easily creating ruts on the roads. Taxing them for road maintenance is reasonable, right? Ha ha ha. The emperor couldn't help but clap in approval. So that's what the wealth tax is about. However, this is something Ning Que could think of. Ning Que has always advocated that those who can earn money should do so. Taxing the rich, additionally, does not harm the farmers. The richer they are, the higher the taxes they pay. Ning Que sighed in relief. It would be best not to use this tactic, as it would surely cause discontent among many. However, the emperor nodded. The Grand Tutor must have discussed this with you before, right? Over the years, the other royal houses have become increasingly excessive. Father once considered curtailing their power during his reign. But currently, with internal troubles and external threats, I cannot take action. Little Ning, do you have any thoughts? Curtailing their power. Ning Que showed a helpless expression. If one is familiar with history, curtailing power has happened many times. The most famous was the decree proposed by Zhuo Feng, known as the Bestowing Grace Decree. Essentially, it is still a matter of national strength. He stood up and shook his head. I must ask for your majesty's permission to think it over. Very well, Ning Que. He actually already had an answer in mind. After all, who doesn't know about the Bestowing Grace Decree? But he cannot show it too openly. He is not omnipotent. What if he encounters a problem one day that he cannot solve? Moreover, it is not yet the time for bestowing grace. The emperor issues the decree, and then he would force the four major royal houses to unite against the Great Phone. In the end, it would provoke a civil war, weakening national power regardless of the outcome. Hey, today is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Brother, let's not discuss state affairs anymore. After so many years of war, it's time to enjoy ourselves. Good. The emperor nodded with a smile. What are you all so happy about? The Empress Dowager arrived at the pavilion. No need to be formal. She had specially changed into a phoenix crown and red dress today, lightly made up, exuding the grace of a motherly figure. We're discussing matters from our youth. The emperor winked at Ning Que and smiled. Mother, what brings you here? You. The Empress Dowager sighed helplessly. I haven't held a birthday banquet in years, and you insisted on doing so, just as we were about to go to war against the Liao kingdom. Such extravagance is truly inappropriate. But mother, you're mistaken. This birthday banquet can actually be profitable. Moreover, our great Feng has always emphasized filial piety. If you do not hold a birthday banquet, it would be your son's fault. Do you want to make your son the target of public criticism? Yes. The emperor nodded in agreement. Ning Que knows how to speak. Then little Ning, accompany me around. As you wish. The emperor looked at Ning Que with a half-smile, revealing an expression of good luck to you. He had been scolded by the Empress Dowager more than once. Let us go. The Empress Dowager raised her hand, signaling young Mama and others to stay behind, and walked slowly along the cobblestone path. Ning Que carefully followed behind. Little Ning, I have found some good girls for you. Regardless of their status or character, they are all excellent. For example, the youngest daughter of the King of Lu, the beloved daughter of Prime Minister Sima, and the daughter of the Minister of War. Ning Que showed a troubled expression and smiled bitterly. Are you serious? I haven't even been divorced for a month. Moreover, I heard from my brother that preparations are being made for war against the Liao kingdom, and I will have to go to Yemen Pass. Nonsense. The Empress Dowager snorted heavily. I've already said, the Ning Wangfu has only you as a sole heir. If anything happens, how will I face your uncle? But I have to go. Besides, my uncle is at Yemen Pass too. You. The Empress Dowager shook her head helplessly. You were born on the same day as the emperor. The late emperor once had the Taisher divinate, saying you would be a future blessing star. Since the emperor ascended the throne, he has believed this deeply. You also have the ability. You can solve any problem. Fine. I will not be a matchmaker anymore. The emperor has said he intends to promote your marriage with the Western Liang princess. Ning Que helplessly rubbed his forehead. His family is eager for him to marry and have children as soon as possible. Whenever he comes to the palace, he will be urged to marry. After a while, the Empress Dowager stopped walking and looked at Ning Quebec. I owe your uncle too much. Little Ning, you must live. Rest assured, your majesty. Ning Que smiled. As the saying goes, good people do not live long, while disasters last for 1,000 years. My brother often says I am the disaster of Chang'an City, so I will definitely live a long life. You still have no seriousness. Hee. The Empress Dowager also laughed and teased. I was thinking of having a simple birthday banquet today and then calling you into the palace so we could spend time as a family. But you make sense, so let us do it this way. However, you must come to the harem often to chat with me. Having you in the palace will make it livelier. Of course. Ning Que smiled and stood up. As long as you don't find me annoying, I will come to keep you company every day. But don't forget to find a good partner soon. The Empress Dowager smiled and waved her hand. All right, the banquet is about to start. By the way, what birthday gift have you prepared for me? I heard from the emperor that it's a treasure. I can't say just yet. Ning Que smiled mysteriously. Chapter 83. Birthday Banquet. Mysterious gift. As night fell, in Yongning Palace, all the officials had taken their seats. The Empress Dowager was seated on the phoenix couch, with the emperor on her left, serving her. Prince Ning Que sat on the floor below the couch. The remaining officials were seated according to their ranks. divided into left and right. Since it was the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, many noble ladies were fortunate enough to attend, such as Lady Jiangquan, the matriarch of the Gu family, and Lady Sima. Although they wore light makeup, they still exuded nobility. Being able to enter the palace for the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet was an unparalleled honor, reserved only for noble ladies of the third rank or higher. The bells chimed, and Xiao Du commanded the maidens to dance gracefully. Ning Que watched while eating. The dishes at the banquet were quite nice, with the most eye-catching being the sweet dessert peach, made from yam, green plums, and red dates. Its exquisite shape could be considered a work of art. There was also the longevity soup, which could also be called the turtle and crane longevity soup, a broth made from turtle meat and chicken, highly nutritious. The dish names were auspicious, suitable for a celebratory birthday feast. Other dishes were similar, all carrying well wishes for longevity. The maidens danced beautifully, performing the clattering wooden clog dance to the music. They wore wooden clogs on their feet, with small bells tied to their skirts. As they danced, the clogs tapped on the wooden floor, producing a rhythmic echo, complemented by the cheerful jingling of the bells on their skirts, creating a captivating charm. This was, of course, specially arranged. The Empress Dowager particularly loved watching the clattering wooden clog dance. When she was a noble consort, the late emperor enjoyed watching her dance, and it was through this dance that she gained his favor and gave birth to the emperor. Wearing a phoenix crown, the Empress Dowager sat upright, watching the maidens dance tenderly, occasionally leaning over to whisper to the emperor, her face full of satisfaction. After the clog dance ended, Xiao Du bowed deeply and announced, "To celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday, the consorts will raise a toast." Leading the way was the virtuous consort, who was the apple of the Chu prince's eye and seen as the most likely candidate to become the empress. The Chu prince resided in the south, ruling over 3 prefectures. Over the years, he had maintained a distance from other princes of different surnames. Therefore, the emperor always sought to win him over, not only to stabilize the southern border and plot for Lingnan, but also to use this to divide the other surname princes, thereby limiting the ever-expanding Qi prince. The emperor currently had no children, which was the Empress Dowager's greatest concern, as she watched the virtuous consort step forward to toast. The Empress Dowager specifically summoned her to the front, smiling gently. "Sure, you must serve the emperor well in the future." "Yes," the virtuous consort replied, her cheeks flushed. Bowing shyly, she secretly glanced at the emperor. Their eyes met, and she shyly lowered her head again. Since entering the palace as a consort, she had only seen the emperor once, and that night she had not conceived. There was nothing she could do. After all, the emperor was a workaholic. He immersed himself in state affairs every day and would not rest until everything was resolved. It was a hardship for the consorts, who could only wait in anguish each day. The emperor merely nodded at her. The other consorts followed suit, each offering a toast, mainly saying a few auspicious words and presenting gifts for longevity. The most thoughtful was the virtuous consort, who had prepared a copy of the Diamond Sutra, which she had transcribed by hand. As for the other consorts' gifts, they were nothing remarkable, mostly gold and jade jewelry, which the Empress Dowager didn't even bother to look at. "All officials, raise a toast." Xiao Du held a jade tablet and walked to the front. Everyone's gaze turned to Ning Que. As a prince and a member of the royal family, it was customary for him to be the first to present a gift. Ning Que didn't even stand up, smiling as he raised his hand, reporting to the Empress Dowager, "My gift is not yet prepared. I humbly request permission to present my gift last." "Granted." The Empress Dowager nodded with a smile. She regarded Ning Que as her own flesh and blood, and this request was nothing. Moreover, Ning Ke's gifts in previous years had always been unique. Now that he had just inherited his title, his gift would surely be even more interesting. Sima Chongqing walked over slowly, raising his hand. "I wish the Empress Dowager blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity as towering as the South Mountain. May the sun and moon shine brightly, and may the pine and crane enjoy everlasting spring." "You are too polite, Prime Minister." The Empress Dowager, who was devoted to Buddhism and fond of collecting paintings, received the painting of the Guanyin of childbearing personally painted by the sage Qindaozi. "Please, Empress Dowager, accept it. And may the royal family have many sons and grandsons, flourishing and branching out. After Sima Chongqing finished speaking, the maid behind him unfolded the painting. Seeing the radiant guanine of childbearing, the Empress Dowager's face showed surprise. The painting was exquisite, with guanine's kind expression and the adorable baby in her arms. The implication deeply resonated with the Empress Dowager's thoughts. Over the years, her greatest worry had been the emperor. She only hoped he could soon have offspring to expand the royal family. This painting of guanine of childbearing made the Empress Dowager very satisfied. Prime Minister, you are thoughtful. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Sima Chongqing raised his head and saw the emperor watching him, silently nodding. Everything was understood without words. Sima Chongqing let out a long breath. Thankfully, as long as the emperor was satisfied, it was worth spending some money. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet was a means for the royal family to gather wealth. In recent years, due to the death of the old King Ning in battle, the Empress Dowager had thought to simplify everything and no longer hold banquets inviting all officials. The reason for this exception this year was also due to Ning Ke's standing. Moreover, Dafeng was truly in need of money. After Sima Chongqing presented his gift, others stepped forward one after another. When it was Gu Yuan's turn, he let out a long sigh of relief and bowed. I know the Empress Dowager enjoys Buddhist rituals, and this time I specially brought back an ancient Buddhist scripture from Tianzhu. May the light of Buddha shine upon and protect the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager merely nodded, approvingly saying, General Gu is thoughtful. At the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, this was the duty of subject. Gu Yuan raised his hand to bow seriously. I have made mistakes before and have realized my errors. I have been practicing Buddhism at home during this time, and the Buddhist saying goes, knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is the greatest virtue. Now, I only hope His Majesty can grant me an opportunity to atone for my mistakes. The emperor waved his sleeve coldly. He knew what this fellow was about to say as soon as he stepped forward. He merely wanted to use this as an excuse to send troops. General Gu had already been punished. There was no need for atonement. As for the subsequent troop mobilization, the emperor had his own measures. Step back. I obey the order. Gu Yuan lowered his head and returned. Was this considered a success? He was uncertain in his heart. The other court officials presented their gifts, but theirs were relatively simple. Soon, it was the turn of the envoy from the Liao kingdom. He stepped forward slowly. With each step, he exuded a sense of pressure. The Liao envoy, Liang Ili, congratulated the Empress Dowager. Our Liao kingdom is not as rich as Dafeng. Due to our hasty arrival, we did not prepare a birthday gift. No problem. The Empress Dowager waved her sleeve calmly, saying that the envoy's goodwill was enough. Other matters were not important. Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your understanding. However, we Liao kingdom are not crude people. Our Liao kingdom excels in sword dancing. So let our brave warriors perform a sword dance to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. No. Yuji immediately stood up to refute. Today is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. How can there be sword dancing? Besides, the Empress Dowager is devoted to Buddhist rituals and dislikes such things the most. We appreciate the envoy's intentions. Is that so? Liang Ili sneered, saying lightly, I heard that Dafeng also values martial prowess. The late Empress Dowager was also skilled in sword dancing and was praised by the late emperor. I didn't expect that now even swords cannot be seen. I permit it. The emperor's expression turned cold. In the face of the two countries' confrontation, there could be no retreat. However, one person dancing with a sword was not interesting. Why not have someone from Dafeng dance together? What do you think? Good. Liang Ili immediately smiled. He had yet to find a way to humiliate Dafeng, and now the opportunity had come. Chapter 84. The Sword Dance for Celebration. I am here. The Empress Dowager looked at the Emperor of Feng. She did not want to embarrass him. The relations between the two countries were of great importance. As the upper nation of the Celestial Empire, Dafeng could not afford to back down. If the Emperor of Feng took half a step back, there would be those who would take advantage. Ever since Liang Ili arrived in Chang'an, he had been confrontational and lacked any demeanor. The Emperor of Feng had endured enough and was looking for an opportunity to deal with them. You want a sword dance, do you? Fine, I will grant you. The Emperor of Feng's gaze turned cold as he swept his eyes across the crowd. Is there anyone willing to join in the sword dance? I will. I will learn the swordsmanship of the Liao envoy. You? You might as well give up. I have been practicing swordsmanship since childhood and wish to compete. Gu Yuan stepped forward quickly. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. In the end, the Emperor of Foam nodded. All right, let us see what you can do. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ning Que observed this scene. He naturally had his own thoughts, but decided to wait and see. The Emperor of Feng's choice was indeed interesting. He still chose Gu Yuan, clearly wanting to give him a chance to shine. This was enough to prove that the Emperor of Feng still wanted to win over the Gu family. I asked the Liao envoy for guidance. Gu Yuan, dressed in regular attire, casually took the sword. He performed a flourish and then placed the sword behind him, exuding the demeanor of a swordsman. Gu Yuan's character was indeed not great, but his martial skills were commendable. Looking across Chang'an, he was also a leader in swordsmanship. Few could match him in swordplay. General Gu probably won't do well. Liang Ili sneered and clapped his hands, his gaze landing on Ning Que as he said lightly, I have long heard of Prince Ning's remarkable military achievements, leading the army to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun in the past. However, I wonder if the new Prince Ning possesses the same capability? You will know soon enough. Ning Que smiled, but did not respond. It would not be too late to deal with Gu Yuan after he was finished. Liang Ili frowned immediately. He clapped his hands again. A burly man with a bushy beard stepped forward slowly. This is a warrior from our Liao country. He was once a general of the Western Xia, but after being defeated, he harbored resentment and attempted to assassinate our king 3 times. Our king, being broad-minded, pardoned him. He just happens to be skilled in swordsmanship as well, so I asked General Gu for guidance. The burly man stood opposite Gu Yuan, towering over him. His physique was strong and imposing. He drew out a gleaming sword with a slight curve. As a grassland empire, Liao also valued horseback slashing, so their swords resembled sabers, with a slight curve but not as exaggerated as a saber. Please. Gu Yuan's eyes turned cold. He knew the opponent was not weak and aimed for a quick resolution. The 8-sided sword in his hand glimmered as it lunged toward the opponent's chest. Good. The burly man bellowed and swiftly raised his sword to block. In the blink of an eye, their swords clashed, and sparks could even be seen flying. Gu Yuan felt a tremendous jolt in his hands, nearly losing his grip on the sword. He pushed lightly with one hand, while the burly man leaned in and swung his sword, forcibly pushing him back. Good. Liang Ili could not help but clap in approval. Gu Yuan's face turned red, his right hand trembling. He did not expect the burly man's strength to be so terrifying. Looking at his sword, he saw there was a noticeable dent. This truly was not a friendly encounter. General Gu, do not fight him with swords. You are not fast enough. There is a chance. Jiang Quan could not help but remind him. He indeed looked down on Gu Yuan, but this was a clash between 2 nations, and they had to stand united against a common enemy. If Gu Yuan lost, it would be a disgrace to the Feng. Again, Gu Yuan took a deep breath. This time he held the sword with both hands. He aimed for an opening and thrust again. The burly man showed a cold smile, raised his hand to block, and quickly twirled the sword, leaving Gu Yuan unable to withdraw his sword. Let go. The burly man snorted heavily. His long sword swept out. It seemed to have a pulling force, and Gu Yuan uncontrollably loosened his right hand, sending the sharp sword flying straight toward the Emperor of Feng's face. Insolence. Chifu was immediately shocked and raised his hand to shield the Emperor. Ning Que slammed the table and stood up, grasping the sword's hilt. Your Majesty, calm your anger. The courtiers all stood up simultaneously. Gu Yuan's face was even redder as he hurriedly said, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Step down. The Emperor of Feng waved his hand coldly. Liang Ili looked at him with a strong sense of provocation and then smiled faintly. General, you might want to take it easy. Who would have thought that the Marshal General of the Feng would be so weak, unable to even hold a sword properly? If you accidentally injure the Emperor, you will have committed a grave mistake. When you return, I will definitely report this to the King of Liao and ensure you are punished. Punished? I fear you are laughing too hard. Liang Ili's words dripped with sarcasm. I know I was wrong. Had I known, I wouldn't have used even 5% of my strength. To deal with him, 3% would suffice. The burly man chuckled foolishly, intentionally mocking Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan was furious, nearly spitting blood. He clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for Gu Mingji's intervention, he might have rushed forward to fight the burly man. The Liao envoy truly had good tactics. The Emperor of Feng's expression turned cold as he suppressed his anger and said, "However, just now was merely my worst general. I thought to play around for the sake of cordiality, but I did not expect the Liao envoy to take it so seriously. Since you wish to determine superiority, why not change to another martial general? What do you think, Liao envoy?" "No problem." Liang Ili feigned generosity and smiled. "After all, we did not exert much effort. Since the Emperor of Feng wishes to compete, we naturally will accompany you to the end. But please, Emperor, be straightforward. Do not make excuses if you lose later." "Arrogant. Step aside. Let me duel with him." Jiang Quan was ready to take off his armor, his eyes nearly spewing fire. It had been a long time since he had encountered such arrogance. How dare he act recklessly in front of him when he was dominating the battlefield? These few were still in their infancy. "Lord Jiang, do not waste your time with them. The Liao country is merely a foreign land, skilled only in brute force. Why use a sledgehammer to deal with a mere brute?" Ning Que held his sword and slowly walked down the steps. Prince Ning, the burly man, looked up, his eyes blazing with battle intent. He stared intently at Ning Que, sensing countless openings. He was originally a general of the Western Xia and had heard of the old Ning Wang's great name. However, he had never faced him, which was a regret in his life. Now seeing the young successor, he was filled with excitement. Little Ning, the Empress Dowager, showed a worried expression. After all, this Liao country's warrior was indeed formidable. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. This is your birthday banquet. We cannot let those who lack manners disrupt the celebration." Ning Que reached the bottom of the stage, clasped his sword, and raised his hand. "Just right. This way you will not worry about me leading the troops. You have already fought with someone, so I will not take advantage of you. How do you wish to proceed?" Ning Que drew a circle around himself. Standing with his sword, he looked at the burly man. "If you can make me step out of this circle, you win." "No." The Emperor of Feng could not help but remind him. "This matter concerns the face of the Feng and cannot be taken lightly." Seeing Ning Que so overconfident, he became worried. After all, this warrior had defeated Gu Yuan in 3 moves. "It's no problem. Since this is a birthday banquet showcasing skills, one must enjoy it to the fullest." Ning Que smiled freely. He raised his hand and danced the sword, slicing through the silk. Under the gaze of the crowd, he slowly covered his eyes with the silk. "Prince Ning." The entire venue erupted in exclamations. "He intends to fight the Liao warrior blindfolded?" Chapter 85. Blindfolded and defeated. He can still fight? Liang Ili showed a cold smile. This is simply the height of arrogance. Drawing a circle is one thing, but daring to fight blindfolded? Do they think they are weaklings? Liang Ili glanced at the strong man, secretly nodding. At the same time, he made a gesture indicating to go all out. The strong man grinned ominously. He turned around and fixed his gaze on Ning Quebec. He really didn't expect Ning Que to be so overconfident. The officials were all dumbfounded. One by one, they stood up. "Prince Ning, you can't act recklessly. This concerns the honor and disgrace of the country. Think carefully." Jiang Quan and others all advised him kindly. They had also put away their underestimating attitudes. The strong man had immense strength and was skilled in swordsmanship. Every strike was powerful and heavy. In terms of swordsmanship, Gu Yuan was considered good, but he was defeated in just 3 moves. As for Ning Que, who has seen him fight, they did not deny that Ning Que had some ability, but it was still limited to literary affairs. As for martial arts, no one had seen it. Even if he was powerful, he was still young. It was impossible for him to be proficient in everything, right? Moreover, even Gu Yuan was not his opponent. Yet Ning Que was so arrogant now. What would happen if he lost? Little Ning? The Empress could not help but stand up to dissuade him, quickly saying, "Although it's just sparring, swords have no eyes. How can you face the Liao kingdom general blindfolded? Your Highness, do not be careless." The Emperor frowned in reminder. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ning Que, but rather that Ning Que was too overconfident. The Liao kingdom general was not a simple character. A slight misstep could lead to defeat. Being cautious is definitely not a mistake. "Everyone, rest assured." Ning Que casually twirled his sword and said indifferently, "I never fight battles without confidence." "Please." The Emperor's brow was tightly furrowed. In the end, he sighed lightly waved his hand, and stopped trying to dissuade him. Thinking it over, it was as Ning Que said. Over the years, how many miracles had Ning Que created? Since he chose to do this, he must have confidence. Arrogant. Liang Ili snorted heavily. Since Prince Ning was so arrogant, then the general need not hold back and must go all out to avoid being looked down upon. All right, the strong man nodded knowingly. He did not rush to attack, but instead assessed Ning Quebec. In his eyes, Ning Que was full of flaws. Even worse than Gu Yuan just now. Oof. It seems like just a show of strength. The strong man stepped forward, slashing down with his sword from above. The force was immense. Gu Yuan's pupils contracted, his right hand still trembling. Looking at Ning Que, he almost laughed out loud. Ning Que was too overconfident, looking down on his opponent. This strong man had immense strength, and every move was simple and unadorned, yet hard to defend against. It was even difficult for him to cope, let alone Ning Quebec. But the next moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Ning Que merely tilted his body slightly and easily dodged. Following the momentum, he flicked his sword, causing the strong man to stumble past him, nearly falling to the ground. Well done. Jiang Quan couldn't help but applaud. Although the movement was quick, he could roughly see it clearly. Ning Que did not engage in a hard fight, but used the opponent's strength against him, making the strong man miss. The key was that he was blindfolded, yet could grasp the timing so precisely. This was impressive. Wan Sanxian, sitting at the back, watched this scene calmly while drinking. As the head of the 8 Treasure Society, he was also fortunate to attend the birthday banquet. He knew Ning Que's abilities best. Having just joined Kunlun, he could already wield a good spear technique. Even several senior brothers working together were not his match. Only the senior sister could barely compete with him. With strong innate talent, coupled with diligent practice, his martial arts were unfathomably deep, making his senior brothers feel ashamed. Ning Que also worked hard and was proficient with various weapons. Dealing with a Liao Kingdom general was not difficult at all. The strong man thrust his sword again, his face turning red. In his eyes, Ning Que was still full of flaws. But at the moment he thrust his sword, the flaws strangely disappeared, turning into a trap. Ning Que was blindfolded, but could clearly sense the aura. Feeling the forceful and heavy sword move, he merely smiled coldly. In fact, this person didn't know any sword techniques at all. He was relying entirely on brute strength to suppress his opponent. Dealing with a brute like Gu Yuan, who relied on strength, was naturally manageable. But facing a true master, he wouldn't even know how he died. Ning Que horizontally intercepted the sword with his own, then swiftly turned to stab. The strong man was shocked and hurriedly crossed his sword to block. It seemed simple, yet it forced him back with a single strike. You're not my opponent. It's better to surrender early. In your dreams, the strong man raised his sword again. The sword moves intertwined and flashed. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Even though Ning Que was blindfolded, he could still respond effortlessly. He did not move a step, but could precisely block amidst the myriad of sword lights. Seeing that the opponent was unwilling to yield, Ning Que's sword moves became increasingly fierce. Finally, with one strike, he hit the opponent's right wrist. With a fierce flick of his sword, blood spurted out in an instant. The strong man howled in pain, covering his right hand, while the sword in his hand fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces. You lost. Good. Well done. The emperor was now overjoyed. He hadn't expected Ning Que to win. Liang Ili quickly stepped forward, looking at the wrist that was still bleeding profusely, his eyes even colder. Ning Que had severed his tendons, which meant he would become a useless person in the future. The emperor smiled, then pretended to be angry and said, Prince Ning, since it's just sparring, you should stop at the right moment. But you were careless and injured the Liao envoy. Considering you did not do it on purpose, you may withdraw. I know my crime. Ning Que raised his hand, holding his sword, and casually threw it. It traced a beautiful arc in the air before accurately landing in its sheath. Continuing, it was mainly because the Liao envoy's sword technique was too ferocious. I was blindfolded, unable to stop in time. I believe the Liao envoy won't mind, right? He. Watching the harmonious exchange between the ruler and his subjects, Liang Ili could only coldly smile. He assessed Ning Que with icy eyes. The reason the Liao kingdom dared to provoke war now was that they hoped the old Ning Wang would die in battle, leaving the great Feng in a state of confusion, with only the Duke of the State unable to support it. But now, a new Ning Wang has ascended. In terms of martial arts, he might even surpass the old Ning Wang. The key is that Ning Que is young. He is only in his 20s. In the future, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Liao kingdom. Liang Ili held the strong man's wrist. Since it was an unintentional mistake, it was acceptable. However, his tendons were cut, and the injury was too severe. He needed to be taken for treatment immediately. Understood. The emperor looked to the side and said lightly, "Imperial physician Ling, go with him and see what medicine is needed. All will be provided from the great Feng's treasury." I obey. He was quite pleased now. Not only had Ning Que defeated the Liao envoy, defending the dignity of Great Feng, but he had also established his authority. Seeing the new star of the military rising, he could rest assured in assigning heavy responsibilities in the future. Liang Ili left in a huff, leaving behind a pool of blood. "Ha ha! Prince Ning, well done." The emperor laughed heartily, not expecting that Ning Que had such ability. His swordsmanship was superb, and he could even defeat the enemy blindfolded. Looking across Chang'an, there was probably no one who could compare. If Uncle Wang knew, he would surely smile in the afterlife. Bring wine. Chapter 86. Birthday Lantern Celebration. May the great Feng last for thousands of years. Gu Yuan tightly grasped the wine jug, watching Ning Que drink with pride, feeling a deep sorrow and anger in his heart. But who could he blame? If there was blame, it could only be directed at himself. The emperor had given him a chance, but he failed to seize it. Just as he was about to rise, he was stopped by Gu Mingji. "Yuana, you mustn't." "But." "There is no but." Gu Mingji quietly scolded. Now is not the time for Ning Que to be arrogant. Jumping out would only invite trouble. They had to endure for now. On the surface, they had to behave submissively. Gu Yuan's expression turned cold. He truly hadn't expected Ning Que to possess such extraordinary swordsmanship. The Ning Wangfu was a family of military generals, and their most formidable weapon was the Overlord Spear. But he remembered hearing Lin Xianhong say that Ning Que had never used the Overlord Spear since marrying her. In martial arts, the worst thing was to give up halfway. Ning Que hadn't touched a weapon for 3 whole years. How could he still be so formidable? The prince was indeed well hidden. Jiang Quan stood up to raise his wine, saying, "This has truly opened our eyes. Such swordsmanship is unheard of." "Lord Jiang, you flatter me," Ning Que replied. "If there is ever an opportunity in the future, please teach me, Your Highness." Jiang Quan was quite serious. He was someone who loved swordplay. In his youth, he had been extremely rebellious and became a wandering swordsman, traveling thousands of miles with just a sword. He was known among the Green Forest bandits as a brother, gaining fame with his swift sword. Later, he joined the army under the old Ning Wang and had many achievements in battle. Although he later took on a civil position as the Minister of War, he still practiced swordsmanship in his free time. "Then Lord Jiang must let me have a turn." "Ha ha!" Jiang Quan laughed heartily and returned to his seat. The Empress Dowager, however, looked pained and sighed. "All right, as long as the Ning Wang is fine. Let's end it here for today." "Empress Dowager, I have yet to present my gift," Ning Que said with a smile. He remembered his father had mentioned that the Empress Dowager was quite ruthless when she first entered the palace. After all, in such a cruel place as the harem, one could not survive without some means. But ever since she gave birth to the emperor, she had become increasingly kind. After the emperor ascended the throne, she devoted herself to Buddhism and neglected state affairs. That's right. The Ning Wang has yet to present his gift. Such mystery, what could it be? The emperor also expressed interest. Ning Que always managed to come up with something new. He couldn't let this gift-giving opportunity slip by. This birthday gift, I have been preparing for days. The Empress Dowager should at least see it first. "All right, then I shall see," the Empress Dowager said with a mix of helplessness and affection. "And the birthday gift? I ask the Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, and all the officials to move outside the palace." The emperor frowned. "Outside the palace? Could it be some large item?" "All right, then I shall await it eagerly." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ning Que walked slowly towards the palace exit. During the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, all officials were required to present gifts. In fact, the gifts had long been recorded and reviewed by the Ministry of Rights to ensure that no one concealed any weapons. After all, One had to guard against someone using the guise of gift-giving to commit assassination. During the reign of the martial emperor, there had been an envoy who concealed weapons within a gift of a painting. If it hadn't been for the martial emperor's personal martial prowess, he might have been killed. In the royal palace, everything had to follow the rules, including the birthday gift presented by Ning Que, which had already been checked by the officials of the Ministry of Rites. Where's the prince's birthday gift? Gu Mingji looked around, but saw nothing. Ning Que smiled and said, Empress Dowager, please ring the bell. Okay. The Empress Dowager walked forward, somewhat doubtful. She picked up the wooden mallet and struck it hard against the bronze bell. The bronze bell was used for reporting time in the palace. Every hour, someone would strike the bell. Buzz! The vast and heavy sound of the bell resonated, fitting the saying, great music is rare to hear. Now that it struck, what next? Hee, please wait a moment, Empress Dowager. Ning Que stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the east. Soon, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone. A ball of firelight appeared in the distance and gradually rose higher under everyone's gaze. What? What is that? Look over there, there are more. Firelights shot into the sky, leaving the officials speechless. The Empress Dowager stared blankly. The firelight was quite strange, possessing a unique beauty, especially when it reached the high sky. It seemed to merge with the night sky, astonishing everyone. This is your birthday gift? Indeed, Ning Que raised his hand in a long bow, smiling as he introduced. This object is called the Sky Lantern. It can reach the heavens. Today, on the Empress Dowager's birthday, I present the Sky Lantern. May the Empress Dowager live a long life, and may our great phone be blessed by the heavens, enduring for countless generations. May the Empress Dowager live a long life. May she have boundless longevity. May the great phone endure for countless generations. Sima Chongqing immediately bowed in agreement, and the officials followed suit, all somewhat dazed as they watched the Sky Lantern. Ning Que smiled slightly. The so-called Sky Lantern was actually a Kongming lantern, traditionally attributed to Zhuge Liang. This object could not only be used for civilian wishes, but was also significant for military communications. In the darkness, it could serve as a beacon. When urgent situations arose, launching a Sky Lantern could inform distant armies. A Sky Lantern floated in from afar, and Fu Bo, like flying a kite, slowly brought the lantern back, finally landing it steadily before them. On it was inscribed in seal script the blessings Ning Que had just mentioned, representing the best wishes for the Empress Dowager and the Great Phone. This is the Sky Lantern. It can actually rise into the air. The Emperor looked at the Sky Lantern with curiosity. He shared the same birthday as Ning Que, thus he was fond of such novel things. It was precisely for this reason that Ning Que could get along so well with him. Is this difficult to make? Not at all. Ning Que pointed to the Sky Lantern and explained, it requires bamboo for the frame and paper for the exterior. It is hollow inside, and by lighting the charcoal stove inside, the Sky Lantern can rise. However, this item is somewhat dangerous. It is best to launch it in an open area. Otherwise, it may easily fall from the sky and cause a fire. That's why I had them use the method of flying kites to hold the Sky Lantern. Ning Que stood at the front, introducing it. The officials were all curiously gathered around. This item was indeed quite interesting. Looking at the height it just reached, it must have been over 10 zhang high, right? Presenting this as a birthday gift, the Ning Wang truly put in effort. Compared to the Ning Wang, what we sent is nothing. Many people couldn't help but laugh at themselves. Gu Yuan's face turned red as he felt at a loss. This statement wasn't wrong. The Empress Dowager's status was there. She lacked nothing. Even sending Buddhist scriptures or paintings was not comparable to their efforts. Ning Que, however, was different. He personally made the Sky Lantern. The key was that no one had done this before. Ning Wang, you're thoughtful. The Empress Dowager was very pleased at this moment. Ning Que raised his hand with a smile, softly saying, this gift is not only for your birthday, but also a powerful tool for the Great Phone. I once asked some military generals and learned that the most troublesome thing on the grasslands is communication. This Sky Lantern can serve the purpose of transmitting military information. In the future, if we go to war against the Liao Kingdom, it will surely be of great use. Transmitting military information? The Emperor's pupils contracted as he suddenly realized something. Ha ha, well said, well said. Ning Wang, You have once again made a remarkable contribution to the Great Foam. Chapter 87. Military orders across 30,000 miles. I request to fight. Relay military intelligence. Gu Yuan suddenly realized. Looking at the sky lantern, he was also incredibly astonished. He just couldn't understand. How did Ning Que come up with such brilliant ideas? Ning Que gazed at the sky lantern, sighing deeply. If he had presented this idea earlier, perhaps his father and brothers Wu and Ti have died in battle. As the saying goes, speed in military affairs is precious. If the military intelligence had been relayed just half an hour earlier, it could have turned the tide of the battle. His father and brothers were trapped in Hulu Valley. And to convey military intelligence for reinforcements from the rear, dozens of elite cavalry were sent out one after another. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by the Western Liang army, and the elite cavalry couldn't break through. By the time the rear realized the situation was dire, it was too late for reinforcements. But what if there were sky lanterns? As long as the wind direction was measured accurately, more could be released under the cover of night. On the open grassland, they could travel with the wind, allowing the reinforcements to see them. If support arrived in time, the battle could be turned around. Everyone present was intelligent, and they understood with just a hint. Ning Que didn't even need to explain. They already grasped it. Prince Ning was indeed exceptionally clever. He could think of such a marvelous object. Minister of Works Du Xiang quickly stepped forward. He was a staunch fan of Ning Quebec. Initially just a minor official, he had successfully become the Minister of Works with Ning Que's help, ranking as a first-class official. Over the years, the weapons produced by the Ministry of Works had almost all come from Ning Quebec. After Ning Que observed mourning for a year, he secretly assisted the Ministry of Works in reforming the cavalry system, introducing the 3 divine artifacts of cavalry, which gave the Dafa cavalry the ability to compete with the Hu Rong cavalry. It was thanks to the stirrups and saddles that Gu Yuan could defeat the main force of Western Liang. To excel in a task, one must first have the right tools. Ning Que turned around and raised his hand, saying, "The Liao kingdom is aggressive, invading our northern border. I wish to lead the 3 guards to support the northern border and attack the Liao kingdom, humbly requesting your majesty's permission." No. Many opposing voices arose simultaneously. The Empress Dowager was particularly shocked. Speaking privately before was one thing, but now, in front of the officials, asking for war left no room for negotiation. As long as the emperor agreed, Ning Que would lead troops north. Before the emperor could decide, Gu Yuan hurriedly stepped out and raised his hand, saying, "Prince Ning's 3 guards have just been formed and have not seen battle yet. Moreover, Prince Ning has no heirs. Any mishap would be a loss for our Dafa. I am willing to replace Prince Ning and lead the expedition to the northern border. I second this." This time, even Jiang Quan nodded in agreement. It wasn't that he was in league with Gu Yuan, but he believed the battlefield was too dangerous. The Liao kingdom had been lying low for years, with 30,000 skilled archers, making them the undisputed overlords of the grasslands. Although they could strategically look down on their enemies, they had to tactically respect them. The Liao kingdom had destroyed the Western Xia, and they were at their peak morale with the momentum of a nation's destruction. Ning Que had no issues with personal martial skills, but fighting was not just a brawl. There were intricacies to troop deployment and formations. Jiang Quan was also worried that Ning Que might run into trouble. Now that Ning Que had inherited the title of prince, he indeed needed to gain military merits to enhance his qualifications, but he didn't have to take such risks. Once the situation in the northern border stabilized, Ning Que could lead troops over to reap the rewards. Although this approach was somewhat shameful, it was also the safest. The key was that he was the only heir of the Ning royal family. If anything happened, who could take responsibility? This wasn't cowardice. It was weighing the pros and cons. To deal with the Liao kingdom, there was no need to take such risks. Ning Que was very capable and a polymath. There was no need to compete with military generals for tasks. If he stayed in Chang'an to reform the court, he could accomplish much more. Just like the emperor would not send Sima Changqing to lead troops. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, but as prime minister, he was more important. Moreover, the 3 guards had just been formed and had not yet undergone any training. Better safe than sorry. I second this. Prince Ning does not need to be anxious to lead troops. Sima Changqing took over the conversation, smilingly advising, The 3 guards have just been established and are not yet well coordinated. It would be better to wait a bit. Furthermore, the situation in the north is not so urgent. There is no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The emperor frowned, showing no decisive stance, but looking at Ning Que with an expectant gaze. Ning Que understood. They naturally understood these principles. However, Ning Que had to go. Dafa valued martial prowess, and military achievements were the most useful. The Gu family could stand firm because of military merits. Although Dafa seemed peaceful now, it was actually facing both internal and external troubles. The princes of different surnames, led by Qi Wang Tian Zhongshuan, were eager to move. Want to take a bite out of Dafa while it was weak. Even if they wound Ti openly rebel, they would think about expanding their territory. Faced with this situation, he, as Prince Ning, had to step forward. He needed to seize military power as quickly as possible. Only then could he deter the small-minded. By that time, the emperor would forcibly cut down the fiefdoms. You all are overthinking it. Prince Ning, don't act impulsively. I'm not acting impulsively. Ning Que raised his hand in salute, seriously saying, the Liao envoy is aggressive and has already stationed troops at the border. Our Dafa has no retreat and can only be forced to meet them in battle. Although I have not led troops before, I have grown up hearing about military affairs and wish to serve the country and uphold our national prestige. Think carefully, Your Highness. Marching and fighting are fraught with danger. The first battle being such a significant one. The officials all shook their heads in refusal. The one who jumped the highest among them was Gu Yuan. He actually hoped Ning Que would die in battle. However, this rare opportunity to lead troops could not be given up. If it was given away, he might never have another chance to rise again. He pretended to be thinking of Ning Que, but in reality, he wanted to seize military power. It was a good thing that Prince Ning had the heart to serve the country, but what the officials said also held some truth. The emperor was in a difficult position, looking at Ning Que with a heavy heart and saying, you have just inherited the title of prince, and the 3 guards have only just begun training. Recklessly going to the battlefield also